The heavens and earth became a prison because a single monkey refused to be confined. At the peak of Mount Ling, the light of Buddha shone brightly, and golden lotuses covered the ground. Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples had completed their meritorious journey, and the Buddha himself bestowed titles upon them. Tang Sanzang was named the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, Sun Wukong became the victorious fighting Buddha, Zhu Beiji was appointed the clean altar messenger, and Sha Wujing was honored as the golden arhat. Even the little white dragon that carried Tang Sanzang was transformed and titled the 8 heavenly dragons beneficial bodhisattva. For a moment, the entire Mount Ling was filled with the solemn and sacred light of Buddha. However, at the foot of Mount Ling, a gaunt beggar's eyes sparkled with disdain and resentment. His gaze pierced through the Buddha's light as if he could see through its false brilliance. The 3 realms trembled, and the once unruly monkey who had become the victorious fighting Buddha was now different. After achieving enlightenment, he had secluded himself for 500 years. He did not return to Flower Fruit Mountain, nor did he roam around causing trouble. Instead, he stayed obediently within the Buddha's granted monastery, diligently cultivating on Mount Mang. As time passed, the legend of the great sage equal to heaven gradually became just Theta legend. In the 3 realms, only a few remembered the audacious monkey, while other practitioners only knew of a powerful being on Mount Mang named the victorious fighting Buddha. Ever since Tang Sanzang and his disciples subdued demons and monsters 500 years ago, the western continent of Nanjian Buzhou had turned into a pure Buddhist land. Demons and ghosts vanished, celestial beings avoided it, and the entire continent was left with devout Buddhist followers. In this pure land of Buddhism, a gaunt beggar collapsed by the roadside, too weak to continue. A kind-faced woman threw a coarse bread in front of him, but the beggar remained motionless. The woman clasped her hands in prayer and said, Amitabha. Upon hearing the Buddha's name, the beggar suddenly became agitated, but quickly calmed down, staring blankly at the sky. A sudden downpour sent the city dwellers scrambling for cover, but the beggar remained seated, letting the rain wash over him. After a while, a little girl with an umbrella approached and shielded him from the rain. She innocently asked, Why are you a beggar? You could go to a temple and become a Buddhist disciple, then you wouldn't have to endure the elements. The beggar's raspy voice carried a hint of defiance. Buddha is not worthy of my devotion. The girl, alarmed, covered his mouth and warned, You can't blaspheme the Buddha. You'll be burned as a heretic. The beggar merely gave a bitter smile and said no more. The girl left the umbrella with the beggar and walked away. Shortly after, the beggar learned from passers-by that the Guanyin temple had recently taken in a female disciple with innate Buddha bones, capable of moving the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The beggar looked at the umbrella in his hand with a sorrowful expression, knowing that the innocent little girl was gone. The beggar took a long, deep look at the distant Guanyin temple and, with the umbrella in hand, began to walk in the direction of his memories. Though his steps were unsteady, they were filled with determination. Meanwhile, in the Western paradise, the Buddha opened his eyes. 500 years had passed, and his strength remained stagnant. With a compassionate look, the Buddha formed a flower-picking gesture and summoned his disciple, Ananda. Ananda, has the elixir been refined? It has been 500 years, the Buddha asked slowly. Ananda clasped his hands together and replied solemnly, Honored one. I have been refining it with the pure world glazed fire for 500 years, but the elixir has not yet taken shape. However, rest assured, honored one, in another 200 years, it will surely be completed. 200 years, well, the Buddha closed his eyes, becoming like a golden statue. The beggar felt increasingly weak and cursed under his breath, Damn it, feeling weaker and weaker. That damned old Buddha, one day, I'll make you regret it. He swallowed the name he was about to utter. Resting under a large tree, the beggar was observed by curious monkeys. He waved for them to come down, and surprisingly, they all descended, offering him various fruits. The beggar petted the monkeys and ate the fruits voraciously, juice dripping messily from his mouth. Go on, little monkeys, don't tell anyone you saw me. The beggar waved them away. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated by, and a golden light flashed in the beggar's eyes before he closed them and leaned against the tree to sleep. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva, seated on a lotus platform in the sky, suddenly opened her eyes and frowned at the world below but saw nothing. Her attendant, Red Boy, asked, Bodhisattva, what is it? Guanyin shook her head, thinking it might have been an illusion. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Unexpectedly, my temple has produced a disciple with innate spiritual essence. Now, my southern sea purple bamboo grove will have another great master. Ling Taifong Siyuan Mountain. A ragged beggar staggered forward, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. After enduring countless hardships, he finally returned to this familiar land, the place where he first began his training. Master, your disciple has returned, the beggar murmured. his voice trembling with excitement. It was the dead of winter, and snow blanketed the entire mountain. The beggar's bare feet left blood-red prints in the snow with each step, yet he seemed oblivious to the cold, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant Xiaoyu Sanxing cave. When he finally reached the entrance of the cave, the beggar's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Tears welled up in his wrinkled eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. Inside the cave, Master Subhoodie was deep in meditation. As one of the strongest beings in the three realms, his cultivation had reached an unparalleled level, and each session of seclusion could last thousands of years. Yet at this moment, Subhoodie suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. Strange, isn't Wukong supposed to be in seclusion at Mount Mang? Why is he here at Sanxing Cave? Subhoodie wondered, then flickered to the cave entrance in an instant. Upon seeing the beggar kneeling on the ground, Subhoodie's expression turned grave. Wukong? No, this is an avatar? Master, I. The beggar looked up at Subhoodie, his form becoming somewhat ethereal. Come inside, Subhoodie said, waving his sleeve and bringing the beggar into the cave. Inside the cave, Subhoodie carefully examined the beggar's body, his expression growing increasingly serious. Wukong, who has driven you to this state, splitting your true spirit in half? The weak beggar, who was none other than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, who was supposed to be in seclusion at Mount Mang, struggled to speak. Master, I was tricked by the Buddha. Sun Wukong then began to recount the events. The story began 500 years ago when he was tasked with protecting Tang Sanzang on the journey to the west. The incident with the white-boned demon led to a rift between master and disciple, resulting in Wukong being expelled from the group. This departure set the stage for the six-eared macaque to impersonate him. After a fierce battle between the true and false Wukong, they reached Mount Mang, seeking the Buddha's judgment. At this point, a trace of resentment flashed in Wukong's eyes. I never expected it to be a trap. The false Monkey King was actually a pawn used by the Buddha to deceive me. Upon entering Mount Mang, the Buddha identified me as the six-eared macaque, and then used an illusion to transform me into the appearance of the six-eared macaque. Subhoodie listened, his anger rising, his eyebrows standing on end. He had agreed to the Buddha's choice of Wukong as a disciple for the journey to the west, believing that the mischievous disciple needed the experience. Despite not intervening during Wukong's havoc in heaven and his subsequent imprisonment under the Five Elements Mountain, Subhoodie had always watched over him. Seeing that the Buddha and others were genuinely cultivating Wukong, he had felt reassured enough to enter seclusion. Little did he know that the Buddha would take the opportunity to replace the real Sun Wukong with the six-eared macaque. Wukong, where is your true body now? Subhoodie asked with concern. At Mount Mang, Sun Wukong replied. They are using the glazed fire to try and refine me day and night. If I hadn't secretly split off this sliver of my true spirit, I would have been completely refined in another 100 years. Good disciple, rest here for now. I will seek justice for you, Subhoodie said, setting up a formation around Sun Wukong to nourish his weakened true spirit avatar with the energy of heaven and earth. After completing this, Subhoodie's eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he vanished from the cave. Riding the clouds, Subhoodie sped towards Mount Mang. Before he could get far, he sensed a disturbance in the heavenly order, indicating the interference of a powerful being. He halted, scanning the void with his gaze, and said calmly, "Which old friend is hiding? Why not show yourself?" Subhoodie, it's been a while. A familiar voice echoed from the void. A portly monk suddenly appeared from thin air, his face kind and a benevolent smile on his lips. This unexpected guest was none other than the future Buddha of Buddhism, Maitreya. Subhoodie let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. So it's Maitreya. Are you here to stop me? His tone carried contempt, clearly not regarding the eminent Buddha before him with any respect. Maitreya maintained his amiable smile and spoke slowly. Friend, it is true that Tathagata was wrong in dealing with Sun Wukong. But do you know why Tathagata acted as he did? Subhoodie remained unmoved, his voice resolute as he replied, regardless of the reason, I must demand an explanation for my disciple. His eyes reflected his unwavering determination. Maitreya shook his head gently, his voice tinged with concern. Friend, you cannot go to Mount Sumeru. Even with all your divine abilities, you risk falling if you do. Subhoodie's eyes narrowed, a cold smile forming on his lips as he spoke with confidence and arrogance. Maitreya, I once listened to sermons alongside your master in the Purple Cloud Palace. In terms of seniority, both you and Tathagata are but juniors to me. Have I been absent from the three realms for so long that you all have forgotten my prowess? Maitreya's smile did not waver, and he replied warmly, Indeed, I am well aware of your background. However, please hear me out. If after I've spoken, you still insist on going to Mount Sumeru, I will not stop you. Subhoodie's anger subsided slightly, and he nodded. Very well, Maitreya. Speak your piece. Maitreya began to explain. Friend, currently there are 7 Quasi-Saints on Mount Sumeru: Tathagata Buddha, Dipankar Buddha, Medicine Buddha, Peacock King Bodhisattva, Great Brahma King Buddha, Indra King Buddha, and myself. Are you confident you can handle all 7 of us simultaneously? Even if Medicine Buddha and I do not intervene, the remaining 5 Quasi-Saints, combined with the formations of Mount Sumeru, would make it difficult for you to leave once you enter. Subhuti remained silent, his gaze fixed on Maitreya, waiting for him to continue. Maitreya sighed, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness. Do you really believe that Sun Wukong could split his true spirit under the watchful eyes of the Buddhas at Mount Sumeru without being noticed? Subhuti's expression changed dramatically, shock flashing in his eyes before turning to vigilance. Was it you who intervened secretly? Why? Maitreya did not answer directly but instead took a stone from his sleeve and handed it to Subhuti. This is a chaos stone. Friend, as the saying goes, destruction before creation. Sun Wukong's ordeal might not be entirely a bad thing. With that, he floated away, leaving Subhuti alone to process the sudden information. Subhuti stared at the chaos stone in his hand, his expression shifting. He pondered silently, recognizing that the Buddhist order was a formidable presence in the 3 realms, while he stood alone, never having established a sect. Despite his immense strength, he was not confident enough to single-handedly overthrow Buddhism. Eventually, Subhuti heaved a long sigh, a hint of helplessness and determination in his eyes. So be it. The seeds of karma have been sown. A reckoning will come eventually. With that, he turned and returned to Sheyue Sanqing Cave, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints, marking the unresolved karma of this encounter. Subhuti returned to Sheyue Sanqing Cave with the Chaos Stone. His expression was serious as he spoke to Sun Wukong, who had been waiting for a long time. Wukong, I will use the Chaos Stone and the 3 Lights Divine Water to reshape your true form. Subhuti formed a seal with his hands, using the Chaos Stone as the foundation and the 3 Lights Divine Water as an aid to begin the process. He thought to himself that since Sun Wukong was originally formed from a heavenly stone, the Chaos Stone was essentially an unblessed version of the same material. Under Subhuti's masterful spellcasting, the Chaos Stone gradually changed, revealing the outline of 3 eyes and 7 apertures. Wukong, Subhuti called out softly. Sun Wukong's true spirit shivered and, like a shooting star, merged into the Chaos Stone. Seeing Wukong successfully integrate with the Chaos Stone, Subhuti nodded in satisfaction. He then took out a gourd of 3 Lights Divine Water and evenly sprinkled it over the stone. Immediately, he summoned the power of the stars, allowing the stone to absorb the celestial energy to nourish Sun Wukong's true spirit. Meanwhile, the lunar deity in the heavenly palace noticed the forceful drawing of moonlight and quickly investigated. However, sensing the formidable power of the one responsible, he wisely chose to feign ignorance and quietly returned to the Moon Palace. 14 days later, Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain shook violently. A golden monkey burst forth from the stone and leapt into the air. Ha ha ha, I, the great sage, am back? Sun Wukong roared to the heavens, unable to contain the surging power within him. Wukong, come down, Subhuti called softly, shaking his head. Sun Wukong immediately landed before his master and knelt respectfully. Thank you, master, for giving me a new life. Subhuti sighed. Foolish child. Although you have a new form and your potential is no less than before, your true spirit is incomplete. It will be difficult for you to attain enlightenment. We must find a way to recover your original true form. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with determination. Master, I will go to Mount Ling and demand justice from that old Buddha. Fool. Subhuti reprimanded sternly. After all you've been through, do you still not understand? Even at your peak, do you think you could have stormed Mount Ling? Seeing his master angry, Sun Wukong quickly admitted his mistake. The 500 years of hardship had indeed made him see many things more clearly. The feeling of powerlessness without his abilities was something he never wanted to experience again. Subhuti's tone softened. Stroking his beard, he said, the Buddhist sect has flourished for 500 years. Its influence is now unchallenged except by the Taoist sect. In the 3 realms, no one can oppose it. Wukong, you once served in the heavenly palace. Are you aware of the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, in the heavenly palace, aside from Yangjian and Neza, no one can fight theory no match for the Buddhist sect. As for the Taoist sect, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord is useless, though his disciples and mounts have some skill. You truly are a monkey. Subhuti shook his head. I will give you a new identity in 50 years. Go and see the world anew. With a wave of his hand, Sun Wukong's fur turned silver white. Though he still appeared as a monkey, he was now a different being. From now on, walk the world in this form. Observe carefully, and come back to me in 50 years. Subhuti gestured for Sun Wukong to leave. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully, somersaulted onto his cloud, and left Lingtai Fengtsuan Mountain. Watching his beloved disciple depart, Su Bodhi muttered to himself, "Foolish child, I have planned for 50 years for you. If you can understand your true self, we will storm Mount Ling together for justice. If not, I will avenge you myself." With that, Su Bodhi turned and returned to his cave. In an instant, Lingtai Fengtsuan Mountain vanished from the three realms as if it had never existed. Sun Wukong, riding on his somersault cloud, left his master, Subhoodie, but found himself unsure of where to go next. He thought to himself, "Master told me not to seek the Buddha." The words almost escaped his lips before he quickly swallowed them, remembering that he had already left the mountain of mind and heart. He immediately stopped himself from speaking further. He glanced around warily, recalling the sense of security he had felt at the mountain of mind and heart. There, under Subhoodie's protection, no one could detect what he said. But now, out in the world, even mentioning the Buddha's name might catch the attention of the deity. Sun Wukong shuddered at the thought and felt relieved that he had stopped himself in time. Determined not to provoke trouble with the Buddhist realm, Sun Wukong decided to return to Flower Fruit Mountain to check on his fellow monkeys. It had been 500 years since he had last been there, and a wave of homesickness surged through him. Resolute, he turned his cloud towards Flower Fruit Mountain and sped off. However, upon arriving, the sight that greeted him left him stunned. The once thriving monkey tribe was no longer the rulers of the mountain. The entire area had become a chaotic haven for various demons. Although the monkeys managed to hold onto the Water Curtain Cave, Flower Fruit Mountain had been divided into 4 territories. The eastern side was occupied by a demoness who called herself Lady Blossom, making it a paradise for flower spirits. The western side had fallen into the hands of a figure named Wu Tu Daoren, a so-called Taoist who kept a group of minor demons. More intimidating was the fact that Wu Tu Daoren seemed to be the strongest being on Flower Fruit Mountain. The southern side was taken over by aquatic creatures, led by a sea serpent demon who called himself the Great King of the River. This serpent, who had a taste for monkey flesh, had always been a formidable enemy of the monkey tribe. The northern side, including the 50-mile radius around the Water Curtain Cave, had become the last refuge for the monkeys. The tribe was a shadow of its former glory, with fewer than 10 monkeys capable of cultivation, while the rest were still unenlightened. Inside the Water Curtain Cave, a burly ape was lamenting to an elderly white-haired monkey, "Ancestor, we worship the Great King day and night, but he hasn't shown himself in 500 years. If this continues, the Great King of the River will eventually conquer Flower Fruit Mountain. What are we to do?" The white-haired elder monkey was devoutly praying before a statue of the victorious fighting Buddha. He was one of Sun Wukong's old followers from the days of their rebellion against the heavens, and was now the most powerful monkey in Flower Fruit Mountain. However, compared to the Great King of the River, his strength was still lacking. With tears in his eyes, the elder monkey clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Great King, can you really bear to see your descendants devoured by demons? Great King, show us a sign. If you return just once, those demons wouldn't dare to act so brazenly." "Ha ha ha, you old monkey." 2 fish demons, covered in scales, swaggered up to the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave. Their voices boomed like thunder. "The king commands you to offer up 200 monkeys for his banquet." Panic erupted inside the cave. The monkeys, terrified, scrambled to hide, not daring to make a sound. Moments later, an elderly white-haired monkey slowly emerged from the cave, grasping a staff tightly in his hand. His eyes blazed with anger. Standing tall, he faced the 2 fish demons. "Go back and tell the River King not to bully us monkeys too much. The king of our Flower Fruit Mountain Water Curtain Cave is the great sage, equal to heaven. If he finds out you're tormenting the monkeys, he'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons." One of the fish demons burst into laughter, his grotesque fish head twisting in a hideous grin. "Ha ha ha, the great sage, equal to heaven? Never heard of him. Old monkey, if he's so powerful, why don't you call him out to kill me?" Unable to contain his fury any longer, the old monkey roared, "How dare you insult the great sage? You're courting death." With that, he charged at the fish demons, brandishing his staff. The fish demons raised their tridents to meet him. Despite his 1,000 years of age and barely reaching the celestial immortal level, the old monkey's skills were formidable. Fighting 2 at once, he managed to keep the fish demons, who were also celestial immortals, on the defensive. Seeing they were outmatched, one fish demon leapt out of the fray and spat out a round pearl. "Behold my treasure." The pearl emitted a dazzling light, causing the old monkey's eyes to sting. He quickly covered his eyes with his hand. In that instant, the other fish demon seized the opportunity and thrust his trident into the old monkey. The old monkey was sent flying, blood spraying from his chest, staining his white fur red. "Ancestor." 6 young monkeys, brandishing staffs, jumped out to block the fish demons. They were the only monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain with any cultivation, but their skills were still rudimentary, making them little more than minor demons. The fish demon sneered. A few minor demons dare to stand in my way. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, sending 2 monkeys flying. Before the other 4 could react, the second fish demon struck them with his trident, sending them sprawling. The old monkey, seeing the young ones writhing on the ground, wept bitterly. He had witnessed the glory days of Flower Fruit Mountain, and now he was heartbroken to see the monkey tribe reduced to this state. Great sage, where are you? Have you really abandoned us? The old monkey looked up at the sky, his breath growing faint. At the same time, Sun Wukong, flying on his somersault cloud towards the eastern continent, suddenly felt a pang of unease. He had intended to visit the Dragon Palace, but this ominous feeling made him change his mind. Could something have happened at Flower Fruit Mountain? He muttered to himself, then turned and sped towards the mountain. Back at the Water Curtain Cave, a fish demon was stepping on the old monkey's face, gloating. "Ha! What great sage, equal to heaven. If it weren't for Wuto Laodao telling our king not to kill all of you, do you really think a few useless monkeys could hold onto such a fine cave?" The other fish demon walked to the entrance of the cave and chanted a spell. Instantly, streams of water turned into ropes, binding the young monkeys hiding inside. Once the number reached over 200, he stopped and began to lead them away. "Let's go, fish leader," the fish demon holding the ropes said with a grin. "I picked out a few tender young monkeys this time. They'll make a delicious monkey brain dish." The old monkey lay on the ground, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. For centuries, he had clung to his faith in the great sage. But now, that faith was wavering. Great sage, when will you come back? Have you really abandoned us now that you've become a Buddha?" Fishta sneered. "Ha, great sage? What a joke. Over the years, our king has devoured at least 8,000 monkeys if not 10,000. Where's this so-called great sage then? Old fool, you'd better deliver the monkeys to our underwater palace on schedule from now on, to save yourself from getting beaten every time." Before he could finish, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "What did you just say?" Fishta's heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned around. There stood a monkey with silvery white fur, dressed in a white robe, stepping on his brother Fish Air's head. Poor Fish Air's head was buried deep in the ground, with only his legs futilely kicking in the air. Fishta could sense the overwhelming power of the monkey before him and involuntarily took a half step back, his voice trembling. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of Flower Fruit Mountain?" Sun Wukong was seething with rage. Seeing the once thriving Flower Fruit Mountain reduced to this state felt like a fiery knife through his heart. The former master of the mountain had become fodder for others. Hearing that over 10,000 monkeys had been slaughtered, Sun Wukong could no longer hold back. He descended from the sky, slamming Fish Air's head into the ground. With a lightning-fast move, he grabbed Fishta by the throat and coldly said, "Go back and tell your king to wash his neck clean. Tonight, I'm making fish head soup." Gasping for breath, Fishta still managed to retort, "Fish head soup? But our king is a snake. Where would you get a fish head? Get lost." Sun Wukong flung him aside, sending Fishta flying like a kite with a broken string. For such small fry, Sun Wukong didn't deem it necessary to take their lives just yet. He then yanked up Fish Air, who was still dazed from the earlier blow and now saw a monkey gripping his head. Furious, Fish Air shouted, "Damn monkey, how dare you grab the head of your grandpa Fish Air? When I get back, I'll turn you into monkey brain soup." Monkey brain, monkey brain. A murderous glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. With a sudden burst of strength, he tore Fish Air's head clean off. Fish Air's body instantly transformed into a plump carp, and the head in Sun Wukong's hand also turned into a fish head. At that moment, the old monkey struggled to his feet. Since Sun Wukong had changed his appearance, the old monkey didn't recognize him as the great sage he had longed for day and night. Trembling, he asked, "Are you sent by the great sage to save us?" Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow but remembered Master Subhoodie's admonition not to reveal his identity. Holding back his tears, he said, Yes, I am the great sage's brother, sent by him to check on you. Don't worry, now that I'm here, no one will bully you anymore. I promised fish head soup tonight, and tonight, everyone will have fish head soup." In the underwater palace, King Fanjiang was enjoying drinks with General Crab from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. After several rounds, a look of satisfaction flickered in King Fanjiang's eyes. He turned to General Crab and said, "Brother, you have no idea. The monkey brain from Flower Fruit Mountain is an absolute delicacy. Even the gods can't resist its flavor." General Crab's face turned pale upon hearing this. As a minor commander of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he was well aware of the formidable Monkey King. The thought that King Fanjiang dared to eat monkey brains filled him with dread. However, King Fanjiang failed to notice General Crab's reaction and instead assumed he had never tasted such a delicacy. Laughing, he said, "Don't worry, brother. You'll get to taste this wonderful dish soon. Sweat began to bead on General Crab's forehead as he urgently asked, Brother, you don't mean the monkey from the water curtain cave, do you? King Fanjiang's eyes lit up as he replied, Could it be that you've also tasted the monkey from the water curtain cave? General Crab put down his cup and earnestly advised, Brother, you are making a grave mistake. How dare you provoke the monkey from the water curtain cave? Do you know who their king is? King Fanjiang burst into laughter. Their king? I believe he's called the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. The name sounds impressive, but he's just a coward. I've been enjoying monkey brains for years, and that so-called Great Sage has never shown up. General Crab, seeing King Fanjiang's ignorance and fearlessness, regretted getting involved with this wild sea serpent. He stood up and made an excuse to leave, Brother. I just remembered the Dragon King gave me an urgent task. I must attend to it first. Let's call it a day for this feast. King Fanjiang, looking disappointed, said, Brother, I've already sent someone to the water curtain cave to fetch the monkey brain. Why the rush? Feeling increasingly uneasy, General Crab bowed and said, Another day, another day. Duty calls. Farewell, brother. Just as General Crab turned to leave, he suddenly found himself unable to move. He heard a voice say, Oh, what a fine wine, what a fine wine. Struggling to turn his head, General Crab saw that a white-haired monkey had taken his seat. The monkey, savoring the wine, found the cup insufficient and started drinking straight from the jug. Who are you? King Fanjiang stammered, stepping back in shock. The monkey was none other than Sun Wukong. Leisurely finishing the jug, he tossed it aside and muttered to himself, Wine should be accompanied by good food. Today, I feel like making a seafood stew. At that moment, a panicked voice came from outside. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. When I went to the water curtain cave to catch the monkey, I encountered. It's him, Your Majesty, it's him. A fish spirit stumbled into the palace, shouting as he ran. But upon seeing Sun Wukong, his voice abruptly stopped. King Fanjiang's face turned rigid. Though his experience was limited, he understood that someone who could infiltrate the palace unnoticed must be powerful. The fish spirit, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, continued pointing at Sun Wukong and said to King Fanjiang, Your Majesty, it's him. This monkey injured me and killed fish too. Silence. King Fanjiang bellowed, then turned to Sun Wukong, trying to maintain his composure. Great King, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Sun Wukong glanced at King Fanjiang, stretched lazily, and said calmly, Are you ready to die? King Fanjiang's face changed color, but he retorted, Monkey, don't push me too far. I, King Fanjiang, am not easily bullied. My brother, General Crab, is here, and he is a general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. If you provoke us, you provoke the Dragon Palace. Do you know the consequences of angering the Dragon Palace? Despite invoking his powerful ally, King Fanjiang felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Sun Wukong, making his face grow even paler. The pressure from Sun Wukong was immense, forcing him to resort to such threats in a desperate attempt to scare him off. General Crab felt a pang of despair in his heart. Unlike the short-sighted king of the river, he had spent many years in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and had encountered numerous powerful immortals and demons. However, the aura emanating from Sun Wukong was 100 times more terrifying than any of them. In a daze, General Crab seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of that golden figure once more. Show me what you've got, or else you won't stand a chance once I make my move. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, the battle spirit within him stirring after 500 years of dormancy. Seeing that there was no way to resolve the situation peacefully, the king of the river drew out a long whip and lashed it fiercely at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong easily caught the whip, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is that all? A glint of triumph flashed in the king of the river's eyes. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, you've fallen into my trap. You've been poisoned by my venom, a toxin deadly enough to kill even immortals. Sun Wukong felt a slight numbness in his palm and opened his hand to see it turning blue. However, the blue hue quickly faded before his eyes. To Sun Wukong, the poison was nothing more than a minor trick. What? The king of the river's eyes widened in shock. Although he knew Sun Wukong was extraordinarily powerful, seeing him neutralize the deadly poison so effortlessly was astonishing. Enough playing around, Sun Wukong said, his figure blurring as he instantly appeared in front of the king of the river. A fierce punch landed on the king's chin, sending him flying into the air. Before the king of the river could regain his balance, Sun Wukong had already flown above him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous boom, the king of the river hit the ground heavily and reverted to his true form, a deep-sea venomous snake. The snake's body convulsed rapidly as it tried to escape into the sea. Observing this, Sun Wukong instantly teleported in front of the snake, blocking its path. Realizing there was no escape, the snake hissed and lunged at Sun Wukong with its fangs bared. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, grabbed the snake by the neck, and swung it like a weapon at the approaching minions. Amidst the chorus of agonized screams, the ordinary aquatic creatures that the king of the river had enchanted stood no chance against Sun Wukong's assault. In no time, they were all beaten back to their original forms, leaving the ground littered with fish, shrimp, crabs, and various other oddly shaped sea creatures. When Sun Wukong finally stopped, the entire water palace was in complete disarray. Corpses of various sea creatures lay strewn about, their foul-smelling blood mixed with bits of flesh scattered everywhere. Amidst the ruins, the only one still breathing was the crab general, immobilized by a binding spell. Sun Wukong casually tossed aside the corpse of the defeated River Dragon King and walked straight towards the crab general. The crab general, suddenly able to move, dared not make any sudden moves. He knew all too well that he stood no chance against the lightning-fast monkey. "Spare me, great sage, spare me." The crab general fell to his knees, his pincers trembling uncontrollably. Sun Wukong looked down at the once arrogant general and coldly asked, "Are you from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea?" The crab general nodded frantically. "Yes, I am a patrol general from the East Sea Dragon Palace." Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his face showing a hint of anger. "If you are a patrol general of the East Sea Dragon Palace, why are you consorting with these monsters?" The crab general was at a loss for words. In truth, he wasn't much different from the River Dragon King. He just had an official title. Before becoming a patrol general, he was just a sea crab, a monster like any other. "Speak." Sun Wukong kicked the crab general, sending him rolling across the ground. His eyes glinted dangerously. He had always considered the Dragon King of the East Sea a friend, and now he was determined to clean up his friend's domain. The crab general struggled to get up, muttering, "It was my mistake. But great sage, aren't you a monster too? Where did you cultivate to become a deity?" Sun Wukong paused, looking down at his monkey-like face and fur-covered body. He suddenly realized, what was he truly? A Buddha? No. A deity? Not quite. Sun Wukong fell into confusion. He had always prided himself on being the great sage equal to heaven, but in reality, his celestial status had been stripped away by the Jade Emperor long ago. Without that status, wasn't he just another monster? "That's right, I am also a monster. Why do I look down on other monsters?" Sun Wukong murmured to himself, recalling his journey to the west with Tang Sanzang, slaying demons and monsters along the way. In truth, he had killed few great demons. Most of them were affiliated with the heavenly court or Buddhism. What is a monster? What is a deity? What, then, is a Buddha? Countless questions flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. He remembered the teachings of his master, Subhuti, who had urged him to see the world clearly. Had he been wrong all along? The crab general, seeing Sun Wukong's turbulent aura and his eyes occasionally flashing red, was terrified. He quietly took a few steps back and then turned to flee. Sun Wukong, lost in his thoughts, didn't notice the crab general's actions. He recalled his life, from his birth to being suppressed by the Buddha. When he was born, he was a carefree monkey king. To seek immortality, he traveled across the seas to study under Subhuti, learning great skills. Though he was a demon king, he lived a joyous life, visiting friends. Later, recruited by Tai Jinxing, he ascended to the heavenly court, becoming a deity. Though the position of Baimawin was humiliating, tending horses daily, he hadn't been unhappy. Upon learning that Baimawin was a lowly position, he rebelled, proclaiming himself the great sage equal to heaven. Then came the havoc in heaven, being trapped under Five Elements Mountain, and finally, the journey to the west with Tang Sanzang, only to be tricked by the Buddha. What deity, what monster? I am who I am. I am Sun Wukong, the one and only great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong said with newfound clarity. He gathered a bolt of lightning in his palm and struck the fleeing crab general, killing him instantly and leaving behind a roasted red crab. "Take it all back for the boys to enjoy," Sun Wukong muttered, casting a spell to gather all the fish and seafood into his sleeve. This sleeve universe technique was taught to him by Zhen Yuanzi, the patriarch of earthly immortals, when they became sworn brothers. Though he wasn't very skilled at it, it was easy enough to use for storing things. Sun Wukong returned to the water curtain cave, and with a wave of his sleeve, a bounty of plump fish and shrimp spilled out. The monkeys stared in stunned silence, retreating to the walls in fear. Sun Wukong stood atop Flower Fruit Mountain, his gaze sweeping over the group of monkeys before him, a mix of emotions churning within him. The once proud monkey tribe had now become a ragged bunch of wild monkeys, gaunt and lifeless. An old monkey squatted on the ground, staring at a blood-streaked sea snake among the fish and shrimp, and suddenly burst into a heart-wrenching cry. Irritated, Sun Wukong shouted, "Shut up, all of you! Now, go clean up these fish and shrimp and cook a meal for your old master." The old monkey quickly knelt before Sun Wukong, his voice trembling. "Thank you, benefactor. This sea king has killed tens of thousands of our monkey tribe. From now on, you are the eternal benefactor of Flower Fruit Mountain. When our great sage returns from Mount Mang, we will make sure he personally thanks you. Mount Mang. A cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He knew exactly who was on Mount Mang had to be the monkey that Buddha used to replace him, the true six-eared macaque. Before long, a simple feast was laid out. The monkeys devoured the food ravenously. Drink. Eat. This crab is so plump. The monkeys of Water Curtain Cave, having not had a proper meal in ages, quickly became drunk, sprawling on the ground, still muttering, "Great sage. Great sage." Sun Wukong's eyes grew misty. The monkey tribe before him was a new generation. Only the old monkey had been among those who had followed him back then. He noticed a sense of decay emanating from the old monkey, a sign that his life was nearing its end. Old monkey, Sun Wukong asked, I had my brother erase the names of the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain from the Book of Life and Death. Why are they still dying? Though the old monkey had drunk quite a bit, his cultivation kept him from truly getting drunk. He sighed deeply, benefactor. You can call me Ghost Face. That's the name the great sage gave me back then. Ghost Face. Sun Wukong's mind drifted back to the days when he returned from his training. He had given names to all the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, and Ghostface had been just a little monkey who had barely learned to walk. Ghostface continued, It's strange. 500 years ago, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain could indeed live forever. But after a great fog 500 years ago, we lost that ability. All the old monkeys aged and died rapidly. In less than 100 years, all the monkeys who had followed the great sage in battles against the heavens were dead. 500 years ago again? Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. He realized this had to be a scheme against him, most likely orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. After all, only they knew what had happened to him. A determined look flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. It seems I need to pay another visit to the Underworld. Inside the Water Curtain Cave, the monkeys, after eating and drinking to their fill, played around for a while before finding corners to sleep. The old monkey, Guolian, was drunk and unconscious, hugging a stone bench as he snored loudly. Sun Wukong stepped outside alone, gazing at the bright moon, his mind filled with thoughts. Returning to Flower Fruit Mountain this time, Wukong was determined to first eliminate the various demon kings to ensure the safety and stability of the monkey tribe. Through Guolian's information, he had already understood the distribution of forces on Flower Fruit Mountain. Figures like Lady Huarue and Taoist Wu Tu were merely minor demon lords in his eyes, not worth worrying about. Wukong thought, why not take care of these troubles while the monkeys are asleep? He pondered that over the years, these small demons had stained their hands with the blood of the monkey tribe and deserved to be eradicated. Just as Wukong was about to set off, a sudden chill wind blew behind him. He turned sharply to see Guolian, with a vacant expression, being dragged away by the souls of black and white impermanence, bound with iron chains. Black and white impermanence? Humph, courting death. Seeing them dare to collect a soul right in front of him, Wukong was filled with rage. But then he calmed himself, pretending to be asleep, and observed them with his spiritual sense. White impermanence seemed to sense something unusual and turned to scrutinize Wukong. Wukong kept his eyes closed, feigning deep sleep. What's wrong, brother? Black impermanence asked, puzzled. White impermanence shook his head. Strange. This monkey gives me an odd feeling. Black impermanence looked closely but found nothing amiss. With time pressing, they didn't dare delay. Black impermanence waved his hand to open the gate to the Underworld, dragging Guolian's soul inside. They didn't notice a faint light that followed them, slipping into the Underworld just before the gate closed. Upon entering the Underworld, Wukong immediately sensed several powerful auras scanning the area. Startled, he quickly transformed into a vacanted ghost, blending into the line of souls heading into Fengdu Ghost City. Only when the auras dissipated did he breathe a sigh of relief. Where's Guolian? Wukong suddenly realized that black and white impermanence and Guolian were nowhere to be seen, and he grew anxious. Suddenly, a green-faced, fanged little ghost seemed to sense something amiss and approached with a steel fork, its blood-red eyes staring intently at Wukong. A flash of light appeared in Wukong's eyes, and the little ghost immediately became dazed. Who are you? Wukong asked. My name is Leing. The little ghost answered mechanically. Do you know where black and white impermanence are? Black and white impermanence reside in the Hall of Impermanence. Where is the Hall of Impermanence? Lead the way. Wukong then transformed into a ghost identical to Leing. Under Leing's guidance, Wukong headed towards the Hall of Impermanence. Along the way, he grew increasingly alarmed. The Underworld had changed drastically from when he caused havoc there 1,000 years ago. In just half an hour, he encountered 3 ghosts with the strength equivalent to true immortals. Leing informed him, those 3 are Leopard Tail, Yellow Wasp, and Bird Beak, 3 of the Underworld's ghost marshals. How strange, thought Sun Wukong, furrowing his brow. The 10 kings of the underworld are only at the true immortal level, so how could their subordinates also be true immortals? He recalled the time he caused havoc in the underworld. Back then, he was already a Tai golden immortal and single-handedly turned the underworld upside down, paying no heed to its strength. But this time, upon his return, the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. In his mind, Sun Wukong reviewed the 6 realms of cultivation in the 3 realms: mortal immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, Tai golden immortal, great golden immortal, and primordial golden immortal. The primordial golden immortal is also known as a primordial sage. Between the great golden immortal and the primordial golden immortal lies a unique level quasi-sage. Although quasi-sages are below primordial golden immortals, they are significantly stronger than great golden immortals and have gradually become a distinct realm. Lier, the little ghost beside him, was just an ordinary spirit and naturally couldn't answer Sun Wukong's questions. He continued leading the way and soon arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness. The old lady brewing the Meng Po soup suddenly looked up, her eyes meeting Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong felt a strange sensation, as if he were facing his master, Sub-Hoodie. However, Meng Po quickly lowered her head and continued stirring the soup, seemingly unaware of Sun Wukong's unease. Is this really Meng Po? Why does she seem different from the one I met before? Sun Wukong scratched his head, full of confusion. By this time, Lier had already crossed the bridge via a small path. Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurried to follow. Just as Sun Wukong was about to step onto the path, Meng Po, who was stirring the soup, suddenly spoke. With mortal heart on the Bridge of Helplessness, the ghost path leads through the murky world. Huh. Sun Wukong turned back, but Meng Po was still stirring the soup with her head down, as if those words had not come from her. The Bridge of Helplessness. The ghost path, was she telling him he should cross the bridge? Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his foot from the path and, in a flash, headed towards the Bridge of Helplessness. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, countless memories surged through his mind, his millennia of experiences flashing before him like a lantern show. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance reverted to his original form as the Lingming stone monkey. Seeing the fluctuating aura around Sun Wukong, Meng Po smiled faintly. With a wave of the ladle she was using to stir the soup, the unusual aura around Sun Wukong immediately vanished. Deep within the underworld, in the shadowy depths of hell, a mythical beast from the Qilin clan with a tiger's head and a single horn suddenly opened its eyes. One eye black and the other white, they gleamed eerily in the dim light, as if capable of piercing through the realms of the living and the dead. Ting, what is it? A kind-faced old monk, noticing the beast's unusual behavior, slowly opened his compassionate eyes. This old monk was none other than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had vowed to never attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. The beast was his loyal steed, Ting. Ting's ears twitched incessantly, as if trying to capture a faint sound. It replied in a low voice, Bodhisattva, I just sensed a familiar presence. At the same time, on the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Sun Wukong was walking slowly. With each step, memories surged back like tidal waves, as if he were reliving his entire life. His eyes were filled with confusion and contemplation. Suddenly, a sly glint flashed in Meng Po's eyes. She murmured to herself, Can't let this monkey ruin things. Saying this, she gently tapped the cauldron brewing the Meng Po soup with her ladle. Clang! The crisp sound had barely faded when Ting on the shadowy mountain let out a pained howl. Awoo! Blood streamed from its ears as it collapsed in agony. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face changed drastically at the sight. He swiftly waved his hand, enveloping Ting in a golden Buddha light. Ting looked weakly at Ksitigarbha and then closed its eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Just as Ksitigarbha was about to confront Meng Po, a horde of ferocious ghosts surged from behind the shadowy mountain, crashing wildly against it. With no other choice, he stayed behind to chant scriptures, trying to subdue the restless spirits. Meng Po glanced at Sun Wukong in the distance, a playful smile on her face. She muttered, the Buddhist sect, with all its schemes, is ultimately in vain. Perhaps this is our chance to expel them from the underworld. Unaware of the events unfolding behind him, Sun Wukong was lost in his memories. As he revisited his past over and over, his eyes gradually sharpened. This feels like a trap, he muttered, realizing that he might have been caught in a meticulously designed plot all along. Sun Wukong recalled the many adventures since his birth, seeking a master and crossing the vast eastern sea on a simple bamboo raft, reaching Shinyo Huzhou safely from Dongxing Shenzhou, which seemed normal at the time but now felt suspicious upon closer inspection. He strained to remember the scene of crossing the eastern sea and finally noticed that a green bird had been circling above him until he entered the Slant Moon 3 Stars cave. This detail deepened the clouds of doubt in his mind. After crossing the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Sun Wukong reverted to his ghostly form. He glanced back at Meng Po, who was stirring her soup, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Then he turned to Lier, the little ghost waiting for him, and said, "Let's go." On their way, various ghostly messengers moved back and forth. Sun Wukong keenly noticed many figures of the black and white impermanents. He thought to himself, so they use avatars for soul reaping. Interesting. Before long, they arrived at a sinister hall. Lier pointed ahead and said, "Sir, that is the Hall of Impermanence." Sun Wukong cupped his hands in thanks and then blew a breath at Lier, causing him to faint instantly. Sun Wukong quickly hid Lier and transformed into his likeness, striding confidently towards the Hall of Impermanence. Who goes there? A one-horned demon holding a long spear blocked Sun Wukong, glaring menacingly. Sun Wukong, pretending to be Lier, replied, "It's Lier, with urgent business to see Lord Impermanence." The one-horned demon laughed heartily. "A lowly ghost like you wants to see the Lord of the Underworld? Get lost, or I'll devour you whole." Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he ultimately restrained his impulse. After the incident at the Naiha Bridge, he resolved to act less rashly. Quietly turning around, Sun Wukong transformed into a wisp of black mist at the corner and drifted slowly towards the Hall of Impermanence. Outside the hall, a one-horned demon was boasting to his companions about how he bullied a low-ranking ghost, as if it were an achievement worth flaunting. Hearing this, the mist-formed Sun Wukong devised a plan. Silently, he conjured a thin needle and aimed it at the demon's buttocks, stabbing fiercely. Ah! The one-horned demon's scream pierced the air, his blue face turning ashen as his eyes widened in agony. Other demons rushed over to see what had happened, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to slip into the Hall of Impermanence. Once inside, Sun Wukong immediately transformed into the appearance of the one-horned demon and swaggered in. The hall was empty, with only two thrones standing silently, presumably the seats of black and white impermanents. Sun Wukong casually sat on the black throne, his eyes falling on a pile of scrolls on the table before him. Driven by curiosity, he picked up a scroll and began to read. Zhang Ning, from Fanyang, died on the 11th of the first month, lived 71 years. Lu Gu, from Aolai Kingdom. Sun Wukong chuckled. So these are the records of life and death. However, his smile quickly froze. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Aren't these supposed to be managed by King Yama? Why are they here with black and white impermanents? At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed the approach of three powerful celestial beings. With a thought, he transformed into a single monkey hair and quietly fell to the ground. Black and white impermanents entered the hall, accompanied by a white-robed celestial being with a purple sash and a sword on his back. The three were engaged in a pleasant conversation. The white-robed celestial bowed to black and white impermanents, saying, "Brother Fan, Brother Xie, I must trouble you this time." White impermanence responded with a smile, "Brotherly, no need to be so polite. My brother and I have often troubled you in the past. It's our honor to assist you." As they spoke, black and white impermanents took their respective seats, while the white-robed celestial sat opposite them. The white-clad immortal sat across from the black and white impermanents, engrossed in nostalgic conversation. Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a monkey hair, grew impatient as he waited nearby. Watching the trio chat for what seemed like ages, he finally saw their conversation nearing an end. The white-clad immortal stood up, pulled a scroll from his sleeve, and handed it to the black and white impermanents. "Brother Xie, Brother Fan, I cannot stay in the underworld for long, so I must take my leave now." With that, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, and his figure gradually faded away. After the immortal left, black impermanence unrolled the scroll, his face clouded with worry. "Junior brother, Li Taibai has given us a troublesome task. His sister has violated the heavenly rules and will be banished to the mortal realm tomorrow to undergo trials. Li Taibai wants us to leave a mark on her so that he can guide her back to the celestial path in the future." White impermanence took the scroll and, upon seeing the woman's portrait, sighed. "Li Taibai is a disciple of the human sect, and we were friends with him during our time in the mortal world. Now that he's come to us for help, how can we refuse?" Sun Wukong was utterly confused. In his experience, the underworld always obeyed the commands of immortals. Given that Li Taibai was a true immortal, even the king of hell should grant him this small favor. But the current situation seemed far more complicated. Seeing the black and white impermanents about to leave, Sun Wukong couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly appeared and landed a punch on the back of black impermanence's neck. Caught off guard, black impermanence rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. White impermanence was shocked and hurriedly swung his iron chain at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged effortlessly, stepped forward, and grabbed white impermanence by the neck, sneering, "Heh, little ghost, I've heard everything about your schemes." White impermanence's face turned pale, then flushed slightly. "Honored immortal, let's talk this over. I don't know how my brother and I have offended you. Please enlighten us." Sun Wukong coldly replied, "You two little ghosts, let me ask you, did you take the soul of an old monkey today? Where did that soul go?" White Impermanence quickly explained, "Honored immortal, countless monkeys die every day. Do you have any details about the monkey you're looking for, like a name or place of origin?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "His name is Guimianer, from the monkey clan of Huagua Mountain." White Impermanence was taken aback, his expression turning strange. Seeing this, Sun Wukong grew angry. "Speak up, where did you take his soul?" White Impermanence hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying, "Honored immortal, forgive my frankness. For any other monkey's soul, I could deliver it without a second thought. But the monkeys of Huagua Mountain are different. Their souls must be sent to Yin Mountain." "So, Yin Mountain?" Sun Wukong's tone turned icy. "Why? What crime have the monkeys of Huagua Mountain committed to deserve eternal damnation?" Feeling the cold aura emanating from Sun Wukong, White Impermanence hurriedly explained, "Honored immortal, this matter involves a deep secret. I dare not speak of it." "Won't speak?" Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light, and a ball of lightning formed in his hand. "If you don't, I'll send you to oblivion." Seeing that Sun Wukong was serious, White Impermanence panicked. "Honored immortal, please wait. While I cannot tell you, if you go to a certain place, you will find the answer." "Oh." Sun Wukong relaxed slightly. "And where might that be?" Sun Wukong pondered. He had promised Master Subhuti not to provoke the Buddhist sect for 50 years. If he really killed White Impermanence, the Underworld would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly, and the Buddhist sect might notice something amiss. White Wuchang revealed a secret, piquing Sun Wukong's interest. "Chueyu? Where is Chueyu now?" The Monkey King's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he urgently asked. White Wuchang explained, "Chueyu is a close aide to Yin Jun. His residence is right next to the Hall of Yama, in the judge's mansion. If you wish to find him, I would be honored to guide you." Sun Wukong nodded, a cunning smile forming on his lips. "I know the Hall of Yama well enough. No need to trouble yourself. Now, you should take a nap." Before the words were fully out, he had already struck White Wuchang in the chest. As White Wuchang collapsed, Sun Wukong quickly drew a binding spell in his palm and slapped it onto White Wuchang's body. With a satisfied grin, the Monkey King was about to leave when he noticed something. "Almost forgot about you." He picked up the scroll that Li Taibai had given to the black and white spirits. Painted on it was a white-robed celestial woman with a heroic aura. Sun Wukong tossed the scroll aside and cast the binding spell on the feigning black Wuchang as well. "With my skills, this binding spell will hold you both for 2 hours. That's more than enough time for me to take care of things," the Monkey King muttered to himself. He then transformed into the fierce-looking black Wuchang, pulled out a strand of hair to create a mourning stick and iron chain, and swaggered out of the hall. Along the way, the ghost messengers bowed in respect. "Greetings, Lord of the Underworld," they said, their eyes filled with fear. A one-horned demon guarding the gate approached respectfully. "Where is the Lord of the Underworld headed?" Sun Wukong's face darkened, and he barked, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" The one-horned demon dropped to his knees, trembling. "I misspoke. Please forgive me, Lord." Sun Wukong kicked him over and walked away without looking back. The other little ghosts, seeing this, knelt down and shivered, not daring to lift their heads. It was only after Sun Wukong had gone far that the ghosts breathed a sigh of relief. The one-horned demon, drenched in cold sweat despite being a ghost, was terrified. Black Wuchang was known for his volatile temper, often swallowing souls in a fit of rage. Many ghosts in the Underworld had met their end this way, never to be reincarnated. The one-horned demon felt incredibly lucky to have escaped with just a kick. The Hall of Yama, here it is. Sun Wukong, disguised as the Black Guard, landed lightly in front of the gate of the judge's office next to the Hall of Yama. 2 ghostly guards saw him and hurriedly bowed to greet him, respectfully asking, "Lord Blackguard, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong lowered his voice and asked, "Is Judge Chueyu in the office?" One of the ghosts quickly replied, reporting to Lord Blackguard, "Our judge is indeed inside." As he spoke, one of the ghosts turned to announce the visit, but Sun Wukong stopped him with a wave of his hand. "No need," Sun Wukong said impatiently, striding directly into the office. The ghosts exchanged glances but did not dare to stop the irritable Blackguard, watching helplessly as he marched inside. Sun Wukong walked through the courtyard and entered the main hall. A middle-aged man with a fine beard, dressed in a red robe, was engrossed in reading a booklet. Hearing footsteps, the man looked up, his eyes sharp as he stared at Sun Wukong. "What demon dares to impersonate one of our Underworld officials?" the man demanded, his voice full of authority. Sun Wukong was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized the man before him, sensing that although he only had the power of a true immortal, he could see through Sun Wukong's transformation at a glance, which left him secretly impressed. This man was none other than Judge Chuiyu. Born with a discerning eye, he could distinguish between good and evil. After becoming a judge, he honed his underworld abilities, pushing his discerning eye to its limits. Seeing that his disguise had been seen through, Sun Wukong stopped pretending and transformed back into his silver-haired monkey form. Nevertheless, Chuiyu's discerning eye could not see through the disguise bestowed upon Wukong by his master, Subhoodie, failing to recognize him as the great sage equal to heaven. Chuiyu sternly demanded, "Where are you from, monkey, daring to impersonate underworld deities? What is your purpose here?" Sun Wukong snorted, standing tall and proud. "I, old Sun, come from the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. I am here to find out why the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain are sent to the Een Mountain after death. What crime have they committed?" Chuiyu frowned slightly upon hearing this, pondering for a moment before saying, "Flower Fruit Mountain? This matter has nothing to do with our underworld. Monkey, I see you have merit, so I will not pursue your crime of impersonating a deity today. You may leave." Sun Wukong sneered, a flash of anger in his eyes. "You won't pursue me? I will pursue you. Why must my monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain suffer eternal damnation? If you don't give old Sun an explanation today, I will overturn your underworld and destroy your realm." Chuiyu, instead of being angered, laughed. Bold words from a monkey. "No one in the three realms has ever dared to claim they would overturn our underworld. I do not wish to ruin your cultivation due to your merits. But if you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being ruthless." Sun Wukong laughed heartily in anger, pointing at Chuiyu with disdain. "A mere true immortal-level ghost dares to act presumptuously before old Sun? Ridiculous. Today, I'll show you my power." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Sun Wukong leaped forward, swinging his fist at Chuiyu. Chuiyu showed no fear, and a book shrouded in dark energy appeared in his hand. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to connect, Chuiyu opened the book. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth, and Sun Wukong felt a dizzying sensation, completely unable to resist as his body was flung backward, crashing heavily into a pillar. "What is this power?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, bewildered, as he got back on his feet, staring at the book in Chuiyu's hand. Chuiyu smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "This is our underworld's treasure, the Book of Life and Death. Its defense is unparalleled, capable of reading the karma of all beings and determining their reincarnation. Monkey, do you still dare to boast about overturning our underworld? The Book of Life and Death. How is this possible?" Sun Wukong murmured to himself, his expression filled with confusion. He recalled the Book of Life and Death he had seen 1,000 years ago during his rampage through the underworld, which was merely a record of beings' lifespans and deeds, lacking the immense power of the book before him. For a moment, Sun Wukong was deeply puzzled. Chuiyu smiled at Sun Wukong and said, "Monkey, let me enlighten you. The three realms possess three sacred books: the Book of Heaven, the Book of Earth, and the Book of Humans. The Book of Heaven, known as the investiture of the gods, can confer divine status. The Book of Earth, also called the Earth's placenta, belongs to the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zenyuanzi, and can manipulate the Earth's veins, providing unparalleled defense. The Book of Humans is the Book of Life and Death, recording the virtues and lifespans of all beings. Any creature listed in the Book of Life and Death is subject to its control." Sun Wukong shook his head disdainfully and said, "I don't believe it. A mere book can stop me, the great sage equal to heaven?" With that, he gathered celestial energy in each of his fists and struck fiercely at Chuiyu. Seeing this, Chuiyu sighed softly, "Stubborn fool." A brush appeared in his hand out of thin air, the very brush that complements the Book of Life and Death. Chuiyu swiftly wrote the character Sealb in the air, and it transformed into a tangible form, flying straight towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, but before he could react, that Sealb character imprinted itself on his forehead. Instantly, he felt his power drain away like a receding tide, his body stiffened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chuiyu put away the Book of Life and Death and the judge's brush. At this moment, the minor demons outside noticed the commotion and rushed into the hall. Seeing Sun Wukong sealed, they were terrified and knelt down, begging for mercy. Chuiyu waved his hand and said, "This monkey dared to trespass in the judge's hall. For now, imprison him in the underworld's jail until his trial." "Yes, sir," the minor demons responded. A few of them stepped forward to lift Sun Wukong and prepare to escort him away. Meanwhile, at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Meng Po gently shook her head and tapped her finger on the cauldron. A droplet of water flew out from the cauldron, and Meng Po blew on it lightly, sending it flying towards the distance. Sealed and anxious, Sun Wukong thought to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I move?" His primordial spirit was locked in his body, which was sealed by the Book of Life and Death. He couldn't help but wonder, had he grown weaker, or had the underworld become stronger? The underworld he had easily overturned 1,000 years ago now seemed so powerful that a mere judge at the true immortal level could seal him. The minor demons escorted Sun Wukong towards the jail, unaware that a droplet of water was flying towards them. The droplet hit Sun Wukong's forehead precisely, and he immediately felt a cool sensation as the seal dissipated. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his power surging back into his body. He easily broke free from his restraints, knocked down the minor demons with a few punches and kicks, and triumphantly declared, "Humph, the great sage is leaving." Before his words had even faded, he had already vanished from sight. With the help of Meng Po, Sun Wukong broke free from the judge's pinned seal and stormed into the Hall of Yama, ready to demand an explanation from the King of Hell. He silently concealed himself and slipped into the hall. The King of Hell was engrossed in examining the records when his expression suddenly turned serious. He bowed to the empty space and said quietly, "Yama understands." Just as he finished speaking, the yin-yang mirror in the hall emitted a beam of light that shone directly on Wukong. Startled, Wukong saw his invisibility spell instantly fail, revealing his true form. The King of Hell lightly waved his sleeve, and the light from the yin-yang mirror dissipated. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Ha ha ha, what brings a celestial being like you here?" Wukong's eyes darted around as he took in his surroundings. He was secretly astonished. The underworld had improved greatly over the past 1,000 years, filled with strange new contraptions. Seeing no response from Sun Wukong, the King of Hell asked again, "Celestial being?" Wukong snapped back to reality and went straight to the point. "King Yama, let me ask you, why did you cast the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain into Een Mountain?" The King of Hell seemed prepared for this question. He sighed and explained, "You must understand, celestial being, this was not the doing of our underworld, but a request from the one in Een Mountain." Een Mountain? Could it be Xidagarba? Wukong blurted out, frowning. The King of Hell nodded in acknowledgement. "Exactly. These monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain are extraordinary. They have consumed celestial elixirs and fruits, already developing primordial spirits. If they were to reincarnate, they would surely enter the celestial path in their next life. Thus, Xidagarba Bodhisattva cast them into Een Mountain, condemning them to eternal damnation." Upon hearing this, Wukong's anger flared up, and he was about to confront Xidagarba. Seeing this, the King of Hell quickly advised, "Hold on, celestial being. Xidagarba Bodhisattva is a mighty figure of the Buddhist sect. Though he holds the Bodhisattva title, his power rivals that of a Buddha. When he commands, how could our underworld dare to disobey? In this matter, I am powerless." Wukong was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xidagarba to be so formidable. He recalled the kind-faced old monk and his timid mount, Diding, and felt a sense of confusion. Noticing Wukong's bewilderment, the King of Hell continued, "Xidagarba Bodhisattva is a Kwasa saint, capable of single-handedly suppressing Een Mountain with immense merit. With him guarding it, Een Mountain is impregnable. No outsider can enter, and no evil spirit can escape." After hearing this, Wukong secretly calculated in his mind. To rescue the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, the only way is to somehow lure Xidagarba out of Een Mountain. But Xidagarba has been residing in Een Mountain for 10,000 years to save the evil spirits of hell, and getting him to leave would be extremely difficult. Understanding the key point, Wukong said to the King of Hell, "Thank you, King Yama. I know what to do now." With that, he calculated the time and realized he had been in the underworld for nearly 2 hours and needed to return to the living world. With a flash, Sun Wukong disappeared. The smile on the King of Hell's face vanished instantly, replaced by a stern and solemn expression. He muttered to himself, "Who would have thought? The Buddhist schemes are clever, but alas, provoking subhutalooks like the Buddhist sect is in trouble this time." The corners of King Yama's mouth curled into a strange smile, a stark contrast to the humble demeanor he exhibited when Sun Wukong was present. In front of the Naiha bridge, Meng Po was intently brewing her Meng Po soup, as if the pot held some profound secret. Suddenly, an elderly monk with a compassionate expression appeared. Step by step, he approached Meng Po. "Meng Po, my friend," the monk began. Meng Po looked up and smiled. "Ah, it's you, Xidagarba. What brings you here?" The elderly monk was none other than Xidagarba Bodhisattva, who had just quelled the rebellion in Yinshan. With his hands clasped together, he chanted, "Umitba, Meng Po, my friend. My listener has detected an intruder in the underworld. When it attempted to investigate, it was injured by you. Could you please explain this to me?" Meng Po's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Explain? Xidagarba, this is the river of forgetfulness. Do I, Meng Po, need to explain my actions to anyone?" Her tone was utterly indifferent. Hearing this, Xidagarba's expression grew serious. He seemed quite wary of Meng Po, and was momentarily at a loss for words, his aura fluctuating involuntarily. Meng Po continued to stir the pot of soup, speaking in a detached manner, Xidagarba, forming a clone is no easy task. Leave now, my friend. Take care of yourself. After much hesitation, Xidagarba ultimately decided not to confront Meng Po. He knew well that her origins were mysterious, possibly an incarnation of an ancient deity with a noble status. Angering her could severely impact the Buddhist influence in the underworld. With a sigh, Xidagarba quietly disappeared. Meng Po paid no attention and continued focusing on her potion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained unaware of the events unfolding in the underworld. He returned to Water Curtain Cave, feeling glum, as dawn broke. Some little monkeys had already discovered the death of Ghostface, their faces filled with panic. The old ancestor is dead. The old ancestor. More and more monkeys were awakened by the commotion, gathering around Ghostface's body, the entire troop becoming agitated. Ghostface had been a pillar of Water Curtain Cave, and his death left all the monkeys in disarray. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and addressed the frantic monkeys. You, give Ghostface a proper burial. From now on, I, Old Sun, will protect you all. This Flower Fruit Mountain will still belong to our monkey clan. With that, he cast his gaze across Flower Fruit Mountain, using his divine powers to amplify his voice. I am the king of Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain. All demon kings, come to pay your respects immediately, or face the consequences. His voice echoed throughout Flower Fruit Mountain, and the words, face the consequences, lingered in the valleys for a long time. An ethereal Taoist, his brow furrowed, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. This cultivator, known as Wu Tu Daoran, was in fact a fly that had attained the Tao. Enlightened by a Taoist, he stayed on Mount Huagua, tasked with monitoring the monkey clan. At this moment, he heard a familiar and powerful voice, causing him to doubt, could it really be the return of the great sage, heaven's equal? Recalling his master's instructions, Wu Tu Daoran immediately decided to investigate the Water Curtain Cave. Meanwhile, another faction on Mount Huagua, led by Lady Hua Rui, was also heading towards the same destination with her flower demons in tow. In front of the Water Curtain Cave, Sun Wukong stood still, his gaze distant. His thoughts had already flown to the Een Mountains, pondering how to rescue the imprisoned monkey spirits. Memories of his master, Patriarch Subhoodie's teachings about the awe-inspiring Quasi-Sage realm surfaced in his mind. Subhoodie had mentioned that Quasi-Sages were the pinnacle of power in the three realms, mostly reclusive. This revelation made Sun Wukong realize why he was powerless against the Buddha, because the Buddha was such an unfathomable being. The current Sun Wukong, having rebuilt his true form with the Chaos Stone, contained boundless energy. His cultivation was as formidable as it was 1,000 years ago, still at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. If not for his incomplete true spirit, he might have already reached the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, joining the ranks of the top combatants in the three realms. As for the other two demon kings of Mount Huagua, Sun Wukong didn't consider them a threat. He thought, if they wisely surrendered, he might spare their lives. If they resisted, for the safety of the monkey clan, he would have to eliminate them. Suddenly, a rich floral fragrance filled the air. In the sky, several young maidens carried a chair woven from vines, slowly descending. A woman lounged lazily on the chair, playing with a fan in her hand. Putting on airs, Sun Wukong smirked disdainfully. He pointed at the woman on the vine chair and shouted sternly, "You little flower demon, seeing me, the great sage, why haven't you surrendered already?" Lady Hua Rui narrowed her eyes, secretly cautious. As an experienced flower demon, she knew the importance of prudence. Sensing Sun Wukong's unfathomable strength, Lady Hua Rui chose to act wisely. She smiled slightly and had the chair descend slowly, stopping in front of Sun Wukong. Hua Rui pays respects to the great king. Lady Hua Rui bowed gracefully, her beauty stunning. Any ordinary man would be mesmerized by her charms. Unfortunately, she faced an unromantic monkey. Sun Wukong looked her up and down and said indifferently, "A little demon at the celestial immortal level. You have some skill. I, the great sage, will give you a chance. Become the protector of my Water Curtain Cave." What do you say? Become the protector of the Water Curtain Cave? Lady Hua Rui was taken aback. She thought to herself, if it were 1,000 years ago, the Water Curtain Cave was indeed a sacred place for demons. But now, it was a thing of the past. The old demon kings feared Sun Wukong's reputation and dared not covet it. The new generation of demon kings dismissed it. As a well-informed flower demon, she knew the history of the Water Curtain Cave and rarely clashed with it. Seeing her hesitation, Sun Wukong arrogantly nodded. It's just that the Water Curtain Cave lacks capable people now. Otherwise, with your celestial immortal level, you wouldn't qualify as a protector. 1,000 years ago, to be a protector of my Water Curtain Cave on Mount Huagua, you would at least need to be at the true immortal level. Lady Hua Rui smiled awkwardly and said tactfully, "Great king, Hua Rui is willing to be friends with you, to be neighbors and look out for each other. As for becoming a protector," as a demon queen used to her freedom, She was unwilling to give up her current position to become a protector of the Water Curtain Cave. Had it not been for her fear of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, she would have already lashed out. Sun Wukong sneered and interrupted rudely, "Neighbors? My Water Curtain Cave doesn't need neighbors. If you don't want to be the protector, then I, the great sage, will have to send you on your way." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Lady Huarui immediately felt an immense pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a look of terror on her face. Despite her heavenly immortal status, she was utterly powerless before Sun Wukong. "Spare me, great king." Lady Huarui quickly knelt and pleaded, "I am willing to submit to the Water Curtain Cave." The demon clan had always revered the strong, and Sun Wukong had conquered Lady Huarui with his strength. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. From now on, you will be the guardian of Water Curtain Cave on Mount Huagua. But remember, if you dare to have any treacherous thoughts, I'll burn you and your flower and tree demons to ashes." Sun Wukong thought to himself that the Water Curtain Cave was currently too weak. Apart from a few monkeys who barely reached the level of mortal immortals, the rest were just ordinary wild monkeys with no cultivation. Such strength would be easily annihilated by any random demon king. Therefore, he had to recruit some strong subordinates first. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed something and snorted coldly, "Dare to spy on me? You're courting death." He waved his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning, striking a tree. The tree shattered instantly, and a dark shadow flew out, attempting to escape. "Trying to run?" Sun Wukong sneered, appearing in front of the dark shadow in an instant and kicking it to the ground. Ugh! The dark shadow transformed into Yu Tadauren, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a large crater. Holding his chest, he looked at Sun Wukong in terror, not expecting his disguise to be so easily seen through. "Yu Tadauren?" Lady Huarui immediately recognized her old neighbor. Yu Tadauren grimaced and bowed to Sun Wukong, saying, "This great king is truly formidable. I am in awe. Could it be that you are the legendary great sage equal to heaven?" Sun Wukong was about to admit it, but suddenly remembered Master Subhudi's warning. He shook his head and said, "I am Sun Yuan, sworn brother of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. My elder brother is currently unable to return to Mount Huagua, so I am here to help manage it on his behalf." Sun Wukong secretly assessed Yu Tadauren. His strength was clearly superior to Lady Huarui's, having reached the level of a true immortal. Even 1,000 years ago in Xinyo Hajo, a demon of this level would be considered a leader among the great demons. Sun Wukong subdued the two demons, Wudo Daoist and Lady Huarui, and brought them under his command. Wudo Daoist, with his genuine immortal cultivation and vast knowledge, was appointed as the chief steward, while Lady Huarui became the guardian of the Water Curtain Cave. The dozens of minor demons they led were also incorporated into the Water Curtain Cave, significantly boosting Sun Wukong's power. Meanwhile, a significant conversation was unfolding within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon Palace, the elderly Dragon King Ao Guang, dressed in a dragon-embroidered robe, was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps disturbed him. Ao Guang opened his eyes to see a middle-aged man in black armor, with a stern expression, striding towards him. "Hey Jiao, what brings you here in such haste?" Ao Guang asked with a frown. He Jiao, a dragon who had achieved immortality, was valued by Ao Guang for his formidable combat skills and was appointed as the commander of the Dragon Palace. He Jiao bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Dragon King, it has come to my attention that General Crab was killed on Mount Huagua. I request permission to investigate this matter." Ao Guang's expression grew serious as he murmured, "Mount Huagua He Jiao, that place is not simple. If you go, remember one thing. Do not provoke the monkeys of Mount Huagua." He Jiao was taken aback and asked, "Monkeys? I have investigated, and Mount Huagua currently has four main forces: a sea serpent, a flower demon, a Taoist named Wudo, and a group of monkey demons. These monkeys are not particularly skilled. Why does the Dragon King hold them in such regard?" Shaking his head, Ao Guang replied sternly, "You do not need to know the details. Just remember, do not provoke those monkeys." Receiving his orders, He Jiao said no more, and led a few hundred shrimp soldiers and crab generals straight to Mount Huagua. At this time, Mount Huagua was thriving. After Sun Wukong had subdued Lady Huarui and Wudo Daoist, the monkeys of the Water Curtain Cave once again became the rulers of the area, frolicking freely in the forests. Sun Wukong watched the jumping monkeys with a smile on his face, but his heart harbored a trace of worry. The lifespan of these monkeys was a constant concern for him. Monkeys of Mount Huagua, once their lifespan was exhausted, would be cast into the Een Mountain, never to return. This harsh reality pained Sun Wukong deeply. He had been searching for a way to rescue the trapped monkey souls in the Een Mountain, but the presence of King Yama had always made it impossible. As Sun Wukong brooded, Wudo Daoist approached and asked with concern, Great King, what are you thinking about? Sun Wukong looked up at Wudo Daoist and, struck by a thought, asked, Wudo, do you know anything about the Yin Mountain in the Underworld? Wudo Daoist showed a curious expression and replied, Great King, why are you suddenly interested in the Yin Mountain? Seeing that Wudo Daoist seemed to know something, Sun Wukong pressed further, Tell me everything you know about it. Sensing the urgency, Wudo Daoist did not dare to delay and explained, Great King, the Yin Mountain, also known as the 19th level of Hell, is the Avicii Hell. It is said that when Hell was first formed, there was no Yin Mountain. The Hell was governed by Fengdu Emperor, and everything was orderly. Until one day, a malicious ghost who refused to reincarnate injured the ghost soldiers and led a group of similarly defiant ghosts into the Yin Mountain. From then on, any ghost unwilling to reincarnate fled to the Yin Mountain. Over time, the Yin Mountain gathered countless malicious ghosts, and several powerful ghost kings emerged among them. Even the Underworld couldn't eradicate them, and could only trap them in a celestial array within the Yin Mountain. Over time, it became the 19th level of Hell, the Avicii Hell, imprisoning all ghosts who could not reincarnate. Sun Wukong frowned and asked, Isn't Hell governed by King Yama? And isn't the Yin Mountain under the watch of King Yama? Who is this Fengdu Emperor you speak of? Why haven't I heard of these things? Wudo Daoist explained, Great King, I was raised by a white-haired Daoist who loved to study ancient secrets. According to my master, there were no 10 Yama kings or King Yama in the very beginning. They were not the original rulers of the Underworld. The first ruler was Fengdu Emperor. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, and then asked the most pressing question on his mind. I see. Then do you know how to enter the Yin Mountain? The Taoist Wudo chuckled and shook his head. Your Majesty, you must be joking. I have never set foot in Mount Yin, so how would I know such things? However, I have heard a rumor. Throughout history, only one ghost king has ever managed to escape from Mount Yin. If you want to know about Mount Yin, you might seek him out. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with interest and he asked eagerly, Oh, where is this ghost king now? The ghost king now resides in Beiju Luzhou, in a place called the Underworld of Mount Mang, Wudo Taoist explained slowly. He calls himself the ghost king of Mount Mang and has established a small underworld there. It is said that this ghost king possesses great supernatural powers and boundless magical abilities, having reached the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Tai Golden Immortal? Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with battle intent. A ghost king of such power? I'd like to meet him. Seeing this, Wudo Taoist's eyes flickered with caution, and he thought to himself, It seems this monkey's abilities are no less than those of a Tai Golden Immortal. Could he really be the great sage equal to heaven? I must report this to my master immediately. Sun Wukong, lost in thought, did not notice Wudo Taoist's reaction. He was weighing whether to head to Beiju Luzhou right away to investigate. At that moment, the Black Jiao arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain with a contingent of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Following the trail, they reached the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave. Commander, there's a trace of General Crab's aura here, reported one of the aquatic soldiers after sniffing the air. The Black Jiao frowned. Although Ao Guang had ordered not to provoke the Monkey Clan, the last trace of General Crab's aura disappearing within their territory was something he could not ignore as their commander. Seal off the Water Curtain Cave, Black Jiao commanded with a wave of his hand. I want to see who dares to kill a general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals quickly surrounded the Water Curtain Cave. Sun Wukong, who was talking with Wudo Taoist, suddenly frowned, sensing an unfamiliar immortal aura approaching. A few panicked monkeys rushed into the cave, shouting, Second King, there's trouble. A bunch of soldiers from the East Sea Dragon King have arrived outside. Soldiers from the East Sea Dragon King? Sun Wukong's lips curled into a sly smile. Perfect timing. As it happens, I'm in need of a decent weapon. The Black Jiao was preparing to lead his shrimp and crab soldiers into the Water Curtain Cave when he saw Sun Wukong already emerging from the cave with Wu Tu Daoran and Lady Hua Rue. The Black Jiao's gaze swept over the 3 demons, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself, Lady Hua Rue is only at the celestial immortal level, not worth worrying about. Wu Tu Daoran, however, is a formidable opponent. As for Sun Wukong, I can't gauge his strength, but according to the intel, there are no strong monkeys left in Huagua Mountain, so he shouldn't be a concern either. Sun Wukong sneered and said dismissively to the Black Jiao, You, a mere mud eel, dare to cause trouble in my Huagua Mountain? The Black Jiao was infuriated by these words and pointed at Sun Wukong, shouting, You insolent monkey! How dare you insult the Grand Commander of the Dragon Palace? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Sun Wukong chuckled mockingly, I'm naturally good-looking. I don't need you to make me look good. But you, with your dark and dull appearance, could use some help from me. Hearing this, Lady Hua Rue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wu Tu Daoran tried to suppress his amusement, but the twitching of his eyebrows gave him away. Already short-tempered, The Black Jiao was further provoked by Sun Wukong's taunts, and he flew into a rage. He brandished a Fangtian halberd and thrust it fiercely at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong lightly tapped his foot and effortlessly stood atop the halberd, taunting, "Black mud eel. Your speed is too slow. Not good, not good at all." The Black Jiao's expression darkened, and he forcefully lifted the halberd. Sun Wukong used the momentum to leap behind the Black Jiao, kicking him squarely in the rear. The Black Jiao stumbled a few steps, nearly falling over. The monkeys watching cheered loudly. "Well done, Second King. Bravo, Second King." The Black Jiao's already dark face turned even darker with anger. Gritting his teeth, he swung the halberd at Sun Wukong again. Despite his considerable strength and martial skills, the Black Jiao, with his true immortal cultivation, was no match for Sun Wukong. After toying with him for a while, Sun Wukong decided it was enough and snatched the halberd from the Black Jiao's hands, then stomped him into the ground. "Damn monkey, I'll kill you," the Black Jiao roared, his body rapidly transforming, scales as black as ink sprouting all over. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly took to the air. Below him, the Black Jiao had transformed into a massive black dragon, several dozen meters long, lunging at Sun Wukong with bared fangs and claws. "Hey, little mud eel, even if you were a true dragon, I wouldn't be afraid of you," Sun Wukong scoffed, raising the Fangtian halberd like a staff and smashing it down on the dragon. With a resounding dragon's roar, the Black Jiao was struck into the sea by the blow. Sun Wukong casually tossed the halberd aside and said to Wu Tu Daoren and Lady Huarue, "Wu Tu, Huarue, keep an eye on things. I'm going to have a word with the old Dragon King." With that, he vanished and flew into the sea. The Black Jiao regained consciousness quickly after falling into the sea, realizing he was no match for Sun Wukong. He hurriedly fled towards the Dragon Palace. Sun Wukong reached the East Sea and performed a water-repelling spell, forming a transparent shield around him before diving into the water. Inside the Dragon Palace, the aquatic soldiers noticed the injured Black Jiao and rushed to his aid. Just as the Black Jiao was about to speak, he heard the sound of something cutting through the water behind him. Sun Wukong had caught up. The Black Jiao said to the aquatic soldiers, "That demon is here. Be careful, he's incredibly strong. I'll go seek help from the Dragon King. You hold him off." He then fled deeper into the palace. The aquatic soldiers charged at Sun Wukong with a battle cry. Not wanting to waste time on these small fry, Sun Wukong blew a breath of immortal air, casting a immobilizing spell that froze the soldiers in place. He then continued his pursuit into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon burst into the Dragon Palace, covered in wounds and looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing this, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was immediately shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Black Dragon, what happened to you?" With a pained expression, the Black Dragon was about to explain when a look of terror suddenly crossed his face, and he fell silent. A flash of golden light appeared, and Sun Wukong stormed into the palace like a whirlwind. Although Sun Wukong came in with a fierce momentum, he showed restraint in his actions. He quickly subdued the aquatic creatures, but did not deliver any fatal blows. In the blink of an eye, the palace was filled with groans, but no lives were lost. Seeing this, Ao Guang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly signaled his guards to stand down. He frowned as he took a good look at the monkey before him, feeling a surge of astonishment. As the Dragon King who had ruled the East Sea for thousands of years, Ao Guang was known for his prudence, but his strength was undeniable. He was not only a member of the powerful five-clawed Golden Dragon clan, but also possessed the Dragon Palace's treasures. In the three realms, few could match him below the rank of a great celestial immortal. However, at this moment, Ao Guang sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Sun Wukong. He realized, to his surprise, that this monkey's power might surpass his own. Suppressing his shock and unease, Ao Guang forced a smile and said, "I am unaware of how our Dragon Palace may have offended you, great immortal. Please enlighten me." Sun Wukong looked at his old friend with mixed feelings. 1,000 years ago, they had become friends after an initial clash. But now, he couldn't reveal his identity and had to inconvenience his old friend. Sun Wukong got straight to the point. "I've heard that the Dragon King's treasury holds many divine weapons. I've come to ask the Dragon King for one of these weapons." "Weapons?" Ao Guang's eyes flashed with anger. Ever since Sun Wukong had forcibly taken the golden cudgel 1,000 years ago, the fear and respect that the great demons of the three realms had for the Dragon Palace had dwindled. But for the sake of the Dragon Clan's future, he had to swallow his pride. Ao Guang was about to instruct Prime Minister Turtle to fetch a random weapon to appease the monkey when Sun Wukong saw through his intentions. With a swift move, the golden monkey appeared beside Ao Guang, grabbing his hand and laughing, "Dragon King, why go to such trouble? Why not personally take me to the treasury and let me choose a suitable weapon myself?" A flicker of impatience crossed Ao Guang's eyes, but feeling the irresistible strength of Sun Wukong's grip, He knew that trying to suppress him would cause a huge commotion. Helpless, Ao Guang could only force a smile and say, "Great Immortal is right. I will personally take you to get a weapon." In the Dragon King's treasure vault, Sun Wukong surveyed the room full of treasures with a cold, disdainful smile. Weapons and armor of all kinds were piled high, but to him, they were just ordinary items, many not even worthy of being called magical tools. Grabbing Ao Guang's hand, he sneered, "Old Dragon King, do you take me for a fool? These worthless trinkets, and you dare to show them off?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ao Guang's face as he quickly offered, "You must be joking, great sage. If nothing here pleases you, perhaps we should look in another vault." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed as he chuckled. "You're quite straightforward, Old Dragon King." The dragon and the monkey moved to another treasure vault. This one was simply furnished, holding only a few weapons. A purple gold hammer crackling with electricity, a gleaming blue sword, a mighty dragon embossed saber, and a staff of black and white. Sun Wukong's attention was immediately drawn to the staff. Before Ao Guang could speak, he darted forward and grabbed it. Seeing this, Ao Guang hesitated, a look of reluctance in his eyes. "Great sage, this staff." But Sun Wukong was already swinging the staff around. Though it wasn't as heavy as his Rui Jingu Bang, it felt incredibly comfortable in his hands. He laughed with satisfaction. "Old Dragon King, this is the one." Ao Guang watched Sun Wukong's movements with a trace of doubt. This white-haired monkey bore a striking resemblance to the Monkey King who had come to the East Sea seeking treasures 1,000 years ago. Yet, one was the Lingming stone monkey and the other a silver-haired macaque, making it hard for him to connect the two. Ignoring Ao Guang's concerns, Sun Wukong infused his spirit into the staff. Perhaps it was destiny, but he quickly succeeded in refining the treasure. Postnatal Spirit Treasure. Mixed Yuan 2-element staff, with 36 layers of restriction. "What a treasure! What a treasure!" he murmured, eyes full of delight. Upon refining the staff, Sun Wukong instantly understood its origins. In the three realms, magical treasures are divided into two categories: magical tools and spirit treasures. Magical tools are common items used by lower-level cultivators, while spirit treasures are truly precious. Spirit treasures are further divided into congenital and postnatal. Congenital spirit treasures are born from the heavens and earth, most already having owners. Sun Wukong knew his master, Patriarch Subhuti, possessed a congenital spirit treasure, though he had never seen it. Congenital spirit treasures come with innate restrictions, up to 36 layers. Postnatal spirit treasures, on the other hand, are crafted by great beings using congenital materials. Some postnatal spirit treasures can rival congenital ones in power, but they lack the inherent Tao of the congenital treasures, making them slightly less valuable. There is also a special type of spirit treasure known as a merit treasure. These contain the power of merit and are highly coveted, even by saints. Merit is the most mysterious force in the three realms and is extremely difficult to obtain. Sun Wukong's original form was a stone used to mend the heavens, naturally imbued with merit, making him a congenital merit body. This was why the great powers of the three realms were reluctant to provoke him. His journey to the west to obtain scriptures had earned him a significant amount of heavenly merit. Had he completed the journey, he could have used this merit to achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, he was tricked by the Buddha and lost his merit body instead. Seeing Sun Wukong refine the mixed Yuan 2-element staff so quickly, Ao Guang was shocked. Spirit treasures, as their name implies, have spirits. Sun Wukong's swift refinement indicated that the staff had taken a liking to him. Realizing there was no turning back, Ao Guang decided to make the best of the situation. The Dragon Clan had many treasures, and while a postnatal spirit treasure was valuable, it was worth it if it meant forging an alliance with a future great Luo Golden Immortal. Forcing a smile, he asked, "Great sage, are you satisfied with this weapon?" Sun Wukong nodded with satisfaction, his gaze falling on the glittering staff. "Old Dragon King, this staff suits me perfectly," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. Ao Guang hurriedly responded, "Immortal, if you like this weapon, then I shall gift it to you." Sun Wukong glanced at Ao Guang and chuckled inwardly. This old dragon is still so insincere. I've already refined this staff. Whether he gifts it or not makes no difference. But outwardly, he remained serious and thanked Ao Guang. "Old Dragon King, I am Sun Yuan, the second king of the Water Curtain Cave and Flower Fruit Mountain. Since you are gifting me this weapon today, if you ever face any trouble in the future, feel free to seek my help." This was exactly what Ao Guang was waiting for, and he immediately smiled. "In that case, many thanks to you, Immortal." "You're welcome," Sun Wukong replied, casually waving his hand. The giant staff instantly shrank into a small embroidery needle. He deftly placed the needle in his ear, a familiar gesture that made a flicker of doubt flash in Ao Guang's eyes. Isn't this the signature move of the Monkey King who became the victorious fighting Buddha 1,000 years ago? "Old Dragon King, what's on your mind?" Sun Wukong asked, waving a hand in front of Ao Guang's face to snap him out of his daze. Ao Guang snapped back to reality and let out an awkward laugh. Immortal, come. I have prepared a feast. Shall we have a drink? Sure. I'd love to taste the fine wine and delicacies of your dragon palace. Sun Wukong agreed cheerfully. After a round of hearty drinking, Sun Wukong returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, the shrimp and crab soldiers of Flower Fruit Mountain received orders to withdraw and left in droves. Inside the dragon palace, Ao Guang looked gravely at Black Jiao. Black Jiao, recount in detail your encounter with Sun Yuan. Black Jiao did not dare to delay and promptly reported the entire confrontation with Sun Wukong. After listening, Ao Guang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ever since Sun Wukong became a Buddha after retrieving the scriptures, Ao Guang hadn't seen him. While it was common for immortals to seclude themselves for hundreds of years, seeing this monkey who called himself Sun Yuan today made Ao Guang connect the two in his mind. Someone, come here, Ao Guang commanded in a serious tone. Send a message to Mount Mang, inviting the victorious fighting Buddha to my EC Dragon Palace for a discussion. He decided to get to the bottom of this, and also gather some information about Flower Fruit Mountain. At that moment on Mount Mang, inside the victorious fighting Buddha temple, a few monks were diligently cleaning the temple. Ever since the victorious fighting Buddha arrived at Mount Mang, he hadn't shown any miracles, and the incense offerings had gradually dwindled. The monks could barely make ends meet, and the temple had become quite dilapidated. At the celestial ape cave on Mount Mang, an old monk hurriedly made his way towards the cave. His steps were brisk yet dignified, and his figure appeared and disappeared among the mountain paths. The celestial ape cave was the secluded retreat of the great sage equaling heaven, who had been in deep meditation there for centuries since arriving at Mount Mang. Few had the privilege of seeing him, except for this old monk. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the monk placed his palms together in a respectful Buddhist greeting and softly chanted, Amitabha, great sage. The Dragon King of the East Sea has sent an invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice echoed from within the cave, as if piercing through the thick rock. Ao Guang invites me? Humph, I won't go. The old monk dared not say more. He simply murmured, as you wish, great sage, and then turned to leave, his footsteps gradually fading into the forest. Meanwhile, on the distant Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong was reveling in his recent victory. He boasted of his achievements to the troop of monkeys, who cheered and celebrated. After the monkeys dispersed, Sun Wukong summoned Lady Hua Rue and Taoist Wu Tu. I'm planning a trip to the northern continent, Sun Wukong said, plucking 2 hairs from his body. I don't know how long I'll be gone. You two stay here on Flower Fruit Mountain. If you encounter any powerful enemies, burn these hairs, and I will return immediately. He handed the hairs to each of them. Taoist Wu Tu carefully put away the hair, but Lady Hua Rue seemed hesitant. Great King, she began. The northern continent is notoriously xenophobic. Are you sure about this? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, Hua Rue, you know about the northern continent? He had never been there and was eager to learn more. Lady Hua Rue sighed and explained in detail. The northern continent is the most mysterious place in the 3 realms. It's said that many demons and monsters who resist the rule of the heavenly court retreat there to cultivate. The entire continent is shrouded in poisonous miasma year-round, and the demons there are extremely fierce and hostile to outsiders. Any intruder might be enslaved. Is that so? Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination. I've heard that many ancient powerful beings are in seclusion there. It seems the legends are true. All the more reason for me to go and see for myself. After making all the necessary arrangements, Sun Wukong leaped onto his somersault cloud and set off for the northern continent. He had 2 objectives: to seek out the Ghost King of Mount Mang for information about Yin Mountain, and to find potential allies against the Buddhist sect. Upon reaching the border of the northern continent, Sun Wukong gazed at the thick, gray miasma ahead and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The demonic aura was overwhelming, and the layers of poisonous fog indicated that the demons living there were extraordinary. He was secretly glad that his body was formed from primordial stone, making him immune to the miasma. Sun Wukong leaped into the miasma and immediately felt the chaotic spiritual energy within. He realized that to absorb this energy, one needed a powerful physique. Any ordinary immortal would be torn apart by the chaotic energy in an instant. This place is perfect for my training, Sun Wukong thought to himself. But I wonder where the Ghost King of Mount Mang is. He looked around and found the area desolate, causing him to frown. At that moment, he sensed intense battle fluctuations in the distance. His curiosity piqued. Sun Wukong quickly headed toward the source of the commotion. In the distance, he saw a giant, several dozen feet tall, wielding a battle axe and fighting a black-clad man. Although the man had a human form, he had a bird-like beak, clearly a demon. He wielded a large blade, struggling to fend off the giant, but was clearly outmatched. Ha ha ha, die, you scum from the demon master's palace. The giant roared, bringing his axe down with tremendous force. The black-clad man retreated repeatedly, his face pale. Seeing that he could no longer hold his ground, he suddenly transformed into his true form, a black-feathered eagle with silver claws. The silver-clawed black-feathered eagle soared into the sky, leaving Sun Wukong astonished. The giant, who seemed no less powerful than a true immortal, was helpless against the airborne eagle. The giant's feet were firmly planted on the ground as he glared angrily at his opponent in the sky, evidently unable to fly. Circling in the air, the silver-clawed black-feathered eagle unleashed a barrage of magical attacks on the giant. Multicolored lights burst from its wings, raining down like meteors. The giant clumsily swung his massive axe, trying to fend off the attacks, but soon found himself on the defensive. Despite being at a disadvantage, the giant's body was incredibly resilient. The eagle's attacks seemed like mere irritations as they struck him. However, this passive beating only fueled the giant's rage. "Come down here, you mangy bird," the giant roared, pounding his chest with a thunderous bellow. The silver-clawed black-feathered eagle let out a piercing laugh from above. "Big guy, why don't you come up here?" It swooped down teasingly before pulling back up, continually provoking the giant's anger. The stalemate continued, with neither able to overpower the other. Eventually, both sides reluctantly withdrew. Once the battlefield was clear, Sun Wukong cautiously approached. He sensed the lingering energies and frowned slightly. Such a brute fighting style, but it's strange. That giant doesn't seem like a typical cultivator. Just as Sun Wukong was about to leave, a deafening roar echoed behind him. "You, demon spawn, prepare to die." Sun Wukong quickly turned to see a burly figure, resembling the earlier giant, charging at him with a battle axe. Perfect timing, Sun Wukong chuckled, drawing his Rui Jingu Bang to block the incoming strike. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Though the burly man's strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's godlike power. With a forceful push of his staff, the man lost his balance and was sent flying. "Roar!" the man bellowed, his body rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the same towering giant from earlier stood before Sun Wukong. So you can change your size? Interesting, but that's a trick I know well." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He then used his transformation ability, and his body swelled into a colossal golden-furred ape, exuding an even more imposing aura than the giant. The giant ape roared and pounded its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Though initially startled by the sudden transformation, the giant quickly regained his composure. He swung his now enlarged battle axe at the giant ape. Wielding his Rui Jingu Bang like an enormous totem pole, the giant ape met the giant's axe heat. The two titans clashed, each collision causing the earth to quake and mountains to crumble. Sun Wukong deliberately suppressed his power, fighting the giant with only the strength of a true immortal. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. The battlefield was in utter chaos from their fierce combat, dust filling the air as the two massive figures continued to clash, neither willing to concede. Sun Wukong arrived at Beiju Luzhou, only to encounter a strange giant. In an instant, they engaged in a fierce battle. The giant, with immense strength, fought Sun Wukong for dozens of rounds without a clear winner. The heat of the battle excited Sun Wukong even more, and he showcased his superb martial skills, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang with relentless force, raining blows down like a storm. The giant roared in fury as they fought, causing the surrounding trees to grow wildly. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong found his legs entangled by the rapidly growing trees. Seeing this, the giant laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, you demon brat, prepare to die." With that, he raised his giant axe and swung it towards Sun Wukong. In the critical moment, Sun Wukong unleashed the full power of his Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation. With a mighty shout, the trees binding his legs shattered instantly. He held nothing back and exerted all his strength. Sun Wukong roared, delivering a powerful strike with his staff at the giant. The giant staggered back from the force of the blow, shrinking rapidly into a 10-foot burly man, clutching his chest as he fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Pain flashed in the man's eyes. Despite his rich combat experience, he was ultimately no match for the higher-level Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal size, pointing at the man and laughing. "Ha ha ha, big guy, you've got some skills. But why did you attack me out of nowhere?" The man sneered. "All demon brats deserve to die. I am Mu Qing, under the command of Feng Bo. Since I lost to you today, do as you will. We of the Wu tribe do not fear death." Wu tribe? Sun Wukong's face showed a hint of surprise. He recalled that his master, Patriarch Subhoodie, had told him that the Wu tribe once ruled the land and were ancient enemies of the demon race. The 8-9 arcane art he practiced was derived from Wu tribe techniques. Mu Qing raised his head proudly. "Of course, I'm from the Wu tribe. Demon brat, go ahead and kill me." Though Sun Wukong appeared as a demon, He bore no malice towards the Wu tribe and didn't wish to kill Mu Qing. He said, I am the king of the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain. I came to Beiju Luzhou to find the Ghost King of Mang Mountain. Big guy, if you tell me where the Ghost King is, I'll let you go. How about that? Mu Qing looked skeptical, but hearing that Sun Wukong sought the Ghost King of Mang Mountain, he couldn't help but scoff. Demon monkey, you may be skilled, but going to Mang Mountain is a death wish. Why? What's so strange about Mang Mountain? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Seeing Sun Wukong's sincere manner and lack of hostility toward the Wu tribe, Mu Qing decided to be honest. Demon monkey, you are an outsider and don't know the dangers of Mang Mountain. Beiju Luzhou has 4 major powers. Our Wu tribe's Wu Shrine, the demon race's Demon Master's Mansion, the Valley of Divine Beasts formed by ancient mythical creatures, and Mang Mountain. At the mention of Mang Mountain, a look of fear crossed Mu Qing's face. Mang Mountain is home to a terrifying ghost king. Over 3,000 years ago, he entered Beiju Luzhou alone, took over Mang Mountain, and turned it into a forbidden area. Countless demon lords have perished at his hands. If you go near, you'll be attacked by the ghost tribe of Mang Mountain and meet your end. I am precisely looking for the ghost king of Mang Mountain, Sun Wukong said, undeterred and more excited. Mu Qing, just tell me where Mang Mountain is. I'll handle the rest. Mu Qing shook his head in resignation. Seeing that Sun Wukong wouldn't be dissuaded, he reluctantly gave him the direction to Mang Mountain. Thank you, thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude upon receiving the location, then vanished in a flash with a somersault cloud. In a gloomy and eerie hall in Mang Mountain, a man with a stern expression opened his eyes. Your Majesty, he said. Dozens of generals clad in battle gear shouted in unison, each radiating an aura no less powerful than a true immortal. Among them, the strongest had reached the cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortal. This imposing man was none other than the Ghost King of Mongshan, the sole Ghost King who had escaped from Yin Mountain. Surrounding him were ghostly subordinates who had flocked to him over the years. With a voice like thunder, the Ghost King of Mongshan commanded, How goes the training of our soldiers? A bearded general stepped forward immediately to respond, Your Majesty, 1,000,000 ghost soldiers are ready for battle and can march on the Underworld at any time. However, the reincarnation array is not yet fully rehearsed. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Ghost King's eyes, but was quickly replaced by ambition. The matter of the reincarnation array must be expedited. In 10 years, the rare upheaval of the Forgetting River will occur, and when it does, I will lead you to reclaim the Underworld. His eyes gleamed with ambition, as if he could already see the glorious future. Meanwhile, Beiju Luzhou was fraught with danger. Sun Wukong had only been in this land for a day, and had already witnessed several fierce battles between powerful demons of true immortal level and the Wu tribe. However, he did not intervene in these conflicts, for he had only one goal in mind: finding the Ghost King of Mongshan. Unfortunately, trouble always seems to find him. As Sun Wukong passed by a great mountain, an elderly man with white hair blocked his path. The old man was leisurely playing chess at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Sun Wukong pass by, he merely raised his hand and plucked Sun Wukong from the air as easily as catching a chick. Do you play chess? The old man asked with a mysterious smile, as if his sole purpose for stopping Sun Wukong was to find a chess partner. Sun Wukong frowned and replied impatiently, Old man, I have urgent matters to attend to. I don't have time to play chess with you. Goodbye. With that, he performed a somersault cloud and flew away. The old man shook his head lightly, picked up a chess piece, and placed it steadily on the board. As Sun Wukong was flying, he suddenly found a towering black mountain appearing out of thin air in front of him, nearly colliding with it. He quickly changed direction, only to be blocked by a sudden white mountain. What is going on? Sun Wukong scanned his surroundings warily, a sense of unease rising within him. He realized that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the old man playing chess stared intently at the board, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up another black piece and placed it gently on the board. In an instant, another towering black mountain rose behind Sun Wukong, enclosing him completely. Strange. Who dares to mess with me? Sun Wukong, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings with sharp, golden eyes. This feeling of entrapment reminded him of being trapped in Buddha's palm, where no amount of struggle could set him free. His eyes flashed with golden light as he swung his Rui Jingu Bang, smashing it fiercely against the white giant mountain before him. What a fiery-tempered monkey, sighed an elderly man with white hair. With a casual wave of his hand, Sun Wukong was instantly released from the chessboard. As Wukong landed, he fixed a wary gaze on the old man who gave him an intense sense of danger. Old man, who are you? Why do you toy with me? Sun Wukong demanded loudly, gripping his staff tightly. The old man, unhurried, smiled and said, Little monkey, I see you have extraordinary talent. I wanted you to play a game of chess with me. Once we finish, you are free to go. Sun Wukong frowned in thought. He did know how to play chess, having often played with his master, Subhoodie, but he had never delved deeply into the game due to his restless nature. The old man did not rush him and waited with a smile. Sensing the man's unfathomable depth, Wukong realized that leaving might not be easy, so he reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand, and all the pieces on the chessboard vanished. In the blink of an eye, a new game was set up. Sun Wukong focused intently on the board, his expression growing more serious. He soon found himself completely at a disadvantage, nearly facing inevitable defeat. He held the last chess piece but couldn't find a place to set it, as any move seemed to lead to a dead end. "Sigh, you may go," the old man said with a sigh, and the chessboard disappeared. He slowly stood up, leaving a bewildered Sun Wukong behind. Sun Wukong looked at the lone chess piece in his hand, hesitating. "Leave," the old man repeated, and as soon as he spoke, Sun Wukong felt the world spin around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself back among the mountains. If it weren't for the chess piece still in his hand, he might have thought it was all just a dream. There are truly such high-level beings in the three realms. Just as my master said, the world is far more complex than I knew, Sun Wukong thought, carefully storing the chess piece. He had a hunch that this piece might be crucial in the future. Continuing his journey to find Mount Mang, Sun Wukong finally learned its precise location from a demon king. Mount Mang was at the westernmost end of northern Jambu continent, near the Yellow Springs. According to the Demon King, the Yellow Springs of northern Jambu and the Underworld were connected, and one could open the gates to the Underworld from there. With a single somersault cloud, Sun Wukong arrived at the edge of the Yellow Springs. He gazed at the murky water, a glint of determination in his eyes. Though Mount Mang's ghost realm was in northern Jambu, it was an independent small world, and the only entrance was here. This should be the entrance to Mount Mang's ghost realm, but how do I get in? Sun Wukong pondered, scratching his head. Though he had found the entrance, he didn't know how to enter the ghost realm. As he circled the Yellow Springs, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of energy approaching and quickly used his invisibility technique to hide. In the distance, a tattered army slowly approached. This army, numbering about 50 to 60,000, had infantry, archers, and cavalry, resembling a complete military force. The only difference was the heavy energy emanating from them, clearly marking them as ghost soldiers. Where did these ghost soldiers come from? They looked so eerie, Sun Wukong muttered to himself from his hiding place. The ghost soldiers were formidable, each possessing the cultivation level of a mortal immortal, with their leaders reaching the celestial immortal level. The foremost commander even had the power of a true immortal. The true immortal commander led the troops to the edge of the Yellow Springs and took out a token. Instantly, the Yellow Springs began to churn, forming a vortex at the center. The commander led the ghost soldiers into the vortex, one after another. Seizing the moment before the vortex closed, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light and followed them in. This place is no different from the Underworld, Sun Wukong marveled, cautiously observing the strange yet familiar surroundings. After entering the vortex, Sun Wukong followed the ghost soldiers to a dim world. There were no sun, moon, or stars here, only an endless mist of gloom. The air was thick with dampness and decay, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered the silence. "Who dares to intrude into my Mang Mountain ghost realm?" Before Sun Wukong could take in his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by a well-equipped squad of ghost soldiers. Leading them was a middle-aged general with a menacing face, his sharp gaze piercing through Sun Wukong's invisibility. Clearly, his prized stealth technique was ineffective here. The Monkey King tried to move, but no matter how he shifted, the ghost soldiers' weapons remained precisely aimed at him. Realizing his invisibility was useless, he dispelled the spell and revealed himself. "I have urgent matters to discuss with the Ghost King of Mang Mountain," Sun Wukong said, clasping his hands in respect while secretly sizing up the general. This ghost general's power was not to be underestimated, having reached the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, raising Sun Wukong's expectations for the Ghost King's strength. The ghost general looked at Sun Wukong coldly, his tone full of disdain. "A Tai Golden Immortal Demon King, impressive. But you dare to enter my Mang Mountain ghost realm uninvited? Do you think we are defenseless?" Sun Wukong frowned, displeased. "Even when I visit the Jade Emperor, I need no prior notice. And here you are, just a mere ghost king, putting on airs. Jade Emperor?" The ghost general laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Since when does the Jade Emperor have jurisdiction over Beiju Luzhou? You must be from the outside world, demon monkey." After laughing, the ghost general conjured a sharp halberd out of thin air and pointed it at Sun Wukong. "Today, if you can defeat me, I will report to His Majesty on your behalf." Hearing this, Sun Wukong instantly summoned his Rui Jingu Bang, smirking. "Prepare to witness the power of your Grandpa Sunday. Attack!" the ghost general commanded, and a wave of murderous intent surged towards Sun Wukong. The Monkey King let out a mocking laugh and swung his Rui Jingu Bang to meet the attack. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between the ghost and the monkey in the eerie ghost realm. Despite Sun Wukong's higher level, the Ghost General's combat ability was significantly enhanced by the dense ghostly energy of Mang Mountain. For a while, the fight was evenly matched. Excellent, excellent, Sun Wukong shouted, exhilarated. He hadn't fought so intensely since regaining his true form. The more he fought, the more excited he became. His Rui Jingu Bang transforming into countless shadows that forced the Ghost General into a continual retreat. Good monkey. The Ghost General, though a seasoned warrior in life, found himself outmatched by Sun Wukong's fierce attacks. He couldn't help but praise him. Sun Wukong blocked the Ghost General's halberd with his staff and seized the moment to ask, "Hey, you have some skill. What's your name?" The Ghost General's eyes narrowed, and he declared proudly, "You have earned the right to know my name. I am General Longju." Longju? Nice name. Sun Wukong replied, not to be outdone. "I am Sun Yuan of the Water Curtain Cave and Flower Fruit Mountain. You can call me Sun Yuan." After exchanging names, the ghost and the monkey clashed again. After several more rounds, Longju finally recognized the gap in their abilities. He leapt out of the battle and sighed, "Sun Yuan, I am no match for you. If you wish to see His Majesty, I will make the introduction." Sun Wukong arrived at a gloomy hall, the sight before him making him wary. Standing in front of the hall was an imposing man, none other than the legendary king of ghosts from Mongshan. The Ghost King sat high on his throne, a slight smirk on his lips and a glint of disdain in his eyes. "A demon? Speak. What brings you to me?" The Ghost King's voice was deep and filled with authority. Sun Wukong sensed the contempt in the Ghost King's tone, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Yet, he suppressed his fury and said, "I heard that you, the Ghost King, are the only one who escaped from Yinshan. I wish to learn about Yinshan from you." The Ghost King laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the vast hall. "And why should I tell you anything about Yinshan?" he said, tapping his fingers lightly on the throne. A maid immediately understood and stepped forward to pour wine for him. Sun Wukong frowned, trying to find a way to break through. "Ghost King, you have a grudge against the Underworld. I want to rescue my fellow monkeys suffering in Yinshan. We could form an alliance, couldn't we?" The Ghost King glanced at Sun Wukong, his tone dripping with disdain. "You, a mere Tai golden immortal, think you have the right to collaborate with me?" This remark ignited Sun Wukong's anger. Fearless as he was, having even dared to insult the Jade Emperor, why would he care about a Ghost King? He leaped up, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, aiming straight for the Ghost King's face. "No!" Ghost General Longche, standing nearby, was shocked and quickly drew his weapon to block Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong glared at Longche. "Brother Longche, step aside. Let me see what this Ghost King is made of, daring to look down on me." Longche secretly admired Sun Wukong's spirit, but didn't want to see him completely anger the Ghost King. He quickly signaled Sun Wukong to stop. "Longche, stand down." The Ghost King's voice was as cold as ice. "But, my lord," Longche wanted to say more, but under the Ghost King's icy gaze, he could only give Sun Wukong a deep look and step aside. "Take this," Sun Wukong shouted, his Rui Jingu Bang whistling through the air once more. An astonishing scene unfolded. The Ghost King merely extended a hand and effortlessly caught Sun Wukong's staff. Sun Wukong, shocked, tried to pull it back with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. The Ghost King snorted and released the staff. Sun Wukong, seeing this, flipped and attacked again. No matter how fiercely he struck, the Ghost King remained seated, easily deflecting all attacks with one hand. Gradually, sweat appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. "No more, no more," Sun Wukong panted, realizing the Ghost King was merely toying with him. The Ghost King looked deeply at Sun Wukong and slowly said, "What a pity. If your true spirit were complete, you would have the potential to advance to the Deluo level." Sun Wukong held his head high, forcing himself to stay strong. "I may not be able to defeat you, but if I want to leave, you can't stop me." The Ghost King smiled at this. "Confident, aren't you? Very well. How about we make a bet?" "A bet? What kind of bet?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. "In the Underworld, by the Yellow Springs, grows a flower called the Red Spider Lily." The Ghost King spoke slowly. "If you can retrieve it within a year, I will tell you how to free the souls from Yinshan. How about it?" Sun Wukong calculated silently. Though he couldn't beat the Ghost King, fetching a flower shouldn't be too hard. With that thought, he agreed readily. "All right, I accept." The Ghost King gave a meaningful smile. "Good. Go ahead. Once you bring back the Red Spider Lily, I will tell you everything you want to know." Sun Wukong snorted and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and asked, "How do I get out of this place?" The Ghost King laughed and pointed to the void. Instantly, A vortex appeared out of nowhere. Without a word, Sun Wukong leaped into the mysterious vortex, leaving the Ghost King's realm behind. Your Majesty, though this monkey possesses considerable strength, the red spider lily is a treasure of the underworld. Sending him to retrieve it might be? Before Long Ju could finish his sentence, his gaze shifted to the Ghost King of Mongshan, a hesitant glimmer in his eyes. The Ghost King, seated on his eerie throne, replied expressionlessly, I have my own plans. Long Ju, continue gathering the ghost soldiers. The war is about to begin. Yes, Your Majesty, Long Ju responded respectfully, then retreated to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong burst forth from the vortex, finding himself once again at the banks of the Yellow Springs. Instead of plunging into the water immediately, he sat cross-legged on the shore, deep in thought. He reminisced about 1,000 years ago, when he had just started his journey and was full of youthful vigor. Back then, Sun Wukong believed that apart from his master, Subhuti, there was no match for him in the three realms. He rampaged through the underworld, tearing up the book of life and death. He stormed the East Sea, seizing the Rui Jingu Bang. He wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, disrupting the Peach Banquet. Throughout the three realms, only Yang Jian posed a challenge to him. These experiences gave Sun Wukong the illusion of unparalleled strength. However, when he encountered the Buddha, he felt danger for the first time. That encounter led to him being imprisoned under the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years. Upon gaining freedom after 5 centuries, Sun Wukong discovered that there were many formidable demon kings in the three realms, such as the Black Bear Demon of Guanyin Zen Monastery and the Rock Demon King of Lion Camel Ridge. Though their abilities were on par with his, Sun Wukong remained confident that he could defeat them if he fought with all his might. However, since being subdued by the Buddha, Sun Wukong realized that the three realms now seemed vastly different from what he remembered. The once dominant underworld could now restrain him with a mere judge. The Ghost King of Mongshan, whom he had just encountered, was an opponent he couldn't even budge despite his best efforts. Sun Wukong looked down at his hands and murmured to himself, has my strength really waned after 1,000 years? At that moment, in the depths of the North Sea, a pair of profound eyes slowly opened. Simultaneously, a stern young man, long in seclusion, also opened his eyes. Feipeng, a commanding voice echoed. I sense that something significant is about to happen in the three realms. Go to Nuwa's palace and ask the Empress about our demon clan's stance. Yes, master. The young man replied coldly, then transformed into a black-feathered roc and soared into the sky. As Sun Wukong was lost in his self-doubt, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This aura feels so familiar, like my third brother's. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he warily scanned his surroundings. Sun Wukong was deep in thought when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. With a swift movement, he vanished from his spot and reappeared at the edge of the Northern Abyss Sea. The Northern Abyss Sea, a vast and mysterious body of water, was the training ground of Feipeng, also known as the Great Sage of Chaos, the Peng Demon King. As a descendant of the mythical Kuanpeng, Feipeng was destined for greatness from birth. Born with the blood of a roc and infused with demonic energy, he became a formidable demon. For years, Feipeng had been diligently training in the Northern Abyss Sea, leaving only once on Kunpeng's orders to befriend a monkey. Kuanpeng's intention was to leverage the monkey's luck to help Feipeng break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. However, the plan did not go as expected. The monkey was too unruly, and Kuanpeng, fearing for Feipeng's safety, summoned him back to the Northern Abyss Sea. Upon his return, Feipeng began a 1,000-year seclusion, only to be awakened by Kuanpeng today. Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the Northern Abyss Sea, sensing the familiar aura within its depths. He recalled the time when he and the other 6 great sages swore an oath of brotherhood. Despite their pledge to face all challenges together, when Sun Wukong raised the banner of rebellion against the heavens, the others abandoned him one by one, leaving him to fight alone until he was defeated by Erlang Shan. Sun Wukong once believed that if the other 6 great sages had stayed, they could have overthrown the heavens. However, after his journey to the west and being outmaneuvered by Buddha, his perspective changed. He realized that the three realms were far more complex than he had imagined. Especially after reforming his true form and combining his experiences from the Underworld and Mount Mang's Ghost King, Sun Wukong reached new conclusions. He began to understand his sworn brothers, speculating that they might have known more than he did. Although he came to terms with this, a trace of resentment still lingered in his heart. After all, it was they who abandoned him, leaving him to face the wrath of the heavens alone. Third brother, we need to talk about what happened back then, Sun Wukong muttered to himself. His body began to change, his silver fur turning golden as he reverted to his former appearance as the great sage equal to heaven. He released his aura, aiming to draw the Peng Demon King out of the perilous Northern Abyss Sea. At that moment, Feipeng was preparing to leave the Northern Abyss Sea for the Nuwa Palace in the outer heavens. Suddenly, He sensed Sun Wukong's aura and frowned. Old Seventh? Didn't he become a Buddha? Why is he in the northern continent? Despite his long seclusion, Fei Peng had heard about Sun Wukong's journey to enlightenment and was genuinely happy for his sworn brother. However, he also felt a twinge of guilt for abandoning him during their rebellion. After some contemplation, Fei Peng decided to meet Sun Wukong. He flew towards his brother's aura. Third brother, it's been a while. Sun Wukong greeted the handsome figure before him, who still bore the same proud demeanor as 1,000 years ago. Old Seventh, what brings you to the northern continent? Fei Peng's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He sensed something unusual about Sun Wukong's aura, but chose not to dwell on it. A peculiar expression crossed Sun Wukong's face as he said, Third brother, 1,000 years ago, we seven swore brotherhood, and just like that, 1,000 years have passed. Why didn't you ever mention that you were a demon of the northern continent? Fei Peng sighed. Old Seventh, there are things you didn't know back then. I was stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm for over 1,000 years and couldn't break through. When you appeared with your soaring luck, I wanted to borrow your luck to help me break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. I believe our other brothers had the same intention. I'm sorry. Fei Peng decided to be honest with Sun Wukong. After all, 1,000 years had passed, and Sun Wukong was no longer the naive Monkey King. He would eventually figure these things out. Sun Wukong's face showed a look of realization, and he smiled with relief. His golden eyes shifted directly to Fei Peng as he asked, Then, why did you all leave? Fei Peng shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed deeply. You are too much to handle, seventh brother. You have accumulated virtue and are favored by destiny, so the heavens will always protect you no matter what you do. But we are not so fortunate. If we didn't leave quickly, we might have faced certain death. Sun Wukong frowned and pressed further. Then why didn't you try to stop me back then? This had always puzzled him. When they first raised the banner of rebellion against the heavens, the other 6 great sages had clearly supported him. Fei Peng remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Slowly, he said, some things you simply had to do. We couldn't stop you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed and a smile curled on his lips. I see. Third brother, it's been a long time since we sparred. How about we have a good match today? Let me see if you've made any progress over the past 1,000 years. Before his words had fully settled, Sun Wukong had already drawn out his Rui Jingu Bang and, with a flicker of his form, appeared right in front of Fei Peng. Not one to be outdone, Fei Peng conjured a Fangtian Huaji from thin air and blocked the Rui Jingu Bang. All right, I'll fight you. Kill. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong and Fei Peng clashed instantly. One was the great sage equal to heaven, and the other the great sage of chaos. Old rivals clashed once more, their moves seamlessly executed. Staff shadows and halberd lights intertwined as the two demons went back and forth, evenly matched. The earth-shaking battle drew the attention of many powerful demons in the northern continent, who extended their senses towards the North Sea to investigate. In the North Sea, a pair of mysterious eyes also silently watched the two demons battle, unnoticed by anyone. Amidst the fierce combat, Sun Wukong struck Fei Peng's shoulder with his staff, while Fei Peng's halberd simultaneously pierced Sun Wukong's chest. Both demons halted their attacks. Sun Wukong looked at his rapidly healing wound and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, third brother. You've improved a lot over these 1,000 years. Fei Peng rubbed his shoulder and frowned slightly, puzzled. Seventh brother, why has your strength not only failed to improve but actually declined? By rights, the merit you gained from the pilgrimage should have been enough for you to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Why haven't you broken through yet? Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of resentment passed through Sun Wukong's eyes, but he quickly changed the subject. Third brother, we'll talk about that another day. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. How about we find a place to drink to our heart's content? Fei Peng's face showed a hint of interest, but he quickly remembered the task his master had given him and reluctantly shook his head. Seventh brother, I have important matters to attend to. We'll have to postpone the drinking. I promise to make it up to you another day. Sun Wukong and Pang Demon King, also known as Fei Peng, caught up with each other for a while. However, Fei Peng, eager to keep an appointment at Nua's palace, took his leave. Before departing, Fei Peng handed Sun Wukong a black feather and said, Seventh brother, this is one of my feathers. If you ever need to find me, just bring this feather to the northern sea. Sun Wukong accepted the feather and nodded. Third brother, go ahead. I am heading to the Yellow Springs. Once I return, we can catch up again. Fei Peng frowned slightly upon hearing this. The Yellow Springs? That's not a good place. You should be careful, seventh brother. Despite his concern, he knew that Sun Wukong, being the victorious fighting Buddha with special ties to the underworld, could handle himself. So, he said no more. After their farewell, Fei Peng transformed into a giant rock and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Sun Wukong watched him leave, marveling at his speed. Third brother's swiftness is truly remarkable, rivaling my own somersault cloud. Indeed, he is the fastest in the 3 realms. With vaping gone, Sun Wukong once again arrived at the edge of the Yellow Springs. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the eerie river, said to be formed from the turbid breath of Pangu. The water of the Yellow Springs could corrode flesh and sap the divine power of even the most powerful immortals. Even Sun Wukong, a Tai golden immortal, dared not be careless. He quickly formed a protective shield of celestial energy around his body to ward off the corrosive water. Moving swiftly through the dark waters, he headed towards the underworld. Moments later, Sun Wukong emerged from the water, shaking off the droplets, and found himself at the entrance to the ghost gate of the underworld. He was surprised. So the Yellow Springs of the northern continent are connected to the ghost gate. To avoid attracting attention, Sun Wukong transformed into the guise of an ordinary ghost guard and approached the gate. However, he was unaware that the underworld general Shintu and Yulei, along with Shintu's mystical black tiger that could discern good and evil, had already detected his presence. As Sun Wukong was about to step through the gate, the previously napping black tiger suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low growl. Shintu, understanding the signal, immediately ordered the gate to be closed. Seeing the gate about to shut, Sun Wukong decided to force his way through. He pulled out his Rui Jingu Bang and swiftly knocked down the ghost soldiers blocking his path. With a flash, he aimed to slip through the closing gate. Just then, Shintu shouted, "You dare, fiend," and swung his golden whip at Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong retorted, "Where did this minor deity come from? Get out of my way." He blocked the whip with his staff and kicked Shintu in the chest, sending him crashing into the gate. "Brother!" Yulei exclaimed in alarm and joined the fight with his golden hammer. Despite his injury, Shintu did not fall. Knowing his brother could not match Sun Wukong, he quickly ordered the ghost soldiers to sound the alarm, signaling an intruder in the underworld. While he rejoined the fierce battle, Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, engaging in a fierce battle with Shintu and Yulei. These 2 ghost generals, who had been comrades for millennia, coordinated seamlessly. Although their cultivation was no match for Wukong's, they leveraged their familiarity with the terrain to hold their ground. Amidst the flurry of staff shadows, Wukong grew increasingly anxious, wondering to himself, could it be that I, the great sage, have truly weakened? Despite having only reached the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation, Shintu and Yulei thrived in the netherworld, their strength rivaling that of a Tai golden immortal. They were inwardly alarmed, thinking, "This is our domain, fortified by divine formations. We should easily subdue a Tai golden immortal, yet we are barely holding our own against this demon monkey." During a brief respite, Shintu spoke gravely, "This creature possesses formidable power." Yulei concurred, "Brother, this foe is not to be taken lightly. Should we activate the soul-devouring array?" Shintu shook his head. The soul-devouring array consumes too much energy and can't be used again for a century. This monkey isn't worth it. Noticing their whispered conversation, Wukong felt uneasy. Determined to end the fight quickly, he discreetly plucked a hair and created a clone to distract the 2 generals. Meanwhile, his true form used an invisibility spell to sneak towards the ghost gate. Just as he stepped through the gate, a black tiger barred his way, baring its fangs. Wukong scoffed, "A mere beast dares to block my path? Begone." Just as he was about to make his move, he heard Shintu and Yulei's angry shouts. His clone had been discovered. In a desperate bid, Wukong struck with all his might, smashing the black tiger's head and forcing his way through the gate. Shintu cried out in dismay at the sight of his injured pet. Ghost soldiers swarmed, attacking Wukong from all sides. Frustrated, Wukong slammed his staff into the ground, sending the ghost soldiers flying. He roared, "You insignificant spirits! Do you really want to force me, the great sage, into a slaughter?" Shintu and Yulei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with alarm. The fully unleashed Sun Wukong's power was now approaching the peak of a Tai golden immortal, striking fear into their hearts. As he was about to cross the gates of hell, Sun Wukong barely had time to celebrate when a powerful force suddenly struck him, forcing him to halt. In front of him appeared a menacing figure, standing 9 feet tall with eyes like brass bells and a face as black as coal. The figure wore a black robe and wielded a long serpent spear, staring at Sun Wukong with an imposing gaze. "Audacious demon! How dare you trespass the gates of hell without permission? You deserve to be executed." The man's voice boomed like thunder in Sun Wukong's ears. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, "A golden immortal? Since when did the underworld become so powerful? Although this brute isn't as strong as me, if he manages to stall me, the experts of the underworld will arrive, and even I can't guarantee to wreak havoc like I did 1,000 years ago. I am Zhang Ida, the guardian general of the underworld's yin-yang path." Demon monkey, Who are you to dare break into the gates of hell? The man demanded sternly. It turned out this man was none other than Zhang Fei, the fierce general from the Three Kingdoms period. Sun Wukong had heard about him from Zhu Beiji during their journey to the west. It was said that Zhang Fei was the sworn brother of Guan Yu, who was the reincarnation of the true martial emperor. After Guan Yu returned to the heavenly court, he secretly aided Zhang Fei, allowing him to quickly reach the golden immortal level. Oh, so you're Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. You do have quite the imposing appearance, Sun Wukong teased, while staying on guard. Zhang Ida laughed heartily. Monkey, you have a way with words. But today, since you've forced your way into the gates of hell, I, Zhang Fei, must take you to see King Yama. Sun Wukong twirled his Rui Jingu bang and smiled. Zhang Ida, your strength is commendable, but you're still no match for me. Humph, let's see if you can last 300 rounds with me. With a roar, Zhang Ida thrust his serpent spear at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged and countered with a swift strike of his staff. The two clashed instantly, with spear and staff creating a whirlwind of energy. One was a battlefield general, the other the great sage equal to heaven, both seasoned warriors. The intense battle captivated the attention of Shun Tu, Yu Lei, and the numerous Go soldiers. After over 40 rounds of fierce fighting, Sun Wukong, unwilling to prolong the battle, plucked a hair and created a clone to entangle Zhang Ida, seizing the opportunity to escape. Zhang Ida quickly saw through the ruse and destroyed the clone with a single thrust, but Sun Wukong was already gone. Staring at the severed monkey hair on the ground, Zhang Ida muttered, "What a cunning monkey. With such skills, he must be someone significant. I'll take this hair to King Yama. We should be able to uncover his identity." Shin Tu and Yu Lei nodded in agreement. General Zhang's words are wise. We believe the same. Having evaded Zhang Fei and his men, Sun Wukong successfully entered the gates of hell. To reach the banks of the River of Forgetfulness and pick the red spider lily, he had to cross the Bridge of Helplessness. Thinking of the old woman at the bridge, Meng Po, Sun Wukong frowned. He couldn't see through her mysterious nature. Well, that old lady has always been kind. I'll explain my purpose to her. She won't make things difficult for me. Sun Wukong decided to be honest, knowing he couldn't deceive Meng Po to pick the red spider lily. Facing her, he felt a sense of facing his master, Patriarch Subhoodie. As he approached the Bridge of Helplessness, Meng Po was, as usual, offering a bowl of her soup to each soul crossing the bridge. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Monkey, you're here again?" Sun Wukong dropped his invisibility spell, bowed to Meng Po, and said, "Granny, I have come to the Underworld to fetch a red spider lily from the River of Forgetfulness." The name Bayan Flower echoed in Sun Wukong's ears like an enigma. Standing at the edge of the Bridge of Helplessness, Meng Po gently stirred the murky liquid in her cauldron with a ladle, her face showing a faint, meaningful smile. "Monkey, do you know what the Bayan Flower is?" Meng Po asked, her voice tinged with a hint of mischief. Sun Wukong shook his head, twirling his golden cudgel in his hand, looking somewhat uneasy. He only knew that the Ghost King of Mount Mang had sent him to fetch this mysterious flower, but its appearance and purpose were completely unknown to him. Seeing this, Meng Po sighed lightly and handed the ladle to Sun Wukong. "Silly monkey, come, take over for me. I'll go fetch it for you." Sun Wukong quickly stepped back half a step, waving his hands. "How can I trouble you, Granny? Just tell me where the Bayan Flower is, and I'll get it myself." However, Meng Po had already pressed the ladle into Sun Wukong's hands. Her voice was low and mysterious. "That Bayan Flower, in the entire Underworld, only Granny can pick it. You won't be able to." Before she finished speaking, Meng Po's figure dissipated into the eerie underworld air like a wisp of smoke. Sun Wukong stood there dumbfounded, the ladle in his hand suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. As he was at a loss, a group of ghosts slowly approached the Bridge of Helplessness, their steps unsteady and their eyes vacant. The sudden situation left Sun Wukong flustered. Clumsily imitating Meng Po's actions, he scooped a bowl of Meng Po's soup from the cauldron and handed it to the ghost at the front of the linea, a young scholar with a delicate face. The scholar took the bowl, his brows furrowing slightly. The ancient said there was an old woman at the Bridge of Helplessness. Seeing it today, it's clearly not an old woman, but a monkey. The ancient's words are indeed not to be trusted. As soon as he finished speaking, he drank the contents of the bowl in one gulp, his eyes instantly becoming empty and vacant. The scholar then stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness, and the ghosts behind him each took their turn receiving Meng Po's soup from Sun Wukong. Every ghost, after drinking the soup, seemed to lose their past memories, their expressions dazed as they walked towards the other side. When the last ghost had crossed the bridge, Sun Wukong's gaze involuntarily fell on the remaining soup in the cauldron. The murky liquid emitted a peculiar allure, sparking a bold idea in his mind. "What if I, old Sun, try a sip?" Sun Wukong muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He carefully dipped the ladle into the cauldron, scooping up a spoonful of Meng Po's soup, and slowly brought it towards his mouth. At this critical moment, a soft shout came from behind. Monkey, startled by the sudden voice, Sun Wukong's hand shook, spilling the soup all over the ground. He quickly turned around to see Meng Po had returned, holding a blood-red flower, the mysterious Bayan flower. Sun Wukong stealthily reached out to taste a sip of Meng Po's soup, only to be caught red-handed, blushing with embarrassment. To his surprise, Meng Po laughed instead of getting angry and took out a brilliantly red manjasaka flower from her sleeve, handing it to Sun Wukong. Monkey, I don't know why you need this manjasaka, but remember, this is a precious treasure of the underworld. After using it, you must return it. Startled by her words, Sun Wukong's hand trembled slightly as he took the flower. Granny, this flower is so valuable. Won't you get into trouble for giving it to me? He asked hesitantly, feeling uneasy about Meng Po's generosity. Meng Po smiled calmly and shook her head. Take it. No immortal or Buddha in the three realms can interfere with my affairs. Seeing Meng Po's serene expression and her unfathomable power, Sun Wukong finally relaxed. He felt fortunate to have obtained the manjasaka so easily, and was about to leave to return to the ghost realm of Mount Mang when Meng Po stopped him. Monkey, every time you come to the underworld, you cause chaos. This won't do, Meng Po said, handing him a token. Take this. In the future, use it to open a passage to the underworld. The token was inscribed with the characters Xian on one side and Ming on the other, feeling icy cold to the touch and made of an unknown material. Sun Wukong quickly thanked her, and Meng Po just nodded, signaling him to leave. After Sun Wukong left, a mysterious figure in a black robe appeared behind Meng Po, puzzled. Madam, why do you value this monkey so much that you even gave him the manjasaka? Meng Po continued stirring her pot of soup and replied slowly, this monkey has a karmic connection with the Buddha. With his help, the underworld might be able to drive the Buddhist sect out of the hell realms. The mere Tai golden immortal. You overestimate him, the mysterious figure scoffed. The strength of the Buddhist sect is not something he can shake. Meng Po just smiled mysteriously and continued focusing on her soup. The mysterious figure shook his head in resignation and disappeared. With Meng Po's token, Sun Wukong passed through the underworld unimpeded and quickly returned to the northern continent. As soon as he reached the banks of the Yellow Springs, he released his aura to summon Long Xie. Long Xie appeared and asked in surprise, Brother Sun, it's only been a few days. How have you returned so soon? Sun Wukong grinned proudly. Brother Long Xie, I have obtained the manjasaka. Take me to see the ghost king of Mount Mang. Long Xie was astonished. He knew all too well the value of the manjasaka, and the ghost realm of Mount Mang had clashed with the underworld numerous times over it, always to no avail. It was incredible that Sun Wukong had succeeded in just a few days. Brother Sun, are you serious? Long Xie asked, half in disbelief. Sun Wukong patted Long Xie's shoulder and took out the manjasaka. Would I lie to you? Look, here it is. Long Xie's eyes lit up. Although he had never seen the real thing, he was very familiar with the appearance of the manjasaka. The bright red flower in front of him was undoubtedly the legendary manjasaka. Long Xie immediately opened a passage to the ghost realm of Mount Mang and led Sun Wukong to the Ghost King. The Ghost King gazed at the manjasaka in Sun Wukong's hand, a flash of excitement in his eyes. 1,000 years of anticipation was finally about to be realized. Give it to me, the Ghost King said, reaching out for the flower, but Sun Wukong pulled it back. Hold on, Sun Wukong said. You can have the manjasaka, but I promise the underworld to return it after use. You must agree to this condition, otherwise I can't give it to you. A trace of coldness flashed in the Ghost King's eyes, but he nodded. Fine, I agree. With the Ghost King's consent, Sun Wukong finally handed over the manjasaka. The Ghost King of Mongshan took the otherworldly flower, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Holding the flower with both hands, a complex glimmer appeared in his eyes. He murmured, otherworldly flower, I finally have you. He took a deep breath, as if to etch this moment into his memory, then looked up at Sun Wukong and said, Monkey, I need the otherworldly flower for 10 years. After 10 years, I will return it to the River of Forgetfulness. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. For immortals, 10 years was but a fleeting moment. What weighed more heavily on his mind was how to rescue the monkey tribe from Huagua Mountain, who were suffering in Yinshan. He looked directly into the Ghost King's eyes and said firmly, Ghost King, you promised me that if I got the otherworldly flower for you, you would tell me how to free the spirits trapped in Yinshan. The Ghost King of Mongshan frowned at these words, falling into a brief silence. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with helplessness. Yinshan is easy to enter but hard to leave. There is a supreme array there that suppresses souls. Even the most powerful ghosts and gods can only exert a fraction of their strength near the Yinshan array. He paused before continuing. I only managed to escape back then because of chaos in the underworld, and there was no one guarding Yinshan. Even so, I nearly exhausted 90% of my soul to break free. To rescue the souls imprisoned there is impossible. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had assumed that the Ghost King's escape meant that Yinshan was not impregnable. However, the Ghost King's words revealed that his escape was a fluke and could not be replicated. This left Sun Wukong deep in thought, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Sensing Sun Wukong's change in mood, the Ghost King seemed inclined to repay the monkey's kindness. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Over the years, I have studied the Yinshan array and found a way to break it. But now, Dizong guards Yinshan. His power is immense, and even I am no match for him, let alone you. The Ghost King paused, a gleam in his eye. How about this? If you can lure Dizong out of the underworld, I will go to Yinshan and rescue all the monkeys imprisoned there. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at these words, a mix of surprise and skepticism in his tone. Do you mean it? The Ghost King of Mongshan nodded solemnly. Of course. If you can draw Dizong away from Yinshan, I promise you, I will rescue all the monkeys from there. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once made a grand vow. He would not attain Buddhahood until the hells were empty. To get him to leave the Yin Mountains, even Sun Wukong couldn't think of a solution right away. Thus, he had to agree with the King of the Ghosts of Mang Mountain to discuss it at a later date. In a chamber filled with intricate formations, the King of the Ghosts of Mang Mountain gazed deeply at the woman sleeping at the center of the array. He gently caressed her forehead and murmured softly, Yuji, soon you will return to my side. This woman, named Yuji, had once helped Xiangyu defeat Liu Bang by sacrificing her blood and soul to unseal a demonic sword. However, after Yuji's death, Xiangyu was heartbroken and, despite possessing the sword, ultimately chose to end his own life. The King of the Ghosts of Mang Mountain was the form Xiangyu took after his death. After Xiangyu's death, his resentment and killing intent could not be cleansed by Meng Po's soup, and he was exiled to the Yin Mountains. There, he reunited with his fallen generals and built a formidable force. During his cultivation, Xiangyu learned that Yuji's soul had been devoured by the demonic sword and resolved to find the Manjasaka on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness to revive his beloved. During a rebellion in the underworld, Xiangyu led Long Ju to break through successfully. He intended to pluck the Manjasaka but was wounded by King Yama and forced to leap into the Yellow Springs, accidentally ending up in the northern Jambu continent. He called himself the King of the Ghosts of Mang Mountain, established the Ghost Realm of Mang Mountain, retrieved the demonic sword, and released Yuji's soul. Unfortunately, without the Manjasaka, Yuji could not awaken. Xiangyu repeatedly attacked the underworld to seize the Manjasaka but was always stopped at the gates of hell. Now, holding the hard-won Manjasaka, Xiangyu struggled to contain his excitement. He had learned how to use Ito reconstruct Yuji's soul devoured by the demonic sword. The Manjasaka could replicate the original soul as long as a trace of the true spirit remained. This process was slow, so Xiangyu told Sun Wukong it would take 10 years. Xiangyu carefully placed the Manjasaka on Yuji's true spirit's forehead. Red light shone brightly, enveloping her true spirit. After leaving the ghost realm of Mang Mountain, Sun Wukong prepared to return to Flower Fruit Mountain. This journey to the northern Jambu continent made him realize his own inadequacies. He felt powerless in the presence of true strength. Back at the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, since Sun Wukong subdued Lady Flower and Taoist Wudo, the monkey tribe once again became the masters of Flower Fruit Mountain, playing and frolicking freely. Taoist Wudo went alone to the back mountain and lit 3 sticks of incense. Amid the rising smoke, a phantom figure appeared. Taoist Wudo knelt respectfully. Disciple Wudo greets the master. What is it? A cold, mechanical voice responded. Taoist Wudo did not dare delay and reported all the information about Sun Wukong in detail. Sun Yuan, Sun Wukong's sworn brother, I see. Continue to stay at Flower Fruit Mountain, follow Sun Yuan closely, and assist him wholeheartedly in whatever he does, the phantom said before the smoke dissipated. Taoist Wudo bowed respectfully, and when he rose, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He always held a sense of reverence and fear for his master, feeling that his master didn't seem to like him very much. At that moment, Sun Wukong descended from the sky, landing among the monkey tribe, and announced loudly, "Children, your old son is back. The second king is back. The second king is back." The monkeys cheered as they saw Sun Wukong return. Lady Huarui greeted him with a smile, though she was secretly astonished. She hadn't expected Sun Wukong to return from Beiju Luzhou so quickly. "Huarui, I'm back." Sun Wukong waved at her, grinning. Beiju Luzhou is indeed perilous, filled with formidable opponents. The fact that you could enter Beiju Luzhou shows that your skills are unparalleled in the 3 realms, Lady Huarui complimented. Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but show a look of pride. Ha ha ha, naturally. My abilities are boundless. I can traverse the heavens and the earth. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Sun Wukong sat alone on a rock. This was the very place where he had been born over 1,000 years ago. The waves crashed against the shore as Sun Wukong's gaze grew distant. He stared at a black chess piece in his palm, lost in thought. 1,000 years can change a lot. Yet it seems like nothing has changed at all, Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The words of an old man echoed in his mind. All beings are chess pieces. To escape the board, you must first become the player. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, recalling the chess game he had played with the old man. Chess pieces are always at the mercy of others. So, who is the one playing the game? Who dares to control me? Is it the Buddha of the Western Heaven, the Jade Emperor, or someone else entirely? Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. He turned to look at a certain spot. Wu Tu, what are you doing here? Wu Tu Daoist emerged from the darkness and bowed respectfully. Great King, I noticed you seemed troubled. Did you encounter problems in Beiju Luzhou, or is something else amiss? The chess piece in Sun Wukong's hand vanished as he sighed and asked, Wu Tu, do you know how high the heavens are? Wu Tu Daoist smiled slightly and began to meticulously describe the 36 levels of heaven. Sun Wukong suddenly looked up at the sky, as if seeing himself in his glorious days of causing havoc in the heavenly palace. He asked, tell me, with my abilities, if I wanted to storm the heavens, could I overturn all 36 levels? Sun Wukong's words left Wu Tu Daoist stunned and speechless. By the time he gathered himself to respond, Sun Wukong had already vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. In the sky, a massive black rock soared through the clouds, capturing the attention of pedestrians below. Inside a small tavern, an immortal dressed in white was drinking alone. His brow furrowed suddenly as he sensed the powerful demonic aura passing overhead. What a formidable demon king! I wonder who it could be, he mused to himself. This white-clad immortal was named Li Bai, also known as the Sword Immortal of the Blue Lotus. Originally a man of the Tang dynasty, he was free-spirited and loved poetry and traveling. By a stroke of fate, he encountered an immortal from the Ren sect and became his disciple. After 100 years of arduous cultivation, Li Bai finally ascended to immortality. Li Bai had come to this place for the birth of his soon-to-arrive sister. Not far away, in a manor, Li Gufei, the assistant minister of rites, was pacing anxiously. His wife, Lady Wang, was in labor. This event was of great significance to the nearly 50-year-old Li Gufei. As a high-ranking court official, Li Gufei was adept in the political arena but had always been troubled by the fact that he had no offspring. Fortunately, last year, this long-standing worry finally saw a glimmer of hope when his wife became pregnant. May the Bodhisattva bless them, and may mother and child be safe. Li Gufei, who usually did not believe in deities, found himself praying fervently. He secretly hoped for a miraculous child to continue the family line. At noon, a blue lotus suddenly bloomed in the sky, disappearing in an instant. Immediately after, a loud cry of a newborn echoed from the birthing room, causing Li Gufei to tremble with excitement as he rushed toward the room. Meanwhile, Li Bai in the tavern set down his cup and vanished in a flash. When Li Gufei learned that it was a daughter, the smile on his face froze. However, seeing his wife's exhausted face, he sighed and accepted reality. So be it, perhaps it is fate. Since a blue lotus shone from the sky today, let's name her Leing Xiao. No sooner had he spoken than a man in white, carrying a long sword, appeared behind him and praised, Leing Xiao, a fine name. Startled, Li Gufei turned and asked, where do you come from, sir? The man in white was Li Bai. He replied frankly, I am an immortal from the heavenly court. Your daughter and I share a master-disciple destiny. Li Gufei shook his head repeatedly, politely refusing, my daughter is still young. I'm afraid she would disturb an immortal. No matter how much Li Bai tried to persuade him, Li Gufei was adamant about not letting his daughter become a disciple. To him, so-called immortals and deities were nothing more than charlatans, and besides, Li Bai appeared to be only in his 20s, hardly fit to be his daughter's master. Though frustrated, Li Bai was left with no choice. Li Gufei was, after all, a high-ranking official, and forcibly taking Leing Xiao would certainly provoke the court's displeasure. If this matter reached the heavenly court, it would spell trouble for Li Bai. Foolish to the extreme, Li Bai muttered as he left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching Li Bai's departing figure, Li Gufei felt a sudden pang of regret, sensing he might have made a mistake. Meanwhile, the black rock flew over the western continent. It's been too long since I left the northern sea. Since I'm out today, I might as well visit an old friend, the rock thought. It initially planned to return directly to the northern continent, but remembered that its sworn brother, the bull demon king, resided in the western continent. Deciding to visit, it changed course. The rock landed at the foot of Jile Mountain and transformed into a handsome young man, his black feathers turning into a long black robe. Satisfied with his appearance, he began walking up the mountain. Jile Mountain, once a sacred place for the demon race, had declined and now only had a couple of hundred small demons maintaining the gates. The once mighty bull demon king had been in seclusion since his defeat by Sun Wukong and the heavenly court 1,000 years ago. Now, the daily affairs of Jade Mountain were managed by Princess Iron Fan. The rock had not gone far when a group of small demons, armed with weapons, blocked his path. Where is this human from, daring to trespass on Jade Mountain? Do you have a death wish? The lead demon shouted. The leading bull demon scrutinized Faping, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The human's calm demeanor made him uneasy. Faping, in turn, observed the lesser demons and quickly realized they were low-level creatures with barely developed intelligence. Even the bull demon leader had only reached the level of a mortal immortal. Faping frowned and asked, "Is this really Jade Mountain, the domain of the great sage Pingtian, the bull demon king?" Upon hearing this, the bull demon puffed out his chest and proudly patted it. "Of course, this is Jade Mountain. I am Nyo Air, the patrolling general of Ma Yun Cave. Who are you to know our king's name?" Faping's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "Go tell your king that his sworn brother has come to visit him." As soon as Nyo Air heard that it was the king's sworn brother, he immediately became respectful. He instructed the lesser demons to keep an eye on Faping and then hurried up the mountain, completely forgetting that he could fly. Panting heavily, Nyo Air arrived at Ma Yun Cave and loudly reported, "Madam, there is a person at the foot of the mountain claiming to be the king's sworn brother and asking to see him." Inside the cave, Princess Iron Fan, also known as the Rakshasa woman, was deep in thought about her son. Her expression changed upon hearing this and she asked, "What does this person look like?" Nyo Air scratched his head, thought for a moment, and hesitantly replied, "He has 1 head, 2 hands, and 2 legs." The Rakshasa woman shook her head in exasperation. These beasts, forcibly enlightened, had reached the level of mortal immortals in strength, but their intelligence was far inferior to those who had awakened their own spiritual consciousness. She pondered silently. Ever since Old Bull was defeated 1,000 years ago, he hadn't left home and had lost contact with his friends and brothers. Who is this brother, showing up today, friend or foe? As Faping grew impatient waiting at the foot of the mountain, the Rakshasa woman suddenly appeared before him. With a single glance, she could discern Faping's cultivation level. A golden immortal of the great unity, with an aura no weaker than Old Bull's, at least in the late stage, perhaps even at its peak. Faping was mildly surprised as he recognized the Rakshasa woman. He bowed respectfully and said, "I have long heard that my elder brother married a princess of the Azura clan. You must be my sister-in-law. I am Faping, also known as the great sage Hunyuan, the rock demon king. Have you heard of me, sister-in-law?" Regarding Pangamo Wang, Luo Sha Nu had heard bits and pieces from Nyoamo Wang. However, after the incident with Sun Wukong, she always remained wary of Nyoamo Wang's so-called sworn brothers. Facing Pangamo Wang, who hadn't contacted them in over 1,000 years, Luo Sha Nu appeared warm on the surface but was extremely cautious inside. Fei Peng keenly sensed Luo Sha Nu's aloofness but didn't think much of it. To him, it was simply because Nyoamo Wang wasn't around, and it was perfectly normal for a woman to be cautious of unfamiliar men. Luo Sha Nu led Fei Peng through the winding stone corridors of Mo Yun Cave, with small demons occasionally rushing past on patrol. Fei Peng observed these mediocre demons and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, Big Brother is the great sage of equal heaven, and Jade Mountain is quite a significant domain. Why are all his subordinates low-level demons? How can they match Big Brother's reputation?" Hearing this, Luo Sha Nu's eyes revealed a trace of undisguisable sadness. She slowly recounted the former glory of Jade Mountain. It once boasted an army of 100,000 demons, with dozens of demon kings at the true immortal level under its command. Back then, Nyoamo Wang was high-spirited, and Jade Mountain was second only to Lion Camel Ridge in the demon forces of Shinyo Hajo, undoubtedly a top-tier power. However, after Nyoamo Wang's defeat, the situation took a drastic turn. Although the Heavenly Court spared Nyoamo Wang and his wife due to his background, they captured all 100,000 demon soldiers and dozens of demon kings. Nyoamo Wang watched helplessly as his subordinates were taken away, powerless to stop it. Ultimately, he chose to go into seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he reached the Deluo level. This seclusion lasted 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, Luo Sha Nu managed the affairs of Jade Mountain alone. With the original demon soldiers eradicated by the Heavenly Court, she had to transform ordinary beasts into new demon soldiers to guard Jade Mountain. These forcibly enlightened demons were far inferior in potential and strength compared to orthodox demon clans, progressing slowly in their cultivation. After 1,000 years, the strongest among them only reached the heavenly immortal level, without a single true immortal. If not for Luo Sha Nu's presence, Jade Mountain would have long been seized by demons unafraid of Nyoamo Wang's reputation. Luo Sha Nu sighed deeply, her voice filled with resentment. "It's all because of that damn monkey. That monkey caused my son to be taken away by Guanyin, and led to the eradication of my 100,000 demon soldiers by the heavenly court. If not for him, Jilei Mountain would still be the most powerful demon force in Xinyo. Monkey? Are you referring to the seventh brother? Fei Ping asked with a frown. He had heard some rumors about Sun Wukong's journey to the west while in the North Sea, knowing there had been conflicts between him and Yuemo Wang, but he wasn't clear on the details. Luo Sha snorted coldly, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Who else but that monkey? He allied with the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to destroy my 100,000 demon soldiers, and even injured old Nyo. If it weren't for Sai, old Nyo always considered that monkey a brother and wouldn't let me seek revenge. Otherwise, I would have long sought my brothers to annihilate that monkey. Fei Peng frowned deeply, hesitating. Sister-in-law, the seventh brother, although mischievous, is a loyal and righteous person. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Luo Sha immediately retorted. Misunderstanding? Sun Wukong bullied my son first, then used his transformation skills to mock me, and finally allied with outsiders to besiege old Nyo. Do you call that a misunderstanding? Fei Peng was momentarily speechless. Although he didn't know the full story, just from Luo Sha's account, he had to admit that Sun Wukong indeed seemed to have gone too far. Despite her reservations, Luo Sha still instructed several maids to arrange a banquet for Fei Peng. After all, as Nyuemo Wang's sworn brother, she didn't want to lose decorum and bring disgrace to Nyuemo Wang among the demon clans. Just as Fei Peng was about to raise his cup for a drink, a loud and arrogant voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Listen up. I am the leper general under the great Lion King of Wan Ku Mountain's Griffin Cave. Our king demands that you vacate Jilei Mountain immediately. Luo Sha's face changed dramatically, gritting her teeth. That damn lion again. Uncle, please wait here while I go deal with that lion. With that, she got up and headed down the mountain, ready to confront the intruders. The Rakshasi was just about to stand up and teach the Lion King a lesson when Fei Peng quickly stopped her. No need for you to get involved, sister-in-law, he said firmly. Today, as the demon lord, it's my duty to handle this. How could I, as a younger brother, sit idly by? Rest assured, I'll deal with those ignorant fools. The Rakshasi quickly waved her hand in response. Uncle, what are you saying? You are an honored guest from afar. How can we let you stand up for Jilei Mountain? Fei Peng laughed heartily. When the seven sages swore brotherhood, we vowed to live and die together. There's no need for such formality, sister-in-law. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a black smoke. At the base of Jilei Mountain, a 10-foot lion demon was leisurely enjoying a performance by his subordinate, General Leopard. He squinted his eyes and wore a disdainful smile. To him, most of Xinyo had already submitted to the Buddhist sect, with only Jilei Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple remaining defiant. Little did he know, this Lion King was actually the mount of the Buddhist deity Kalen Bodhisattva, disguised as a demon king to test the Bull Demon King. This was the Lion King's third provocation at Jilei Mountain. He had been defeated twice before by the Rakshasi's banana leaf fan. This time, he had specially borrowed the wind-fixing pearl from his master, Kalen Bodhisattva, determined to complete his mission and force the Bull Demon King out. As General Leopard was boasting loudly, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his neck. His voice stopped abruptly as he looked in horror at the black-clad youth, holding him up with one hand. It was none other than Fei Peng, the Demon Lord. Fei Peng coldly glanced at the Lion King, raising an eyebrow in mockery. A mere lion, daring to cause trouble at Jilei Mountain? Truly courting death. The Lion King was enraged by these words. With a flick of his wrist, a demon-subduing staff appeared in his hand. He moved swiftly to Fei Peng's side, pointing the staff at him and shouting, "Release him, and I might spare your life." Fei Peng laughed loudly. Such arrogance from a lion. Unfortunately, I, Fei Peng, am not one to be intimidated. With that, he exerted force, and the peak-level celestial leopard demon soul was instantly dispersed, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the Lion King felt utterly humiliated. With a roar, he swung his demon-subduing staff fiercely at Fei Peng. Fei Peng snorted, disappearing suddenly. The Lion King was momentarily stunned and quickly turned around, only to see Fei Peng wielding a halberd, already striking at him. The Lion King was shocked and hastily blocked with his demon-subduing staff. You're too slow, Fei Peng's voice echoed in his ears. Before the Lion King could react, he felt a chill in his chest. The halberd had already pierced through his body. The Lion King stared in disbelief at the spear piercing his body. He looked blankly at Fei Peng, his voice trembling. Who are you? Fei Peng's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. I am the great sage Peng Demon King. Peng Demon King. The Lion King gritted his teeth. I will remember you. Before he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a golden light and vanished without a trace. Fei Peng frowned slightly, his heart wary. He sharply realized that the Lion King had used a Buddhist escape technique. Ah, The king has been defeated. What should we do? Retreat. Retreat. The Lion King's minions panicked and scattered. Fei Peng couldn't be bothered with these insignificant minions. He put away his spear and turned to return to the cave to continue drinking. Nearby, the Rakshasa woman watched the entire scene, secretly amazed. As expected of the great sage, his strength is on par with the Bull Demon King. Fei Peng stayed in Mayun Cave for a few days. Since the Bull Demon King was not around, he didn't linger too long and bid farewell to the Rakshasa woman, leaving Jile Mountain. Not far from Jile Mountain, in a temple, the Lion King staggered in, pushing past the temple attendant. He knelt before the statue of the Bodhisattva Jialan, his breath weak. Master, I have failed. The statue glowed softly, and the red-faced, long-bearded Bodhisattva Jialan appeared. He pointed a finger, and a halo of Buddhist light enveloped the Lion King, healing his wounds visibly. Thank you, Master. The Lion King was overjoyed. The Bodhisattva nodded and asked, I gave you the wind-pinning pearl. How did you still fail? Did the Bull Demon King intervene? The Lion King shook his head, his face grim. It was the Peng Demon King, who calls himself the Great Sage. Peng Demon King? The Bodhisattva stroked his beard in thought. I see. Over 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King, along with 5 others, formed an alliance, and the Peng Demon King ranked 3rd. It's no surprise you lost to him, Master. The Lion King hesitated. With the Peng Demon King in Jile Mountain, how should we proceed? The Bodhisattva's eyes narrowed slightly. The Peng Demon King is mysterious and likely won't stay in Jile Mountain for long. Have someone keep an eye on the mountain. Once he leaves, you lead your troops there. You must take Jile Mountain for me. As for the Peng Demon King, I have my ways to deal with him. As Fei Peng left Jile Mountain, heading back to Beiju Luzhou, he suddenly heard a Buddhist chant. Ba, please stay, benefactor. Before he could react, 4 golden pillars rose from the ground, trapping him. A small figure appeared atop the pillars, smiling. Ba, demon, do you recognize me, Lu Feng? Fei Peng surveyed the pillars around him, his expression calm but his heart alert. He sneered. Lu Feng? I, the great sage, have no need to know a nobody like you. Lu Feng's face darkened, his voice cold. Ignorant fool. I am the last disciple of the Buddha, Jilu Sunday. Today, I have come specifically to capture you. Jilu Sun. Fei Peng's eyes narrowed. He recalled hearing about Jilu Sun in the Demon Master's palace, a past Buddha, once a celestial of the Chan sect, who later embraced Buddhism, mastering both Taoism and Buddhism, and was one of the most formidable Buddhas. Lu Feng laughed triumphantly. Indeed, Peng Demon King, if you convert to Buddhism today, you might be spared. Otherwise, your millennia of cultivation will be for naught. Fei Peng snorted, drawing his spear. Jilu Sun is indeed formidable, but you, a mere junior, dare to boast about capturing me, the great sage. You must have a death wish. Despite his confidence, Fei Peng remained cautious. Lu Feng's face fell. It seems you intend to resist. Then witness my power. The 4 corners demon subjugation formation. Rise. Lu Feng chanted, his hands weaving intricate signs. Instantly, beams of Buddhist light erupted from 4 bronze pillars, transforming into sharp swords that whistled through the air towards Fei Peng. Fei Peng snorted, moving with ghostly speed to dodge the incoming blades. When evasion was impossible, he swung his Fangtian halberd, shattering the swords into fragments. However, the shattered swords didn't vanish but turned back into Buddhist light, returning to the pillars and transforming into hammers and other weapons, continuing their relentless assault on Fei Peng. As he dodged, Fei Peng thought, this isn't going to work. The weapons formed by this formation are endless. Unless I destroy those 4 pillars, even my profound powers will be exhausted. He kept evading the fierce attacks while looking for an opportunity to get close to the pillars. Finally, Fei Peng seized a brief moment. He hurled his Fangtian halberd with force, and with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on one of the bronze pillars. Arg Lu Feng, who was controlling the formation, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning grave. He quickly recited a spell, and the crack on the pillar began to close at a visible speed. At that moment, Jalan Bodhisattva quietly appeared behind Lu Feng. It was Jalan Bodhisattva who had brought Lu Feng to set up this trap to ambush Fei Peng. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng turned to Jalan Bodhisattva and said, Bodhisattva, this demon's strength is extraordinary. Without this formation, subduing him would indeed be quite troublesome. By now, the 4 corners demon subjugation formation was fully activated, and the Buddhist light had coalesced into a massive golden bell, completely trapping Fei Peng inside. Jalan Bodhisattva smiled and said, the Peng Demon King has been a notorious demon for a long time. Capturing him is no easy feat if you manage to subdue him. Even the Buddha Jilu Sun will surely praise you. Ha ha ha, thank you for your kind words, Bodhisattva. Lu Feng beamed with pride. Although he was a disciple of Jilu Sun Buddha, he had not entered Ling Xiao. As a prince of a Buddhist kingdom in Xinyo Hezhou, he had apprenticed under Jilu Sun Buddha, merely to solidify his position. Jilu Sun Buddha hadn't invested much in this so-called last disciple, giving him only a formation technique and little else. Suddenly, the golden bell trembled violently, startling both Jialan Bodhisattva and Lu Feng. Not good, Lu Feng shouted, hastily chanting a spell, but it was too late. The golden bell shattered with a loud crash, and a black rock emerged from the broken formation. The rock's aura was chaotic, indicating that breaking the four corners demon subjugation formation had not been easy. You've angered me, the rock said in a chilling voice. Even colder were his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Jialan Bodhisattva and Lu Feng both wore grim expressions, as they sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Pong Demon King. As a guardian deity of Buddhism, Jialan Bodhisattva specialized in combat and had extensive battle experience. Before becoming a Buddhist protector, he had been a general in a dynasty, having fought countless battles and left a trail of death in his wake. However, in his later years, the heavy burden of his killings brought him the torment of vengeful spirits. It was then that he encountered a great Buddhist master who enlightened him, leading to his conversion and role as a guardian deity. Although Faping had broken through the Four Directions demon-subduing formation, the Buddhist power had already infiltrated his demonic energy, leaving him significantly weakened. Despite his fierce appearance, he was now fighting on borrowed time. Out of thin air, a green dragon crescent blade appeared in Jialan Bodhisattva's hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light. He spoke in a deep voice, Amitabha, you wicked being, you won't escape today. Lu Feng, unwilling to be outdone, brandished a gleaming sword. Though he knew he was no match for Faping, the presence of Jialan Bodhisattva gave him courage. He lunged forward, shouting and thrusting his sword at Faping before Jialan Bodhisattva could act. Faping merely sneered, flapping his wings to create a powerful gust that knocked Lu Feng to the ground. Die, Faping said coldly. Seeing Lu Feng fall, Jialan Bodhisattva finally made his move. A dazzling flash of the blade followed, and Faping felt a chill as the green dragon crescent blade struck his talons. Chirp, Faping let out a piercing scream, glaring coldly at Jialan Bodhisattva before flapping his wings and vanishing from sight. Jialan Bodhisattva looked at the faint golden blood on his blade and smirked. Such speed, but this demon is gravely injured and won't recover quickly with my blade energy in him. Lu Feng, guard the entrance to Beiju Luzhou. I will go capture this fiend. With that, Jialan Bodhisattva transformed into a golden light, following the trail left by Faping. As Faping flew, he grew increasingly anxious. Damn it, after so long in the Northern Sea, I didn't expect to be caught off guard today. My injuries are severe. I won't last long. I need to find Lao Qi. He realized he had to find a place to heal quickly. After some thought, he decided the only one he could trust was Sun Wukong. At that moment, a large black bird crashed into a courtyard. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Wang hurried out with her baby in her arms. What kind of bird is this? Check if it's still alive, she exclaimed. A maid cautiously approached and reported, Madam, it's still alive, but it seems injured. One of its claws is bleeding heavily. Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter with compassion in her eyes. Today is my daughter's 100th day. This black bird fell from the sky. It must be fate. We should save it. Meanwhile, in the water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a gleam in them. He had been pondering for days, but still couldn't find a way to lure Xidagarba Bodhisattva away from Yin Mountain. Frustrated, he decided to take a walk. He summoned Wudo Daoist and Lady Huazue, instructing them to guard Flower Fruit Mountain. Then, with a somersault, he left the mountain. Sun Wukong wandered aimlessly and eventually arrived at Linen City. There's no trace of Buddhist power here. That's rare, Sun Wukong noted in surprise. Ever since Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage 1,000 years ago, Buddhism had spread across the 4 continents, except for Beiju Luzhou. The other 3 continents had all seen the rise of Buddhist followers. Let's go down and take a look. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong transformed into a human and landed. He joined the crowd entering Linen City. At this time, Linen City was the capital of a country called Song, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Among so many people, not a single one was a Buddhist follower, which Sun Wukong found very strange. A millennium has passed, and the world has undergone a complete transformation. Nanzhan Buzhou remains under the rule of the Tang dynasty, though the throne has changed hands, with Li Shimin's descendants now governing the empire. In contrast, Dongsheng Shenzhou is mired in chaos, fragmented among 5 states: Song, Han, Liao, Jin, and Ming, with constant warfare causing immense suffering for the people. Strangely, the Daoist sect remains indifferent, allowing the conflicts to persist. Sun Wukong strolled through the bustling streets, holding several skewers of candied hawthorns he had just bought. Using gold and silver conjured by his magic, he exchanged them for these mortal snacks. As he savored the sweet taste, he marveled at how these short-lived humans could create such delicious food, even more intriguing than the delicacies at celestial banquets. Upon entering Linen City, Sun Wukong quickly noticed its unique nature. Statues of the three pure ones were everywhere, making it a veritable Taoist sanctuary. He realized that the Taoists had seemingly adopted the Buddhist method of attracting followers and had begun to interfere in mortal affairs. From the locals, Sun Wukong learned that Linen's reverence for Taoism was due to a powerful Taoist state preceptor. This preceptor could summon wind and rain and turn stone into gold. Under his guidance, the Song state had become the wealthiest in Dongxing Shenzhou. His frequent displays of divine power had driven the populace into a fervent belief in Taoism, leaving no room for Buddhist followers. Meanwhile, Li Bai found himself puzzled. He had noticed a black bird frequently accompanying his sister, sensing something odd about it, but unable to pinpoint exactly what. At that moment, Sun Wukong entered the tavern, his gaze quickly locking onto Li Bai. Recognizing this white-clad immortal he had seen in the Hall of Impermanence, Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled as he approached Li Bai. As he drew nearer, the green lotus sword on Li Bai's back began to tremble slightly. Li Bai's eyes narrowed, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze. With a grin, Sun Wukong said, "Drinking alone is no fun. How about I join you for a drink?" Li Bai, unable to discern the true nature of the seemingly frail man before him, grew cautious due to the green lotus sword's unusual reaction. He realized this sudden stranger was likely a more powerful cultivator than himself. "Sure, have a seat." Li Bai nodded in agreement. "I am Li Bai. May I know your esteemed name?" "Just call me Sun Yuan," Sun Wukong replied, taking a seat across from Li Bai. Sun Wukong and Li Bai sat across from each other, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Li Bai's eyes glimmered with caution, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. It was clear that he was wary of this powerful and mysterious figure before him. In contrast, Sun Wukong appeared completely at ease. He took a sip of the mundane wine on the table, his brows furrowing slightly in dissatisfaction. His gaze casually drifted to the peculiar gourd hanging at Li Bai's waist. Noticing Sun Wukong's interest, Li Bai let out a resigned smile. He slowly removed the gourd and said softly, "This wine was crafted by the Wood Star Lord, praised highly even by the god of wine as the finest in the three realms." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's throat involuntarily moved, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He quickly snatched the gourd from Li Bai's hand, grinning widely. "I've tasted all kinds of wine, and you dare claim this one to be the best? I must try it." Without waiting for Li Bai to protest, Sun Wukong eagerly uncorked the gourd and took a deep sniff, the rich aroma filling his nostrils. His face immediately displayed a look of pure delight. Before Li Bai could stop him, Sun Wukong tilted his head back and began to guzzle the wine. The sound of gulping filled the room, and Li Bai's face showed clear distress as he watched his precious wine being drained. This seemingly ordinary gourd was actually a magical treasure, capable of holding an entire river's worth of wine. Sun Wukong drank for what seemed like an eternity before finally stopping, looking thoroughly satisfied. Wiping his mouth, he genuinely praised, "This is indeed excellent wine. Even at the peach banquet, I never tasted anything this good. Tell me, how is this wine made?" Li Bai sorrowfully took back the gourd, giving it a gentle shake and realizing it was now half empty. He sighed deeply. "This wine is made from a peach of immortality and countless celestial fruits. It's extremely rare, and I only have this one gourd. Even I rarely indulge in it, but today, you've had your fill." Sun Wukong scoffed, "It's just a peach. I'll bring you a basket next time." Li Bai was both amused and exasperated, retorting, "You speak so boldly. Do you think immortal peaches grow like wild fruits on trees?" Seeing Li Bai's disbelief, Sun Wukong didn't bother to explain further. Not wanting to owe a favor, he said, "Brother Li, since I've drunk your wine today, let me give you a gift in return." After searching himself and finding nothing of value, Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed. He pondered for a moment before pulling out 3 hairs from his body and handing them to Li Bai. "Brother Li, these are 3 life-saving hairs," he said solemnly. "Keep them close. If you ever face danger, these hairs will save you 3 times. As long as your opponent isn't stronger than me, they won't be able to harm you." Li Bai was stunned by the precious gift and hesitated. Without waiting for a response, Sun Wukong pressed the hairs into Li Bai's hand and vanished in an instant. Looking at the 3 hairs, Li Bai murmured to himself, "I don't know who this person is, but his power is impressive. These hairs are indeed invaluable." Putting the hairs away, he shook the gourd again, his face showing a pained expression. "My precious wine." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong appeared on the rooftop of the imperial palace, curious to investigate the so-called national advisor who had managed to make an entire country devoutly follow Taoism. The palace was magnificently opulent, even for a mortal emperor's residence. Sun Wukong keenly noticed traces of various formations throughout the palace, likely the work of the national advisor. Purification array, fire-repelling array, serenity array. Sun Wukong muttered as he identified each formation, impressed. This advisor truly is a Taoist master. These formations may be low-level, but combining them is no easy feat. Just then, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss underfoot. Looking down, he realized he had accidentally stepped on and broken a formation. It was a sound alert array, harmless but designed to emit a clear sound when triggered. Sure enough, as the array shattered, a powerful voice echoed. Which Taoist friend dares to trespass in the Song dynasty's palace? Before the voice had even faded, an old Taoist with a youthful appearance appeared before Sun Wukong. Sizing him up, Sun Wukong thought to himself, a golden immortal. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light, instantly recognizing that the Taoist before him was the national preceptor of the Song dynasty. However, what shocked him was that this mortal nation's preceptor was actually a Tai golden immortal. Sun Wukong couldn't help but recall the chaotic days 1,000 years ago when he had stormed the heavens and the underworld, encountering very few Tai golden immortals. Yet, here he was, meeting one so easily in the mortal realm. He thought to himself, perhaps this is why his master had urged him to see the world more clearly. With mixed emotions, Sun Wukong looked at the old Taoist and calmly said, Old Sun, am merely passing through and noticed the intricate formations here, so I took a few extra glances. I mean no harm. The old Taoist, however, did not believe Sun Wukong's explanation, convinced that he had ulterior motives. Without hesitation, the Taoist pulled out a talisman from his robe and activated it, shooting it towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, 5 divine thunderbolts, fiercest yang energy in the world, descended upon him. Even cultivators below the level of the Luo Golden Immortal would not dare to underestimate such power. Although Sun Wukong was immensely powerful, he did not dare to be careless. He swiftly dodged, but the 5 divine thunderbolts transformed into 5 fire dragons that chased him relentlessly. Out of thin air, Sun Wukong summoned his Rui Jingu Bang and swung it, shattering one of the fire dragons with precision. However, the remaining 4 fire dragons coiled around his body. With a muffled puff, Sun Wukong shattered the 4 fire dragons, but a faint taste of blood lingered in his mouth. He hadn't expected that someone in this mortal realm could actually harm him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared directly at the old Taoist. The old Taoist was even more shocked. His 5 Thunder Fire Talisman was his trump card, capable of making even the Great Lama of the Jin Kingdom retreat. Yet, this monkey had withstood the 5 divine thunderbolts and seemed unscathed. A sense of foreboding arose in the Taoist's heart. Furious, Sun Wukong shouted, "You wicked Taoist, how insolent! I, old Sun, did not wish to quarrel with you, yet you attacked me unprovoked. If I don't teach you a lesson, won't I become a laughingstock?" Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong's figure blurred as he swung his Rui Jingu Bang directly at the Taoist. Seeing the imminent danger, the Taoist quickly chanted an incantation and summoned the Xian Yuan shield for protection. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the shield heavily, shattering it, but the Taoist managed to dodge in the nick of time. Realizing Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, the Taoist hastily proposed, "Friend, wait. We are both powerful. If we fight here, we might destroy Linen City. How about we take our battle outside the city?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and recognized that a battle between Tai Golden Immortals could indeed cause massive destruction. Not wanting to bring harm to innocent civilians, he nodded in agreement. "Fine, we'll fight outside the city." Outside Linen City, Sun Wukong tightly gripped his Rui Jingu Bang, facing off against an elderly Taoist. The Taoist drew a pine-patterned long sword, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor with a serious gaze. The air was thick with tension, both men ready to strike at any moment. "I am a disciple of the Yuqing Palace, known as Yifeng Daoren. May I ask which immortal mountain you hail from and why you are spying on Linen City?" Yifeng Daoren asked cautiously. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "A disciple of Yuqing Palace? I've heard that Yuqing Palace is a prestigious Taoist sect. If you are indeed from there, you must possess great skills. But why are you hiding among mortals?" Yifeng Daoren frowned slightly. "Are you perhaps from another continent? Are you unaware of the struggle for Taoist orthodoxy in Dongxing Shenzhou?" "The struggle for orthodoxy?" Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with interest, sensing an opportunity to lure Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva out of the underworld. Seeing Sun Wukong's apparent ignorance, Yifeng Daoren explained in detail, "I see you are also of the Taoist path. The Jin dynasty is supported by Maitreya, the future Buddha of Buddhism. The Liao dynasty, by the lineage of Buddha Shakyamuni. Though both are Buddhist factions, they have their disagreements. Would you consider staying in the Song dynasty to resist Jin and Liao?" Hearing of internal strife within Buddhism, Sun Wukong was secretly delighted. To draw Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva out of the underworld, he decided to agree to Yi Feng Doran's request. The two put away their weapons, and the tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. Yi Feng Doran then introduced Sun Wukong to the Emperor of the Song dynasty. The Emperor, learning of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, was overjoyed and immediately appointed him as a general, showering him with gold and silver. Sun Wukong, indifferent to such earthly rewards, casually distributed the wealth to the people of Linen City. Thus, Sun Wukong temporarily settled in Linen City, planning to use Taoist influence to lure Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva out of the underworld. From Yi Feng Doran, he learned that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, a great power in the future Buddha's lineage, was a direct disciple of the ancient Western sect Zhuan Ti Saint, tasked with overseeing the underworld and seizing control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With this knowledge, Sun Wukong set his sights on the Jin dynasty. Meanwhile, a burly man with a red face and long beard appeared at the gates of Linen City. This was none other than Jialan Bodhisattva in pursuit of Peng Demon King. As he looked up at the 3 large characters Linen City, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Jialan Bodhisattva knew well that the Song dynasty was a land of Taoism, and his identity, if discovered, would bring endless trouble. Yet, determined to capture one of the 7 great sages of the demon clan, he resolutely stepped into Linen City. The moment Jialan Bodhisattva entered the city gates, Yi Feng Doran's eyes snapped open. The array he had set up at the city gates sensed the presence of Buddhist power. A Buddhist dares to come to my Song dynasty? They must think our Taoist sects are powerless. Yi Feng Doran snorted coldly, and in a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, meditating intently within the general's mansion. Although the earthly spiritual energy was inferior to that of the heavens, for someone of his caliber, great golden immortal simple cultivation was no longer enough to advance his skills. At this moment, he was deeply immersed in comprehending the Tao, for only by grasping the Great Way could he break through to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed a summons from Taoist Yi Feng. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them. With a slight shift, he appeared beside Taoist Yi Feng. At this time, Bodhisattva Jialan was confronting Taoist Yi Feng. The Bodhisattva had not anticipated such a swift response from the Taoist sect, and with a furrowed brow, he said in a deep voice, "Umitba, Taoist Yi Feng. I have come because I discovered a great demon king has entered Linen City. I request your permission to find and apprehend this demon." Taoist Yi Feng responded with a cold laugh, "Bodhisattva Jialan, you claim there's a demon king in Linen City. Do you have any evidence?" Bodhisattva Jialan explained, "I chased the demon king to this place. Although he has concealed his aura, I am certain he is hiding within Linen City." Sun Wukong stood by, silently observing the dispute. He recognized Bodhisattva Jialan and recalled that during the journey to the west, this Bodhisattva had secretly protected Tang Sanzang. However, because Sun Wukong had altered his appearance, Bodhisattva Jialan did not recognize him. Seeing 2 great golden immortals suddenly appear in Linen City, Bodhisattva Jialan's heart sank. Sun Wukong, looking at Bodhisattva Jialan, remembered the schemes of the Buddha, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, with his Rui Jinggu Bang materializing in his hand. Taoist Yi Feng noticed Sun Wukong's hostility towards the Buddhist sect, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. But he quickly remembered that the Taoist and Buddhist sects had long been at odds, and their honeymoon period was over. Since a Bodhisattva had walked into their trap, why not take the opportunity to deal a severe blow to the Buddhist sect? With this thought, Taoist Yi Feng quietly transmitted a message to Sun Wukong. "Friend Sun, this Bodhisattva Jialan holds a significant position in the Buddhist sect. If we manage to detain him, it would deeply wound the Buddhist sect." Sun Wukong nodded slightly, and the tension in the air thickened. Bodhisattva Jialan sensed the killing intent from the two, and his heart sank. He knew that a battle between great golden immortals could not take place within the city, as the collateral damage would level Linen City, a karmic burden no one could bear. Taoist Yi Feng made a pleased gesture and said, "Bodhisattva, after you." A great battle was inevitable. Bodhisattva Jialan clasped his hands together. "Umitba, if that's the case, I ask for your guidance." Before he finished speaking, a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet, instantly transporting him outside the city. Sun Wukong grinned, and with a somersault cloud, he appeared behind Bodhisattva Jialan. Taoist Yi Feng followed closely, wielding his pine-patterned sword. The clash of the 3 great golden immortals was about to begin. Sun Wukong stared at Jialan Bodhisattva, recalling the times when he was outwitted by the Buddha. The powerlessness he felt during those 500 years instantly transformed into overwhelming killing intent. He turned to his fellow Taoist, Yi Feng, and said, "Leave Jialan Bodhisattva to me." Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Sun Wukong's Rui Jinggu Bang was already hurtling towards Jialan Bodhisattva. Jialan Bodhisattva quickly drew his green dragon crescent blade to counter. The clash of blade and staff filled the air as they engaged in fierce combat. Sun Wukong's staff techniques were relentless and aggressive, while Jialan Bodhisattva, though skilled with his blade, was clearly outmatched and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing the tide turning against him, Jialan Bodhisattva quickly formed a hand seal and invoked the golden body of the Buddha. Bathed in golden light, his defensive power surged, causing Sun Wukong's strikes to merely scatter some golden dust, while Jialan Bodhisattva's blade posed a significant threat to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was inwardly alarmed. Jialan Bodhisattva's strength had vastly increased over the past 5 centuries. Back then, he was only at the early stage of Tai Jingxian, but now he had reached the late stage, rivaling Sun Wukong's own past power. This realization only intensified the killing intent in Sun Wukong's eyes. During the battle, Jialan Bodhisattva also sensed a familiarity in his opponent's moves, but he would never have guessed that the person before him was the same monkey who had accompanied Tang Sanzang on the pilgrimage 500 years ago. In his mind, that monkey had become the Buddha's victorious fighting Buddha and couldn't possibly be aiding the Taoists against him. At the height of the battle, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. His Rui Jingu Bang split into 3 identical staffs, all of which simultaneously struck at Jialan Bodhisattva. Although Jialan Bodhisattva managed to block one, he was hit by the other 2, spewing golden blood as he was sent flying. Knowing he was outmatched, Jialan Bodhisattva turned into a streak of golden light in an attempt to flee. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, summoning his cloud somersault to give chase. With his superior speed, Sun Wukong quickly caught up to the blood-spitting Jialan Bodhisattva. Jialan Bodhisattva's face showed bitterness. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable foe while pursuing Peng Demon King. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was filled with complex emotions as he remembered how Jialan Bodhisattva had secretly protected Tang Sanzang during their pilgrimage. He wondered if Tang Sanzang was aware of the Buddha's manipulation against him. Jialan Bodhisattva, it's time for you to pass on, Sun Wukong said coldly, giving his opponent the chance to end his own life and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Jialan Bodhisattva asked bitterly, "Who are you really? Since when did the Taoists have someone as powerful as you?" Sun Wukong didn't respond, merely staring at him in silence. Jialan Bodhisattva sighed, realizing his golden body was destroyed and his cultivation severely diminished. He decided to accept the opportunity for reincarnation and rebuild his cultivation. Just as the nirvana flames began to envelop Jialan Bodhisattva, a golden light descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames. A glint appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes as he looked up. Jialan Bodhisattva also raised his head in surprise, only to see the 18 arhats of the Buddha's order had arrived at some point. The fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Bodhisattva Jialan sent shockwaves in all directions, catching the attention of the 18 arhats, hidden masters of Buddhism in the Liao Kingdom. These 18 arhats were direct disciples of the Buddha and had been dispatched to Dongsheng Shenzhou to partake in the struggle for the Tao. They were troubled by the lack of skilled fighters under their command when they suddenly sensed that Bodhisattva Jialan was in grave danger. Following the battle's tremors, they rushed to the scene and managed to save the critically injured Bodhisattva Jialan just in time. Though there were 500 arhats in Buddhism, these 18 held a special status. Not only were they personally taught by the Buddha, but their power also rivaled that of the Bodhisattvas. The leading arhat who subdues dragons, had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, wielding a magical artifact containing the soul of a true dragon. Following him was Arhat who subdues tigers, riding a white tiger with his own power at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and the white tiger mount equivalent to an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, second only to the dragon-subduing Arhat. The remaining 16 Arhats, though slightly less powerful, were all at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The presence of 18 Tai Golden Immortals created an overwhelming aura. Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn, while Bodhisattva Jialan exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, thousands of years of cultivation couldn't be easily abandoned. Although reincarnation and cultivation anew were possible, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage again was uncertain. The dragon-subduing Arhat approached Bodhisattva Jialan with a stern expression and said, "Umitba, Bodhisattva Jialan, we have arrived too late." Bodhisattva Jialan responded with a bitter smile, "Respected dragon-subduing Arhat, you are just in time. This opponent is formidable. Please be cautious." The dragon-subduing Arhat nodded slightly, and the 18 Arhats formed a formation, encircling Sun Wukong. The techniques they practiced were all derived from the Buddha, with their energies interconnected, and they had also mastered a formation known as the 18 Arhats Array. Once this formation was deployed, it was nearly impossible to break through for anyone below the level of Deluo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a mocking smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "The 18 Arhats. If I send all 18 of you into reincarnation, I wonder if that old Buddha would be so furious he'd spit blood." He secretly rejoiced at the thought. Causing the loss of these 18 Arhats would surely provoke a dramatic reaction from the Buddha. The dragon subduing Arhat's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted, "Fiend! With all 18 Arhats here today, will you not surrender to our Buddha?" This thunderous shout contained Buddhist spiritual power, but it had no effect on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and a sudden burst of golden light radiated from his body, displaying a power similar to the Buddhist golden body. "What?" The dragon subduing Arhat exclaimed in shock. "How can you know Buddhist divine powers? Who exactly are you?" Seeing the astonished expressions of the 18 Arhats, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smug smile. His master, Patriarch Subhuti, was well-versed in both Taoist and Buddhist supernatural abilities. As his direct disciple, Sun Wukong naturally excelled not only in Taoist magic, but also in Buddhist powers. With a sudden burst of golden light, Sun Wukong's body expanded dramatically, radiating dazzling brilliance. This was the second time he had used the Great Golden Body, a profound technique originating from the Buddhist sage Zhuanti. Although it was unclear how Subhuti had mastered this art, Sun Wukong had long since inherited its true essence. He made a provocative gesture towards the 18 Arhats, his glowing body exuding an overwhelming aura. Arhats Jinlong and Fuhu exchanged grave glances. The Great Golden Body was a signature technique of the future Buddha, Maitreya. Although the Buddha also mastered this art, the true legacy of Zhuanti was held only by Maitreya in the entire Buddhist realm. Junior brother, this person's origins are unknown, and he masters both Taoist and Buddhist powers. We must not be careless and should set up the Arhat array to capture him, Fuhu Arhat said solemnly, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Jinlong Arhat nodded in agreement and signaled the other 16 Arhats to form the array. The 18 Arhat array? I've always wanted to see it in action, Sun Wukong said excitedly. The Great Golden Body technique could refine one's body into a spiritual treasure, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Sun Wukong, originally a stone from chaos, had an indestructible body. Coupled with the Great Golden Body, his defense was virtually unparalleled. Despite the array's formidable reputation, he felt no fear. The 18 Arhats chanted in unison, their Buddhist power converging to manifest a colossal Arhat phantom in the void. The phantom raised its hand and struck down heavily at Sun Wukong. "Kill!" Sun Wukong shouted, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang golden-hooped rod to meet the Arhat phantom. However, the phantom, powered by the combined strength of the 18 Arhats, was incredibly formidable. Despite Sun Wukong's advanced Tai Golden Immortal stage, he was smashed into the ground by the blow. With a loud crash, Sun Wukong emerged from the earth, his eyes flashing with golden light. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he was uninjured. "Arhats, Bodhisattvas, get out of my way!" he roared, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang once more. This time, Sun Wukong successfully resisted the phantom's hand. "Did you really think you could defeat me so easily?" he sneered, his body beginning to transform. Silver fur rapidly covered his entire form, revealing his true monkey nature. Kalen Bodhisattva and the 18 Arhats, who were adjusting their breath, showed expressions of shock. A demon monkey proficient in both Buddhist and Taoist powers, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage, was a rarity among the demon clan. An image flashed in their minds, but they quickly dismissed Itho could that being, who had long since attained Buddhahood, attack members of the Buddhist order? With his true form revealed, Sun Wukong's power surged. He roared, smashing through the phantom's hand and leaping onto its head, delivering a devastating blow with his staff. With a crack, the Arhat phantom shattered, turning into countless golden fragments. The 18 Arhats simultaneously spat out golden blood, suffering from the array's backlash. "Die!" Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong targeted Changmei Arhat with a fierce strike. Changmei Arhat, still reeling from the backlash and unable to stabilize his turbulent Buddhist power, was terrified. His long eyebrows extended like white ribbons, attempting to ensnare Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sneered, entangling the white ribbons with his Rui Jingu Bang and yanking forcefully. Changmei Arhat screamed in agony as his eyebrows were torn off. "Senior brother Changmei! Junior brother Changmei!" The other Arhats cried out in alarm. Seeing this, Bude Arhat hurriedly summoned his magical treasure, the Universe Bag. The battle raged on, with Sun Wukong holding his own against the numerous formidable opponents. The Chinkuan bag was crafted by the cloth sack Arhat, inspired by Maitreya Buddha's human seed bag, and its power is extraordinary, capable of capturing all postnatal beings. A powerful suction suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong, but to everyone's surprise, the Monkey King remained unmoved. It turns out that his body was forged from a primordial chaos stone, an innate treasure, making Sun Wukong not a postnatal being, rendering the Chinkuan bag ineffective against him. Sun Wukong sneered and expelled a sharp burst of celestial energy from his mouth. The energy shot like a sword straight at the cloth sack Arhat's chest. With a miserable cry, the Arhat was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The Chinkuan bag, losing its magical support, began to drift back towards its owner, but was snatched up by the quick-handed Sun Wukong. Give me back my treasure. The cloth sack Arhat's face turned pale with anxiety, his voice tinged with desperation as he saw his prized possession taken. Sun Wukong glanced down at the struggling Chinquan bag in his hand, a look of disdain in his eyes. Although it was a powerful magical artifact, he felt a surge of revulsion upon discovering that it was made from the skin of pregnant women. What disgusted him even more was that such an inherently evil artifact was being lauded as righteous and honorable simply because it was crafted using Buddhist techniques. This realization deepened Sun Wukong's existing disdain for the Buddhist sect. Such an evil artifact deserves to be destroyed, Sun Wukong said coldly. With a surge of celestial power in his hand, the Chinquan bag seemed to sense the danger and struggled frantically. However, it was merely an artifact and had no chance of escaping Sun Wukong's grasp. The bag swelled violently before finally shattering into pieces with a crisp sound. My treasure. The cloth sack Arhat spat out a mouthful of golden blood as his artifact was destroyed, his aura weakening, and he staggered, barely able to stand. Junior brother. The dragon subduing Arhat, seeing Sun Wukong severely injure two of his comrades in the blink of an eye, looked on with deep apprehension. With a wave of his hand, the dragon soul hovering behind him roared and lunged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully. I, the great sage, fear no real dragon, let alone a mere dragon soul? With that, he charged straight at the dragon soul. The fierce battle lasted for dozens of rounds, but ultimately, the dragon soul was outmatched and reluctantly retreated back to the dragon subduing Arhat, its glow significantly dimmed. The Arhat looked at his damaged treasure with a pained expression. Ha ha ha, this is the so-called 18 Arhats? Just a bunch of worthless fools. Sun Wukong laughed loudly, his voice filled with contempt. At that moment, Taoist Yifeng arrived hurriedly with 3 other Taoists. Seeing Sun Wukong in his monkey form, a flicker of surprise crossed Yifeng's eyes, but he said nothing. Seeing Sun Wukong had backup, the 18 Arhats frowned simultaneously. As key figures in the struggle for the Taoist orthodoxy, they naturally recognized Taoist Yifeng. They had clashed openly and secretly multiple times and knew each other's strength well. With Yifeng and his companions present, along with the formidable Sun Wukong, the 18 Arhats realized they had little chance of victory and began to consider retreat. In the end, the 18 Arhats left with the injured Kalen Bodhisattva. Taoist Yifeng did not forcibly detain these important Buddhist figures, but Sun Wukong was somewhat displeased. He knew that the 18 Arhats were direct disciples of the Buddha, and rash actions against them could attract the Buddha's attention. Although the disguise of Master Subhuti could deceive others, it could not fool the Buddha's discerning eyes. At this moment, Sun Wukong was not ready to confront the Buddha directly. Taoist Yifeng then introduced 3 elder Taoists beside him, Yi Qian, Yi Kong, and Yi Shan. These 3 were also disciples of the Yuqing Palace and had the cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortals. However, apart from Yifeng, the other 3 seemed to hold prejudices against Sun Wukong's demonic heritage. As disciples who prided themselves on being followers of a sage, the Yuqing disciples generally looked down on beings with fur and horns. Sun Wukong keenly sensed the disdain in the eyes of the 3 elder Taoists, but paid it no mind. Since his identity was already exposed, he decided to maintain his true monkey form, abandoning any pretense. Taoist Yifeng chuckled and said, Friend Sun, your skills are impressive. To single-handedly injure long-browed and cloth-bag Arhats, you will surely become famous across the 3 realms. Sun Wukong smirked, thinking that Yifeng had arrived too late to witness his grand feat of breaking the 18 Arhats formation. Late at night, within the National Preceptor's residence, the 4 Taoists gathered. Yichen spoke up, Senior brother, that Sun Taoist is clearly a demon monkey. Why keep him within our Song dynasty's borders? Yikong echoed, Indeed, Senior brother. Why not let us capture this demon monkey? Keeping him in the city will only spell trouble sooner or later. Taoist Yifeng turned to Yishan and asked with a smile, Junior brother Yishan, what do you think? Yishan responded with a grin, Human or demon, what difference does it make? That Sun Taoist possesses Taoist immortal power. Though he has a demon body, he is a demon who has achieved the Tao. What difference is there apart from appearances? Taoist Yifeng nodded in agreement, saying, Junior brother Yishan is right. Sun Taoist's strength surpasses mine, and he could be a valuable ally in our struggle for the Taoist tradition. You must strive to build a good relationship with him and avoid offending him. Boundless, heavenly, venerable. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Liao Kingdom, the 18 Arhats and Kalen Bodhisattva gathered. Dragon subduing Arhat exclaimed, Since when did the Song dynasty have such a formidable monkey demon? To break our 18 Arhats formation single-handedly is truly rare. Tiger-taming Arhat turned to Kalen Bodhisattva and asked, Amitba, Kalen Bodhisattva, how did you encounter that demon monkey? Kalen Bodhisattva sighed and recounted the events of chasing Pong Demon King to Linen City. What? Peng Demon King? That fiend has also reappeared? Dragon subduing Arhat and tiger taming Arhat exchanged a shocked glance. Kalen Bodhisattva, puzzled, asked, although Peng Demon King is formidable, he is merely a Tai golden immortal. Why are you two so surprised? Dragon subduing Arhat gave a bitter smile and said, Kalen Bodhisattva, you may not know, but Peng Demon King has an extraordinary background. Fortunately, you did not kill him. Otherwise, our Buddhist sect would be in great trouble. Hearing this, Kalen Bodhisattva's face changed dramatically. As one of the largest forces in the three realms, the Buddhist sect's overt power was even superior to that of the heavenly court. He could not comprehend how a single Peng Demon King could pose such a significant threat to the Buddhist sect. However, Dragon subduing Arhat was unwilling to elaborate. As a direct disciple of the Buddha, he knew many secrets of the three realms, including the origins of the 7 great sages of the demon race, which caused a great stir 1,000 years ago. At this moment, Sun Wukong was leisurely lying on the roof of the Song dynasty's imperial palace, gazing at the starry sky. A playful, disdainful smile hung on his lips, as if he were mocking the immortals above. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor stood silently amidst the starry river, one of the most significant places in the heavenly court. He muttered to himself, the Buddha is about to break through. If the Buddha can break through, it means that the so-called sage status and the so-called primordial chi do not exist, then I should break through as well. The Jade Emperor's voice was cold and emotionless, starkly different from the well-known ruler of the three realms. Behind the Jade Emperor, an elderly man with white hair and a forehead that glimmered like starlight sighed softly and said, Your Majesty, this move might displease those three entities. The Jade Emperor let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in his eyes. Ha ha ha, when have those three ever been fond of me? I am the Lord of the three realms, appointed by the Tao ancestor. What does it matter if they are displeased? Before he finished speaking, the aura around him surged, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. The elderly man shook his head helplessly, knowing the Jade Emperor had no intention of holding back anymore. Tai Bai, I heard that Qinglian has descended to the mortal realm, the Emperor asked suddenly, his tone laden with meaning. The old man's expression changed. Your Majesty, the Qinglian sword immortal is a disciple of the Ran sect. I am the Lord of the three realms, the Emperor interrupted coldly. Send a message to Neza. The Qinglian sword immortal has violated the heavenly rules by descending to the mortal realm without permission. Have Neza bring him back to the heavenly court for punishment. Tai Bai Jinxing was silent for a moment before responding with a bitter smile. As you command, Your Majesty. I will deliver the decree to the third prince immediately. 3 years passed like water, and Li Qingzhao had grown to the age of 3. Perhaps because she was a reincarnated immortal, little Qingzhao was exceptionally intelligent. Despite her young age, she could already read and write poetry. Her favorite poet was Li Bai from the Tang dynasty. Xiaohe, do you eat worms? Little Qingzhao asked, holding a wriggling worm close to the beak of a large black bird. The bird rolled its eyes and turned its head away. Seeing this, Qingzhao casually tossed the worm aside and began searching for other food that might suit the bird's taste. Standing at a distance, Li Bai couldn't help but smile at the scene. Despite her reincarnation, his sister's personality remained unchanged. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Li Bai's eyes narrowed as he sensed something amiss. Who's there? He felt a powerful presence locking onto him. Fearing for Qingzhao's safety, he darted out of the city. As soon as he reached the outskirts, rows of heavenly soldiers in starry armor appeared before him. The heavenly court? Li Bai frowned. Although he was nominally affiliated with the heavenly court, as a disciple of the Run sect, he had always enjoyed a degree of freedom. He couldn't understand why the heavenly soldiers were surrounding him now. In midair, a lotus insignia appeared, followed by the appearance of a stern-faced youth. Third Prince Neza. Li Bai's eyes narrowed, a sense of unease rising within him. Neza stared at Li Bai, his gaze revealing a hint of indifference. As one of the outstanding third-generation disciples of the Chan school, Neza, despite being unable to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm due to his inherent limitations, had nearly perfected his skills at the Tai Golden Immortal level. He looked at the true immortal Li Bai in front of him with confusion, wondering why the Jade Emperor had personally sent him. Li Bai's lips curled into a bitter smile as he clasped his hands in respect. What merit do I have to trouble the third prince to descend personally? Neza, expressionless, replied, by the Jade Emperor's decree, Qinglian sword immortal, you have violated the heavenly rules by descending to the mortal realm without permission. Surrender immediately and come with me to see the Jade Emperor. Li Bai's eyes flickered as he weighed his options. He knew he hadn't committed any severe transgressions and wouldn't face harsh punishment upon returning to the heavenly court. However, one day in heaven equaled a year on earth, and he feared that his sister might encounter danger if he left. Third Prince, could you grant me some time? Li Bai pleaded earnestly. I have an unfinished matter in the mortal realm. Could you give me a year? He hoped to awaken his sister's memory and help her return to the path of immortality before going back to the heavenly court. Nez's lips curved into a cold smile. Qinglian sword immortal, the Jade Emperor's orders cannot be defied. If you don't come with me, how will I report back to the Jade Emperor? Li Bai took a deep breath and asked solemnly, is there really no room for negotiation? Neza remained silent, but his indifferent expression said it all. In that case, Li Bai has no choice but to seek your guidance. Li Bai's Qinglian sword unsheathed from his back, emitting a sharp aura. Overestimating yourself, Neza sneered. A fire-tipped spear appeared in his hand out of thin air, and with a casual swing, a powerful spear beam swept towards Li Bai. Qinglian sword song, do you not see the yellow river's water coming from the sky? Li Bai suddenly chanted, and sword energy surged out like the waters of the yellow river, clashing with the spear beam. Seeing his spear beam neutralized, Neza's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise, slightly taken aback by Li Bai's strength. But he quickly regained his composure. Just as I thought. Despite the surprise, Neza still didn't regard Li Bai as a serious threat. The gap between a true immortal and a Tai golden immortal was simply too vast. Although Li Bai managed to neutralize most of the spear beam, the residual force still sent him flying. Struggling to stand, Li Bai silently thanked Neza for holding back. Otherwise, a true immortal wouldn't have withstood his full power attack. Watching Neza approach step by step, Li Bai's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he pulled out a strand of silvery white hair from his robe. You promised to help me 3 times. Now, I need your help. Li Bai held the white hair and called out loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the white hair began to glow with a golden light, and a shadow slowly took shape within the light. Neza grew wary, sensing a dangerous aura from the shadow. When the golden light faded, a silver-white monkey appeared in front of Li Bai. A Tai golden immortal level avatar. Interesting. Neza's face showed a hint of a cold smile as a pair of wind-fire wheels appeared beneath his feet. An opponent at the Tai golden immortal level was worthy of his serious attention. Seeing the monkey avatar appear, Li Bai felt slightly reassured. But he knew that an avatar alone couldn't stop Neza. Taking the opportunity, he transformed into a streak of sword light and sped towards Linen City, aiming to unlock his sister's sealed memories. Neza watched Li Bai flee and shook his head, unconcerned about his escape. Meanwhile, in the general's mansion of Linen City, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, sensing that the hair he had given Li Bai had been activated. That kid's in trouble. For the sake of the wine you gave me, I, old Sun, will help you out, Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Neza, wielding his fire-tipped spear, attacked Sun Wukong's avatar. Although the avatar had the strength of a Tai golden immortal, it was still somewhat lacking against a top-tier expert like Neza. After more than 10 rounds, the avatar was dispersed. Neza looked at the broken monkey hair, his eyes filled with doubt. The martial arts displayed by the avatar felt strangely familiar to him. Neza. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already arrived outside the city. Seeing that Neza had severed the monkey hair, a rare smile appeared on his face. Neza lifted his head, warily eyeing the sudden appearance of a stranger. A monkey-like figure stood before him, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden staff, exuding an imposing aura. Neza, how dare you ruin my transformation? Sun Wukong bellowed, his eyes blazing with anger. Hearing this, Neza's face flashed with fury as he retorted sharply. Where did this demon monkey come from, daring to be insolent in front of a god? Do you have a death wish? With that, he swiftly raised his fire-tipped spear and thrust it towards Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, instantly drawing his Rui Jingu Bang and smashing it against the fire-tipped spear. With a loud clang, sparks flew, and the impact of the 2 magical weapons clashing caused the surrounding air to tremble. Impressive monkey, you do have some skill, Neza sneered, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong. The 2 exchanged blows, their moves swift and deadly, fighting for over 100 rounds without a clear winner. Neza, having not encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time, couldn't help but exclaim, you're not bad either, worthy of being the great sage, equal of heaven. Sun Wukong, not to be outdone, responded, 1,000 years have passed, and it seems Neza has improved quite a bit. Your martial skills are much stronger than they were a millennium ago. As for your cultivation, there's some progress, but not much. Take this. Neza snorted, summoning his universe ring, which transformed into a golden light and hurtled towards Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, the ring was right in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smirked, raising his Rui Jingu Bang and striking the universe ring, sending it flying back into Neza's hand. Neza's face flushed slightly, clearly not expecting his treasure to be repelled so easily. Unwilling to admit defeat, Neza sent his wind fire wheels flying from under his feet, transforming into blazing fire that attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, agile and nimble, dodged the onslaught of the wind-fire wheels. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he suddenly felt a tight grip around him. It was Neza, who had silently summoned his red armillary sash, binding Sun Wukong tightly. Ha ha ha, demon monkey, now you see the power of this god? Neza, seeing Sun Wukong restrained, wore a triumphant expression. Sun Wukong struggled fiercely but found that the red armillary sash, a powerful celestial artifact, was impossible to break free from, even with all his strength. You little brat, how dare you ambush your grandpa? Sun Wukong taunted, despite his disadvantage. Due to his lotus incarnation, Neza's appearance remained that of a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Infuriated by Sun Wukong's mockery, Neza roared, "Damn demon monkey, how dare you challenge a god? Prepare to die." He then summoned a golden brick and hurled it fiercely at Sun Wukong's head. The golden brick struck Sun Wukong's head repeatedly with a dull thud. Though dizzy, Sun Wukong's body, formed from the chaos stone, was extraordinarily tough. Despite the power of the golden brick, it couldn't inflict substantial harm. Seeing the golden brick was ineffective, Neza raised his hand and summoned a fiery red cover, tossing it into the air. The cover transformed into a transparent shield, trapping Sun Wukong inside. Demon monkey, this is my 9 dragons fire shield, Neza said coldly. If you surrender now, I might spare your life, considering your hard-earned cultivation. Otherwise, with just a gentle tap, you'll be reduced to ashes. With that, he retracted the red armillary sash, concerned it might get damaged. Freed from the bind, Sun Wukong stretched his limbs and cracked his neck, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Well, Neza, you've hidden quite a few treasures. Hearing this, Neza's eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Sun Wukong's tone suggested he knew him, which left Neza feeling bewildered. Neza gazed at Sun Wukong, who was trapped inside the 9-dragon fire shield, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Although he was sure he had never seen this monkey before, the familiarity in the monkey's tone made him feel a strange sense of kinship. Monkey, who exactly are you? Neza couldn't help but ask. As the direct disciple of Tai Zhenren, Neza held the highest status among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan school, even surpassing Yang Jian. This pride left him with few friends in the 3 realms. Sun Wukong opened his mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. He knew that if his identity were exposed, even if Neza didn't say anything, Tathagata might sense that he had escaped from Mount Mang, which would be disastrous for him. Seeing that Sun Wukong did not answer, Neza's face showed hesitation. He sighed lightly and withdrew the 9-dragon fire shield. Surprised, Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Neza, why didn't you burn me?" Neza raised his head arrogantly, "Demon monkey, I see no karmic sin on you. You don't seem to be a bad demon. Today, I'll spare your life. Go, and don't let me see you again." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Neza, I'll leave, but you need to agree to one thing." A cold glint flashed in Neza's eyes. "Demon monkey, no one bargains with me." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Neza, I don't usually bargain either. If I didn't find you agreeable, I would have smashed you with my staff long ago." Neza laughed in anger, the 9-dragon fire shield appearing in his hand again. "Demon monkey, do you really want a medal?" Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang. "I owe that young man a drink. His business is my business." "Fine, then die." Neza launched the 9-dragon fire shield again, and 9 fire dragons spiraled towards Sun Wukong. Not daring to be careless, Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of golden light to evade the attack. Neza smirked coldly, summoning his red armillary sash to ensnare Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong extended his Rui Jingu Bang, stirring the air and immobilizing the red armillary sash. Neza secretly admired the monkey's cleverness, but mercilessly summoned his golden brick, universe ring, and wind fire wheels, attacking Sun Wukong in turn. Sun Wukong was overwhelmed by the barrage of magical weapons. In terms of martial arts, he was not inferior to Neza, but he only had a single staff, far outmatched by Neza's arsenal. "Enough, this is bullying." Sun Wukong cursed as the golden brick hit him again, then transformed into golden light and fled. Neza triumphantly retrieved his weapons and signaled the heavenly soldiers behind him to march towards Linen City. Meanwhile, in the Li residence, Li Bai lay on the ground, bewildered. He had tried to forcibly awaken Li Qingzhao's memories, but was knocked down by the black bird beside her, leaving him stunned. I was actually beaten by a bird?" Li Bai couldn't believe it. Li Qingzhao, holding the large black bird, asked innocently, "Uncle, what happened? Why did you fall?" Li Bai stammered, unsure how to explain the embarrassment of a true immortal being defeated by an ordinary bird. He cautiously approached Li Qingzhao again, only to be sent flying by a powerful force. On the verge of tears, Li Bai looked at the black bird as if it were a monster. Li Qingzhao walked over, puzzled, and Li Bai quickly waved his hand. "Stop. Stay right there. Don't move." Li Qingzhao looked innocently at Li Bai, not understanding why he had suddenly become so stern. Instinctively, she hugged the black bird in her arms tighter, her small hand gently stroking its smooth feathers. Li Bai stood up, his brow furrowed, and with a hint of barely noticeable tension in his voice, said, "Sister, come here and put the bird down." Hearing this, Li Qingzhao became immediately wary. She took a step back, clutching the black bird tightly, her voice trembling. "Uncle, are you trying to take the hay away from me?" Li Bai looked at Li Qingzhao helplessly, sighing inwardly. How he wished he could tell her that the bird she was holding was not an ordinary bird, but a being far more terrifying than he was. However, he didn't dare speak lightly for fear of angering the mysterious black bird. Li Bai wasn't worried about his own safety. He was afraid the bird might harm Li Qingzhao. After all, Li Qingzhao was just a mortal, as fragile as a piece of thin paper, and any slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. The black bird seemed to sense Li Bai's concern. It glanced at him with eyes full of arrogance and disdain, a look as cold as that of Neza. Li Bai found himself in a dilemma. Just as he was hesitating, Neza arrived, leading the heavenly soldiers to surround Li's residence. Taking a deep breath, Li Bai bowed slightly to the blackbird and said in a low voice, "Although I do not know why you follow my sister, I believe you mean her no harm. My sister was once a serene fairy from the heavens, now reborn as a mortal. I intended to guide her back to the celestial path, but that seems impossible now. I humbly ask that you assist her in her cultivation when the time is right. Li Bai thanks you in advance." With that, Li Bai turned to face Neza, his voice resolute, "Third Prince, I will return to the heavens with you." Neza, however, ignored Li Bai and instead looked at Li Qingzhao, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The black bird now appeared just like an ordinary bird, blinking its innocent eyes and gazing blankly at Neza. Neza frowned slightly, feeling that there was something odd about the bird, but he couldn't find anything unusual upon closer inspection. Seeing this, Li Bai quickly stepped forward, blocking Neza's path. "Third Prince, the Jade Emperor must be getting impatient. We should leave now." He was worried that if Neza continued to observe, he might discover something. Neza shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Since the Jade Emperor's order was to bring Li Bai back to the heavens, completing the task was enough. Other matters were not his concern. "All right, let's return to the heavens." Neza agreed, and with that, he led the heavenly soldiers to escort Li Bai, instantly vanishing from the courtyard of the Li residence. Li Bai was taken back to the heavenly court by Neza, leaving Linen City without its wine-loving swordsman. The tavern owners were a bit disappointed, but otherwise, life went on as usual. In the dead of night, Linen City was silent. On the rooftop of the Li residence, a black bird quietly landed. It looked up at the night sky, opened its beak, and began to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. This seemingly ordinary blackbird was actually the injured Peng Demon King. After being severely wounded and falling into the Li residence, he was saved by the Wang family, allowing him to hide there and recover. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was nearby and lost in thought, suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This aura, could it be Third Brother? His expression changed, and in an instant, he appeared outside the Li residence. The black bird, sensing someone approaching, immediately concealed its aura and disguised itself as an ordinary bird. Sun Wukong entered the Li residence and looked around but found nothing unusual. Peng Demon King's hiding skills were so advanced that even Sun Wukong couldn't detect him. However, Sun Wukong's attention was drawn to a little girl. This little girl. He recognized Li Qingzhao, the very woman he had seen in a painting in the Underworld. The black bird cautiously opened its eyes slightly, sensing something familiar about Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong now had silver fur, looking quite different from before. The black bird, not yet fully recovered, didn't dare to probe further and failed to recognize that this silver-haired monkey was indeed his seventh brother, the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong thought to himself, Li Bai has been taken to the heavenly court, and this little girl has no one to care for her. Since I once shared a drink with him, I should help awaken this girl's celestial spirit. Feeling obligated to help Li Bai's sister recall her past life, he approached Li Qingzhao. Seeing this, the black bird worried that Sun Wukong might harm Li Qingzhao, and was about to intervene. Suddenly, Li Qingzhao slowly opened her eyes, and two lotus flowers briefly flashed within them. Both Sun Wukong and the black bird were taken aback, sensing the extraordinary nature of the lotus flowers. Sun Wukong hesitated as he looked at the bewildered Li Qingzhao. That fleeting aura was something only innate celestial beings possessed. This Li Qingzhao has an unusual background, he thought. A monkey? Such a big monkey. Li Qingzhao smiled innocently, reaching out her little hand, wanting Sun Wukong to hold her. Unaccustomed to such a scene, Sun Wukong quickly vanished in a fluster. Li Qingzhao pouted, clearly displeased with the monkey's sudden departure. The black bird gazed at the little girl he had spent 3 years with, filled with uncertainty. Linen City is not a place for me, the Peng Demon King, to stay for long. I'll stay with you for another year. Then go find my seventh brother and use his cave to heal, he decided. Back at the general's mansion, Sun Wukong was still puzzled by the lotus mark in Li Qingzhao's eyes. He recalled what his master had said about the primal chaos green lotus and couldn't help but wonder if the little girl was connected to some innate celestial treasure. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor coldly eyed the defiantly Bai and said indifferently, "Celestial swordsman of the green lotus, you descended to the mortal realm without permission, disrupting the order. Do you understand your crime?" Li Bai bowed his head and replied, "The green lotus acknowledges his crime." The Jade Emperor's authoritative gaze swept across the hall of assembled deities, and he slowly nodded, saying, "Since you acknowledge your guilt, I shall sentence you to guard the northern heavenly gate and suppress the demonic forces beyond our realm for 500 years. At these words, the hall of celestial majesty erupted in astonishment. The assembled deities were shocked, especially the 8 immortals of the human sect, whose faces paled. The northern heavenly gate, being the boundary between the 3 realms and the demonic world, was notoriously perilous. Immortal Lu Dongbin of the Eastern Flower sect immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, the demonic forces beyond the northern heavenly gate are exceedingly ferocious. Qinglian, being only at the level of a true immortal, may find it difficult to contend with them. Moreover, isn't a 500-year punishment excessively harsh?" The Jade Emperor cast a cold glance at Lu Dongbin, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Donghua, are you questioning my judgment?" Lu Dongbin's brow furrowed. In recent years, the Jade Emperor's authority had grown, but he would usually show some leniency towards the disciples of the 3 sects. Today's attitude seemed intentionally harsh towards the human sect, causing unease in his heart. The other 8 immortals, observing the situation, realized that it would be difficult to protect Li Bai today. However, they also understood that with the strength of the human sect, as long as Li Bai wasn't besieged by the demonic forces, his life at the northern heavenly gate would be secure. 500 years was but a fleeting moment to an immortal. Weighing their options, they chose not to further provoke the Jade Emperor. Thus, Li Bai accepted the sentence of guarding the northern heavenly gate for 500 years. The Jade Emperor turned to the stern-faced North Star Lord standing nearby and instructed, "North Star Lord, escort the sword Immortal Qinglian to the northern heavenly gate." The dignified middle-aged man respectfully bowed, and then led Li Bai out of the hall of celestial majesty. Meanwhile, in the palace of Doshuai, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord had been in seclusion for a long time. The 8 immortals of the upper cave had intended to seek his counsel, but were gently turned away by the boy attendant, leaving them with no choice but to return empty-handed. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Lan Saiha looked at Lu Dongbin with a worried expression. "Qinglian, our junior disciple, has exceptional talent in swordsmanship. If anything were to happen to him at the northern heavenly gate..." Lu Dongbin, his brows tightly knit, replied in a grave tone, "The Grandmaster has been in seclusion for 200 years. Recently, the Jade Emperor seems to be plotting something in secret. Sending Qinglian to the northern heavenly gate is suspicious. Fellow brothers, I have decided to go to the northern heavenly gate myself and secretly protect Qinglian. With you there, Qinglian will surely be safe," Lan Saiha said, feeling slightly reassured. Iron Crutchley, Han Zhongli, and the others also expressed their agreement. Taking a deep breath, Lu Dongbin's eyes were resolute. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of sword light and sped towards the northern heavenly gate. Not long after, Taibai Jinxing approached the Jade Emperor and reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Immortal Donghua has left the celestial court for the northern heavenly gate." A flash of hesitation crossed his eyes as he silently worried. The disciples of the human sect are already few in number. The Jade Emperor's scheming might provoke the wrath of the human sect's leader. The consequences could be dire, considering that being is the foremost among the saints. Ever since he discovered the mysterious aura around Li Qingzhao, Sun Wukong frequently approached the little girl, trying to uncover her secrets. This behavior greatly irritated Faping, the demon king of the rock, as he had to conceal his identity from Sun Wukong at all costs. Ironically, this very caution caused him to miss the chance of reuniting with Sun Wukong. One late night, Faping transformed into human form and stood by the sleeping Li Qingzhao's bedside. He whispered softly, "Little girl, I'm leaving. If fate allows, we'll meet again." He then gently smoothed her disheveled hair and placed a feather in her hand. "Da hei," Li Qingzhao murmured in her sleep, her lips moving slightly as if she were still feeding the black bird. A warm smile appeared on Faping's otherwise stern face, and his figure gradually faded until he vanished completely. After leaving Linen City, Faping decided to head to Mount Mang. He initially wanted to go to Flower Fruit Mountain, but remembered that Sun Wukong, now the victorious fighting Buddha, resided in the sacred ape cave on Mount Mang. Changing his course, Faping, whose injuries were healing slowly, sought a safe place to recuperate. Faping's departure left Li Qingzhao feeling downcast for quite some time, but with Sun Wukong's frequent company, she gradually regained her cheerfulness. One day, while playing in the courtyard, Li Qingzhao noticed Sun Wukong watching her thoughtfully, recalling the two mysterious lotus flower marks he had seen. Big monkey, can you tell me a story? Li Qingzhao asked, tired from playing, as she sat down beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong happily agreed and began to vividly recount his epic rebellion in the heavenly palace 1,000 years ago. Li Qingzhao listened intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What happened next? Did the big monkey manage to take the Jade Emperor's throne? She asked eagerly. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then replied in a somber tone. In the end, the monkey failed and was killed by a great monk. That monk is so mean, Li Qingzhao pouted angrily. Sun Wukong looked at Li Qingzhao and suddenly asked, Little girl, do you want to learn some skills? How about becoming my disciple? His tone was light, but his eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. Though Li Qingzhao didn't fully understand what becoming a disciple meant, she thought it sounded like a fun game and nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong solemnly took out a portrait of Patriarch Subhuti and bowed to it, saying, Master, your disciple Wukong wishes to take on a student. Please give your consent. As soon as he finished speaking, the portrait ignited, and amidst the swirling smoke, the figure of Patriarch Subhuti appeared. Master, little girl, come and greet your grandmaster. Sun Wukong instructed Li Qingzhao. Imitating Sun Wukong, Li Qingzhao bowed to the apparition of Subhuti, saying, Greetings, grandmaster. Subhuti looked at Li Qingzhao with a smile and then pointed towards her. A lotus flower mark suddenly appeared on Li Qingzhao's forehead. Subhuti's finger precisely touched that mysterious mark. A pain-filled moan escaped Li Qingzhao's lips, and her body collapsed weakly. Ah, girl! Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to check on her. At that moment, a giant lotus flower burst forth from within Li Qingzhao, enveloping her entire body. Feeling the immense power emanating from the lotus, Sun Wukong looked at Subhuti's apparition in astonishment. Master, what is this? Subhuti's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Wukong, this girl has an extraordinary origin. Taking her as your disciple may bring great trouble in the future. I ask you, do you still wish to accept her as your disciple? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then replied solemnly, Master, since I have taken this little girl as my disciple, her matters are now my matters. Even if the gods and Buddhas of the heavens wish to harm her, they will have to get past me first. Good, good, good. Subhuti nodded in satisfaction. From now on, she is the third-generation disciple of Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain. With that, the apparition vanished. The protective lotus flower surrounding Li Qingzhao gradually dissipated, revealing her form. She had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her body, which appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, had now grown to resemble that of an 11 or 12-year-old. A bud-like lotus flower was faintly visible on her forehead. Li Qingzhao slowly opened her eyes, looking at Sun Wukong in confusion. She hesitated for a moment and then softly called out, Big monkey master? Sun Wukong nodded in confirmation and asked with concern, Girl, how do you feel? Li Qingzhao curiously examined her body and replied, It's so strange. I feel like I've grown taller. Sun Wukong anxiously asked, Do you feel anything else? Li Qingzhao looked at Sun Wukong in puzzlement, and then seriously said, Big monkey master, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he said, All right, let's go find something good to eat. Okay. Li Qingzhao's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of food, and she immediately jumped up with joy. Sun Wukong took Li Qingzhao to a bustling restaurant in Linen City. They ordered a large spread of sumptuous dishes, some of which were not suitable for children, but Sun Wukong was unaware of this. Watching Li Qingzhao eat with such happiness, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile with contentment. On Mount Mang, Faping stepped into the temple of the victorious fighting Buddha, his gaze falling upon the statue. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Something seemed off about the statue, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Amitabha, benefactor, have you come to offer incense? An elderly monk with a kind face approached slowly, his hands clasped together in a respectful greeting. Faping spoke bluntly, I want to meet the victorious fighting Buddha. The old monk smiled upon hearing this and said, As long as you pray sincerely, the victorious fighting Buddha will appear by your side. A cold smile played on Faping's lips as a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. The dense demonic energy filled the entire temple, sending chills down anyone's spine. He looked at the statue and shouted, Old Seven, I'm here. Come out and meet me. Meanwhile, deep within the celestial ape cave, the victorious fighting Buddha's eyes snapped open. What demon dares to cause trouble on my Mount Mang? A stern voice boomed through the air. Immediately, a massive pillar descended from the skies, aiming straight for Faping. A flicker of alarm crossed Faping's eyes as he vanished in an instant. The temple of the victorious fighting Buddha collapsed into ruins with a thunderous crash. Amidst the debris, a golden monkey with a stern expression and piercing eyes glared at Faping. Blood trickled from the corner of Faping's mouth as he gazed at the monkey with a complex expression. His heart churned with confusion and surprise. "Who are you, demon, to dare cause trouble on my territory?" the victorious fighting Buddha roared. He hadn't taken action in 1,000 years, and now, with his merits refined and his strength greatly increased, he was just one step away from becoming a grand Luo golden immortal. Yet this final step seemed insurmountable, despite centuries of cultivation. "You're not old 7, Faping slowly uttered. Despite the monkey resembling Sun Wukong perfectly, even down to the aura, Faping sensed something was amiss. "Old 7, who are you?" The victorious fighting Buddha was momentarily stunned, then sneered, "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to die." Before the words were fully spoken, he had already teleported above Faping, his golden staff hurtling down. Clang! Faping barely managed to block with his halberd, but his entire body was driven deep into the ground. The victorious fighting Buddha's strength was overwhelming, and Faping, not fully recovered, could only exert 60% of his power. He quickly fell into a disadvantage. Ugh! Faping was sent flying again. Before he could steady himself, the golden staff of the victorious fighting Buddha was already upon him, aiming for his head. Crack! Faping was smashed into the ground, the earth splitting into deep fissures. "Demon, surrender and be executed." The victorious fighting Buddha looked down coldly at the struggling Faping. Cough, cough, Faping spat out blood, then suddenly burst into laughter. What a victorious fighting Buddha! What a brilliant deception! "I understand now. Ha ha ha, I understand. You're not Sun Wukong. You're an imposter." He recalled his encounter with Sun Wukong in Beiju Luzhou and realized Sun Wukong had been tricked. Faping's words made the victorious fighting Buddha's face darken. He coldly said, "Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Die." With that, he gathered a blazing ball of Buddha light in his palm and hurled it at Faping. When the light dissipated, only a pool of blood and a few broken feathers remained on the ground. "You managed to escape. Such speed." The victorious fighting Buddha waved his hand, capturing the feathers into his palm, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Azure Wolf, White Ape," the victorious fighting Buddha called out coldly. Instantly, 2 burly men appeared before him, his trusted subordinates. "Find him and kill him. Anyone who has come into contact with him, whether human, demon, immortal, or god, leave none alive." The victorious fighting Buddha handed the feathers to the 2, issuing his kill order. "As you command, Buddha." The 2 men took the feathers, transforming into streaks of light and disappearing from sight. In the city of Linen, an unusual apprenticeship ceremony was taking place. Sun Wukong, the esteemed Grand General of the Song dynasty, was teaching Leing Xiao magical arts. Although the Li family had never believed in gods or immortals, Li Gufei could only acquiesce to his daughter learning from this extraordinary master due to Sun Wukong's status and the mediation of Taoist Feng. Leing Xiao exhibited astonishing talent, her affinity for spiritual energy far surpassing that of ordinary people, and her progress in cultivation was rapid. If it weren't for the scarcity of spiritual energy in the mortal realm, she might have reached the level of a mortal immortal within a century. "Master," Leing Xiao tugged at Sun Wukong's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You have me practicing energy control every day, but when will you teach me some real divine abilities?" Sun Wukong sighed helplessly and explained, "Girl, my divine abilities consume a great deal of immortal power. The energy you have now is far from sufficient. How about this? Once you reach the stage of transforming energy into spirit, I will teach you some transformation techniques." "How does that sound? Transformation techniques?" Leing Xiao's eyes lit up. "All right, it's a deal." She immediately reached out to high-five Sun Wukong, afraid he might go back on his word. Seeing his disciple's excitement, Sun Wukong felt a mix of emotions. As someone who had never been a teacher, he was experiencing the pressure of instructing another for the first time. Just then, Sun Wukong received an urgent transmission from Taoist Feng. "Friend Sun, come quickly to the National Advisor's residence. There is an important matter to discuss." "Girl, practice well. I have some business to attend to," Sun Wukong instructed hastily before transforming into a streak of light and disappearing. "Humph, he calls me impulsive, but he's no different," Leing Xiao muttered softly, watching her master leave. At the National Advisor's residence, 4 Taoists were waiting with grave expressions. Taoist Feng, Taoist Chen, Taoist Kong, and Taoist Shan were all gathered, the atmosphere tense. "What's going on? Has something happened?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Taoist Feng nodded and said, "Friend Sun, the Jin army has invaded our Song dynasty's Yunzhou border. The defending general of Yunzhou has fallen, and 100,000 elite soldiers have been annihilated. Now, only Huku Pass is holding out. If it falls, the Jin cavalry will be able to advance unimpeded into the heart of our Song dynasty. Sun Wukong was puzzled. If that's the case, why haven't you rushed to Hukou Pass to provide support? What are you discussing here? Taoist Yifeng smiled wryly and explained, Friend Sun, you may not know, but the Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva of the Jin Kingdom have not yet acted. If the four of us go to Hukou Pass, they might seize the opportunity to attack Linen. Sun Wukong immediately understood their intentions and laughed. You old Taoists, why beat around the bush? If you want me to step in, just say so. Taoist Yikong quickly explained, Friend Sun, please don't be offended. It's just that we feel guilty asking for your help so easily. Ha ha ha, no problem. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. As long as I get to fight those bald monks, I'm more than happy. Rest assured, they'll head to Hukou Pass right away and drive those Jin soldiers back. Although Sun Wukong sensed there was more to the situation, he didn't mind. Having stayed in Linen for several years with his tenure deadline approaching, he had yet to find a way to draw out Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This trip to Hukou Pass might be the perfect opportunity to learn more about the forces of the future Buddha. Hukou Pass, the most perilous checkpoint in the northern Song dynasty, saw its commander Hu Yinzan standing solemnly on the tower, his eyes scanning the scene below with a piercing gaze. Towering and robust, Hu Yinzan's body was impervious to blades and arrows due to his rigorous training. His iron whips, wielded with unmatched skill, rarely met a worthy opponent. However, at this moment, even this formidable general felt a tinge of unease. Below the tower, thousands of gleaming bronze soldiers stood in perfect formation, ready to strike. These eerie bronze figures were the main reason for the Song army's continuous defeats. A bitter smile formed on Hu Yinzan's lips as he realized that if Hukou Pass fell, the Song dynasty would be in grave danger. Taoist Qingxiu, how should we respond? Hu Yinzan turned to a white-bearded Taoist beside him. These bronze soldiers are invulnerable to weapons and possess immense strength. Our soldiers are no match for them. Taoist Qingxiu, a wandering cultivator skilled in talismanic arts, had been crucial in holding the pass. Without his help, Hukou Pass would have fallen long ago. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he replied, General Hu, I am but a humble cultivator at the celestial immortal stage. Those bronze soldiers, known as Buddha soldiers, are puppets crafted by Buddhist monks, similar to Taoist soldiers created through the scattering beans into soldiers technique. Ordinary soldiers cannot contend with them, though I can use talismans to repel them temporarily, I fear. Hearing this, Hu Yinzan slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Roaring in anger, he said, cultivators interfering in mortal wars is so unfair to humanity. Yet the gods and Buddhas in the heavens allow this, only restricting those above the true immortal stage from directly attacking ordinary mortals. Those below this stage face no such limits. Just then, a soldier rushed over in panic to report, General, those monsters are attacking again. Below, the Bronze Army began their assault on Hukou Pass. Armed with bronze staves and moving in unison like a formidable bronze wall, they advanced towards the gate with unstoppable force. Ready the ballistae. Prepare the crossbows. Hu Yinzan commanded decisively. Ordinary arrows were useless against these bronze soldiers. Only ballistae and crossbows could slightly delay their advance. Boom! A massive bolt from a ballista struck a bronze soldier, sending it flying. However, to their despair, the bronze soldier quickly stood up, unscathed. Meanwhile, in the Jin army camp, General Wanyan Tuan excitedly said to the monk riding a lion beside him, Master, these divine soldiers are incredible. The elite Song troops are no match for them. The monk, with a compassionate expression, replied, Amitabha, these barbarians refuse to be enlightened. Though Buddha is merciful, I must send them to hell for reincarnation to cleanse their sins. Wanyan Tuan, with a face full of reverence, responded, Master, your compassion is boundless and your merits immeasurable. By this time, the bronze soldiers had begun scaling the walls. Once they breached the pass, the Jin army of 100,000 would sweep through the Song cities. Charge! Hu Yinzan roared, swinging his iron whip and smashing it into a bronze soldier's head. Sparks flew, and the bronze soldier was knocked off the tower. However, not everyone possessed Hu Yinzan's strength. The Song soldiers' swords and spears were ineffective against the bronze soldiers, who could kill a Song soldier with a single blow. Seeing the dire situation, Taoist Qingxiu finally took action. Biting his finger, he swiftly drew a talisman in the air. Boundless Heaven, Supreme Lord Lao, by the order of the law, Flame Talisman. Instantly, fire dragons appeared in the air and lunged at the bronze soldiers. The fire dragons coiled around the bronze soldiers, melting them into pools of molten bronze. After a fierce battle, the bronze soldiers were finally repelled. However, Taoist Qingxiu, exhausted from expending his celestial energy, looked pale and was temporarily unable to fight. Holding his injured shoulder, Hu Yinzan looked worriedly at the weakened Taoist Qingxiu and said, Taoist, are you alright? If the enemy attacks again, please refrain from fighting. We will do our best to buy you time. Once you recover your celestial energy, you can help us defend the pass again. Master Qingshu shook his head and sighed, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the city outskirts. These bronze warriors are too powerful, beyond the capability of ordinary soldiers to resist. Though I am but a humble man of the mountains, I am still a citizen of the Song dynasty. How can I stand by and watch as the Jin invaders overrun us? Hu Yinzan watched the Taoist master with growing concern. Though he didn't fully understand the limitations of celestial magic, the fatigue etched on Master Qingshu's face spoke volumes. If this continued, the master would soon exhaust his life force. Without Master Qingshu, Huku Pass might truly be indefensible. Master Qingshu waved his hand and took out a gourd from his robe, pouring out a pitch-black pill. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it. Almost instantly, his complexion became rosy. He looked at the now empty gourd and sighed deeply, knowing that once his celestial power was depleted again, there would be no quick recovery. Outside the city, a monk watched the bronze warriors retreat with a cold glint in his eye. He began chanting an incantation, causing the ground to tremble as bronze warriors emerged from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain. In no time, another wave of bronze warriors appeared before the Jin army. Go, the monk commanded with a wave of his sleeve, sending the new army of bronze warriors charging towards Huku Pass. Here they come again, these bastards. Hu Yinzan cursed under his breath as he watched the swarm of bronze warriors approaching. Master Qingshu silently took out a vermilion brush and began inscribing talismans on the wall. General Hu, please buy me the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. I need to set up a large formation that might hold off the bronze warriors, the master said, preparing to deploy a formation he had not yet fully mastered. Hu Yinzan was overjoyed at the words and thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, master. He then turned to his soldiers, his voice booming, men of the Hu family, the master is a man of the Otherworld. Yet he is willing to risk his life for us. How can we, sons of the Song dynasty, cower in fear? Are you willing to follow me into battle to buy the master sometime? We are willing to fight to the death with you, General. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. Hu Yinzan personally selected 2,000 elite soldiers and opened the gate, leading his troops out of Huku Pass. These elite Song soldiers all wielded hammers and clubs, as swords and blades were ineffective against the bronze warriors. Charge! Hu Yinzan roared, leading the charge into the bronze warrior ranks. His iron whip swung like a dragon, felling a bronze warrior instantly. However, the warrior soon stood up again, seemingly unharmed. On the battlefield, the sounds of combat were relentless. A bronze warrior punched a heavily armored Song soldier to the ground. The soldier struggled, but ultimately couldn't rise again. Clang! A loud crash echoed as a Song soldier's hammer struck a bronze warrior. The warrior staggered but remained unscathed, continuing its advance. Outside Huku Pass, Hu Yinzan led the elite Song troops in a brutal clash against the Jin Empire's bronze soldiers. These invulnerable soldiers moved like a wall of iron, and the Song weapons clashed against them with a piercing metallic sound, unable to inflict any damage. Despite their fearless resolve, the Song troops quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, with the battlefield littered with their fallen comrades and severed limbs. Hu Yinzan roared to rally his men, his iron whip already broken. He grabbed a bronze rod from a fallen enemy and continued to fight fiercely. Blood soaked the yellow earth, and the heavy scent of it hung in the air, sharpening everyone's nerves. Just as the Song army was on the brink of collapse, Hu Yinzan's younger brother, Hu Yinxiang, stood on the walls of Huku Pass and cast a deep glance at Taoist Master Qingshu, who was intently inscribing a formation. Without hesitation, he drew his golden mace and led a squad of elite Song soldiers out of the gate, charging at the bronze soldiers with a battle cry of "Kill!" Every soldier in the charge understood it was a fight to the death. Yet, none hesitated. They charged fearlessly towards the terrifying bronze soldiers. Master Qingshu witnessed this scene, and a tear rolled down his cheek. He bit his tongue hard, spitting out blood to enhance the power of his formation, speeding up his inscriptions. Faster, faster, he urged himself, feeling for the first time that his talisman drawing was too slow. Soon, his face turned pale, a sign of overextending his spiritual energy, but he persevered. At that moment, Sun Wukong arrived above Huku Pass on his somersault cloud. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, a serious look crossed his face. Sun Wukong knew that with his abilities, he could easily crush the Jin forces, but doing so would bring karma, hindering his cultivation. Looks like I made it just in time, Sun Wukong thought, relieved. Although the Song army was struggling, Huku Pass had not fallen yet, and there was still hope if they could hold out. Meanwhile, beside Wanyan Tuan, a great monk suddenly looked skyward, sensing Sun Wukong's presence. Umitba, a formidable being has arrived. General Wanyan, stay here and command. I will meet this newcomer, the monk said, then flew into the sky. Sun Wukong noticed the monk approaching and smirked disdainfully. Just a mere true immortal monk. The monk's expression changed upon seeing Sun Wukong. The aura from this figure felt as oppressive as that of his master, the Sunlight Bodhisattva. Amitabha, I am Daxilu, disciple of the Sunlight Bodhisattva. Greetings, fellow Taoist, he said, mistaking Sun Wukong, disguised as a Taoist, for a high-ranking Taoist. So, you're a disciple of the Sunlight Bodhisattva. How dare you flaunt your petty tricks here? Withdraw your spells and retreat, or I, Sun Wukong, will destroy all your bronze soldiers, Sun Wukong declared, unafraid, having challenged even the Buddha himself. Daxila's face grew serious. Fellow Taoist, we have an agreement that true immortals cannot attack ordinary soldiers. If you break this rule, the Buddhist masters may seek you out for a duel. Sun Wukong frowned, but then grinned with a sudden idea. While I can't attack mortals, you are a true immortal. If I defeat you, those bronze soldiers will naturally retreat. Wait, fellow Taoist, Daxilu exclaimed, alarmed. This conflict should be settled between our nations. How about this? I will retreat our forces today and challenge you another day. What do you say? Sun Wukong, uninterested in killing a minor true immortal, nodded in agreement when he saw Daxilu willing to retreat. Fine. Withdraw your troops and send your Buddhist masters to face me. Farewell, Daxilu said, quickly retreating. Darcy Liu cast a deep, complex look at Sun Wukong before turning away with heavy steps back to the front lines of the two armies. Gazing at the Tongren army, which was on the verge of victory, he let out a reluctant sigh and ordered Wanyan Tuan to retreat. Wanyan Tuan stared at Darcy Liu in disbelief, his voice filled with confusion. My lord, we are about to break through Huku Pass. Retreating now would mean all our efforts are in vain. With a heavy heart but a firm tone, Darcy Liu replied, retreat? We'll discuss it further when we return. He sighed deeply once more. Reluctantly, Wanyan Tuan cast one last glance at Huku Pass before issuing the order to withdraw. The Jin army slowly retreated, and the Tongren army vanished from sight like a receding tide. On the city walls, the Huyin brothers, bloodied from battle, exchanged bewildered looks. Qingshu Taoist, who was meticulously drawing a formation, also showed signs of confusion, not understanding why the enemy had suddenly retreated. Nonetheless, the enemy's withdrawal provided a much-needed respite for Huku Pass. Qingshu Taoist took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to continue working on the unfinished formation. At that moment, Sun Wukong lightly landed on Huku Pass. He glanced at the formation Qingshu Taoist was drawing. Though it seemed insignificant to him, it could still be somewhat effective against the Tongren soldiers outside the pass. Huyan Zan and his comrades returned inside the pass and, upon seeing Sun Wukong in a Taoist attire, immediately realized that he must be the reinforcement sent by the Song dynasty. They finally understood why the Jin army, despite having the upper hand, had suddenly retreated. Sun Wukong noticed Qingshu Taoist's depleted energy and scattered spirit, and shook his head. He raised his hand, sending a wisp of immortal energy over. Instantly, Qingshu Taoist felt rejuvenated, his aura becoming calm and balanced. Finish the formation and then meet me on the mountain, Sun Wukong said, pointing to a small hill beside Huku Pass, clearly discomforted by the heavy scent of blood within the pass. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the Jin camp, Darcy Liu was burning incense in prayer. He informed his master, Rigwang Bodhisattva, about the presence of a Taoist master at Huku Pass and pleaded for reinforcements. Shortly afterward, Qingshu Taoist arrived at the mountain peak where Sun Wukong stood. He bowed respectfully and said, "This humble Taoist, Qingshu, greets the senior." Sun Wukong scrutinized Qingshu Taoist and discerned from his impure aura that he was a solitary cultivator who had stumbled upon a cultivation method. Without any significant fortuitous encounters, he would likely never advance beyond the heavenly immortal stage. What is the current situation at Huku Pass? How many experts does the Jin side have? Do you know? Sun Wukong asked directly. He needed to understand the current circumstances. In the past, Sun Wukong would have recklessly charged into the Jin camp and defeated all the so-called Buddhist experts. But now, he had become more cautious, aware that there were still quite a few formidable experts within the Buddhist sects. At the peak of a desolate mountain, Taoist Master Qingshu disclosed all the military intelligence of the Jin kingdom to Sun Wukong. The Jin forces, numbering 200,000, were pressing the border with their vanguard led by the copper men of the monk Dashi Luohan. The Song army was retreating step by step, unable to hold their ground. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, lightly stroking his chin as he contemplated the situation. He knew well that the Buddhist sect held significant power in the Jin kingdom, and despite his own extraordinary abilities, he couldn't guarantee invincibility. The key to the war ultimately lay in the clash of ordinary armies. If the copper men could be defeated, the the Song army might still stand a chance against the Jin forces. Hearing this, Taoist Master Qingshu was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Wise elder, your insight is invaluable. The Song army is not inferior to the Jin forces. If we can break the Copper Men, our troops can surely repel the Jin army. Sun Wukong fell into deep thought, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The Copper Men, though conjured by magic, were not a threat to cultivators, but were nearly invincible to ordinary soldiers. To break this magic, one would need celestial arts. Frustrated, he scratched his head, regretting that he had neglected to refine golden beans regularly. Otherwise, he could summon mighty warriors to dismantle the Copper Formation. As Sun Wukong pondered, a strong presence of Yin energy suddenly caught his attention. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Taoist Master Qingshu, heading swiftly in the direction of the Yin energy. In the distance, squads of ghost soldiers were slowly gathering. These were mostly elite Song soldiers who had died in battle. Though their eyes were hollow, their bodies exuded a potent aura of bloodlust. Sun Wukong was delighted to recognize Long Ju, a general under the Ghost King of Mang Mountain. At first, Long Ju looked at Sun Wukong with confusion. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately dropped his disguise, revealing his true form covered in silver fur. Long Ju finally recognized his old friend, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Taoist Master Qingshu stood dumbfounded, astonished by Sun Wukong's true form. However, being a freelance cultivator, he held no significant prejudices and chose wisely to observe, especially since Sun Wukong's purpose was to aid the Song dynasty. Through their conversation, Sun Wukong learned that the Ghost King of Mang Mountain had been collecting the souls of the fallen from various regions for years, training them into ghost soldiers. Among them, the ghost soldiers from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent were of the highest quality, and Long Ju's mission was related to this endeavor. A flash of inspiration struck Sun Wukong, and he grabbed Long Ju's arm, asking, "Brother Long Ju, would you be willing to lend me a hand?" Long Ju readily agreed. "We are brothers, and you are an ally of our king. Whatever you need, just say the word." Sun Wukong beamed. "Excellent. After this is done, I promise you'll gain a large number of ghost soldiers." At that moment, the Jin Kingdom's camp was suddenly bathed in the light of Buddha, as numerous golden Buddhist masters appeared, their chants echoing through the skies. Golden lotuses bloomed across the camp, and the Jin soldiers felt a refreshing clarity, cheering with joy. Sun Wukong scoffed, muttering, "These Buddhists love to mystify and deceive the common people." Taoist Master Qingshu, however, looked on with envy. This technique of blooming lotuses from the mouth is quite effective for spreading their teachings. In comparison, our Taoist teachings seem somewhat dull. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes at this, thinking that this rustic cultivator had a limited perspective, unaware of the profound mysteries of true Taoist teachings. Just then, a tiny golden immortal with a halo above his head appeared in the sky over Huku Pass, chanting a Buddhist phrase, "Umitba, may Buddha have mercy." The Sunlight Bodhisattva appeared quietly, and Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he keenly sensed another powerful Tai golden immortal aura hidden within the halo behind the Bodhisattva's head. With a mocking smile, he spoke, his voice dripping with provocation. "I've heard that you and the Moonlight Bodhisattva are inseparable. Since you're here, I assume the Moonlight Bodhisattva is nearby as well?" With a leap, Sun Wukong instantly confronted the Sunlight Bodhisattva in midair. The Bodhisattva's face was full of compassion, and he spoke gently, "My friend, I see a hint of Zen in you, suggesting a connection with Buddhism. Why not join our ranks and become a Bodhisattva or an Arhat? You could attain true enlightenment. What do you say?" Sun Wukong burst into laughter, his voice full of disdain. "What a joke! You want me to join Buddhism? Only if you give me your seat." The Sunlight Bodhisattva's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed softly, "Since you are so obstinate, I have no choice but to use my subjugation techniques." Sun Wukong drew out his Rui Jingu Bang, snorting, "Enough talk. Tell the Moonlight Bodhisattva hiding behind you to come out. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill you with one strike." "Umitba, since you wish to see me, I shall oblige," the Sunlight Bodhisattva said. As soon as he finished speaking, the halo behind him flashed, and a monk with a moon halo appeared. It was the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong sighed inwardly, two latest-stage Tai golden immortals. The Buddhist sects indeed have many experts. 1,000 years ago, with my Tai golden immortal cultivation, I could wreak havoc in the heavenly court and thought myself among the best in the three realms. But later, I realized it was all a deception. Seeing so many Tai golden immortals appearing so easily now, Sun Wukong felt not only helpless but also deeply betrayed. Sun Wukong's aura surged, filling the void with a terrifying killing intent. Even though he had lost his invincible fighting spirit over the past millennium, his essence was still that of the fearless great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Umitba, Sun and Moon Buddha Light Formation. The Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva exchanged a glance. Recognizing Sun Wukong's formidable power, they decisively joined forces to unleash their renowned technique. Namo Amitabha, chanted the two bodhisattvas. A blazing sun rose from behind the Sunlight Bodhisattva, releasing samadhi true fire that seemed to ignite the void, creating cracks. Simultaneously, a crescent moon rose from behind the Moonlight Bodhisattva, manifesting the vision of the moon rising over the sea. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a chill as a silver monkey hair was severed by the cold wind. His eyes narrowed, and the next moment, he found himself in a world of flames. Endless samadhi true fire surged towards him, the intense heat seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Sun Wukong dodged and maneuvered within the sea of fire, attempting to fly into the air, only to be forced back by the killing intent of the crescent moon in the void. Sun Wukong found himself trapped in the sun and moon Buddha light formation set up by the sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas, unable to escape. Meanwhile, de Shilu and his fellow disciples began casting spells, directing squads of bronze soldiers in a fierce assault on Hukou Pass, aiming to seize the pass. At the pass, Hu Yinzan and his brothers were preparing to mobilize their troops and defend to the death, but they were stopped by Taoist master Qingxiu. The Taoist master solemnly conveyed Sun Wukong's instructions. Hu Yinzan was to keep his troops stationed inside the pass and, no matter what noises they heard, they were not to investigate the gate tower without his signal. Though puzzled, Hu Yinzan knew that defending Hukou Pass relied heavily on Taoist master Qingxiu's assistance. Therefore, he said no more and led all the Song soldiers to withdraw from the gate. After the army had left, Taoist master Qingxiu took out a black flag given to him by Long Che and solemnly hoisted it atop the gate tower. As the flag was raised, a chilling gloom enveloped Hukou Pass. A cold wind howled through, and the pass was suddenly filled with ghostly soldiers clad in armor. Even with his celestial cultivation, Taoist master Qingxiu couldn't help but swallow nervously, feeling a wave of discomfort amidst the ghostly soldiers. Prepare the crossbows. Long Che suddenly appeared on the gate tower, and at his command, the ghostly soldiers raised their crossbows in unison. Fire! With another shout from Long Che, countless arrows formed from ghostly energy rained down on the bronze soldiers below. The bronze soldiers, previously impervious to weapons, began to emit green smoke as the ghostly arrows struck them. The arrows continued to pour into the ranks of bronze soldiers, causing them to collapse and melt into pools of molten bronze. Witnessing this, de Shilu was horrified. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and within the ghostly aura, ranks of ghostly soldiers with tattered armor appeared on the battlefield. Ghost soldiers? Are those ghost soldiers? De Shilu exclaimed in shock. How dare the Underworld interfere in the Taoist conflict? Aren't they afraid of retribution from the Buddhist sect? The Jin army fell into chaos. These soldiers, who were usually ruthless killers, were now terrified by the sight of the resurrected Song soldiers, and their morale crumbled, with some even beginning to flee. Amitabha, mere ghost soldiers dare to provoke the Buddhist sect? Watch me. The great mighty heavenly dragon. A monk took out a golden alms bowl, ready to cast a spell against the ghost soldiers, but a ghostly spear descended from the sky, pinning him to the ground instantly. Long Che appeared on the battlefield, laughing heartily as the aura of a Tai golden immortal spread unchecked, enveloping the battlefield in ghostly energy. Seeing this, de Shilu could only threaten. You impudent ghosts dare to meddle in the affairs of the living world? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? Long Che grinned, unconcerned. Do you know who I am? We ghosts of Mang Mountain have long severed ties with the Underworld. We are vengeful spirits who cannot reincarnate. Since we can't reincarnate, what do we have to fear? Another monk of true immortal rank stepped forward, trying to reason. Amitabha, ghost emissary, you must know the consequences of offending the Buddhist sect. If you retreat now, the Buddhist sect may choose not to pursue this matter. Fully aware of the Buddhist sect's power and worried about prolonged exposure leading to detection by the heavenly court, Long Che knew he had to act swiftly. Once the gods of the Thunder Department were alerted, the ghost soldiers would stand little chance against their lightning. Attack! Long Che commanded, and the ghost soldiers launched a fierce assault. These newly gathered war souls, though not very powerful, were driven by a deep-seated desire for revenge against the Jin soldiers who had killed them, boosting their combat effectiveness. In contrast, the Jin soldiers, facing these intangible ghostly foes, were paralyzed with fear. A few Jin soldiers who knew some Buddhist incantations began to chant spells, using their own blood as a medium to inflict some casualties on the ghost soldiers. However, such soldiers were rare, and the majority of the Jin soldiers were powerless against the ghostly onslaught, their hearts filled only with terror. Within the sun and moon Buddha light array, Sun Wukong leapt and twisted through the sea of flames, the samadhi true fire surging violently. These intense flames could obliterate a celestial body, yet they couldn't harm Wukong's body, forged from the indestructible chaos stone. This stone, the most resilient substance in the chaos, could withstand even the true fire of Taishang Laojun for 81 days without suffering the slightest damage. The tongues of fire licked Wukong's skin, causing unbearable heat but no real harm. His brows furrowed, eyes sharp as he searched for weaknesses in the array. This was his first encounter with such a formation, and he struggled to find a way to break it. Wukong knew that the Jin soldiers were already defeated. He just needed to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation rippled through the array. A gleam flashed in Wukong's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He realized that the Sun and Moon Bodhisattvas were agitated by the defeat of the Jin soldiers, creating a flaw in their formation. Got it, Wukong muttered, thrusting his Rui Jingu Bang forward. Where the tip pointed, the Sun and Moon Buddha light array trembled and then shattered with a thunderous crash. Ugh! The Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva simultaneously spat out golden blood, their energy immediately waning. Ha 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 ha! Wukong laughed heartily, his entire being radiating battle spirit. The anger suppressed for a millennium erupted like a volcano, and the bottleneck of his Tai golden immortal cultivation showed signs of loosening. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber on Mount Sumeru, a monkey bound in golden chains suddenly opened his eyes. The dead look in his gaze faded, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. The monkey struggled fiercely, causing the chains to clink and rattle. Ananda frowned. You wretched creature, still struggling? Though surprised, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. For over 500 years, this monkey had been burned by the purifying world-glazed fire yet had never yielded, displaying an incredible willpower. Boom! Emerald flames surged around the monkey, engulfing him completely. His flesh instantly turned to ash, leaving only a golden skeleton. In the next moment, flesh regenerated on the bones, though his aura was noticeably weaker. On the ground, from the ashes of the monkey's incinerated flesh, strands of golden energy were drawn to a nearby lotus pedestal. Suspended above the lotus was a golden pill marked with mysterious patterns, slowly absorbing the energy. Ananda clasped his hands together, murmuring, in another 100 years, the golden pill will be complete. For this elixir, he had guarded this chamber for over 5 centuries, never leaving for even a moment. Tai Golden Immortal Peak. The energy within Sun Wukong surged, finally breaking through to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His entire body glowed with golden light, resembling a golden Buddha descending to the mortal world. Moonlight Bodhisattva's face was solemn as she whispered to Sunlight Bodhisattva, "Brother, we are in trouble." She understood well that the difference between the late stage and the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal was like night and day. The peak realm was on the verge of grasping the true essence of the Great Luo, while the late stage was still far from it. This meant that a peak Tai Golden Immortal could easily crush a later stage cultivator. Of course, this wasn't absolute. The strength of a peak Tai Golden Immortal depended on their comprehension of the Great Luo's true essence. If their understanding was shallow, they might not surpass a later stage Tai Golden Immortal by much. Sun Wukong's eyes were indifferent as he looked down at the two bodhisattvas, Sunlight and Moonlight. He slowly retracted his aura, which only made the two bodhisattvas more vigilant. Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang spun lightly in his hand before he pointed it at the two and said in a deep voice, "Bodhisattvas, you have been defeated today. Why not retreat and return all the lands of the Song dynasty?" Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva exchanged glances, knowing that the Jin army had been defeated and continuing to fight was pointless. Sunlight Bodhisattva put his hands together and chanted softly, "Umitba, friend, take care of yourself. We are leaving." Before the words had faded, the two bodhisattvas stirred up a fierce wind, taking all the Buddhist disciples with them, leaving the ordinary Jin soldiers to fend for themselves. Sun Wukong looked down at the Jin army being pursued by ghost soldiers, a slight smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he felt a faint pressure from the sky and thought to himself, "It seems the Heavenly Court has noticed what's happening here." Although the Heavenly Court doesn't interfere in the battles of the Taoist sects, the involvement of ghost soldiers might bring trouble to Mount Mang. I need to have Long Chia retreat. In a flash, he appeared beside Long Chia, intercepting him in the midst of battle and said, "Brother Long Chia, the Heavenly Court's people are coming. You should hide the ghost soldiers. Leave the rest of the fight to the regular troops." Long Chia nodded in understanding, pulling out a flag and waving it gently. Instantly, all the ghost soldiers transformed into a wisp of dark energy and vanished into the flag. Meanwhile, Taoist Qingxiu, waiting for news inside the city, received Sun Wukong's signal and immediately sounded the war drum. Boom, boom, boom. At Huku Pass, Hu Yinzan, who had been impatiently waiting, was overjoyed upon hearing the drum. He raised his iron whip high and led all his troops out of the gate, shouting, "Charge!" The Song dynasty troops, having held back for so long, finally unleashed their pent-up anger. The Jin army, having just suffered an attack from ghost soldiers, had lost all morale and could only retreat. The Song troops pursued relentlessly, killing countless Jin soldiers and reclaiming all the lost territory. In the heavenly court, the gods Thousand-Mile Eye and Wind Ear noticed the blood-soaked sky and the clashing of weapons from the direction of Huku Pass. They knew that the so-called dark energy they had sensed earlier was actually the result of this mortal battle. Thousand-Mile Eye closed his divine eye and said thoughtfully, "The struggle for the Taoist sects in the eastern continent is intensifying. Do you think it could turn into another war of the gods?" Wind Ear shivered at the thought and quickly shook his head. "Don't say that. Nowadays, the sages do not intervene, and the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism is kept below the great Luo golden immortal level. No matter how the Taoist sect's struggle in the eastern continent evolves, it can't be like the War of the Gods, where so many immortals fell." Thousand-Mile Eye nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's report to the Jade Emperor. Perhaps the mortal war can supply the heavenly court with some heavenly soldiers. The northern heavenly gate is in urgent need of troops." With that, the two headed straight to the Leing Xiao hall. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong and Long Jie stood side by side. This war had been fruitful for Long Jie, who had acquired over 100,000 elite ghost soldiers. With some training, these ghost soldiers could become a formidable force under the command of the Ghost King of Mount Mang. Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes scanning the scattered spirits before turning to Long Jie, who was selecting ghost soldiers. He noticed that Long Jie was not collecting all the fallen souls, which piqued his curiosity. "Brother Long Jie," Sun Wukong asked, "why don't you take all these spirits? They all seem quite valuable to me." Long Jie smiled knowingly. "Brother Sun, you might not be aware," he explained. "These battle spirits are treasures. The Underworld officials need them, and even the heavenly soldiers are chosen from among these spirits, transforming them in the celestial pool. If we take all the spirits, both the Underworld and the heavens will notice. So, we only take 30%, leaving the rest for them. With so many spirits, they won't notice the missing portion." Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. As Long Jie saw that the ghost soldiers were almost gathered, he bid farewell to Sun Wukong and prepared to lead the newly recruited soldiers back to the ghost realm of Mang Mountain. The Battle of Huku Pass had concluded, with the Song army defeating the Jin forces and reclaiming Yunzhou. Now, the armies of both nations stood at the border of Yunzhou, but this no longer concerned Sun Wukong. He planned to return to Linen City to report to Li Qingzhao and then proceed to the ghost realm of Mang Mountain to retrieve the red spider lily. The 10-year deadline was approaching, and time was of the essence. Just then, a stern-faced young man staggered down the street, coughing up blood, the air thick with the scent of it. Suddenly, he stopped and coldly said, "Come out." As soon as he spoke, a green-eyed monkey with white fur appeared before the young man, holding a severed head with the skullcap removed, a drop of blood hanging from its mouth. Next, a burly man exuding a menacing aura emerged from the shadows, cradling a trembling human woman. The young man, despite his severe injuries, maintained a strong demeanor. "You've chased me across half of the southern continent, leaving a trail of bloodshed. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the heavenly court?" he asked indifferently. The green-eyed, white-furred monkey sneered and casually tossed the head aside. "The heavenly court will only hear that the rock demon king has reappeared after 1,000 years, causing havoc in the southern continent. As protectors of Mount Mang, we are here to execute justice and eliminate you." "The demon," he said, drawing a large ghost-headed knife. The burly man was not to be outdone. He swallowed the woman whole and belched, then drew a spiked club. These two monsters were none other than the two generals under the great sage equal to heaven, White Ape and Blue Wolf. The injured young man was the rock demon king, Fei Peng. The mighty Peng was gravely injured and struggled to stay upright, swaying like a flickering candle in the wind. The wounds from the four directions demon-suppressing array had yet to heal, and now he had been heavily wounded by the fighting Buddha. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. The White Ape and the Blue Wolf, two demon kings subdued by the fighting Buddha, were in retreat at Mount Mang, but their true nature was hard to change. As they pursued Peng, they wantonly devoured humans, which filled Peng with disgust. Though the two demons were only at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal level, Peng could have easily dispatched them in the past. However, feeling the dwindling immortal power within him, Peng gave a bitter smile. The silver-glinting Fangtian halberd appeared in his hand. Despite his precarious state, the legacy of the Kuanping still instilled fear in the hearts of the White Ape and the Blue Wolf. The White Ape struck first, his ghostly blade enveloped in eerie ghostly energy, slashing towards Peng. Even before the blade reached him, the wailing of ghosts and wolves echoed, causing a flicker of confusion in Peng's eyes. Seeing this, the Blue Wolf rejoiced, swinging his spiked club in a sneak attack from behind. As their attacks closed in, the confusion in Peng's eyes instantly transformed into a fierce killing intent. In a flash, cold winds howled around them, slowing the movements of the white ape and the blue wolf, who were quickly frozen into ice sculptures suspended in midair. Peng's hair turned snow-white in an instant, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. In this critical moment, he forcibly unleashed the great Tao truth he had yet to fully master, the ice truth of the North Sea. This is troublesome, Peng muttered as he struggled to stand. My primordial spirit is nearly dormant. If I don't recuperate soon, I might have to face reincarnation. The forceful use of the great Tao truth had severely damaged his primordial spirit. Although he was at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal level, his internal immortal power and primordial spirit were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, in Linen City, Sun Wukong was preparing to set off for the ghost realm of Mount Mang. Before leaving, he entrusted Li Qingzhao to Taoist Yifeng. Master, when will you be back? Li Qingzhao asked, clinging to Sun Wukong's robe with reluctance. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Don't worry, little girl. I'm just going to meet an old friend and return something. I'll be back to take you to see your grandmaster soon. Taoist Yifeng stroked his beard and smiled. Sun Taoist, rest assured. I will certainly take good care of Li Shizhi and not let her suffer any grievance. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Old man, remember, if the little girl is bullied, I won't spare any of you when I return. Master, Li Qingzhao's eyes reddened, and she suddenly hugged Sun Wukong tightly. Sun Wukong stiffened, never having been hugged like this before, and awkwardly ruffled Li Qingzhao's hair. Here, these are life-saving monkey hairs, Sun Wukong said, plucking 3 silver hairs from his head and placing them in Li Qingzhao's palm. There are 3 in total. Use one if you're in danger, understand? Li Qingzhao carefully placed the monkey hairs into a sachet, which also contained a black feather left by a giant black bird. Sun Wukong noticed the feather and his expression changed. Little girl, where did this feather come from? Oh, this? Li Qingzhao explained. It was left by that giant black bird when it disappeared. Master, didn't you also see the giant black bird? Li Qingzhao gently stroked the feather in her hand. Her eyes filled with deep longing. The large black bird that had accompanied her for years had suddenly disappeared, leaving her unsettled. She handed the feather to Sun Wukong, who took it with a serious expression, carefully sensing its aura. Suddenly, Sun Wukong pulled out another feather from his robe. It was the one given to him by Faping and Beiju Luzhou. To his astonishment, the auras of the 2 feathers were identical. It's the third brother. Sun Wukong realized. He is the large black bird. But why didn't he recognize me? He then understood. He must be injured, and I look so different now that he couldn't recognize me. New questions arose. Who had hurt Faping? Where was he now? Sun Wukong couldn't help but worry for his third brother. 1,000 years ago, he wouldn't have had such concerns. Back then, he believed that no one in the 3 realms could defeat the 7 of them. But now, Sun Wukong understood that they were just the best of their generation. The divine realm was filled with ancient beings, many of whom could easily overpower them, though they rarely showed themselves. Li Qingzhao, sensing the change in Sun Wukong's expression, anxiously asked, Master, is the black bird in danger? Can you help him? Sun Wukong pondered silently, calculating his options. He still had a year before his appointment with the Ghost King of Mang Mountain. With his speed, he could reach Beiju Luzhou in half a day, so time wasn't an issue. But the key question was, where exactly was his third brother? How could he find him? At that moment, the feather Faping had given Sun Wukong began to emit a faint aura, slowly rotating in the air before pointing towards the direction of Nanjian Buzhou. Nanjian Buzhou? Why would the third brother be there? Sun Wukong felt a sense of foreboding. He turned to Li Qingzhao and instructed, Stay at home and don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Before she could respond, he had already disappeared into the sky over Dongxing Shenzhou with a somersault cloud. Master, please find the black bird, Li Qingzhao murmured, praying silently as she watched him vanish. At that moment, a strange smile briefly crossed the face of Yifeng Daoran standing behind her. Li Qingzhao didn't notice, but she suddenly felt a chill and instinctively hugged herself. On a desolate mountain in the southern continent, a colossal black bird lay quietly on a massive rock. Surrounding it, various wild animals cautiously approached, their eyes flickering with a mix of fear and curiosity. In the sky, several men dressed in Taoist robes and standing on flying swords were traveling through the air. Suddenly, one of them stopped and exclaimed with surprise, Hey, senior brother, there's a demonic aura down there. Jiang Chun, the senior brother of the Shushan sect, squinted his eyes and immediately recognized the creature as a powerful demon. It appears to have at least reached the mortal immortal stage. A demon of this level, its blood, bones, and feathers are all excellent materials, he thought with delight, already considering how to make use of this unexpected fortune. The Shushan sect is a Taoist cultivation school in the southern continent, founded by the immortal Chang Mei. Jiang Chun led a few junior brothers and descended onto the desolate mountain. Their sudden appearance frightened the surrounding animals, which quickly scattered and disappeared. As Jiang Chun cautiously approached the giant bird, he suddenly felt an almost imperceptible but overwhelming pressure. His face changed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to signal his junior brothers to stop. "This is not a mortal immortal," he said gravely. "It's a celestial immortal. No, a true immortal level demon." The Shushan disciples were all shocked. They were all relatively young cultivators, with Jiang Chun being the most advanced at the peak of the mortal immortal stage. Although they were dedicated to eradicating evil, they knew their limits. A true immortal level demon, even if heavily injured, was far beyond their capabilities. "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to leave?" One disciple asked reluctantly. "This is a true immortal level demon. If we can subdue it, our fame in the Shushan sect would skyrocket. Maybe even the elders in the heavenly court would come down to accept us as disciples." Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. His master, Yu Yangzi, was not highly ranked among the Shushan elders and had limited resources. Jiang Chun, confident in his extraordinary talent, had not been able to break through to the celestial immortal stage due to a lack of resources. The blood of this true immortal demon alone could be used to cultivate several celestial immortal cultivators. After weighing his options, Jiang Chun made up his mind. "We will set up the Shushan sword formation and attack from a distance. This demon seems too weak to fight back, and we might be able to kill it." The Shushan sect specialized in swordsmanship and formations. Jiang Chen and his 6 junior brothers quickly set up a 7-star sword formation, positioning themselves according to the Big Dipper constellation. They focused their energy, and a sword formed from their combined sword intent slowly took shape in the air. Suddenly, a beam of starlight descended from the sky, landing on the sword, making it solid and emitting a terrifying sharpness. "Go!" Jiang Chen commanded, and the sword shot towards the black bird like an arrow. However, just as the sword was about to strike the bird, something unexpected happened. With a crack, the sword shattered into countless light fragments as if it had hit an invisible wall. Immediately, a powerful backlash struck, causing Jiang Chen and his brothers to spit blood, with the weakest 2 collapsing and dying on the spot. Jiang Chun was horrified. He couldn't imagine how devastating it would be if the black bird had actively attacked. They wouldn't stand a chance. "Ziyu and Zia are dead? I must avenge them," one disciple cried out in anguish, charging at the black bird with his sword. "No!" Jiang Chen shouted in panic, reaching out to stop the impulsive disciple, but it was too late. Before the disciple could get within 100 meters of the bird, he suddenly froze in midair. In the next moment, he shattered into countless ice shards, scattering to the ground. A chilling wind abruptly arose, and before Jiang Chen and the remaining disciples could react, they were all turned into ice statues, standing motionless on that desolate mountain. The entire barren mountain instantly transformed into a towering iceberg, freezing the wildlife and trees in place, as if time had come to a standstill. The icy world enveloped the peak, reflecting a blinding cold light. In a hidden chamber on Mount Shu, an elderly man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp beams of sword energy shot out from them, leaving deep marks on the wall. Sensing the powerful aura permeating the air, he murmured to himself, "This aura, could it be a celestial treasure about to appear? If it has emerged in the southern continent, it rightfully belongs to Mount Shu." Before he finished speaking, the elder transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished from the chamber. At the same time, in the celestial ape cave of Mount Mang, the battle Saint Buddha Sun Wukong smirked and then turned into a streak of golden light, swiftly leaving Mount Mang. Various forces across the southern continent sensed the unusual aura. In places like Mount Luofu, Mount Kongtong, and Mount Wui, reclusive masters emerged from their long seclusion and headed towards the once obscure barren mountain. Upon entering the southern continent, Sun Wukong also felt the surging icy aura. What made him even more serious was sensing his 3rd brother Faping's presence within the cold. "No one can harm my brother," Sun Wukong vowed silently, taking out his Rui Jingu Bang and feeling the powerful energies around him, his face displaying a fierce determination. At that moment, Faping was undergoing a crucial transformation. 1,000 years ago, he had already grasped a glimpse of the true essence of the icy path, but had never broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. To achieve this, he had once left the northern continent and sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong, hoping to leverage his fortune to break through the bottleneck. However, Faping eventually found Sun Wukong too troublesome and abandoned the plan, choosing to return to the northern sea for seclusion. This seclusion lasted a full millennium. The recent series of injuries had cracked Faping's Dao heart, but it also provided him with an opportunity to advance to the great Luo level. The icy power of the world began to converge towards Faping, causing a series of phenomena. Countless reclusive masters were awakened, and the knowledgeable ones recognized this as a sign that someone was about to advance to the great Luo realm, their eyes gleaming with greed. While immortals can live forever, immortality does not mean eternal life. nor does agelessness mean invincibility. Only by reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm can one truly achieve indestructibility and longevity equal to that of the heavens and earth. However, breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal is exceedingly difficult, with only 1 in 10,000 succeeding. Many immortals can only watch helplessly as their lifespan runs out, eventually succumbing to the 5 decays of heaven and man. At some point, malevolent immortals devised a way to seize the Tao fruit, attempting to achieve the great Luo golden immortal status by stealing it at the moment someone else advances and condenses their Tao fruit. Because during this extremely brief period of vulnerability, even a moment is enough for a true expert to snatch the Tao fruit. Atop a desolate mountain, a massive black rock revealed its true form. From the center of its forehead, a vine stretched skyward. This was the legendary heavenly vine, upon which a flower bud was forming, greedily absorbing the surrounding icy energy. Once fully nourished, the flower would bloom and bear fruit, a treasure only a great golden immortal could possess. The Tao fruit. Ha ha ha, who would have thought a great demon would be cultivating a Tao fruit here? Truly, the heavens favor me. A sinister-looking man in a blood-red robe appeared out of thin air. He was Xue Shenxi, a master of the dark arts, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great golden immortal stage. Ba, what a virtuous act! No sooner had he spoken than a bald monk appeared beside him, dressed in solemnly majestic yellow robes, with a 9-ringed staff shining brightly in his hand. The benevolent monk's presence turned Xue Shenxi's expression dark as ink. Hui Ming, you bald donkey. I never thought someone from the Buddhist sect would take an interest in a demon's Tao fruit. Xue Shenxi sneered. The two, both great golden immortals of Nanzhan Buzhou, had a history of constant conflict. Master Hui Ming smiled gently and replied calmly, Ba, I am here to protect this benefactor. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A burst of laughter, accompanied by a flash of sword light, heralded the sudden appearance of Yuhua Zhenren, the head of Shushan, behind Master Hui Ming. Reclusive powers of Nanzhan Buzhou began to appear one after another, including formidable figures like Xue Shenxi at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal stage, as well as many mid to latest stage Great Golden Immortals hoping to try their luck. Their goal was singular, to seize the Tao fruit. As time passed, the bud on the vine gradually began to bloom, emitting waves of Tao sounds, which brought joy to the faces of all the powerful figures present. Although these Tao sounds were not as potent as the actual Tao fruit, they still provided guidance to great golden immortals. Suddenly, the battle Saint Buddha appeared in the sky, coldly gazing at the rock, with a cruel smile on his lips. Who would have thought you would break through? Unfortunately, this is my territory. That Tao fruit is mine. Despite the many powerful figures vying for the Tao fruit, including 4 peak great golden immortals, the battle Saint Buddha remained utterly indifferent. His confidence stemmed from his absolute superiority and strength. Even among the peak great golden immortals, he was the best. At that moment, a white crane exuding sword energy could no longer hold back and lunged towards the Tao flower in the void. Knowing its own cultivation was insufficient, it decided to strike first before the others could react, hoping to snatch the fruit. Courting death, Xue Shenxi coldly shouted, and a blood shadow flashed from his body. The white crane felt its soul freeze and instantly turned into a dried corpse, falling to the ground. This display of thunderous power intimidated the other scheming cultivators, who collectively abandoned their reckless thoughts and formed covert alliances. When Sun Wukong arrived at the desolate mountain, the scene before him left him astonished. The enormous black rock and the Tao flower above it were clear signs that his third brother was on the verge of a breakthrough, even though Sun Wukong had never witnessed the ascension to a great golden immortal. Third brother? Sun Wukong surveyed the covetous cultivators around him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Now a peak great golden immortal himself, though unable to advance further until he completed his true spirit, his formidable combat strength allowed him to stand proudly among his peers. Sun Wukong's arrival caught the attention of Xue Shenxi, Master Hui Ming, and Yuhua Zhenren, all sensing his extraordinary power. Additionally, there was another peak great golden immortal presented demon clan powerhouse named Shangue Wang. This mountain demon was pleased by Sun Wukong's appearance. With most of the strong figures being human, Shangue Wang felt isolated and was eager to find an ally. Sun Wukong, a peak great golden immortal from the monkey clan, was the perfect candidate for an alliance. Before the mountain demon king could speak, Sun Wukong had already teleported to the front of the icy mountain. He scanned the crowd coldly, his voice as piercing as ice. This person seeking enlightenment is my brother. If you leave now, he will reward you generously once he succeeds. If you insist on staying, don't blame me for being ruthless with my staff. At these words, the faces of the cultivators turned cold. The mountain demon king furrowed his brows and scoffed, Monkey brother, if you want to hog the enlightenment fruit, you should at least come up with a better excuse. Sun Wukong snorted, and the Rui Jingu Bang staff appeared in his hand. His aura exploded, creating an overwhelming pressure that left everyone breathless. In the void, the watching warrior Buddha's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the silver-haired monkey in disbelief. Why does it have his aura? The fluctuation in the watching warrior Buddha's aura was immediately noticed by the cultivators. Master Huiming bowed respectfully. Ba, this humble monk Huiming greets the watching warrior Buddha. Despite their comparable strength, as a member of the Buddhist sect, he had to show proper respect to the Buddha. The watching warrior Buddha ignored him, his eyes fixed on Sun Wukong. It's you, isn't it? You've returned. Sun Wukong glared at the golden monkey, his eyes filled with resentment. This was the form he had taken for 1,000 years, now stolen by another. Despite his promise to Patriarch Subhoodie to keep his identity hidden for 50 years, his rage at this imposter was uncontrollable. That's right, I'm back. The watching warrior Buddha laughed maniacally. Good. It's good that you're back. Not being able to kill you with my own hands was my life's greatest regret. Today, I will end this karma. As he spoke, his monk robes fell away, transforming into a set of radiant golden armor with a billowing red cape, the attire of the great sage, heaven's equal, from the past. Sun Wukong sneered and pointed at the watching warrior Buddha, shaking his head. You imposter, mimicking me in every way. No wonder you're still just a tiny golden immortal. You haven't even found your true self. After 5 centuries, Sun Wukong once again faced the imposter who had taken his place. Time had passed, and his power had reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from achieving Tao Fruit. The victorious fighting Buddha stood opposite him, his gaze complex and unreadable. Memories of events from 500 years ago surged back like a tidal wave. The victorious fighting Buddha, under the orders of Buddha Tathagata, had replaced Sun Wukong and obtained the true scriptures. Although he was bestowed the title of victorious fighting Buddha, it left a flaw in his Tao heart. He knew very well who the true victorious fighting Buddha should be. Demon monkey. I don't know what you're talking about, the victorious fighting Buddha denied without changing his expression, though his heart pounded like a drum. He was acutely aware that if the truth were revealed, the entire Buddhist sect would be disgraced. Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. As expected of a Buddha, so hypocritical. Today, let me see if you've made any progress in these 500 years. Without a change in his demeanor, the victorious fighting Buddha took out the golden cudgel and twirled it lightly in his hand. Demon monkey, you dare to slander Buddha? Today, I cannot let you live. Before he finished speaking, the two monkeys clashed, just as they had 500 years ago. Golden light flashed, and shadows of the cudgel flew as the fierce battle turned the entire void upside down. Blood God Child watched with secret delight. Though he was also at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, he knew he was no match for the victorious fighting Buddha. Now that the victorious fighting Buddha was entangled, there was no one left among the others who could oppose him. Master Huiming's eyes flickered as his mind raced. As a high-ranking member of the future Buddha lineage, although he had not attained the Bodhisattva fruit position, his strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary Bodhisattva. Due to insufficient merit and limited positions in the Buddhist sect, he had remained idle. The victorious fighting Buddha was a direct disciple of Buddha Tathagata, belonging to the present Buddha lineage. Master Huiming knew the strength of this monkey. If he achieved Tao Fruit, the present Buddha lineage would gain a top-tier powerhouse. Seeing the victorious fighting Buddha being held up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The battle grew increasingly intense. Sun Wukong, filled with rage, wielded his Rui Jingu Bang, its light dazzling, and struck at the victorious fighting Buddha repeatedly. The victorious fighting Buddha remained unflustered. Over the 500 years, his realm had far surpassed Sun Wukong's. He had had a slight edge back then, and now the gap was even wider. Suddenly, Sun Wukong made a mistake, and the victorious fighting Buddha kicked him in the chest. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a mountain, his face instantly turning grim. The victorious fighting Buddha laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, demon monkey, you are no longer my match. I don't know how you survived, but today, you will die. I will make sure you vanish from the 3 realms forever. His aura surged, and the overwhelming pressure caused all the cultivators present to turn pale, realizing the chasm between their power and that of the victorious fighting Buddha, even though they were all at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning red with anger. With a roar, he transformed into a giant ape, towering hundreds of feet high. He pounded his chest fiercely, each strike causing his aura to surge, quickly matching the victorious fighting Buddha. The giant ape swung a palm at the victorious fighting Buddha, who raised his cudgel to meet it. However, the giant ape's strength was immense, and the victorious fighting Buddha was sent flying with a single hit. Though uninjured, he dared not underestimate his opponent. He immediately invoked the heaven and earth Dharma body, transforming into a golden Buddha as tall as the giant ape. Ba. A Buddha's shadow appeared behind the victorious fighting Buddha, and powerful Buddha energy dyed the entire void golden. The giant ape that Sun Wukong had become roared in fury, the resentment of 500 years bursting forth. He wanted to expose the hypocrisy of Buddha Tathagata to the three realms. He wanted to show the three realms who the true great sage equal to heaven was. Somewhere on Mount Ling, a golden pillar covered in incantations suddenly began to tremble. Rust fell off like rain, revealing four shining characters. Dinghai Shenjin, the sea-calming divine needle. A monk abruptly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. He raised his hand and released a burst of Buddhist power, infusing it into the incantations. In an instant, the glow of the Dinghai Shenjin faded, and it returned to its tranquil state. In the Hall of Heavenly Jade, the Jade Emperor watched a scene in the mirror where two monkeys were fiercely battling, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that trouble was brewing for the Buddha. Tai-Bai Jinxing, standing by his side, silently observed the reflection, sighing inwardly. Although he had ulterior motives when he first met Sun Wukong, after knowing him for hundreds of years, seeing the Monkey King reappear now brought him not only surprise but also a sense of relief. The Buddha's schemes had deceived many powerful beings across the three realms, but they did not escape the Jade Emperor's notice. The Jade Emperor and his trusted aide Tai-Bai Jinxing were well aware of the Buddha's grand deception. They even understood the Buddha's true objective, to refine the Lingming stone monkey, seize its merit, and use it to attain sainthood. Since ancient times, there have only been 7 saints in the heavens and earth: Hongjun, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Juanti. No one else had ascended to sainthood since then. There were only 7 saintly positions in existence, and without the Hongming purple chi, no one could achieve sainthood. The Jade Emperor was discontent with this, as were the quasi-saints within the 3 realms. They chose to retreat into seclusion, seeking another path. The exceptionally gifted Buddha did not believe that only the Hongming purple chi could lead to sainthood. He embarked on a mad plan to refine the child of destiny, amass immense fortune and merit, and forcibly attain sainthood. However, if this plan was detected by the heavenly Tao, even the Buddha, at the peak of quasi-sainthood, would face divine retribution and backlash. Nonetheless, he proceeded, unwilling to remain forever at the quasi-saint level. A profound and inscrutable smile appeared on the Jade Emperor's face. He thought to himself, the show is about to begin, and the 3 realms, which have been peaceful for a millennium, are about to get lively. As the ruler of the 3 realms, he decided it was time to assert his authority. After all, there were far too many in the 3 realms who did not respect him. Sun Wukong and the victorious fighting Buddha clashed fiercely in the southern continent, their battle shaking the heavens and earth, causing mountains to crumble and the sky to darken. Their immense power astonished all the mighty beings of the southern continent, who watched the epic duel in stunned silence. Amidst this intense fight, the Dao flower atop Fei Ping's head finally began to bear fruit. At that moment, it felt as if time stood still, and everyone's eyes were drawn to the maturing Dao fruit. Blood God was the first to make a move, transforming into countless blood shadows that surged toward the Dao fruit like a tidal wave. Jade Huazhenren sneered and summoned the Ziying sword and the Qing Suo sword. 2 beams of light, one purple and one green, sliced through the sky like lightning, dispersing the blood shadows instantly. Blood God's true form was revealed, his expression grim. Seeing this, Master Huiming chanted a Buddhist mantra, and 3 golden lotuses emerged at his feet. The lotuses flew towards Jade Huazhenren, Blood God, and the Mountain Ghost King, aiming to block these 3-peaked Tai golden immortals. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Master Huiming lunged towards the Dao fruit. The Mountain Ghost King, eyes gleaming with ferocity, ignored the incoming golden lotus, withstood its attack, and also charged at the Dao fruit. Jade Huazhenren used the Ziying sword to block the golden lotus and directed the Qing Suo sword to slash at Master Huiming. Blood God transformed back into blood shadows, targeting Master Huiming. Just as Master Huiming was about to reach the Dao fruit, he sensed imminent danger from behind. With a sigh, he withdrew his hand from the Dao fruit and turned to strike the Qing Suo sword with his palm. As he just managed to fend off the sword, Blood God's attack arrived. Master Huiming hurriedly summoned his wooden fish, which transformed into a protective Buddhist shield, barely blocking Blood God's assault. Seeing this, the other Tai golden immortals could no longer hold back. They leaped forward, all vying for the Dao fruit, creating a chaotic and deafening scene. Sun Wukong, who was still battling the victorious fighting Buddha, was startled by the commotion. He forced the victorious fighting Buddha back with a swing of his staff and quickly moved to the Dao fruit, using his Rui Jiangu Bang to sweep away the approaching cultivators. However, in his haste, Sun Wukong left an opening, which the victorious fighting Buddha seized. A heavy blow struck Sun Wukong's shoulder, sending him crashing into a valley. Laughing, the victorious fighting Buddha reached for the Dao fruit, only to be suddenly attacked by 4 powerful forces: Blood God, Jade Huazhenren, and the others had made their move. The victorious fighting Buddha glared at Master Huiming, who had attacked from the shadows, and then transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, barely fending off the attacks of the 4-peaked Tai Golden Immortals. At that moment, the heavily injured Sun Wukong returned, resolutely standing in front of Fei Peng. With enemies on all sides, the victorious fighting Buddha found himself in a dire situation. He suddenly leaped into the air and vanished. The others then turned their attacks towards Sun Wukong, who couldn't dodge as Fei Peng was still breaking through behind him. Indestructible Golden Body. Sun Wukong invoked the Buddhist Golden Body, his whole form radiating golden light. The Ziying sword and the Qing Sua sword struck him, leaving only shallow marks. Blood God, restrained by the Buddhist light, had to retreat. Master Huiming, though slightly surprised, did not hesitate to swing his wooden fish at Sun Wukong. The Mountain Ghost King, with his fists as formidable as divine weapons, launched a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's golden body, though unmatched in defense, shattered after suffering multiple heavy blows in an instant. Just as his golden form collapsed, a golden staff suddenly emerged from the void and struck Sun Wukong squarely on the forehead. Ugh! Sun Wukong spewed blood from his 7 orifices, his forehead split open, and a shocking crack appeared across his entire body. The fighting Buddha followed closely behind, emerging from the void. After completing the sneak attack, he immediately turned around and swept his staff horizontally, smashing the Mountain Demon King into the hard mountain wall. Witnessing the fighting Buddha's formidable power, Master Huiming involuntarily took a step back, not daring to act rashly. Although Master Yuhua was protected by the purple Ling sword and the green Sua sword, he also didn't dare to make a move. The menacing aura emanating from the fighting Buddha was terrifying, and Master Yuhua knew that if he acted, he would face a merciless fatal strike from the fighting Buddha. Sun Wukong glared at the fighting Buddha with unwillingness, still gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly, but he lacked the strength to wield it. The fighting Buddha looked down at him from above and coldly declared, "Demon monkey, from now on, there is no place for you in the 3 realms." Sun Wukong let out a bitter laugh, a hint of desolation in his smile. He turned to look at Fei Peng, seeing that the Dao fruit was just a hair's breadth away from Fei Peng's forehead. Once the Dao fruit returned to his body, Fei Peng would become a great Luo Golden Immortal, reaching the ranks of the powerful in the 3 realms. "Third brother, we've been through a lot together. Today, let me help you one last time," Sun Wukong said, as a bright yellow flame suddenly ignited on his body. All the cultivators present were shocked. "The flame of merit? Are you crazy?" The fighting Buddha looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief as the flames burned around him. The flame of merit uses merit as fuel. It doesn't harm the body but can burn away a cultivator's merit. Once the merit is exhausted, the cultivator will face the punishment of the heavenly Tao and be consumed by karmic fire. "Ha ha ha, let's go to hell together." Sun Wukong laughed hysterically as the flame of merit spread out, attacking all the surrounding cultivators. No! A Tai Golden Immortal was struck by the flame of merit, and flames immediately ignited within him. The flames quickly extinguished, but his face had turned ashen. His merit had been burned away, and he was about to face the dreadful karmic fire. After the bright yellow flames dissipated, crimson flame karmic fire suddenly erupted from within the immortal. Sun Wukong glanced around, watching the monks frantically trying to avoid the merit fire, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Since his birth, the merit from mending the heavens had accompanied him, and combined with the merit from the journey to the west, even though his true spirit was now only half intact and his merit reduced by half, it was still overwhelmingly intimidating to ordinary monks. As time passed, more and more monks were ignited by the merit fire. Those with deep merits could hold on for a moment, while those lacking merit were instantly consumed by the karmic fire, their primordial spirits utterly incinerated, cutting off any chance of reincarnation. Blood Godchild's face showed terror as a wisp of merit fire touched his body. As a practitioner of the demonic path, he naturally lacked merit and had amassed a great deal of karmic debt. When he saw the merit fire emanating from Sun Wukong, he realized he was in grave danger. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. The moment the merit fire touched him, he was reduced to ashes under the weight of his karmic debt. Master Huiming wore a bitter expression, murmuring, "Umitba." The Buddhist sect had always excelled at accumulating merit, and he was no exception. When the merit fire began to burn, Master Huiming decisively chose to flee. He had to return to Mount Mang, where there were ways to extinguish the already ignited merit fire. Another monk was engulfed in karmic fire, crying out in unwillingness, "No, I refuse to accept this," before turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. The fighting Buddha dodged desperately. He had taken Sun Wukong's place to retrieve the scriptures and had stolen part of the merit. This merit was what he used to nourish his Tao fruit when proving the great Luo, and he was unwilling to waste it. Sensing Sun Wukong burning his merit, the fighting Buddha decisively retreated. However, Sun Wukong's primary target was him, and he couldn't let him escape easily. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported beside the fighting Buddha, wrapping his arms tightly around him. "Ah, you demon monkey, let go of me." The merit on the fighting Buddha ignited, and the two monkeys turned into fire monkeys. The merit fire couldn't harm them for now, but once the merit was exhausted, they would face karmic fire equal to the merit. Master Yuhua, using the last of his immortal power, threw the Ziying sword and the Qing Suo sword towards Mount Shu. He knew he couldn't survive, but he couldn't let the mountain's treasures perish with him, despite the guilt towards Mount Shu. On Mount Ling, the Buddha Tathagata's eyes showed anger. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to escape right under his nose. "Sun Wukong, you seek death." Seeing Sun Wukong trying to perish together with the fighting Buddha, Tathagata reached out into the void. At the same time, in the slanting moon 3 stars cave, Master Subhoodie opened his eyes. He took out a whisk and gently brushed it towards the void. Humph. On Mount Ling, Tathagata's face turned slightly pale, and he withdrew his hand from the void. Subhoodie. Tathagata understood that with Subhoodie intervening, the only way to save the fighting Buddha was to descend personally to the southern continent. Just as Tathagata was about to set off, Venerable Kasyapa entered with a solemn expression, saying, "World-honored one, Maitreya Buddha requests an audience." "Maitreya Buddha? Tell him I'm in seclusion." A hint of annoyance flashed in Tathagata's eyes. He was about to save the fighting Buddha and had no time to see Maitreya. "World-honored one, it has been a long time since we discussed the Dharma. Since we are both free today, why not have a discourse?" Just as Tathagata was preparing to leave again, Maitreya Buddha appeared before him, smiling. Seeing Maitreya Buddha's smiling face, Tathagata sat back on his lotus throne. He knew he wouldn't be able to save the fighting Buddha now. "Golden Cicada, go to the southern continent at once." In a secluded part of Mount Ling, the Buddha of merit, Jataka, opened his eyes. After receiving Tathagata's telepathic message, he hesitated for a moment before slowly disappearing. Poof, the fighting Buddha finally broke free from Sun Wukong's grip, but the merit fire on him was already burning, and no matter what he did, he couldn't extinguish it. The eyes of Dozhan Sheng Fo turned blood red. He was willing to abandon his identity and take Sun Wukong's place in the journey to the west for the sake of merit. However, at this moment, everything had turned to ashes. The fire of merit blazed fiercely, leaving only the figures of Sun Wukong and Dozhan Sheng Fo in the scene. The once bright yellow flames on Sun Wukong's body gradually faded, replaced by a crimson karmic fire. As soon as this fire appeared, even Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out a harrowing scream. Karmic fire, the most formidable flame in existence, could burn both the physical body and the soul. As long as there was a trace of karma, the fire would not extinguish. Of course, if one could endure until the karma was completely burned away, the benefits would be unimaginable. Dozhan Sheng Fo also began to emit karmic fire. The two monkeys gazed at each other through the crimson flames, and in that moment, all the hatred in their eyes vanished. At that instant, Fei Peng opened his eyes. The void was immediately filled with auspicious light, a celebration by the heavens of the birth of a new Deluo Jingxian. Although Fei Peng was immobile during his breakthrough, he was aware of everything happening around him but could not intervene. Fei Peng gathered a ball of icy power in his hand, intending to extinguish the karmic fire on Sun Wukong. However, before the icy power could get close, it was instantly vaporized. Worse still, a strand of karmic fire followed the icy power's connection back to Fei Peng. He frowned and quickly severed the link to the icy power. The karmic fire, losing its target, dissipated on the spot. Sun Wukong turned his head with difficulty to look at Fei Peng. The burning of the karmic fire had left him a bloody mess, but seeing his third brother successfully break through, he forced a weak smile and said, "Third brother. Lao Chi, it's my fault. I can't put out this karmic fire." Fei Peng, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned towards the direction of Beiju Luzhou and shouted loudly, "Ancestor, Fei Peng begs you to save my brother." After a long moment with no response, Fei Peng gave a bitter smile. Watching Sun Wukong's body gradually become transparent, Fei Peng suddenly walked towards him. He knew that there were people in the three realms who could extinguish the karmic fire. At least, he knew of one. Seeing Fei Peng approach, Sun Wukong, worried that he would be harmed by the karmic fire, quickly retreated. At that moment, the void rippled, and a monk in white robes appeared out of thin air. He gave Sun Wukong a complex look, then waved his hand and took away Dozhan Sheng Fo, who was being consumed by the karmic fire. "Zhan Tan Gong De Fo?" Sun Wukong uttered with difficulty before closing his eyes and sinking into darkness. The merit Buddha appeared in a flash of golden light, and the fighting Buddha disappeared instantly. His gaze then fell upon Sun Wukong, giving him just a brief glance before turning away. Sun Wukong trembled all over as karmic fire surged like a tide, gradually engulfing his body. Seeing this, Faping hurried forward to help, but was forced back by the intense heat of the flames. Even a Deluo Jinxian wouldn't dare to touch such terrifying fire. At a loss, Faping suddenly saw a crack open in the void. An elderly man with white hair walked out slowly. It was none other than Patriarch Subhoodie. Quickly forming hand seals, intricate runes appeared in the air and then imprinted on Sun Wukong. In an instant, the karmic fire retreated like a receding tide, withdrawing back into his body. Overjoyed, Faping bowed to Subhoodie. "Thank you for saving him, master." Subhoodie, with deep eyes, looked at his unconscious disciple and said to Faping, "I have only temporarily sealed the external karmic fire. It is not extinguished. There are only 3 places in the world that can extinguish karmic fire: the 8 treasure merit pool of the Buddha's realm, the river of forgetfulness in the underworld, and the red lotus karmic fire in the possession of the netherworld lord." As soon as he finished speaking, Subhoodie's figure dissipated like smoke. Faping looked at the unconscious Sun Wukong, contemplating. The Buddha's realm is out of the question, and the netherworld lord is unpredictable and dangerous. It seems the only option is to take him to the underworld. Meanwhile, on Mount Mang, the Merit Buddha brought the Fighting Buddha to the 8 treasure merit pool. Without hesitation, he threw the Fighting Buddha into the pool. Instantly, an endless force of merit extinguished all the karmic fire on him. Emanating golden light, the Fighting Buddha flew out of the pool and bowed deeply to the Merit Buddha. "Thank you, master." With an expressionless face, the Merit Buddha replied, "Umitba, Fighting Buddha, I was ordered by the Buddha to save you. No thanks are necessary. As for being master and disciple, do not mention it again in the future." He added coldly, "We are no longer ordinary beings. You are the Fighting Buddha, not Sun Wukong. I am Jin Chanzi, not Tang Sanzang." The Fighting Buddha stiffened and respectfully replied, "The Merit Buddha is right." When the Merit Buddha and the Fighting Buddha appeared in the Mahavira Hall, the Buddha's face showed a victorious smile. Beside him, Maitreya Buddha laughed cheerfully. "Indeed, the Buddha's wisdom is boundless." Maitreya is impressed. "In today's discourse, it seems I have lost." Without waiting for the Buddha to respond, Maitreya vanished. The Buddha remained outwardly calm, but the Merit Buddha knew that his inner peace was not as it appeared. The Merit Buddha and the Fighting Buddha bowed to the Buddha. "Greetings, Buddha." The Buddha looked at the weakened Fighting Buddha, plucked a lotus seed from the void, and handed it to him. The Fighting Buddha, feeling the immense energy within the seed, was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Buddha, for this gift." The Buddha said indifferently, "This is a seed from the golden lotus of merit. You can use it to break through to the Deluo Jinxian level. Moreover, the demon monkey is causing chaos. You must quickly reach the Deluo level and eliminate that demon monkey." Although he could not personally deal with Sun Wukong, the Buddha knew he had to eliminate him before he exposed his scandal. The Fighting Buddha replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Buddha, I will eliminate that demon monkey and restore peace to the 3 realms." To him, the existence of Sun Wukong was also a threat. At the same time, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes to see Faping's concerned face. "So tired," he said weakly, his celestial power consumed by the karmic fire. Though the surface fire was extinguished, he still suffered internally, as if the fire would only be satisfied by completely devouring him. Faping, with a serious expression, said, "Seventh brother, hold on. I'll take you to the underworld. The river of forgetfulness can extinguish the karmic fire." Sun Wukong managed a faint smile. "The river of forgetfulness? Thank you, third brother." At this point, he was too weak to fly, his energy entirely focused on suppressing the fire, leaving him vulnerable even to ordinary mortals. Fortunately, Faping was a Deluo Jinxian. In this era of quiescence and seclusion, a Deluo Jinxian was among the top beings in the 3 realms. Faping slashed at the void, creating a dark fissure. He picked up Sun Wukong and flew into the fissure, which then closed behind them. In the netherworld, the underworld was shrouded in eerie winds. Shintu and Yulei were patrolling the Ghost Gate as usual when suddenly, a powerful aura rushed towards them. Before they could react, a figure flashed before their eyes. They saw a stern-faced young man carrying a monkey on his back, swiftly passing through the Ghost Gate. "Brother, did someone just pass by?" Yulei turned to Shintu, his eyes full of confusion. Shintu nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. "Yes, and I think I saw that monkey from last time." "That monkey?" Yulei's face relaxed upon hearing this. "Then we don't need to worry. That monkey has Meng Po's token and can come and go from the underworld as it pleases." Fei Peng was unaware of this special privilege Sun Wukong held in the underworld. He was puzzled by the lack of resistance from the underworld guards, but assumed they were simply too afraid to provoke a great golden immortal like himself, not realizing it was all because of the monkey on his back. Carrying Sun Wukong, Fei Peng headed straight for the river of forgetfulness. Just as he reached the riverbank, a mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat blocked his path. This person's entire body was shrouded in the hat's shadow, their aura elusive and hard to read. Yet they gave Fei Peng a chilling feeling. As a cultivator from the northern sea, Fei Peng knew that while a great golden immortal was powerful, they were far from invincible. Hidden masters in the three realms were as numerous as fish in the river. To them, a great golden immortal was nothing more than an ant. Fei Peng bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Junior Peng Demon King, from the northern sea. Today, my brother here has been burned by karmic fire. I seek to borrow the waters of the River of Forgetfulness to extinguish it. I humbly ask for your permission, senior." Hee hee hee. The figure in the bamboo hat let out a piercing laugh, and the entire River of Forgetfulness was suddenly swept by a cold wind. If he's been tainted by karmic fire, saving him would render him useless. He might as well reincarnate and start anew. Fei Peng frowned and insisted, "Reincarnation and starting anew is easier said than done. I beg for your leniency, senior. The River of Forgetfulness is a sacred place in the Underworld. It can't be used at your whim," the figure sneered, their tone full of disdain. As they finished speaking, the river water suddenly surged, and a giant octopus-like creature emerged. "This is a nightmare demon." The figure pointed at the monster. "If the little one on your back can defeat it, I will allow him to enter the River of Forgetfulness." With that, the figure's form dissipated like smoke, vanishing by the riverbank. Fei Peng watched the beast known as the Nightmare Demon with caution, sensing its powerful aura at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Though he could easily subdue the beast with his Deluo Golden Immortal strength, the words of the man in the conical hat echoed in his mind. Only Sun Wukong personally defeating the Nightmare Demon would grant them entry to the River of Forgetfulness. "Third brother, put me down," Sun Wukong said, opening his eyes and struggling to slide off Fei Peng's back. He gave Fei Peng a weak smile and staggered towards the Nightmare Demon. Fei Peng watched him with worry, ready to intervene at any moment. Facing the terrifying Nightmare Demon, Sun Wukong showed no fear in his eyes. The beast suddenly roared, spewing a black mist that engulfed them both. When the mist cleared, Sun Wukong and the Nightmare Demon had vanished. "Seventh brother?" Fei Peng cried out in shock and rushed towards the River of Forgetfulness. Before he could touch the water, a fishing rod appeared out of nowhere and bound him. To Fei Peng's astonishment, even with his Deluo Golden Immortal power, he couldn't break free from the rod's grip. When Sun Wukong opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark chamber, bound by chains. As he struggled, the chains emitted a searing Buddhist light, causing him to grunt in pain. Looking around, memories flooded back. This was the place where the Buddha had imprisoned him after transforming him into the six-eared macaque. "This is Mount Ling," Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth, his eyes red with anger. "You demonic monkey, you've awakened again," said a bald monk approaching him, none other than Ananda. He chanted Amitabha and continued, "As expected of the Monkey King, even hundreds of years couldn't completely refine you. Let me out," Sun Wukong snarled, glaring at Ananda with bared teeth. "Enough noise," Ananda said, conjuring a whip burning with emerald flames, and lashed it at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's supposedly indestructible body instantly tore open, blood pouring out. Ananda continued whipping him for hundreds of strikes until Sun Wukong was barely alive. Satisfied, Ananda put away the whip and formed a seal with his hands, summoning the glazed world-purifying flames to engulf Sun Wukong completely. Sun Wukong forced his eyes open, glaring coldly at Ananda. Then, his body turned to ashes, leaving behind only a golden skeleton. Soon, flesh and blood regenerated, but his aura grew weaker. Ananda watched the continuous extraction of Sun Wukong's fortune and merit power with satisfaction. His eyes glinted with greed as he glanced at the golden pill floating above the alchemy furnace. Day after day, year after year, Sun Wukong endured the torment of the glazed world-purifying flames. After an indeterminate amount of time, he opened his eyes once more. "Buddha, Sun Wukong, will return. I will return," Sun Wukong muttered as a powerful force surged within him, igniting his body in crimson flames. The flames melted the chains binding him instantly. Roar! Sun Wukong broke free, his entire body ablaze. He pulled a rusty staff from the void and let out a long, fierce howl, filling the chamber with a menacing aura. "How did you escape, demonic monkey?" Ananda rushed in, whip in hand, only to be met by Sun Wukong's blazing red eyes and a devastating strike. Boom! Ananda's body shattered under Sun Wukong's blow. Sun Wukong, radiating malevolent energy, stormed out of the chamber. "Amitabha, demonic monkey, cease your rampage." The 18 Arhats arrived, wielding their sacred artifacts to surround Sun Wukong. "Heh, you will all die." Sun Wukong laughed maniacally, swinging his golden staff. One sweep shattered the Arhats' artifacts, Another blow turned them to ashes. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Wukong, stop. The silhouette of the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong. The crimson tint in the Monkey King's eyes instantly receded, but at that very moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Turning around, he saw Zhu Beiji, his face twisted in a sinister grin, holding a rake. The sharp tines of the rake had deeply pierced Sun Wukong's back. Die! Zhu Beiji roared. Rage ignited within Sun Wukong, and the crimson aura around him surged. He swung his golden hooped rod, sending Zhu Beiji flying. However, a wave of dizziness struck him, followed by excruciating pain. The tight fillet spell. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Tang Sanzang, I will kill you. Enduring the pain, the golden hooped rod in Sun Wukong's hand burst into crimson flames. With a furious roar, he struck the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit with all his might. With a poof, the Buddha's body was instantly destroyed. Without pausing, Sun Wukong charged towards the Mahavira Hall. Along the way, every Vajra and Arhat he encountered was smashed to death with a single blow, and golden Buddha blood flowed throughout Mount Ling. Finally, Sun Wukong stormed into the Mahavira Hall. The Buddha Tathagata looked at him coldly and said, Amitabha, Sun Wukong, you have disrupted the order of the three realms and must be punished. Tathagata, old man, I'm going to kill you. Sun Wukong roared, his entire body enveloped in crimson flames, emanating a menacing aura that made Mount Ling seem like a hellish place. Amitabha. The Buddha Tathagata made his move, sending a massive hand towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted and swung his golden hooped rod to counter. However, the massive hand was overwhelmingly powerful, and Sun Wukong, along with his rod, was crushed into dust with a single strike. I won't accept this. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes to find a man wearing a bamboo hat standing with his back to him. On the man's shoulder perched a tiny octopus, no bigger than a finger. Awake? The man's voice was indifferent and calm. It took 10 years, but you finally burned away all your karma. Sun Wukong then realized that the karmic fire within him had extinguished, and he felt something new within his body. He asked, Who are you? Where's my third brother? The man with the bamboo hat replied, Who I am is not important. Whatever you wish to know, you will learn when you meet Meng Po. With that, the man vanished into thin air. Meng Po. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He tried to channel his divine powers, but was shocked to find that he had no celestial energy left. What is this? Sun Wukong's face changed drastically as he realized he had become a mortal. No, a mere monkey. Meng Po continued to stir the murky pot of Meng Po soup as usual. Sun Wukong stood nearby, frowning slightly, puzzled by the seemingly ordinary soup that was said to cleanse the soul. Suddenly, Meng Po stopped her stirring, scooped out a bowl of soup, and handed it to Sun Wukong with a smile. Care to try Granny's special recipe? Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, then took the bowl and brought it to his lips. As soon as he took a sip, his eyes widened in surprise. The murky soup was unexpectedly sweet and delicious. How is it? Granny's cooking is good, right? Meng Po asked with a cheerful smile as she handed him another bowl. It's good. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, drinking 9 bowls in one go. After finishing, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body and couldn't help but smile. However, a question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Frowning, Sun Wukong asked, Granny, isn't it said that drinking Meng Po soup makes you forget your past and present lives? Why do I still remember everything? Meng Po chuckled softly and asked in return, Do you have a past life? Sun Wukong was taken aback, scratching his head. I don't think so. Then do you have a present life? Meng Po asked again. Sun Wukong nodded. Of course I do. Otherwise, who am I? Meng Po slowly shook her head, her tone becoming serious. All beings in the three realms are born with merit and karma. If merit outweighs karma, one becomes an immortal. If karma outweighs merit, one becomes a demon. You currently have neither merit nor karma, so you don't have a present life either. Sun Wukong stood there, stunned, unable to grasp the deeper meaning of Meng Po's words. Before he could gather his thoughts, another woman identical to Meng Po emerged from her body. This Meng Po beckoned to Sun Wukong. Come, Granny will take you on a tour of the Underworld. Instinctively, Sun Wukong followed, his mind filled with questions. They crossed the Bridge of Helplessness, saw the wailing spirits at the Terrace of Nostalgia, passed the Hall of Yama, where King Yama judged souls based on their karma, and walked through the 18 levels of hell, hearing the anguished cries of punished souls. Finally, they arrived in a quiet space. 6 slowly rotating vortices caught Sun Wukong's attention, and he felt an urge to jump in, as if doing so would erase all his worries. Wukong, Meng Po called out just as he was about to act. Sun Wukong snapped out of it, looking at the vortices with fear. Meng Po explained, this is the foundation of the three realms, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Sun Wukong was amazed. So this is the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation that can sever karma and allow beings to be reborn? It's truly extraordinary. No matter if one is an immortal or a Buddha, entering the reincarnation cycle can end past karma. It's indeed the most profound treasure of the 3 realms. Meng Po's lips curled into a bitter smile. Wukong, do you know that the underworld was once an independent force, separate from the 3 realms? Huh. Sun Wukong was puzzled. Isn't the underworld supposed to be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court? In his understanding, the heavenly court was the undisputed ruler of the 3 realms, and he had never heard that the underworld was once independent. Meng Po began to narrate. In ancient times, the 3 realms existed as one, known as the Great Desolate Land. Back then, there were 3 major forces: the demons, the witches, and the human race. In the ancient Great Desolate, the demons ruled the heavens, the witches ruled the earth, and the humans lived in between, surviving in the cracks. At that time, there was no concept of reincarnation. The souls of the dead had nowhere to go and gradually gathered in the river of forgetfulness. Over time, a new kind of being called the ghost tribe was born. She paused before continuing. The ghost tribe was ignorant, knowing only to devour each other to grow stronger. One day, a powerful witch discovered these beings and, feeling compassion, enlightened the ghosts who were mindlessly devouring each other. Those enlightened ghosts, 12 in total, formed the earliest underworld. Sun Wukong listened intently, but still had questions. Then why did the underworld become subordinate to the heavenly court? He had heard occasional tales of demons and witches in the 3 realms, but knew little about them. Meng Po's eyes revealed a trace of melancholy as she slowly recounted the events of the underworld. In the distant past, a powerful shaman from the Wu tribe enlightened 12 ghostly beings, advising them to abandon their cannibalistic behaviors. This shaman taught the ghost clan how to cultivate using yin energy. Under her guidance, the ghost clan gradually grew stronger. As time passed, the war between the Wu and Yao tribes erupted, with many powerful beings from both sides falling. Amidst this chaos, the shaman reappeared by the banks of the Styx, now gravely injured. Although the ghost clan had developed, they were still weak compared to the Wu, Yao, and human clans. However, the ghost clan believed that as long as living beings in the 3 realms continued to die, they would eventually grow to rival the Wu and Yao. Confronted with many ghosts that had not yet gained sentience and acted purely on instinct, the shaman made a startling decision. She made a sacrifice to heaven and earth, transforming herself into the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving those willing ghosts a chance to be reborn. The cost was her eternal slumber. Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but swallow hard, asking incredulously, "Granny, are you saying the 6 paths of reincarnation was created by a powerful shaman? How strong must she have been?" Meng Po's eyes glimmered with longing as she answered. She was one of the most powerful beings of her time. It was her disappearance that led to the Wu tribe's ultimate defeat in the final battle. Suddenly filled with intense curiosity about the origins of the underworld, Sun Wukong pressed on. What happened next? If the underworld has such extraordinary origins, how did it become subordinate to the heavenly court? And how did King Yama come to reside there? Meng Po continued. Initially, the existence of the underworld went unnoticed by the powerful beings. The ghost clan adhered strictly to the shaman's teachings, guiding souls through reincarnation. Those unwilling to reincarnate stayed in the underworld, becoming ghost officials to maintain its operations. Over time, the underworld grew stronger in secret, eventually catching the attention of many powerful beings. The ability to reincarnate intrigued them, prompting them to study the underworld and the power of reincarnation. At first, the ghost clan warmly welcomed these powerful visitors. The underworld was still young, and many aspects were not well understood. The great beings of the 3 realms, while conducting their research, would occasionally offer guidance to the ghost clan. These casual pointers were immensely beneficial to the ghost cultivators. As a result, the ghost clan opened their hearts completely to the visiting cultivators. They would lead visitors on tours without reservation, even to some of the underworld's most secret areas. However, this unreserved openness sowed the seeds for future upheaval in the underworld. The secret of the 6 paths of reincarnation was gradually discovered by more and more powerful beings, and their control over it even surpassed that of the ghost clan. At that time, the war between the Wu and the Yao clans was nearing its end. Although both sides had suffered heavy losses, they still firmly held their positions as the dominant forces of the world. However, an unexpected event shattered this balance. One day, the great wilderness continent suddenly trembled. The sky filled with thunder and lightning, and the ground split open into deep chasms. Within the once united Wu clan, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the ancestral witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The 2 powerful ancestral witches clashed fiercely in the sky, each collision causing the heavens to quake and the earth to shatter. Flames and floods intertwined, mountains crumbled, forests burned, and the entire great wilderness continent was left in ruins from their battle. This earth-shattering conflict drew the attention of all the powerful beings in the world. They watched in shock as the two ancestral witches displayed unprecedented power, unable to understand what had caused such a catastrophic clash. In the end, Zhu Rong fell under Gong Gong's attack, dissolving into a blazing inferno that vanished into the heavens and earth. After killing Zhu Rong, Gong Gong suddenly realized he had been deceived and, in a fit of rage, rammed into Buzhou Mountain, perishing along with it. At this point in her story, Meng Po turned her gaze to Sun Wukong, her eyes filled with regret. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion, indicating he knew nothing about it. Meng Po sighed and said, "Don't say you didn't know." At that time, none of the myriad races in the great wilderness understood the truth. It wasn't until later that we discovered the root of everything lay in reincarnation. She continued to explain that the heavenly Emperor Dijun had discovered the secret of reincarnation and devised a method to allow true spirits to reincarnate with their memories intact. He secretly sent his powerful Yao clan subordinates to be reborn and infiltrate the Wu clan. These reincarnated Yao clan members quickly gained prominence within the Wu clan due to their exceptional talents. The naive Wu clan, trusting their own kin, never suspected that their close aides might be spies sent by the enemy. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were no exceptions. Although these two ancestral witches, who controlled fire and water, often quarreled due to their opposing powers, they still harbored deep brotherly affection. Each of their tribes had produced a genius, Bo Yao from Gong Gong's tribe and Zhuya from Zhu Rong's tribe. These two great witches displayed astonishing talent and became the backbone of their tribes within a century, being groomed by the ancestral witches as future successors. However, a meticulously planned conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. One day, Zhuya's corpse was found at the border between the two tribes, with evidence pointing to Bo Yao. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong immediately stormed over to demand an explanation from Gong Gong, but Gong Gong firmly believed in Bo Yao's innocence. The two ancestral witches argued endlessly and parted on bad terms. The next day, an even more shocking event occurred. Gong Gong found Bo Yao dead in his own cave, with strong traces of fire power on his body. This infuriated Gong Gong, who was convinced that Zhu Rong had killed in revenge. He immediately charged into Zhu Rong's territory, demanding an explanation. Zhu Rong, with his fiery temper, adamantly denied any involvement in something he didn't do. The two ancestral witches exchanged heated words and accusations. At that moment, the great witches of Zhu Rong's tribe suddenly launched an attack on Gong Gong's tribe. Naturally, Gong Gong's tribe did not back down, and the two sides quickly descended into chaos. As the situation spiraled out of control, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong also stopped holding back and engaged in a cataclysmic battle. In the end, Zhu Rong fell under Gong Gong's assault. When Gong Gong killed his brother with his own hands, he suddenly realized he had been tricked, filled with regret and sorrow. In his grief and anger, he rammed into Buzhou Mountain, perishing along with it. After the fall of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the remaining ancestral witches of the Wu clan discovered that Yao clan spies had infiltrated their ranks. However, it was too late. By then, half of the Wu clan had been reincarnated Yao clan members, making it difficult for the ancestral witches to distinguish who was truly their kin. Enraged, the ancestral witches led their armies to storm the heavenly court, igniting the final battle between the Wu and Yao clans. The Yao clan deployed the Zhou star formation and initially gained the upper hand. But at a crucial moment, one of the powerful beings maintaining the formation betrayed them, releasing the imprisoned ancestral witches. Caught off guard, the heavenly Emperor Dijun was seized by the ancestral witch Dijiang, and they perished together. It turned out that not only had the heavenly court secretly infiltrated the Wu clan, but powerful beings in the great wilderness had also reincarnated and infiltrated the Yao clan, even rising to high positions. At the decisive moment, these hidden agents played a fatal role, causing the Yao clan's efforts to fail. In the end, the top warriors of both the Yao and Wu clans were almost entirely wiped out, and the two great forces withdrew from the stage of world dominance. This seemingly accidental internal strife was, in fact, deeply intertwined with the secret of reincarnation, completely altering the landscape of the great wilderness. Since then, the 6 paths of reincarnation became a taboo across the entire Honghuang continent. Sun Wukong listened to Meng Po's narration, his eyes reflecting shock. Only now did he understand the immense power of reincarnation, so great that even the Wu and Yao clans were destroyed by it. Meng Po nodded slowly and continued, "That is why all factions desire to control reincarnation. Only by mastering it can they ensure loyalty." Naturally, the Ghost clan was unwilling to let go, leading to a war. She described the horrors of the war. Although the Ghost clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, they failed to use it wisely. The Underworld suffered heavy damage, and if the great powers of the 3 realms hadn't discovered that the Underworld couldn't function without the Ghost clan, they might have been wiped out. After the war, the Underworld was divided, Meng Po said with a hint of helplessness. The Taoist sects took control of the heaven and human paths, the Buddhist sects took the animal and hell paths, and the Nether sect seized the Azura path. The underworld was left with only the hungry ghost path. Despite this, the major factions of the three realms made a vow, agreeing not to interfere with each other's reincarnation processes. This finally quelled the chaos caused by the six paths of reincarnation. Sun Wukong was deeply shaken by these secrets. Confused, he asked, "Granny, what is your purpose in bringing me here?" A glint of mystery flashed in Meng Po's eyes as she said, "Wukong, you have exhausted your merits and karma, and you no longer bear the mark of the heavenly Tao. I want you to unlock the true six paths of reincarnation, enabling all beings to reincarnate, beyond the control of gods and Buddhas." "What is the true six paths of reincarnation?" Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. "Hasn't it already been unlocked?" Suddenly, a book appeared in Meng Po's hand, one that Sun Wukong recognized, the Book of Life and Death. She asked, "Wukong, do you know what this is?" "Isn't it the Book of Life and Death?" "I've seen it many times," Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. "Yes and no." Meng Po's hand trembled slightly. "It is called the Underworld Book, and the Book of Life and Death is just one part of it. It contains the most profound principles of the universe, the mysteries of the Tao of reincarnation." Her voice carried a trace of excitement. "The Book of Life and Death is merely the beginning of the Underworld Book. No one, besides myself, has ever truly seen the entire thing." Sun Wukong stared at the Book of the Underworld in Meng Po's hands, his brows furrowed, confusion filling his heart. He couldn't understand why Meng Po would give him such a precious treasure of the underworld. Meng Po noticed his bewilderment, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. She began to speak slowly. "I cannot cultivate the Book of the Underworld because it involves many complex karmic ties. For centuries, I have been searching for someone who can cultivate it. And you, Sun Wukong, are the only one I have found in countless years who has this potential." "Me? Why me?" Sun Wukong pointed to his nose, still utterly confused. Meng Po's expression turned serious. "Because you are the only one who has broken free from the control of the heavenly Tao." As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly realized an astonishing fact: next to the six paths of reincarnation, even the heavenly Tao seemed unable to eavesdrop. Meng Po saw his realization and continued, "You noticed, didn't you? The six paths are the only place beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. If you can comprehend the Book of the Underworld, you have a chance to transcend the heavenly Tao, attain sainthood, and become the eighth saint in the three realms." Sun Wukong's heart pounded violently. Transcending the heavenly Tao, that was the lifelong aspiration of all cultivators. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber on Mount Ling, the Buddha was gazing at a golden elixir that was gradually taking shape. However, there was no trace of joy on his face. The merit on the elixir was slowly dissipating, and its fortune was visibly declining. It turned out that Sun Wukong had ignited not only his own half of the merit, but also the merit suppressed in the essence of Mount Ling. Although Mount Ling was a saint's domain and the fire of merit couldn't burn completely, the already halved merit had lost another 30%. At that moment, the unconscious Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Ha ha ha, Buddha, your clever scheme has failed." The Buddha maintained his serene smile and calmly said, "Sun Wukong, do you really think this will allow you to escape my grasp? Since you've ruined my hope of refining the elixir, there's no longer any need for you to live." Sun Wukong responded nonchalantly, "Buddha, do you think I, Sun Wukong, fear death? It's just a pity that your name in the Western paradise will be scorned throughout the three realms." A cold glint flashed in the Buddha's eyes. "Humph, Sun Wukong, do you think that with sub-hoodie protecting half of your true spirit, I can't do anything to you? You're too naive." "Ananda." With that, the Buddha took out a straw figurine and handed it to Ananda. Ananda accepted the figurine, which had Sun Wukong written on it, along with his origins and birth date. The figurine had a tuft of golden monkey hair at its forehead, exuding an evil aura completely different from the peaceful aura of Buddhism, causing Ananda to look at it with suspicion. Sun Wukong felt a deep sense of unease as he looked at the figurine, his eyes filled with vigilance. The Buddha pointed at the figurine and instructed Ananda, "Ananda, from today, you will worship this figurine daily. After 14 days, use this bow and arrows to first shoot its forehead, then its left and right hands, followed by its left and right feet, its navel, and finally its heart. Once you're done, bring the figurine to me." With that, the Buddha produced a wooden bow covered in runes and 7 pitch-black wooden arrows. Ananda took the bow and arrows, his face turning pale. He recognized this dreadful artifact, the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book, one of the most evil secret arts in the three realms. The Nailhead 7 Arrows Book was a secret art of a mysterious powerful being named Luya. Though extremely evil, it was incredibly powerful. During the War of Deification, Jiang Zia, a mortal immortal, used the Nailhead 7 Arrows Book to kill Zhao Gongming. a latest-stage golden immortal of the Jade sect. Since then, the Nailhead Seven Arrows book became one of the most feared secret arts among the powerful beings of the three realms. After all, if a golden immortal could be secretly killed, who could guarantee they wouldn't fall victim to such a scheme? Fortunately, after the War of Deification, Luya disappeared, and the secret art of the Nailhead Seven Arrows book was lost. Few in the three realms are aware that using the Nailhead Seven Arrows book comes at a cost. While the practitioner can transfer the spirit and fortune of the straw effigy through worship, they must also endure the backlash of fate. In ancient times, Jiang Zia, who was the favored one during the investiture of the gods period, suffered a significant loss of fortune after using the Nailhead Seven Arrows book. Ultimately, he did not attain even a single divine position. His later years were tragic, and he died with his soul bound by vengeful spirits. To this day, he suffers in the shadowy mountains of the Underworld. Holding the Nailhead Seven Arrows book in his hand, Venerable Ananda felt a bitter sorrow. The Buddha reached out to take the incomplete golden elixir and, seeing Ananda's hesitation, smiled and said, "Ananda, do not worry. After you perform this technique, I will lend you the merit lotus for 100 years of seclusion to offset the punishment of the heavenly law." Upon hearing this, Ananda's face lit up with joy. The merit lotus is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist order, and meditating within its presence would greatly enhance his cultivation. As for the consequences of using the Nailhead Seven Arrows book, Ananda thought to himself, if even Jiang Zia, a mere mortal immortal, could withstand it for decades, how could I, a grand Tai golden immortal, not surpass him? Resolute in his decision, Ananda immediately assured, "Rest assured, world-honored one, I will follow your instructions meticulously." The Buddha nodded in satisfaction and then vanished. The Eight Treasures Merit Pool is one of the most important places in the Buddhist order, having accumulated the power of merit over countless years. Guarding this place is the Buddha's disciple, Jin Chanzi, now known as the Sandalwood Merit Buddha. The Buddha spoke, "Jin Chanzi, I will enter seclusion in the Eight Treasures Merit Pool, and will not emerge for 100 years. If any significant events occur in the three realms, you may consult with Bodhisattva Guanyin and make decisions on your own." He intended to use the pool's merit to mature the incomplete golden elixir. The Sandalwood Merit Buddha clasped his hands together and chanted Amitabha before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the Buddha felt a pang of unease. Since Jin Chanzi had awakened his memories and attained Buddhahood, his demeanor had become increasingly aloof. But the Buddha soon dismissed his concerns. "Never mind, he is just a Deluo golden immortal. He cannot stir up much trouble." The Buddha placed the golden elixir into the Eight Treasures Merit Pool. In an instant, the waters surged, and the precious liquid, formed from the merit of the Buddhist order, visibly diminished as it was absorbed by the golden elixir. Amitabha, the Buddha intoned, closing his eyes as he slowly sank into the Eight Treasures Merit Pool. The Six Paths of Reincarnation, a place in the underworld where no living being should exist. Yet here sat a silver-haired monkey, cross-legged and deeply focused on cultivation beside the Six Paths. This monkey was none other than Sun Wukong, whose immortal essence had been consumed by karmic fire. Although his status remained, his powers were completely gone. He had to start his cultivation anew, from the very beginning. At the center of Sun Wukong's brow, a small booklet spun continuously. This was the Netherworld's most treasured artifact, the Underworld book. It recorded two great paths, the path of reincarnation and the path of karma. The Book of Life and Death used in the Underworld was merely a projection of one page of this tome, showcasing the immense power of the Underworld book. Sun Wukong began practicing the techniques and divine powers recorded in the Underworld book. Two of these divine powers were particularly notable: reincarnation, which could open a portal to the six paths of reincarnation and banish enemies, and karma, which could invisibly target enemies through a medium. These powers were difficult to comprehend and even harder to execute. If the enemy was too powerful, the practitioner could suffer backlash. "Can he really do it?" A man with a straw hat obscuring his face asked doubtfully, his tone filled with skepticism. Meng Po smiled and replied, "He is more suited to govern the underworld than Feng Du." "Why?" the straw hat man asked in surprise. Feng Du had once been the lord of the underworld. He couldn't understand why this brash monkey would be more suitable. Meng Po sighed. "Feng Du is highly talented but too competitive, unable to treat all beings equally. Sun Wukong is different. He is an innate deity born from the heavens and earth, and now he has severed his ties with the heavenly Tao. Only he can lead us beyond this realm." "I hope you're right," the straw hat man said before his body floated away into the distance. Meng Po shook her head with a smile and looked expectantly at Sun Wukong, engrossed in his cultivation. She murmured to herself, "He will succeed." Meanwhile, atop Mount Ling, the 14 days had come to an end. Sun Wukong, bound by iron chains, lay on the brink of death, barely conscious. Ananda held a wooden bow, hesitated for a moment, and then finally raised the bow and aimed at a straw effigy. With a whoosh, an arrow struck the effigy's brow. Sun Wukong's body shuddered, and blood began to drip from his brow. Arrows then struck the effigy's limbs, causing blood to flow from Sun Wukong's corresponding limbs. A faint trace of blood appeared on the brow of the Sun Wukong meditating beside the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it quickly vanished. He seemed completely unaware of the imminent danger. Another whoosh sounded as an arrow struck the effigy's navel. At that moment, the meditating Sun Wukong finally opened his eyes. Someone is plotting against me. Using the path of karma, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with complex emotions. He sensed that his real body was in great danger, potentially leading to the complete dissipation of half of his true spirit. No, I can't let them succeed. Sun Wukong decisively took down the Underworld book floating above his head and retrieved a reincarnation pin. This pin and the Underworld book were one, together forming the innate treasure that suppressed the Underworld tome. If you want to use the path of karma against me, then I'll return the favor. Reincarnation pin. Sever the cycle. Sun Wukong sneered and drew a stroke in the void with the reincarnation pin. A scene of Ananda drawing his bow appeared in the void. So it's you, bald monk. Seeing Ananda ready to release the final arrow, Sun Wukong's heart stirred, and a sacrificial altar materialized in the void. Sun Wukong wrote Ananda's name on the altar with the reincarnation pin, and a clay figure resembling Ananda appeared on the altar. Karmage Sun Wukong noticed countless karmic threads entangling Ananda's body, some good and some evil. This thread is the thickest and it's an evil cause, so be it. He used the reincarnation pin to pluck one of the karmic threads. At the same time, Ananda, who was about to release the final wooden arrow, suddenly felt a wave of intense unease. Whoosh, the final wooden arrow sliced through the air, striking Sun Wukong, who was bound by iron chains, with pinpoint accuracy. He let out a piercing scream as his life force dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, in the underworld, Sun Wukong clutched his chest in agony. However, as an entity beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths, the 7 Arrows book, which could extinguish half of his true spirit, was more a relief than a threat to him. At the peak of Mount Mang, a tiny vortex silently formed. A wisp of spiritual light slipped into it like a fish, disappearing in an instant. No one knew where it went, as if it had never existed. After completing this seemingly simple action, Sun Wukong's face turned deathly pale. The power involved in this insignificant act was far beyond his current capacity. His body swayed, and like a kite with a broken string, he collapsed to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. On Mount Mang, Ananda, who had just shot Sun Wukong, hurriedly clutched a straw doll as he rushed towards the 8 treasures merit pool. He had to seek the golden lotus of merit from Buddha before the heavenly punishment descended. At that moment, an imperceptible aura quietly settled on Ananda. While riding on a cloud, he suddenly lost balance and plummeted from the sky like a kite with a snapped string. At the same time, a young novice monk was cautiously carrying a porcelain bottle towards the back of Mount Mang. Suddenly, he felt a shadow overhead, and before he could react, Ananda fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto him. The unfortunate novice monk, still a mortal who had yet to attain immortality, was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp by the impact. The exquisite porcelain bottle also shattered upon hitting the ground. Ananda got up, his face grim as he looked at the gruesome scene. If it had been an ordinary novice monk, he wouldn't have cared about the death. But this novice was a disciple of the Joyous Buddha, an anomaly within Buddhism. The Joyous Buddha was not only Buddha's junior, but also one of the ancient Buddhas. His unique practice, the Joyous Zen, which focused on the path of desire, was generally disapproved of by other Buddhas. However, the Joyous Buddha was immensely powerful, a pinnacle de Luo Jingxian, and ordinary Buddhist disciples dared not provoke him. Even Ananda, as a direct disciple of Buddha, had to respectfully address him as Uncle Master. Having accidentally killed one of his disciples today, Ananda could only curse his bad luck. Amitabha, what a sin! What a sin! Ananda muttered under his breath, already contemplating how to deal with this unexpected trouble. Ananda, the venerable monk, slipped and accidentally crushed a young novice to death. Instantly, alarm bells rang in his heart as he sensed an impending crisis. Without a moment to spare, Ananda quickly cast a spell, reducing the novice's body to ashes. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm and continued towards the 8 treasures merit pool. At that moment, a chubby figure with a human body and a pig's head emerged from the shadows, grinning eerily at Ananda. Recognizing the newcomer as Zhu Beiji, the clean altar envoy, Ananda breathed a sigh of relief and managed a strained smile. So it's you, clean altar envoy. Why aren't you enjoying the blessings in the temple? What brings you to Mount Mang? Zhu Beiji squinted his small eyes and said with a meaningful tone, Venerable Ananda, you just killed someone and left without even performing a rite for his soul. That's not very proper, is it? Feeling the sense of danger intensify, Ananda didn't want to get entangled with Zhu Beiji. He replied dismissively, "Clean altar envoy, since you are concerned, please perform the rite for him on my behalf. I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, he attempted to bypass Zhu Beiji and leave. "Hold on, Venerable. Where do you think you're going?" Zhu Beiji was quick and grabbed Ananda's robe. He wore a smile, but his eyes gleamed with a cold light. During the journey for the scriptures, Ananda and Kasyapa had often made things difficult for them. Now that he had the chance, Zhu Beiji wasn't about to let it slip. Ananda struggled to free his robe, but to no avail, his face flushing with anger. "Clean altar envoy, I need to see the Buddha. Let go of me." Unmoved, Zhu Beiji shook his head and said, "Venerable Ananda, that's not right. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't just disregard human life. That young novice was a follower of our Buddha. You killed him accidentally, but you should at least recite a sutra to ease his soul. Otherwise, you'll chill the hearts of all the Buddha's followers in the three realms. I'm looking out for the reputation of our Buddhist sect, so you can't leave today." Ananda's face grew darker. If not for Zhu Beiji's strength, he would have strangled this annoying pig-headed man. "Fine, I'll recite," he said through gritted teeth, returning to the scene of the incident. He sat cross-legged and began chanting sutras. Zhu Beiji, pleased with himself, patted his round belly, chuckling inwardly. "This is payback for all the trouble you gave me." As he was about to leave, he noticed a straw doll in Ananda's arms and his curiosity was piqued. He reached out to touch it. Ananda quickly grabbed Zhu Beiji's hand and sternly said, "Clean altar envoy, that's going too far." Startled by the harsh tone, Zhu Beiji withdrew his hand and muttered, "Such a stingy man. It's just a straw doll. Can't I even take a look?" With that, he swaggered away. Once Zhu Beiji was out of sight, Ananda was about to stand up and leave when he suddenly felt a tightness around him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a grand hall filled with an aura of debauchery. "Ananda, how dare you?" An eerie voice echoed, and Ananda's face turned ashen. "Ananda pays respects to the joyful Buddha," he said hurriedly, dropping to his knees and bowing, not daring to lift his head. A tinkling laugh resonated through the hall. Ananda kept his eyes tightly shut, sweat beading on his forehead. On the throne, a handsome monk with unusually long ears lounged lazily among a group of young women, enjoying their caresses. This was the joyful Buddha, whose previous incarnation was Chang'er Dingguang Immortal. With a smile, the joyful Buddha said, "Ananda, what punishment do you think you deserve for causing the death of a novice in my hall?" His tone seemed devoid of anger. Still kneeling with his eyes closed, Ananda replied, "Joyful Buddha, I have urgent matters to discuss with the Buddha. Once I have seen him, I will return to offer my apologies to you." The laughing Buddha let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Pointing at Ananda, he teased, "Oh, Ananda, you dare use senior brother Duobao to pressure me? Today, you are in the wrong. As punishment, you shall stay here and cultivate your Buddhist heart." Ananda was taken aback and hurriedly protested, "No, laughing Buddha, I truly have urgent business with the Buddha. I cannot stay here." His words barely left his mouth when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils dilating. The sight before him left him dumbstruck, as if he had truly been transported to the Pure Land. The laughing Buddha's face was full of smiles, but a cold glint hid in his eyes. He thought to himself, Senior brother Duobao always criticizes me for not being careful with my disciples. Today, I'll see what your disciple is made of." As an outlier in the Buddhist sect, the laughing Buddha's lineage was often ostracized by other Buddhas. He harbored long-standing resentment, particularly towards Ananda, who had repeatedly denounced his teachings as heretical. Now that he had the chance, he intended to exact a fitting punishment. However, the laughing Buddha failed to notice the changes occurring within Ananda. What had once been pure Buddhist power began to twist, transforming into a more domineering force known in the three realms as demonic. Suddenly, Ananda's eyes turned blood red, and he lunged at a woman like a wild beast. Grabbing her head, he crushed it instantly. The women in the hall screamed and fled in all directions, a look of shock flickering across the laughing Buddha's face. "Possessed by a demon," the laughing Buddha muttered in disbelief. "Is Ananda's resolve really this weak?" He was astonished. Ananda, being a Tai Golden Immortal and a longtime follower of the Buddha, should have had an unshakable heart. Who would have thought that with just a bit of temptation, he would fall into demonic ways, a resolve weaker than even that of a celestial being? What the laughing Buddha did not know was that Ananda had been punished by the heavens for using the 7 arrows with nail heads, causing a backlash that had already cracked his resolve. This temptation merely pushed him into the demonic path. Behind it all lay Sun Wukong's manipulation of karma. Had it not been for this, Ananda might have reached the Buddha in time to avoid this disaster. Watching Ananda, now surrounded by demonic flames, the laughing Buddha sneered, Since you've turned demonic, I, as the Buddha, shall exorcise and destroy you. Even senior brother Duobao cannot blame me for this. With that, he pointed a finger at Ananda. Ananda let out an earth-shattering roar, his body suddenly sprouting 18 arms, each forming a seal aimed at the laughing Buddha. After a tremendous explosion, Ananda vanished into thin air, leaving only a tattered straw effigy behind. The laughing Buddha picked up the effigy, a deep, enigmatic smile spreading across his face. He managed to escape. Demons, indeed, are quite interesting. When he saw the words Sun Wukong on the back of the effigy, his smile grew even brighter. The 6 realms of reincarnation, Sun Wukong sensed that half of his true spirit had already reincarnated, but he couldn't trace its whereabouts. Scratching his head, he pondered in surprise, strange. It seems my mastery of the Underworld book isn't sufficient yet. Despite this, Sun Wukong wasn't anxious. He believed that as his understanding of the path of reincarnation deepened, he would eventually find the lost half of his true spirit. 10 years swiftly passed, and Sun Wukong had returned to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. He approached Meng Po and proudly announced, "Granny, I have regained my Tai Golden Immortal cultivation." This achievement was due to his previous peak Tai Golden Immortal foundation. He only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into immortal power. Meng Po nodded in satisfaction but reminded him with concern, "Wukong, now that you have freed yourself from the shackles of Buddhism, you must be aware that the Buddhist sect is powerful. Seeking justice won't be easy." Sun Wukong was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination. "That old monk has wronged me too much. No matter what, I must avenge myself, or my Tao heart will never be clear." Meng Po sighed and suggested, "If that's the case, you might want to gather some allies to stand against the Buddhist sect." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. "Granny, who do you suggest?" Meng Po didn't answer directly but changed the subject. "Wukong, you should go retrieve the red spider lily." Sun Wukong then remembered that he was supposed to return the red spider lily to the River of Forgetfulness 10 years ago, but was delayed by karmic fire. With a slightly embarrassed look, he quickly said, "Don't blame me, Granny. I'll head to the ghost realm of Mang Mountain to retrieve the red spider lily right away." With Meng Po's approval, Sun Wukong took out a token and created a vortex to leave the underworld. He leaped into it, and just as he entered, he regretted, "Oh no, I forgot to ask about third brother." In an instant, Sun Wukong arrived at Beiju Luzhou. Though chaotic, it was a place with living beings, unlike the dark underworld. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, feeling the vitality around him. He then approached the yellow springs and activated the token again to enter the newly formed vortex. The ghost realm of Mang Mountain was in the midst of a fierce battle. Soldiers clashed with horned demons, and black soul sand drifted in the air. Unease filled Sun Wukong's heart as he flew high to observe the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, Long Ju wielded a war spear, battling a horned demon with a crimson horn. The demon, armed with twin axes, seemed slightly superior. Long Ju shouted, "Zhongliamo, retreat quickly." Zhongliamo, a Tianzhong tall ghost general with a giant sword, was beginning to fade, his soul on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a 9-headed monstrous bird appeared from the void, letting out a deafening screech. The soldiers clutched their ears in agony. Long Ju's face darkened. "Guiche." This 9-headed monstrous bird was none other than the ancient ferocious beast, Guiche. It led the horned demons in a surprise attack on the ghost realm of Mang Mountain. Guiche originally had 10 heads but lost one in a battle with the ferocious beast Taowu in ancient times, resulting in its current 9-headed form. The Guiche, a terrifying creature, has 9 ghastly heads that can spew deadly toxic fumes. Its eerie cries are enough to send shivers down anyone's spine, possessing a natural ability to subdue malevolent spirits. This monstrous beast takes pleasure in devouring ghosts, constantly increasing its own power through this gruesome act. Suddenly, one of Guiche's heads opened its gaping maw and spewed a thick, green liquid. The unfortunate ghost soldiers touched by the fluid let out horrifying screams before disintegrating into blue smoke, which Guiche greedily absorbed. At that moment, a furious shout echoed across the battlefield. "How dare you!" A demonic sword, emanating a dark glow, sliced through the air, aiming straight for Guiche. Startled by the sudden attack, Guiche let out a piercing screech before vanishing into thin air. Seeing Guiche retreat, the one-horned demons panicked and scattered like frightened animals, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, the ghost king of Mongshan revealed himself. However, he appeared to be in a weakened state, his aura fluctuating erratically. Observing this, Long Ju couldn't help but show his concern. The ghost king shook his head gently, casting his gaze into the void, and said in a deep voice, "Little one, since you are here, why not show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, ripples formed in the air, and Sun Wukong's figure materialized. He bowed slightly to both the Ghost King and Long Ju before asking, "Ghost King, what's going on here? What has happened to the ghost realm of Mongshan?" "Let's talk in the main hall," the Ghost King replied, waving his hand as he turned and walked towards the hall. Sun Wukong exchanged a glance with Long Ju, who sighed and said, "Brother Sun, you go ahead and see the king. I need to manage the battlefield. Those creatures could ambush us again at any moment, so I can't accompany you." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Although he was curious about the one-horned demons, seeing Long Ju busy tending to the wounded ghost soldiers, he refrained from asking further questions. He trusted that the Ghost King would answer all his queries. Inside the main hall, the Ghost King lay on the imperial throne, his face clouded with gloom, tightly gripping a sword enveloped in dark energy, ready to respond to any sudden threats. As soon as Sun Wukong entered the hall, before he could speak, he saw a vibrant red flower and otherworldly red spider lily materialize in the Ghost King's hand. "Take this and leave quickly," the Ghost King said, and the flower floated towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught the flower carefully and then asked the question burning in his mind. "Ghost King, what has happened to the ghost realm of Mongshan? And who exactly are those one-horned demons?" The Ghost King took a deep breath and revealed the truth slowly. "They are not ghosts. They are yakshas." "Yaksha?" "The Yaksha tribe from the 8 legions of heavenly dragons in Buddhist lore?" Sun Wukong was taken aback upon hearing that the beings who had just clashed with the ghost soldiers of Mang Mountain were Yaksha. His mind quickly flashed through memories of the 8 legions. They were ancient races subdued by Buddhism, including the Deva, Naga, Yaksha, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, Kinnara, and Maharaga. These powerful races once dominated the ancient world, but now they serve as the main force in Buddhist conquests. The Ghost King of Mang Mountain's expression turned icy, a cold gleam in his eyes. "Yes, they are indeed the Yaksha of Buddhism." Sun Wukong frowned. Why would they suddenly attack the ghost realm of Mang Mountain? The Ghost King of Mang Mountain let out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Does Buddhism need a reason to act? They aim to establish their influence in Beiju Luzhou, and I, a ghost king with karmic ties to Kitagarbha, provide the perfect excuse for their attack." His tone was filled with disdain for the other powers in Beiju Luzhou. "Those old fools have always feared Buddhism. Now that Buddhism has an excuse to deal with me, they naturally won't lift a finger to help. It's infuriating. After living for countless ages, they still don't understand the simple principle of mutual dependence. It's utterly ridiculous." The Ghost King's words revealed deep concern. "If my ghost realm in Mang Mountain falls to Buddhism, then when they spread their teachings in Beiju Luzhou, those old fools won't gain any benefits." Sun Wukong pondered. He recalled Meng Po advising him to seek allies against Buddhism. The Ghost King of Mang Mountain seemed like an excellent choice. With their existing agreement to oppose Kitagarbha, an alliance seemed only natural. With this thought, Sun Wukong immediately spoke up. "Ghost King, Buddhism is powerful, and the 8 legions are formidable warriors. Mang Mountain alone might find it hard to resist them. If you don't mind, I, Sun Wukong, would like to lend you a hand." The Ghost King of Mang Mountain's eyes showed a hint of interest, but he quickly shook his head. "The Yaksha are strong, but not many of their top warriors have appeared. My only real concern now is the Guache. That creature is elusive and ignores all restrictions. It has ambushed my ghost generals multiple times, and even I have been severely injured by it. If we can't eliminate it, your presence here won't make much difference." Elusive, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. "Ghost King, do you have any hair or blood of the Guache?" Since mastering the Netherworld book, Sun Wukong had developed ways to counter such elusive beings. The Ghost King hesitated. "Do you, a mere monkey, have a way to track it?" Sun Wukong nodded, then asked seriously, "But can you face the Guache Heathen and win?" The Ghost King burst into laughter. The Guache was a notorious demon in ancient times, but it has lost one of its heads and is no longer at its peak. If it weren't for its elusive nature, I would have killed it long ago. Seeing the Ghost King's confidence, Sun Wukong smiled. "All right, Ghost King. If you can get some hair or blood from the Guache, I guarantee I can help you track it down." "Fine, the next time it shows up, I'll make sure to get its hair or blood for you," the Ghost King agreed. At this moment, squads of ghost soldiers stood close together, ready to fend off any surprise attacks from the Yaksha. These Yaksha could fly and disappear at will, shrouded in ghostly aura yet possessing flesh and blood, a truly mystical sight. It was said that the Yaksha king once ruled over a vast domain, but since being subdued by Buddhism, he had not appeared again. Even so, the Yaksha ranked 3rd among the 8 legions, a testament to their formidable combat prowess. The Ghost King of Mang Mountain sat on his throne, gripping his demonic sword. Beside him, a stunning woman calmly brewed tea, showing no concern for the impending crisis. This woman was Yuji, whom the Ghost King had awakened with the other shore flower. Because the Guache was so unpredictable, the Ghost King kept Yuji close to feel somewhat at ease. Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Yu Ji's composed demeanor. After all, she appeared to be just an ordinary ghost with limited power. Her calmness in such a situation was truly commendable. Sun Wukong drew out the Hunyuan twin rods, and everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the ghostly chariot. Time ticked away slowly. Though time was inconsequential to the ghost soldiers, the fear of the unknown weighed heavily upon them like a dark cloud. In the silence, a drop of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of one ghost soldier. Ghosts weren't supposed to sweat, but extreme fear had defied the norm. The chilling wind howled through, causing Long Ju to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the void, and the nine-headed monster bird, Gu Che, emerged once more, with its back covered in Yasha warriors wielding various weapons. The Yasha warriors leaped down like arrows, launching a fierce assault on the ghost soldiers. Gu Che opened its massive maw, spewing deadly toxic mist and venom, inflicting significant casualties among the ghost soldiers. A cloud of poison smoke rushed towards Long Ju. He hurriedly retreated, but it was too late to evade. Seeing no way to escape, Long Ju closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong flashed in front of him, pulling Long Ju aside and facing the venom himself. The venom splashed onto Sun Wukong, who furrowed his brow slightly but remained largely unaffected. The venom was primarily harmful to souls, particularly effective against ghost soldiers, but Sun Wukong's physical body was strong, and his soul was protected by it, rendering the venom ineffective. Beast, prepare to die. As Gu Che appeared, the Ghost King of Mongshan drew his sword. The sword he wielded was forged by the ancient demon god Qiyu, and its power was immense. Gu Che, though not highly intelligent, sensed the threat of the sword and immediately flapped its wings, attempting to escape into the void. The Ghost King of Mongshan would not let it escape so easily. With both hands gripping the sword, a pitch-black beam of light sliced through the sky, striking Gu Che's wing heavily. Gu Che let out a piercing scream before vanishing into the void, leaving behind a blood-stained feather that fell into the Ghost King's hand. Monkey, catch this. The Ghost King tossed the feather to Sun Wukong and returned to his seat, remaining vigilant against any potential surprise attack from Gu Che. Sun Wukong caught the blood-stained feather, a confident smile spreading across his face. Watch me, he said. Huhu's ghostly chariot reappeared, spewing out billowing toxic smoke. The wailing shadow soldiers dissolved into blue smoke within the miasma. Just as the Ghost King of Mongshan was about to strike, the chariot vanished into the void, disappearing in an instant. Sun Wukong swiftly summoned the Book of the Underworld, and a golden altar descended from thin air. He carefully placed one of the chariot's feathers at the center of the altar, then took out the pin of reincarnation and began manipulating the threads of fate. Ghost King, in 3 breaths, that direction. Sun Wukong chanted an incantation and suddenly pointed to an ostensibly calm void, shouting to the Ghost King of Mongshan. The Ghost King's eyes were like torches, piercing into the undisturbed void. Without hesitation, he began to channel immense power into his demonic sword. In the next moment, he swung his sword fiercely into the void. The chariot materialized from the void just as the Ghost King's sword, like a lightning bolt, struck its head. The chariot let out a blood-curdling scream as one of its 9 heads was viciously slashed, blood splattering everywhere, nearly severed. Startled, the chariot immediately turned and vanished into the void. Attack behind you. Sun Wukong, through the threads of fate, foresaw where the chariot would appear next and quickly alerted the Ghost King of Mongshan. The Ghost King, now brimming with confidence, turned swiftly and swung his sword again. The chariot, just emerging from the void, was once more slashed back into it, leaving behind a glaring pool of blood. After suffering 2 severe blows, the chariot seemed to realize something was amiss and became silent. However, Sun Wukong remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the threads of fate, ready to counter any sudden assault from the chariot. Meanwhile, the battle between the Yaksha army and the shadow soldiers raged on. Each Yaksha was formidable, with even the ordinary ones possessing celestial-level strength. The commanders were at the true immortal level, and the grand commanders were of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. Among these Yaksha, 2 grand commanders were locked in fierce combat with Long Xie and Zhongliamo. Long Xie faced a Yaksha with a bizarre, curved horn on its head. Wielding 2 golden hammers, the Yaksha's relentless attacks forced Long Xie to retreat step by step, struggling to defend. Zhongliamo was up against a Yaksha with a fiery red horn. Its face was liver-colored, fangs protruding, purple hair flowing, and it wielded 2 blood-red axes. Each swing of the axes exuded lethal intent, and many shadow soldiers were reduced to ashes in an instant. Seeing the shadow soldiers being pushed back, the Ghost King of Mongshan was anxious but dared not act rashly, as he needed to guard against the chariot's sneak attacks. He gripped his demonic sword tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the chariot at any moment. Sun Wukong's gaze was fixed on the feather on the altar. The feather quivered slightly, surrounded by a multitude of colorful threads visible only to him. Suddenly, he noticed one of the threads connecting to himself. Not good. Sun Wukong's instinct screamed danger as he leaped away from the altar. Just as he sprang clear, 9 beams of multicolored light shot toward the altar, obliterating it and reducing the feather to dust. Die! The Ghost King of Mongshan roared, his demonic sword slicing through the void. Although the chariot retreated swiftly, it still lost half of one head. Sun Wukong quickly approached and picked up the bloodied half-head, ready to cast a spell. However, the half-head suddenly ignited and turned to ash in an instant. Frowning, Sun Wukong's wariness deepened. The Ghost King had said that while the chariot was powerful, it lacked intelligence. But now, it seemed far more cunning than anticipated. Fortunately, the severely injured chariot was too weakened to reappear anytime soon. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately wielded his Rui Jingu Bang and charged into the Yaksha ranks. With his intervention, the Yaksha were thrown into disarray, fleeing into the void. The ghost realm of Mongshan emerged victorious. With the chariot gravely wounded and unable to recover quickly, the Ghost King planned to use this time to recuperate. Sun Wukong bid farewell to the Ghost King, intending to first return the red spider lily to the Forgotten River before coming back to assist. The Ghost King of Mongshan looked at Sun Wukong meaningfully and said, "Monkey, I see that your strength has reached the peak of Tai, just a step away from becoming a Deluo Golden Immortal. I know of a treasure in the northern continent called the Sea Stabilizing Pearls. If you can obtain them, they might help you break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm." Sea Stabilizing Pearl? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, the familiar name stirring his memories. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that this was the legendary treasure of the ancient Buddha Randang. The Ghost King of Mang Mountain noticed Sun Wukong's confusion and shook his head slowly. This secret is known by few in the 3 realms. Randang's Sea Stabilizing Pearl is actually incomplete. Lowering his voice, he continued, the Sea Stabilizing Pearl originally consisted of 36 pieces. Randang only obtained 24, which he transformed into the 24 heavens. The remaining 12 are now in the northern sea of the northern continent. The northern sea? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Isn't that my third brother's territory? Perfect. I can visit him while I'm there. He thanked the Ghost King of Mang Mountain and then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from sight. After Sun Wukong left, the Ghost King's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his entire body becoming weak and feeble. "My lord, Yuji exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to support him. The Ghost King of Mang Mountain waved his hand, his voice heavy. The Ghost Chariot truly lives up to its reputation as a fierce beast that dared to challenge the ancient Tao Dai. Even I, a grand celestial being, have been wounded at my core." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Yuji, the Ghost Chariot has been severely injured by me and won't recover for 10 years. I must retreat to heal. During this time, you will temporarily lead the ghost realm of Mang Mountain." Yuji hesitated, her face showing uncertainty. "My lord, my strength is weak, and I am not skilled in combat. I fear I won't be able to command respect." The Ghost King of Mang Mountain smiled faintly and produced a ghost seal from thin air. "You need to refine this Mang Mountain ghost seal. Once you do, if anyone dares to defy your orders, you can unleash its power. It contains an attack of mine that none below the grand celestial level can withstand." Yuji solemnly accepted the ghost seal and nodded. "My lord, rest assured and focus on your recovery. I will guard the ghost realm of Mang Mountain in your stead." The Ghost King nodded. "First, refine the ghost seal. Once you've done so, I'll give further instructions to Long Ju and the others before I begin my retreat." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had returned to the Underworld and handed the red spider lily to Meng Po. Upon seeing the flower, Meng Po's face lit up with a smile. Noticing her unusual expression, Sun Wukong asked, "Granny, why are you smiling like that?" Meng Po chuckled and pointed at Sun Wukong. "You cheeky monkey, do you think Granny would harm you?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. Reflecting on their relationship, he realized that ever since he had met Meng Po, she had always guided him with care and never caused him any harm. Embarrassed, his face turned slightly red, and he murmured, "Granny, I was wrong to doubt you." Meng Po left an incarnation of herself on the Bridge of Helplessness, then led Sun Wukong towards the River of Forgetfulness. This river had existed since the formation of the Underworld, and its waters contained a mystical energy that purified souls. Together with the Yellow Springs, it was known as one of the 2 divine springs of the Underworld. Upon reaching the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, Meng Po took out a red spider lily. The petals swayed gently in the breeze, and a soft expression appeared on her face. She suddenly turned to Sun Wukong, her voice tinged with inexplicable sorrow. "Wukong, do you know the origin of this flower?" Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, I've never heard of it. Granny, stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me. Meng Po sighed softly and began her tale. There are two rivers in the underworld. The murky yellow springs and the clear river of forgetfulness. The yellow springs give birth to the ghostly tribes, while the river of forgetfulness purifies souls, washing away the karma of previous lives. Each river has a divine guardian. The yellow springs is guarded by the Fengdu Emperor, and the river of forgetfulness by the goddess of the other shore. The Fengdu Emperor? Is he the legendary first ruler of the underworld? Sun Wukong asked, recalling the legends of Fengdu City. Meng Po nodded in confirmation and continued. The Fengdu Emperor led the ghostly tribes to build the city and establish the underworld. The goddess of the other shore purified souls along the riverbanks. Later, the Fengdu Emperor invited the goddess to take up a divine post in the underworld. Initially, she refused, but after a century of patient invitation, she finally agreed. She altered the course of the river of forgetfulness to intersect with the yellow springs, forming the bridge of 3 lives. The two deities fell in love, and the goddess became the sole empress of the underworld. As she spoke, the red spider lily in her hand emitted a faint glow, as if responding to her words. Sun Wukong was astonished. Granny, what happened next? Is this flower the transformed form of the goddess? Meng Po nodded. Unfortunately, the peaceful days did not last long. A calamity led to the death of the Fengdu Emperor in battle. The goddess sacrificed herself to preserve a fragment of his true spirit, sending him into reincarnation. She herself transformed into the red spider lily, eternally blooming by the river of forgetfulness. Is there any way to restore her? Sun Wukong scratched his head, not fully understanding the goddess's choice, but hoping to help her find peace. Meng Po smiled. There is a way. The Fengdu Emperor must personally awaken her. Where is the Fengdu Emperor now? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Meng Po shook her head. I don't know. Though he entered reincarnation, his injuries were severe. Unless he reaches the level of a quasi-saint, he will never regain his memories. Meng Po placed the red spider lily by the riverbank, and it quickly took root, forming a sea of flowers in an instant. Let's go. It's time for us to leave, she said, turning to walk away. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully to the flowers and followed Meng Po away from the river of forgetfulness. After bidding farewell to Meng Po, he returned to Beiju Luzhou and arrived at the outskirts of the Northern Sea. Sun Wukong learned from Meng Po that 10 years ago, Fei Peng had returned to the Northern Sea to solidify his Deluo Golden immortal status. Standing at the edge of the Northern Sea, Wukong gazed at the vast expanse of water, his heart filled with caution. He took out the black-tail feather given to him by Fei Peng, hoping it would summon Fei Peng to assist him, but there was no response for a long time. This unexpected silence made Wukong uneasy. Could it be that third brother isn't here? Wukong pondered to himself. Without his help, it would be difficult to form an alliance with the Demon Master's palace. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to venture to the Demon Master's palace alone. Wukong cast a spell to repel water, enveloping himself in a protective aura, and then dove into the Northern Sea. The biting cold struck him instantly, causing even his Tai Golden immortal body to shiver. The Northern Sea was vast, twice the size of the Eastern Sea. Wukong swam through the waters for half a day without encountering a single creature, yet he constantly felt as if eyes were watching him from the shadows, a feeling that made him very uneasy. Suddenly, Wukong transformed into a leech, swimming deeper along the current. His destination was the Demon Master's palace, the secluded residence of the ancient powerhouse, Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng had once been a great power in the ancient heavenly court, known as the Master of 10,000 Demons. After the fall of the heavenly court, he led the remaining strong ones to the Northern Sea and vanished from sight. In the depths of the Northern Sea, within a dark palace, the young Kuanpeng with a gloomy expression asked, Baze, do you think we should get involved in the affairs of the 3 realms? The white-haired youth behind him, Baze, responded with a smile, Master, you have already made a decision. Why ask me? Kuanpeng's eyes narrowed slightly. As one of the first innate beings born after Panga created the world, his power had reached the pinnacle of the 3 realms. Because of this, he was privy to many secrets of the 3 realms and understood the principle that all under-saints are ants. Thus, Kuanpeng had always avoided interfering in major affairs of the 3 realms, unwilling to attract the attention of the saints by getting entangled in causality. Kuanpeng gazed at the sky, reminiscing about his past glories. As the greatest sage of the ancient times, he had once assisted Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi in establishing the heavenly court of the demon clan and was revered as the master of all demons. Even Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi treated him with utmost respect. Under his strategic planning, the witch clan was annihilated, and the demon clan's heavenly court was on the verge of dominating the ancient world. However, everything collapsed in an instant. To this day, Kuanpeng remains unsure which force was behind it, but he has always suspected those supreme beings. This suspicion fills him with dread. Even Donghuang Tai, hailed as the strongest under the saints and wielder of the Chaos Bell, was forced to self-destruct. Despite Kunpeng's confidence in his unparalleled intelligence and formidable strength, witnessing the demise of Donghuang Tai and Emperor Jun made him shudder with fear. Sun Wukong, should I meet you? Kunpeng muttered to himself. He had long sensed Sun Wukong approaching the Northern Sea and guessed his intentions. However, he hesitated to get involved in the affairs of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was now powerful, and while the Yaoshi Palace did not fear them, it was still founded by a saint. Kunpeng worried that if the Yaoshi Palace took action, it might fall into the saint's calculations. Bai Zhe stood quietly by, waiting for Kunpeng to make a decision. Although Bai Zhe was also a wise demon, he knew well that in terms of strategy, no one in the three realms, except for the eternal saints, could surpass the master of all demons. What do you think the Empress means by this? Kunpeng suddenly asked. Hearing the word Empress, Bai Zhe's body trembled slightly, but he hesitated and did not respond. Kunpeng didn't seem to expect an answer from Bai Zhe and instead asked, how stable is Faping's realm? Bai Zhe smiled and replied, after achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, Faping has added new strength to our Yaoshi Palace. We old fellows are preparing to teach him some of our best skills, so that he can uphold the prestige of the Yaoshi Palace when he roams the three realms in the future. Kunpeng nodded and said, this young one, despite his earlier arrogance in proclaiming the 7 great sages of the demon clan, did indeed bolster our clan's reputation, letting the three realms know that our demon clan is not without successors. Meanwhile, in the dark depths of the ocean, a leech was leisurely making its way forward. Suddenly, a great white shark lunged out, opened its mouth, and sucked the leech into its belly. You monster! How dare you swallow me? The great Sun Wukong. Now, you've brought me back to my old home, Sun Wukong declared, revealing his true form inside the shark's stomach and causing chaos. Ow! Why does my stomach hurt today? The great white shark, initially swimming happily, suddenly felt excruciating pain in its belly and started thrashing about in the sea. Sun Wukong continued his rampage inside the shark's stomach, causing it unbearable pain. The shark desperately tried to expel the intruder but only managed to vomit bile, with Sun Wukong still firmly inside. Realizing it had an unwelcome guest, the great white shark cried out, who dares to toy with me? If you're a real man, come out, and we'll fight face to face. Stop playing dirty tricks. Oomph! You monster, Sun Wukong said, punching the shark's demon heart, causing it to convulse and nearly crash into a seabed reef. I, Sun Wukong, ask you, do you know where the Yaoshi Palace is? The great white shark, unable to deal with Sun Wukong, reluctantly agreed to take him to the Yaoshi Palace. Thus, the shark carried Sun Wukong and swam towards the depths of the Northern Sea. Great Immortal, the shark finally spoke. We're now in the inner waters of the Northern Sea. A little further and we'll reach the Yaoshi Palace. However, the palace has rules, and creatures like us aren't allowed to approach without permission. So, Great Immortal, this is as far as I can take you. Please, come out of my belly now. The great white shark stopped in its tracks, refusing to move any further. It was merely a demon beast in the Northern Sea, incapable of transforming into a human form. Despite its formidable physical strength, comparable to a true immortal, the demon master's palace was a forbidden territory in its eyes. Seeing this, Sun Wukong didn't push it any further and gestured for the shark to open its mouth and let him out. Immortal, please exit, the great white shark said, opening its mouth wide. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light and flew out from its belly. When the shark realized that the immortal, who had tormented it all the way, was just a hairy monkey, a glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes. Sun Wukong, oblivious to this, was about to continue forward when the great white shark suddenly spat out an ice spike aimed directly at his back. With a look of disdain on his face, Sun Wukong let the ice spike hit him. With a crack, the ice spike shattered upon impact, and he remained completely unfazed. The great white shark was dumbfounded, swallowing a mouthful of seawater, its eyes full of confusion. Sun Wukong glanced back at it, causing the shark to shiver and flee in panic with a flick of its tail. Out of gratitude for showing him the way, Sun Wukong decided to let the ambush slide. He shook his head and swam deeper into the Northern Sea. Meanwhile, Faping opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them as a powerful aura spread throughout the Northern Sea. Ha 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 ha, after 10 years, I finally stabilized my cultivation, Faping said, feeling the surging power within him and smiling with satisfaction. Over the past decade, his realm had completely stabilized, and with the divine powers of the Northern Sea, his strength now rivaled many renowned Deluo Jingxian. Just then, a commanding voice echoed in Faping's mind, Faping, come see me at once. Faping's expression changed, and he immediately headed towards the Demon Master's palace. Ancestor, Master Bays, Faping greeted respectfully as he entered the palace, bowing to Kuan-Peng and Baze. Baze nodded with a smile, his eyes showing a hint of regret. He had watched Faping grow up. Despite his exceptional talent in cultivation, Faping lacked aptitude and strategy, which left Baze sighing in resignation. Kuan-Peng, looking at his most outstanding descendant, had a fleeting moment of softness in his eyes, so brief that even Faping didn't notice. Faping, a monkey has intruded into the Demon Master's palace territory. Go and drive him out, Kuan-Peng said indifferently. Upon hearing the word monkey, Faping immediately thought of Sun Wukong, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The palace of the Demon Master is one of the most mysterious places in the Northern Sea and even the entire northern continent. It is home to countless ancient demon clans from the old heavenly court, including many powerful beings at the level of Deluo Jingxian. Ordinary outsiders rarely dare to venture deep into the Northern Sea. As Sun Wukong stepped into the depths of the Northern Sea, he immediately felt a sense of discomfort. He looked around warily, as if countless eyes were secretly watching him. This feeling made Sun Wukong uneasy, and he couldn't help but frown. Where is this Demon Master's palace? Sun Wukong muttered to himself. The title Demon Master sounds impressive. I wonder what kind of abilities he has to call himself that. Old Sun, would like to test his skills. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Wukong suddenly felt his body stiffen. A sharp pain radiated from his chest, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. In the spot where he had been standing, a menacing-looking man had appeared. The man's appearance was indistinguishable from a human, except for his chillingly cold eyes. Impudent monkey, how dare you disrespect the Demon Master? You deserve punishment, the man said coldly. The surrounding seawater began to boil, responding to his anger. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been sent flying by a single punch, without even a chance to react. Deluo Jingxian? Who are you? Sun Wukong asked gravely, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly. Wait, this is the Demon Master's palace. Are you a great demon? I am the ancient demon god, Zhang. The man replied with a mocking smile as he saw Sun Wukong ready his weapon. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he sensed the impending danger but couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. He could only instinctively swing his Rui Jingu Bang wildly in all directions. Commander Zhang, hold your hand, a voice suddenly called out. Zhang's face twisted into a cruel smile. As a great general of the ancient heavenly court, he had fought countless battles and even killed powerful witches. Among the Deluo Jingxian, his strength was formidable. Sun Wukong, however, was merely a Tai Jingxian-level monkey. If Zhang hadn't been in the mood to toy with him, he could have crushed Sun Wukong with a single move. This was the vast difference between a Deluo Jingxian and a Tai Jingxian. Just as Zhang's fist was about to land on Sun Wukong, a dark shadow flashed in front of him, taking the blow hidden. Boom. Although the attack was successfully blocked, the powerful shockwave still sent both Faping and Sun Wukong flying hundreds of meters. Ha ha ha, Faping. Why are you stopping me? Zhang said, looking a bit annoyed. This monkey has disrespected the Demon Master and deserves to die. With that, he prepared to strike again. Seeing this, Faping quickly said, Commander Zhang, this monkey is a guest of the Demon Master's palace. I am here under the orders of the ancestor to welcome him. You must not act rashly. Zhang glanced suspiciously at Faping and then at Sun Wukong behind him. Shaking his head, he disappeared. Faping let out a sigh of relief. Although he held a high position in the Northern Sea, the ancient demon gods were all capricious. If it came down to a fight, Faping, who had just entered the Deluo Jingxian realm, would not be able to match them. Are you all right, old seven? Faping asked, concern flashing in his eyes as he looked at the bloodied Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shook his head. This was the first time he had realized so vividly the gap between himself and a Deluo Jingxian. A casual strike from the opponent had left him completely powerless. This realization crushed the arrogance he had felt after his strength had surged from learning the Underworld scriptures. It seems I am still not strong enough, Sun Wukong thought to himself. I must reach the Deluo Jingxian realm as soon as possible. While a Tai Jingxian could dominate one part of the three realms, true freedom required attaining the Deluo realm. Third brother, I have important matters to discuss with you, Sun Wukong said, pushing aside his thoughts and revealing the purpose of his visit to Faping. Let's talk in my palace, Faping said with a wave of his hand, leading Sun Wukong to a grand palace. This was Faping's residence. Old seven, sit down and try some of the fine wine I've brewed myself, Faping said, taking out his treasured wine and pouring a cup for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's nose twitched slightly, and a look of craving appeared in his eyes. The rich aroma of the wine wafted over, rivaling even the celestial wines of the heavenly court. He eagerly grabbed the goblet and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, a blush crept up his cheeks. Great wine, Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling invigorated and letting out a satisfied sound. Third brother, Why didn't you have such good wine back when we were on Flower Fruit Mountain? Faping chuckled and explained, this wine is something I've only brewed in the past 1,000 years. Among our brothers, you're the only one who has had the chance to taste it. Mentioning the other brothers brought a sudden sadness to Sun Wukong. He recalled the scene of their brotherhood oath and realized that, apart from their names, he knew nothing about their origins. Back then, he was only concerned with living freely and never questioned the true intentions behind their brotherhood. Faping seemed to read Sun Wukong's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him, seventh brother, don't overthink it. When we swore brotherhood, each of us had our own motives, but the oath was made before heaven and earth. Our brotherhood is witnessed by the heavens. Once brothers, always brothers. He paused before continuing. I've heard about the situation with you and the first brother. There must be some misunderstanding. One day, we'll go see the first brother together and clear things up. Then, we brothers will carve out a path together. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong asked, third brother, do you have any news of our other brothers? At this, Faping also fell silent, clearly knowing nothing about the whereabouts of the other 4 demons. Seeing this, Sun Wukong decided to change the subject and spoke of his current mission. Never mind, they must have their own matters to attend to. By the way, third brother, I'm here to form an alliance with the Yaoqi Palace. A glint flashed in Faping's eyes as he asked, an alliance? Are you representing Subhoodie to form an alliance with our Kunping ancestor? Clearly, he had heard of the powerful figure behind Sun Wukong, someone on par with Kunpeng. Sun Wukong quickly clarified, I'm only representing the ghost realm of Mount Mang to form an alliance with Yaoqi Palace. Faping shook his head in resignation. The ghost realm of Mount Mang? That insignificant place thinks it can form an alliance with Yaoqi Palace? Seventh brother, I might not be able to help you with this. Although the ghost realm of Mount Mang was quite famous in the northern continent, to a major power like Yaoqi Palace, a small force with only one Deluo Golden Immortal hardly registered on their radar. Deep within the Yin Mountains, a group of malevolent spirits stirred, preparing to once again assault this mysterious range. Among these ghosts, a peculiar figure stood out. His face resembled that of a macaque, with pointed white ears, golden monkey fur shimmering behind his head, and eyes that burned red like fire. His purple face bore exposed fangs. Despite his small stature, none dared underestimate him. This was King Yurong, one of the 10 ghost kings of the Yin Mountains, surrounded by numerous monkey spirits from Flower Fruit Mountain. A towering ghost, standing 30 feet tall, approached the meditating King Yurong and whispered, Great Sage of Ghosts, it's your turn to lead the charge against the Fengdu Emperor's seal. It turned out that King Yurong was once the most mysterious of the 7 great demon sages, known as the Great Sage of Ghosts, who had been imprisoned in the Yin Mountains for reasons unknown. King Yurong's eyes snapped open, his gaze like lightning, causing the ghost to retreat in fear. At that moment, a stern man wearing a golden crown spoke up, Great Sage of Ghosts, we launch an assault on the seal every few years, but your monkey tribe always hides at the back. That's not fair, is it? This man was Lu Fengxian, known as the Peerless Ghost King, one of the 10 Ghost Kings of the Yin Mountains. King Yurong had to explain, Peerless Ghost King, my monkey tribe is too weak. They are the descendants of my brothers. Each one lost is irreplaceable, unlike your human ghosts who increase in number every year. I can fight, but they cannot. Although Lu Fengxian's cultivation was only at the later stage of Tai Golden Immortal, his martial prowess was unmatched, making him a formidable opponent even for those at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. The 10 Ghost Kings of the Yin Mountains each had their own unique traits. The Killing God Ghost King, the Corpse-Controlling Ghost King, the Peerless Ghost King, King Yurong, the Demon Fox King, the Soaring Snake King, the Blood Azura, the 8-Armed Rakshasa King, the 9-Headed Soul Devourer King, and the Fire Ghost King. Among them, the most powerful were the Killing God Ghost King, King Yurong, and the Peerless Ghost King. The Killing God Ghost King, Bai Qi, had committed so many atrocities in life that even the Forgetting River couldn't cleanse his soul. He was exiled to the Yin Mountains, where he refined the souls he had wronged, increasing his power to become the only Ghost King in the Yin Mountains to break through to the Deluo realm. King Yurong, an ancient beast known as the soul-devouring demon ape, was born with the ability to command thousands of ghosts and could devour them to enhance his strength. His cultivation had reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, just one step away from becoming a Deluo Golden Immortal. The Peerless Ghost King, Lu Bu, was a formidable general in the southern continent during his lifetime. After death, he refused to reincarnate and merged with innate ghostly energy to become a fierce ghost. He devoured many underworld officers and was eventually exiled to the Yin Mountains. Although his cultivation was at the later stage of Tai Golden Immortal, his combat prowess rivaled those at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Suddenly, the Killing God Ghost King's eyes opened, and his intense killing intent made all the ghosts present shudder. He spoke coldly, enough? This time, I will personally lead the assault on the Yin Mountain. If Xiang Yu could succeed back then, there's no reason we can't. King Yurong, I know your abilities. This time, You will be the vanguard. No more holding back, or the monkey tribe will suffer. A flash of anger crossed King Yurong's eyes, but he was isolated in the Yin Mountains. The monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain were too weak to help and had become his weakness. Reluctantly, he agreed to be the vanguard for the assault on the Underworld. The Yin Mountain Seal, also known as the Fengdu Heavenly Prison Seal, was a unique formation set by the first ruler of the Underworld, the Fengdu Emperor. This formation was easy to enter, but hard to leave. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. Those with lower cultivation faced less suppression, but couldn't break through the Earth Store Bodhisattva's universal salvation mantra. Over the years, only Xiangyu had managed to break through the Yin Mountains. The malevolent spirits of Yin Mountain gathered at its exit, right next to the restrictive barrier of Fengdu Hell. The spirits gazed at the oppressive aura emanating from the barrier, their eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, a black banner appeared in the hand of King Yuruang, and with a slight shake, streams of dark energy shot towards the barrier like arrows. In an instant, a phantom figure appeared out of thin air. With a wave of its hand, countless ghostly thunderbolts rained down on the spirits. Harrowing screams echoed as the weaker spirits were struck by the thunderbolts, instantly disintegrating into wisps of ghostly light that vanished into the air. King Yuruang's banner absorbed the thunderbolts aimed at him, and he redirected them towards the phantom. The other ghost kings also took action, using their various abilities to neutralize the power of the ghostly thunder. Great sage, aren't you going to act? Fire Ghost King shouted, struggling to fend off the thunderbolts as he addressed King Yuruang, who was casting spells. His relatively weaker power made the thunderbolts impact severe, leaving scorch marks on his body. Prompted, King Yuruang's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly spat out a thick black mist onto his banner, from which ferocious ghostly spirits immediately sprang forth, lunging at the phantom in the void like ravenous wolves. Uhu! The ghostly spirits let out hair-raising howls. These soul-devouring spirits were carefully nurtured by King Yuruang, feeding on soul energy. He had selected them from among the fiercest ghosts and refined them into the banner through secret arts, making them exceptionally powerful. Each ghostly spirit had the strength of a celestial being, and the strongest among them were on par with true immortals. The ghostly spirits swarmed the phantom like locusts, greedily consuming its energy. As they besieged it, the phantom began to blur. Seeing this, the ghost kings rejoiced and hurriedly fled towards the exit of Yin Mountain, attempting to break through the barrier. At that moment, a deafening crash resounded as a chain wrapped in eerie green flames descended from the sky. Wherever it passed, the spirits froze and then crumbled like sand, their souls utterly destroyed. This was the second layer of the Yin Mountain barrier, the Netherworld Soul Chain. Fire Ghost King barely evaded the chain's attack by transforming into a ball of flame, but the encounter left him drenched in cold sweat. The green flames on the chain, known as Netherworld Ghost Fire, were the bane of all spirits. A single touch meant instant death with no chance of resistance. The Netherworld's soul chain cut through the ghostly horde like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping their souls. The spirits had no means to counter this terrifying barrier other than desperately dodging. Spirit command, go! King Yuruang chanted a spell, and some of the spirits who had been avoiding the chain suddenly stiffened, their eyes turning vacant. They then flung themselves at the chain like moths to a flame. Damn you, King Yuruang! Are you using my subordinates as cannon fodder again? One ghost king cursed, recognizing his minions among those controlled by the spirit command. Fire Ghost King's face darkened further, as most of the controlled spirits were his own. King Yuruang sneered, we can't bring them all out anyway. To break through the barrier, sacrifices must be made. His tone was devoid of sympathy, treating the sacrificed spirits as mere pawns. Bodhisattva, the evil spirits of Yin Mountain have started to riot again. Deep within Yin Mountain, a monk with a compassionate expression hurriedly approached Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, his eyes filled with a trace of worry. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face bore a calm smile as he gently reassured, do not panic, do not panic. At this moment, chaos reigned within Yin Mountain. The Ghost Kings had already broken through the 8th layer of the barrier, and were on the verge of breaching the final defense left by the Emperor of Fengdu. Before the 9th barrier, the 10 Ghost Kings stared at the mysterious silhouette with apprehension in their eyes. This final barrier, left by the Emperor of Fengdu, contained the immense power of a quasi-saint at his peak. In the past, most Ghost Kings had been stopped here. King Yurong halted, his brow furrowed. He had been the one to break through the first 8 barriers, but he knew this final one was beyond his capability. He turned to King Shashan, his tone urgent. Shashan, are you not going to act? King Shashan remained silent, but a murderous 7-foot-long sword, the god-slaying sword, appeared in his hand. This innate treasure, retrieved from the Yellow Springs, could kill without incurring karma, for those it slew were annihilated entirely, never to reincarnate. This is a quasi-saint's shadow, beyond the power of one alone. Everyone, Assist me with all your might." King Sha Shun's cold voice rang out, and the other 9 ghost kings nodded in unison, quickly positioning themselves behind him. Countless evil spirits of Yin Mountain formed an intricate formation known as the Killing God Array, which King Sha Shun had fortuitously acquired from ancient times. This array could gather the killing intent of living beings, significantly enhancing the power of its master. As the array activated, the energies of the 9 ghost kings and numerous evil spirits intertwined, transforming into overwhelming killing intent that surged into King Sha Shun. His aura climbed steadily, but his expression grew more solemn. Moving a quasi-saint's shadow was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. King Sha Shun channeled all his power into the god-slaying sword, a blade of pure murderous energy glowing in his hand. The ghosts watched with anticipation as he slowly raised the sword and struck at the shadow. At that critical moment, the shadow left by the Emperor of Fengdu suddenly turned around. The ghosts couldn't see its face, only a pair of eyes indifferent to all life. Instantly, countless evil spirits turned to ash under that gaze, and even the 10 ghost kings were thrown into disarray, suffering severe injuries. I refuse to believe it. If Xiangyu could escape, so can we. King Sha Shun roared to the heavens, raising the god-slaying sword once more. From a distance, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva observed coldly, his eyes filled with icy resolve. He slowly closed his eyes and began reciting the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Pravapradna Sutra. In an instant, the battlefield was bathed in Buddha's light. Damn Ksitigarbha! Fire Ghost King, caught off guard, screamed in agony as the Buddha's light burned him. Beware of the Buddhist conversion techniques. King Sha Shun glared at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was taking advantage of the situation. But the Ghost Kings were fully occupied with the Emperor of Fengdu's shadow, unable to spare any effort to counter the Buddhist conversion. Suddenly, an evil spirit wailed, its dark energy dissipating as it turned into a transparent soul with vacant eyes, slowly drifting toward Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. One after another, more evil spirits were converted, becoming followers of the Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha, you bald dog! Fire Ghost King erupted in fury, his body engulfed in flames, as he launched a fierce attack at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned slightly, opening his eyes to glance at Fire Ghost King. Under that gaze, Fire Ghost King felt his soul tremble, and his energy immediately waned. Amitabha, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva continued his recitation, converting the evil spirits one by one. Seeing that most of the evil spirits had been converted, the 10 Ghost Kings reluctantly chose to abandon their attempt to break the barrier. Just as Fire Ghost King prepared to retreat, a drop of golden blood suddenly emerged from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palm and flew straight toward him. With a soft poof, the blood of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva struck the body of the Fire Ghost King. In an instant, the Fire Ghost King shuddered, and the thick, dark aura surrounding him receded like a tide, replaced by a gentle Buddhist light. The other Ghost Kings were about to intervene, but seeing the Fire Ghost King being forcibly purified by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, they could only watch helplessly. Amita Buddha, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted softly. The ferocious expression on the Fire Ghost King's face gradually softened, becoming peaceful. The Bodhisattva gently pulled the Fire Ghost King out of the Yin Mountain, then turned to the remaining evil spirits within and said compassionately, Amita Buddha, if you all take refuge in the Buddha, I will help you achieve liberation. The Killing Ghost King glared coldly at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and shouted, Old monk, you think we'll become your dogs? Keep dreaming. The unmatched Ghost King's eyes fell on the Fire Ghost King, who now stood obediently behind Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and a barely noticeable sadness flickered in his gaze. Although he wasn't particularly close to the Fire Ghost King, thousands of years of acquaintance made this forced conversion unsettling, increasing his wariness towards the Buddhist sect. The Monkey King shook his head and whispered, Let's go. Ksitigarbha is a quasi-saint. We can't handle him. If it weren't for the fact that he can't leave the Yin Mountain, he would have purified us all by now. Hearing this, the Ghost Kings dispersed, their attempt to breach the Yin Mountain seal ending in failure once again. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at the newly purified evil spirits behind him, a compassionate expression on his face, and softly chanted, Amita Buddha. Meanwhile, in the northern sea, Sun Wukong and Faping were slowly advancing. Although the Yaoqi Palace had refused to ally with the Mang Mountain Ghost King, Kunpeng Patriarch had allowed Faping to accompany Sun Wukong to the Mang Mountain Ghost Realm in a personal capacity. Sun Wukong, looking troubled, said to Faping, Third brother, now that you're a Deluo Jinxian, could you help me with something? Faping smiled and replied, Seventh brother, we're brothers. Whatever you need, just say the word. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Third brother, have you ever heard of the Dinghai Shinju? Hearing this, Faping's expression became serious. Sun Wukong continued, That's right. The Mang Mountain Ghost King told me that there are 12 Dinghai Shinju in Beiju Luzhou. If I can refine one of them, I might be able to break through to the Deluo Jinxian realm. Faping asked solemnly. I see. Do you know the exact location of these Dinghai Shinju? He knew well that each innate spiritual treasure was a prized possession in the three realms, most of them already owned by renowned and powerful beings, some even quasi-saints. Even for him, it was uncertain whether he could help Sun Wukong obtain a Dinghai Shinju. The Temple of the Witch God, also known as the Panga Shrine, is the sacred place of the Wu clan. After the Wu clan retreated to Beiju Luzhou, this magnificent structure stood prominently in the center of Beiju Luzhou, surrounded by tribes established by the remaining great witches of the Wu clan. The whereabouts of the Dinghai Pearl became Sun Wukong's next target. According to the information from the Ghost King of Mang Mountain, this treasure is now held by the Gonggong tribe. The Gonggong tribe are descendants of the ancient ancestor witch Gonggong, one of the 12 ancestral witches, and is one of the 12 major tribes of the Wu clan. Although the Wu clan has withdrawn from their dominant position in the three realms, the remaining great witches are divided due to mutual suspicion. Nonetheless, asking the Gonggong tribe for the Dinghai Pearl remains an exceptionally difficult task. Faping's face turned peculiar upon hearing Sun Wukong's plan. He detailed the inside story of the war between the witches and the demons, and the current relationship between the two factions. Despite no large-scale conflicts occurring after both retreated to Beiju Luzhou, encounters between old enemies often led to tense standoffs. Faping believed that asking the Wu clan for such a precious innate spiritual treasure was utterly hopeless. Sun Wukong felt a headache after listening. He hesitantly asked, Third brother, who are the formidable warriors within the Wu clan? Despite the low chances of obtaining the Dinghai Pearl, Sun Wukong still wanted to give it a try for the treasure that could help him quickly reach the Deluo Jingxian realm. Faping frowned and explained, Wu clan cultivators do not cultivate their primordial spirit. Their strength lies entirely in their physical bodies. They are classified by physical strength into Earth Witches, Heaven Witches, Great Witches, and Ancestral Witches. Earth Witches are equivalent to true Immortals, Heaven Witches to Tai Golden Immortals, and Great Witches to Deluo Jingxian. It is said that Ancestral Witches can even rival quasi-saints. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked distressed but still asked persistently, What level is the strongest warrior in the Gonggong tribe? Faping sighed. The Gonggong tribe is one of the 12 tribes of the Wu clan, and its members are all skilled in water-based divine powers. The current strongest warrior of the Gonggong tribe is Gonggong Yu, a newly ascended Great Witch. Additionally, they have 7 Heaven Witches and dozens of Earth Witches, making them a formidable force. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, Wait, did you say they don't cultivate primordial spirits? Could my 72 transformations allow me to sneak into the Gonggong tribe and steal the Dinghai Pearl? Faping shook his head. You underestimate the Wu clan. The ancient demon clan, under the leadership of the Emperor and Dong Huang, with 3,600 demon gods, could only fight them to a draw. Such transformation techniques are unlikely to deceive their eyes. Sun Wukong, still unwilling to give up, said, How will I know if I don't try? Third brother, wait here for me. Old son will be back soon. Without waiting for Faping's reply, he somersaulted and disappeared. Faping sighed helplessly. This old seventh is still so impulsive. He then transformed into a large black rock and flew toward the Gonggong tribe. Despite Faping's speed, Sun Wukong had already entered the tribe by the time Faping arrived at its outskirts. Faping thought, I must help Old Seventh draw out the strong warriors of the Gonggong tribe to reduce his danger. He immediately released a powerful demonic aura, quickly attracting the attention of the tribe's warriors. A great demon is attacking. Everyone be on guard. The Wu clan warriors sensed the demonic aura and immediately became vigilant. A woman in a long robe, holding a wooden staff, stepped forward. She was Yu, the current leader of the Gonggong tribe. Her eyes were gentle, and she spoke calmly. A Deluo Jingxian from the demon clan. How bold to provoke our Gonggong tribe. As Yu's voice fell, the sky above the Gonggong tribe instantly darkened, a sign that a massive amount of water-based energy was being mobilized. Faping revealed his true form as a black rock, spreading his wings like an ancient primordial beast, exuding a fierce aura as he confronted the warriors of the Gonggong tribe. Yu's figure flickered, and she appeared beneath the great black rock. With a wave of her wooden staff, a massive black dragon, formed from the river's waters, materialized beneath her feet, lifting her to the same height as the rock. Yu's voice was melodious and graceful, even as she questioned, Demon Clan, why have you come to the Gonggong tribe? The rock laughed, I have long heard of the great Gonggong Yu, and have come to seek your guidance. Very well, I shall oblige. Yu responded without hesitation. As a member of the Wu tribe, even women were not lacking in fighting spirit. As soon as she spoke, her body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giantess standing 100 feet tall. With a thunderous crash, the giantess and the black rock engaged in a fierce battle. The epic clash drew the attention of the warriors of the Gonggong tribe, who gathered to watch. Amidst the commotion, a young Wu tribe boy skillfully maneuvered through the crowd. He deftly avoided the burly Wu warriors and quietly approached the tribe's ancestral hall. The boy looked up into the hall and saw an imposing statue of a demon god, a figure with a serpent's head and a human body, covered in black scales, standing on a black dragon and holding a green python. This was the ancestral god of the Gonggong tribe Gonggong. The boy's gaze quickly fixed on a string of beads in the statue's hand. This was his target, the Dinghai Pearl. Since the Wu tribe did not cultivate their primordial spirit and could not refine magical artifacts, they mostly used sturdy weapons. Although the Wu tribe could not use spiritual treasures like the Dinghai Pearl, which required the activation of the primordial spirit, they could sense its energy. Thus, during their dominion over the land, the Wu tribe had collected many spiritual treasures to honor their fallen warriors. Seeing the Dinghai Pearl, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was about to step forward to take the beads when he suddenly heard footsteps. An elderly man in a long robe emerged from behind the statue and kindly asked, "Child, this is a sacred place. Why are you here?" The elder's eyes held a doting expression. The boy stammered, unsure of how to respond. This boy was none other than Sun Wukong in disguise, intending to steal the Dinghai Pearl while the Wu warriors were distracted. The elder respectfully bowed to the statue of Gonggong and then said, "Child, since you are here, pay your respects to the ancestral god Gonggong." Sun Wukong thought, "This ancestral god Gonggong is a great ancient deity, on par with my master. Paying respects wouldn't hurt." With that, he bowed respectfully to the statue of the ancestral god Gonggong. Sun Wukong bowed deeply before the statue of Gonggong. When he lifted his head, the sight before him left him speechless. 12 mystical sea-stabilizing pearls were floating in midair, shimmering with an enigmatic light. He stood there, stunned and unable to utter a word. Nearby, an elderly man smiled gently and said, "Aren't you going to thank the ancestor for bestowing these treasures?" Swallowing hard, Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before extending his trembling hand to carefully receive the 12 pearls. He then respectfully bowed again to the statue of Gonggong, silently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor Gonggong." Although he didn't understand why the pearls had come to him, he was relieved to acquire them without conflict. After bidding farewell, Sun Wukong clutched the pearls tightly and left swiftly. The old man's kind smile vanished as he watched Sun Wukong depart, replaced by an indifferent expression. "Shiming Shi, now can you tell me why you handed the sea-stabilizing pearls to that little demon?" the old man demanded harshly. A masked woman appeared silently behind him and softly replied, "It was Lord Xuanming's order." "Lord Xianming?" The old man's expression changed, and he asked no further. The woman continued, "The Lord also commands that the Gonggong tribe must not leave Beiju Luzhou without permission." With that, she quietly disappeared. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged in the sky. A black rock was locked in combat with a giant woman, who stood on a black dragon. The giant wielded a whip formed from the weak water, lashing out at the rock. The rock retaliated with countless ice spikes formed from its wings, but they were effortlessly dissolved by the giant's whip. This scene vividly showcased the unique abilities of the Wu clan. They did not cultivate their primordial spirit or cast spells, but instead harnessed their bloodline power to perform supernatural feats. Unlike cultivators who sought enlightenment, the Wu clan only needed to enhance their bloodline purity and physical strength to wield greater powers. Consequently, their combat prowess often surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. The battle grew more intense. The giant woman roared and spat out a jet of deathly black water. Despite the rock's swift retreat, its wings were splashed by the water, causing black smoke to billow. Even the formidable body of a Deluo golden immortal-level beast couldn't withstand it. Enraged, the rock condensed the air around it, launching a barrage of ice spikes at the giant. Yet, the giant easily neutralized all the attacks with her whip. At this moment, Sun Wukong, having left the Gonggong tribe, saw the fierce battle and worried for the rock's safety. He quickly sent a message that he had obtained the sea-stabilizing pearls. Upon receiving the news, the rock transformed into a human and said to the giant, "The Wu clan is indeed formidable. I, Peng Demon King, am impressed. Let's end this battle here and fight another day." With that, he blurred into motion, ready to leave. The giant hesitated, her expression changing, but ultimately she did not pursue. Back at the Gonggong tribe, you questioned the priest angrily. "Priest, why didn't you let me chase that demon?" The priest shook his head. "You will understand in due time. From today, no member of the Gonggong tribe is allowed to leave the tribe without permission. Any violator will be exiled." In the dense forest, Sun Wukong excitedly showed the string of pearls to Pong, third brother. "Look, these are the innate treasures, the sea-stabilizing pearls. Though small, each contains the power of an entire sea. Together, they hold the power of 12 seas." Pong examined the pearls carefully, confirming they were indeed the legendary sea-stabilizing pearls. He asked in astonishment, "Little Seven, how on earth did you get these pearls?" Scratching his head, Sun Wukong replied in confusion, "Third brother. It feels like the Wu ancestors deliberately gave these pearls to me." Sun Wukong recounted his adventure of retrieving the treasure in great detail. After listening, Fei Peng furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. Moments later, he looked up and said, "Never mind. Obtaining the Dinghai Shinju is ultimately a good thing. For now, let's head to the ghost realm of Mang Mountain." "All right, third brother, let's go," Sun Wukong replied promptly. After the Ghost King of Mang Mountain went into seclusion, the ghost realm of Mang Mountain was managed by Yu Ji, who proclaimed herself the Ghost Empress of Mang Mountain. She ordered Long Ju and others to continue recruiting ghost soldiers from various regions and stationed ghost soldiers at key passages to guard against another attack from the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong and Fei Peng used their tokens to enter the ghost realm of Mang Mountain. Shortly after entering, they were spotted by patrolling ghost soldiers. Recognizing Sun Wukong, the ghost soldiers were overjoyed and quickly led the two to meet the Ghost Empress Yu Ji. Yu Ji sat high on the Ghost King's throne, scrutinizing the visitors with an expressionless face. "Have you come to form an alliance with Mang Mountain?" she asked calmly. Fei Peng glanced at the Ghost Empress, who was merely at the true immortal level, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "The matter of the alliance can wait. I wish to see the Ghost King of Mang Mountain. In that case, you may stay in Mang Mountain for now. Once my husband exits seclusion, you shall meet him." Yu Ji nodded in agreement. Fei Peng nodded and was about to take his leave with Sun Wukong when Long Ju hurried in with several ghost soldiers. With a grave expression, he saluted the Ghost Empress and reported, "Your Majesty, the Jin army of Dongxing Shenzhou has overrun the Song Kingdom, but they are using all the souls of the fallen soldiers to forge magical artifacts. We are unable to recruit ghost soldiers." "What? The Song Kingdom?" Sun Wukong paused mid-step upon hearing this and urgently asked, "Brother Long Ju, what is the current situation in the Song Kingdom? Tell me quickly." Long Ju glanced at Sun Wukong and said in a deep voice, "Brother Sun, the Song Kingdom has suffered a great defeat, and Huku Pass has fallen. Now, the two armies are fiercely battling at Linen City. If the Song Kingdom loses again, it may face the calamity of national destruction." "Linen City?" Sun Wukong's expression changed upon hearing this. "No, the little girl is still in Linen City. I must go and bring her out." Thinking of Leing Xiao possibly being in danger, Sun Wukong was anxious and immediately decided to rush to Linen City, ready to take her away if the situation became critical. Outside the city of Linen, a formidable force of 100,000 Jurchen cavalry encircled the entire city like an impenetrable iron barrel. In the sky, the Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva shone brightly like twin moons, casting golden light over the Jurchen army. This divine spectacle boosted the Jurchen soldiers' morale, making them fearless of pain and filled with a fierce desire to fight. In addition to the two bodhisattvas, the Buddhist sect had also sent a master known as the Fire Arhat. This disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was proficient in fire magic and equally powerful as the bodhisattvas. Under the leadership of these three Tai golden immortals, the Jurchen army advanced with unstoppable force, sweeping through the Song forces and reaching the gates of Linen. The Jurchen army quickly set up the pagoda formation, a mystical array brought by the Fire Arhat. This formation could capture the souls of fallen Song soldiers and transform them into ghost soldiers to clear the path for the Jurchen. With this formation, the Jurchen army remained invincible, causing the Song forces to collapse in disarray. Inside the city, 4 Taoists Yifeng, Yikong, Yishan, and Yicheng gazed at the Jurchen army with grave expressions. Yifeng, the strongest among them, could stand against any bodhisattva. Yikong and Yicheng together could match one bodhisattva. However, Yishan struggled to contend with the Fire Arhat. In terms of top-tier combat power, the Song dynasty was at a disadvantage. Yifeng sighed, "If only Daoist's son were here. His strength surpasses mine, and he could handle the Fire Arhat." Yikong responded, "Brother, we don't know when that monkey will return. We can't count on him this time. We've already sent for help from the Han Kingdom, hoping they'll assist us out of respect for our shared Taoist lineage." Yichen added, "If the Celestial Master Mansion of the Han Kingdom sends just one Celestial Master, we might have a chance. But we don't know if they'll be willing to help." At that moment, a clear voice broke the heavy atmosphere. "Humph, what is there to fear about these Jurchens? If you have the guts, follow me out of the city to fight." A young girl with a delicate face, holding a silver spear, shouted at a few young generals before her. She was about 18, with a faint mark of a green lotus on her forehead, none other than Leing Xiao, 10 years later. She had reached the celestial realm through practicing the techniques left by Sun Wukong, just a step away from the true immortal realm. The youths before her were descendants of Song's meritorious officials. Though skilled in martial arts and considered experts among mortals, they knew nothing of immortal techniques. Seeing the ghost soldiers outside the city, they were too frightened to fight. Leing Xiao, seeing this, angrily said, "In the face of national peril, You men are so afraid of death. It's just some petty sorcery. What's there to fear? Watch how I break the enemy." With that, she mounted her horse and rode straight to the city gate. The gatekeeper hesitated. "Miss Li, the national teacher has ordered that no one is to leave the city without permission." Li Qingzhao snorted, her silver spear flashing. "I'll explain to the national teacher myself. Open the gate quickly. I am going out to battle." The gatekeeper had no choice but to open the gate. Li Qingzhao rode out, her silver spear like a dragon, heading straight for the Jurchen camp. Inside the Jurchen command tent, a scout reported urgently, "Report, a female general has charged out from the city and is challenging us to battle." The commanding general, Wanyan Wushu, frowned upon hearing this. He was a member of the Jurchen royal family and had studied under the Moonlight Bodhisattva since childhood, mastering the golden body techniques of Buddhism. Not only was his physical body extremely powerful, but he had also learned a secret method to emit dazzling light from his eyes, capable of capturing souls, making him the top expert in the Jurchen nation. Upon learning that a female warrior had come to challenge him outside the city, Wanyan Wushu's expression turned somewhat strange. The Jin generals exchanged puzzled glances, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Great general, it's just a woman. Why do you seem a bit apprehensive?" Wanyan Wushu surveyed the assembled generals with a grave expression and said, "You all may not know this, but my master once warned me never to underestimate 3 types of people on the battlefield: the elderly, children, and women. Therefore, upon hearing that the opponent has sent a female warrior, I can't help but feel uneasy." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly general burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Elderly, children, and women on the battlefield? It seems the Song dynasty has no one left to send, so they dispatched a woman to her death. Great general, allow me to capture her alive." This eager general was Yuan Tai, a fierce warrior of the Jin dynasty. He wielded a mace and rode a black horse. In the Battle of Huku Pass, he had once killed the Song general Hu Yinzan with a single blow. Yuan Tai never believed in ghosts and spirits. Even though Buddhist monks had repeatedly demonstrated their supernatural abilities, he remained convinced that it was merely trickery. Without further ado, Yuan Tai spurred his horse out of the camp and approached the battlefield. When he saw that Li Qingzhao was just a teenage girl, he couldn't help but laugh again. "Little girl, instead of doing needlework at home, why have you come to the battlefield to die? Seeing your delicate appearance, if you surrender now, I might spare your life and keep you as a slave. What do you say?" Li Qingzhao coldly assessed the burly Jin general before her. Yuan Tai exuded a powerful aura, like a blazing furnace. Such a person had reached the pinnacle of martial arts and could resist ordinary spells. To ordinary people, he was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior. However, to a cultivator, he was merely a brute. With a smirk, Li Qingzhao retorted sharply, "Big oaf. I could say the same to you. If you dismount and kneel before my horse to be my stable boy, I might spare your life today. How about that?" Yuan Tai's face turned red with rage, and he shouted, "You insolent girl! How dare you insult me? It seems you truly wish to die today. In that case, prepare to meet your end." With that, he spurred his horse and charged at Li Qingzhao, swinging his mace. Although Li Qingzhao practiced martial arts, her skills were no match for Yuan Tai's. After exchanging over a dozen blows, she found herself at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, she devised a plan. She deliberately left an opening, simultaneously casting a spell to create a doppelganger on her horse while using an invisibility spell to hide beneath her horse's belly. Unaware of the trick, Yuan Tai seized the opportunity and struck the doppelganger with his mace, smashing it into a pulp. Seeing this, Yuan Tai laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha." Yuan Tai burst into triumphant laughter after crushing Li Qingzhao. However, his joy was short-lived. A flash of silver suddenly appeared, and a sharp silver spear thrust straight toward his throat. Yuan Tai's pupils contracted in disbelief at the sight before him. Li Qingzhao stood unharmed, her eyes cold and determined, the silver spear in her hand gleaming menacingly. Yuan Tai's eyes revealed a look of unwillingness, and a weak groan escaped his throat. Thud! The silver spear pierced Yuan Tai's throat with unerring accuracy. Blood spurted out as his body collapsed to the ground. The Jin soldiers, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror and retreated several steps. In the command tent, Wanyan Wushu, upon hearing the news of Yuan Tai's death, remained silent for a long while. Slowly, he stood up, picked up a gleaming golden vajra, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "General Yuan Tai was our top commander. With his death today, I must avenge him personally." Wanyan Wushu's voice was low and resolute. "All generals, follow me. Let's see what skills this Song female warrior possesses to have slain General Yu." Inside the city, the Song soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Li Qingzhao kill the Jin general Yuan Tai. The recent string of defeats had dampened their spirits, but this victory was a massive boost. Li Qingzhao's face radiated confidence, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Since reaching the celestial immortal realm, she had mastered a divine art, which was her trump card in daring to fight alone. She believed that unless a great golden immortal intervened, even an ordinary true immortal would find it challenging to defeat her. Her hand unconsciously brushed over the silk pouch on her chest, a slight smile playing on her lips. Inside the pouch were 3 monkey hairs and a black feather, her talismans for survival. These gave her an added layer of confidence. Wanyan Wushu led a group of Jin generals to the front lines, his gaze falling on Li Qingzhao with a hint of seriousness. He turned to his generals and said gravely, "That woman is of unknown origin, possibly a Taoist sorceress. Do not underestimate her. I will personally test her abilities. You will back me up." Just as Wanyan Wushu was about to enter the fray, a towering Jin general stepped forward, blocking his path. This imposing figure was none other than Morong Kuo, a renowned Jin general. Trained under a Buddhist master, he had mastered the Golden Bell Shield divine art and wielded an exorcist staff with exceptional skill, having slain many Song generals. "Wait, General. As the commander-in-chief, you must not risk yourself lightly," Morong Kuo said, clasping his fists. "Allow me, Morong Kuo, to face that woman on your behalf." Wanyan Wushu was pleased to see Morong Kuo willing to fight. "General Morong, your martial skills are unparalleled. I trust you will secure a swift victory, but do not be careless." Morong Kuo laughed heartily at this. "Rest assured, General, that woman knows only rudimentary Taoist arts. General Yu fell because he was unversed in Taoist magic, but her tricks won't work on me. I will take her head to honor General Yu." With that, Morong Kuo leaped onto a majestic yellow lion and charged toward Li Qingzhao. Seeing the ferocious figure riding a strange beast, with a faint halo behind him, Li Qingzhao instantly realized this was no ordinary opponent and grew vigilant. Without any pleasantries, they immediately engaged in combat. Li Qingzhao's silver spear, crafted by Taoist Yifeng himself, was not a top-tier magical weapon but was incredibly sturdy, making it a formidable weapon. Morong Kuo's exorcist staff, blessed by a Buddhist arhat, radiated Buddha's light with each swing, creating immense pressure on his opponent. After a fierce exchange of more than 10 rounds, Li Qingzhao realized that sheer martial prowess would not secure her victory. Quick-wittedly, she employed her transformation technique, creating a clone to entangle Morong Kuo while her real body stealthily hid beneath her horse, waiting for an opportunity. Morong Kuo seemed oblivious, just like Yuan Tai, and struck the clone with his staff. The clone instantly turned into a lump of flesh, and Morong Kuo shouted triumphantly, "Die!" At that moment, Li Qingzhao's true form emerged from beneath the horse, her silver spear darting toward Morong Kuo's chest like lightning. "Haha, mere tricks." Morong Kuo laughed maniacally as his body suddenly radiated golden light. Though Li Qingzhao's spear struck his chest accurately, it was like hitting solid gold, unable to penetrate. Seizing the moment, Morong Kuo raised his exorcist staff to smash down on Li Qingzhao. Unable to dodge, she was struck heavily on the shoulder and fell from her horse. Just as Morong Kuo was about to deliver the fatal blow, a green light flashed over Li Qingzhao's body, and a phantom green lotus blossomed around her. In the next instant, she vanished without a trace. Morong Kuo's staff struck the green lotus, shattering it into countless green fragments that shot toward him like arrows. Puffs of green light surprisingly turned into thin sword beams. Caught off guard, Morong Kuo was struck by the green beams, leaving him bloodied and torn. Despite the protective powers of the Buddhist Golden Bell Shield, he couldn't fend off the sharp green beams. As Morong Kuo staggered backward, a green lotus silently bloomed behind him. Watching the scene, Wanyan Wushu was shocked and immediately spurred his purple jade lion forward to offer aid. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Morong Kuo instinctively turned around, only to face Li Qingzhao's cold smile. Before he could react, her silver spear pierced his heart. The Golden Bell Shield had already been shattered by the green beams, leaving Morong Kuo with no chance of survival. Such divine power! Morong Kuo's words trailed off as he expired. A wisp of his true spirit floated from his head, ready to reincarnate. But a green beam shot from the lotus mark on Li Qingzhao's forehead. Morong Kuo's true spirit instantly froze and then disintegrated into dust, forever disappearing from the 3 realms. Such a ruthless woman! Die by my hand! Wanyan Wushu roared in fury upon witnessing this. He swung his Vajra scepter down at Li Qingzhao's head. A green lotus shadow appeared around Li Qingzhao, and her true form vanished in an instant. Having just seen Morong Kuo injured by touching the lotus shadow, Wanyan Wushu dared not advance recklessly. Suddenly, Li Qingzhao appeared on horseback. Seeing Wanyan Wushu hesitate, she mocked. "So this is the mighty general of Jin? Not even as good as a woman from Song. If I were you, I would have already drawn my sword and ended my life in shame, rather than strutting around here." Infuriated, Wanyan Wushu pointed his Vajra scepter at Li Qingzhao and shouted, "You young girl, using sorcery against my general. Do you dare face me in a fair fight? Li Qingzhao laughed. Sorcery? I employ genuine Taoist techniques. If you want to talk about sorcery, your Buddhist sect is the true expert. I could never compare. Wanyan Wushu snorted. I have no interest in arguing with you. How about this? Since you claim to have great divine powers, I have a formation here. Dare you break it? Li Qingzhao sneered. What powerful formation could come from a barren western land? Go ahead and set it up. They'll return to rest for now. Once you're ready, I'll come and break it. Fine. Let's see if your Taoist powers are greater, or my Buddhist formation is stronger. With that, Wanyan Wushu rode his purple jade lion back to his camp. Li Qingzhao also returned to Linen City on horseback. Inside the city, Taoist Yifeng smiled approvingly as he watched Li Qingzhao return victorious, but couldn't help saying, Qingzhao, you went out on your own. If something had happened, how would I explain it to Sundao? Though his words were reproachful, his tone held no blame. Li Qingzhao smiled. Master, don't worry. Such a trivial barbarian country can't hurt me. The general even claimed he would set up a formation to defeat me. How laughable. I've been trained in Taoist formations since childhood. How could I fear his petty tricks? Taoist Yifeng shook his head. Qingzhao, though Jin is a barbarian country, the Buddhist sect behind them is one of the top powers in the three realms. Buddhist formations, though not as authentic as Taoist ones, should not be underestimated. If you plan to break the formation, you must be fully prepared. Li Qingzhao nodded. Master, rest assured, I have life-saving items left by my teacher. Even if I encounter danger, as long as no Tai Golden Immortal intervenes, I will be safe. Outside the city of Linen, Wanyan Wushu led 500 warrior monks, setting up a formidable Buddhist formation known as the Vajra Demon Subduing Array. This powerful formation could convert any cultivator who entered it through Buddhist teachings. On the city wall, Taoist Yifeng observed the formation with Li Qingzhao and others. Noticing the faint Buddhist aura emanating from it, he realized the formation was not to be underestimated. With a furrowed brow and a tone of concern, Yifeng turned to Li Qingzhao and said, Qingzhao, this formation is no simple matter. You should avoid taking unnecessary risks. He then looked at Taoist Qingshu beside him. Taoist Qingshu, your skills are profound. Perhaps you should be the one to investigate the formation? Since the fall of Huku Pass, Taoist Qingshu had fled to Linen with the retreating Song soldiers. As a solitary cultivator, he always showed respect and humility before those who considered themselves orthodox Taoists, like Yifeng. Hearing Yifeng's suggestion, Qingshu felt a pang of worry. He knew his own cultivation was only at the celestial immortal stage, his powers not pure, and he had only managed to survive using talismans. Understanding formations, he knew he had no chance of breaking this one. Before Qingshu could decline, Yifeng seemed to read his mind and said, Qingzhao is the beloved disciple of Taoist Sunday. Since he left her in Linen, I cannot let her take such risks. Taoist Qingshu, I see your skills are profound. Perhaps in the future, I could introduce you to some elders from our sect. These words stirred Qingshu's heart. For years, he had cultivated alone without guidance, stuck at the celestial immortal stage. The opportunity to receive advice from the elders of Yuqing Palace could be his chance to achieve true enlightenment. Weighing the pros and cons, Qingshu no longer hesitated and replied, Rest assured, Immortal. I will investigate this formation and see whether their Western Buddhist methods can rival our Taoist arts. Yifeng, pleased with Qingshu's understanding, handed him a talisman. I see you are adept with talismans. This is a wind escape talisman. If you encounter danger within the formation, activate it to escape. Qingshu accepted the talisman, feeling its immense power, and gratefully thanked Yifeng. Li Qingzhao, dissatisfied, interjected, It's just a small Buddhist formation. I can break it myself. There's no need for Qingshu to intervene, and he might not even be as skilled as I am. Yifeng smiled wryly and said to Qingshu, Pay no mind to her words, Taoist. Although Qingshu felt embarrassed, he understood Li Qingzhao's distinguished status and knew it was not his place to argue. Resolving to prove himself, he hoped to earn Yifeng's favor and perhaps become a disciple of Yuqing Palace, even if only in name. Riding his plum blossom deer, Qingshu left Linen and approached the Vajra Demon Subduing Array. Wanyan Wushu, seeing an old Taoist of the celestial immortal stage, scoffed. Where's that little girl? Afraid to come out? Qingshu calmly replied. This minor formation can be broken with a snap of my fingers. No need for anyone else. Wanyan Wushu sneered. In that case, old Taoist, please enter the formation. Unhurriedly, Qingshu took out a golden armor talisman and placed it on his chest, instantly forming a golden protective armor around him. After making his preparations, he urged his plum blossom deer forward and slowly entered the formation. Upon entering the array, Qingshu Taoist was immediately struck by a dazzling golden light and surrounded by echoing chants. Though a wandering cultivator, his resolve remained unshaken by the Buddhist sounds. Swiftly, He drew out a handful of 5 Thunder's talismans, activating and scattering them around. After the thunderous crash subsided, the true form of the array was revealed, a towering altar upon which stood a monk wielding a Buddhist knife, coldly eyeing Qingshu Taoist. Focusing his gaze, Qingshu Taoist recognized the monk as Jishin. As a disciple of the Sunlight Bodhisattva and younger fellow apprentice of Daxilu, Jishin was also a formidable celestial-level expert. Though they had never directly confronted each other, they had engaged in distant magical duels. While Qingshu Taoist was no match for Daxilu, he did not fear Jishin. Jishin also recognized the talisman-wielding Taoist before him, his anger flaring. It was this very man who had repeatedly thwarted the Jin Kingdom's grand plans. If not for him, the Jin army would have breached Huku Pass a decade ago. Face to face with his nemesis, Jishin's eyes blazed with fury. Without a word, he brandished his Buddhist knife and charged fiercely at Qingshu Taoist. Unfazed, Qingshu Taoist pulled out a peachwood sword from his robes and activated a flame talisman, sweeping it towards Jishin. Instantly, a fire dragon roared forth, lunging at Jishin. The latter hurriedly swung his knife, unleashing golden blade auras that shattered the fire dragon. Just as Jishin caught his breath, he saw Qingshu Taoist unleash a barrage of talismans, filling the sky. In this critical moment, Jishin hastily retreated to the altar and struck his wooden fish. Umitba Qingshu Taoist's talismans were neutralized by an inexplicable force before they could reach him. As Qingshu Taoist prepared to cast another spell, the scene before him suddenly transformed. Jishin and the altar vanished, replaced by a 3-headed, 6-armed, wrathful golden guardian. Halt, you fiend! Submit to Buddha at once. The guardian's thunderous shout shook Qingshu Taoist's spirit, draining the color from his face. His golden armor talisman shattered, and his plum-blossomed deer collapsed, bleeding from 7 orifices without even a whimper. Coughing up blood, Qingshu Taoist barely regained his clarity. Knowing he was no match for the guardian, he hastily took out a wind escape talisman given by Taoist Yifeng, preparing to flee. As the talisman activated, its mystical power enveloping Qingshu Taoist, the wrathful guardian snorted coldly and struck the air with his demon-subduing pestle. The wind escape talisman's power instantly crumbled, and Qingshu Taoist was blasted out of the void before he could leave the array. Ugh, I am finished. Facing the incoming demon-subduing pestle, a flash of reluctance crossed Qingshu Taoist's eyes, knowing he couldn't escape this calamity. Ha ha ha, Song soldiers, take a look. Who is that person on the flagpole? Wanyan Wushu, riding his majestic purple jade lion, arrived at the gates of Linen City. Behind him, on a flagpole, hung Qingshu Daoran, tightly bound and looking utterly dejected. This once revered celestial being, who had previously protected the retreating army, now found himself in such a dire situation, causing the morale of the Song soldiers on the city walls to plummet. They exchanged worried glances, their fear of the Jin forces deepening. Yifeng Daoran sighed as he watched the scene unfold and said to his companion, Ishan Daoran, Ishan Shidi, go and rescue Qingshu Daoyu. Ishan Daoran nodded in agreement, summoning a cloud beneath his feet, and floated directly towards the Jin army's camp. Upon seeing this, Wanyan Wushu's expression changed but quickly regained composure. From the Jin army, a figure in white robes emerged slowly. Moonlight Bodhisattva. Umitba, Ishan Daoran, your opponent is me, Moonlight Bodhisattva said with a serene smile, a bright moon rising behind him. Ishan Daoran responded with calm dignity, Bodhisattva, you are an ancient sage. Naturally, I am no match for you. However, hanging my fellow Taoist from a flagpole is too much. I must take the risk to rescue him. Moonlight Bodhisattva waved his hand and said, very well, let's see your skills. Ishan Daoran immediately summoned his flying sword, its gleam targeting Moonlight Bodhisattva. The light from the moon behind the Bodhisattva easily neutralized the sword's glow. Ishan Daoran, undeterred, performed a sword incantation, transforming his sword into countless icy rays darting back and forth. Yet, Moonlight Bodhisattva remained unmovable, protected by the moonlight. On the city walls, Li Qingzhao observed Ishan Daoran being stalled and devised a plan. She stepped onto a blooming blue lotus and vanished in an instant. Yifeng Daoran, impressed, couldn't fathom how Li Qingzhao disappeared. Qingshu Daoran, lamenting his plight, suddenly saw a blue lotus bloom before him, revealing Li Qingzhao. She swiftly cut the ropes, pulling Qingshu Daoran away, leaving only a blue lotus behind. In the Jin camp, Sunlight Bodhisattva and Fire Monk were astonished. Li Qingzhao's blue lotus escape technique was truly remarkable, with no warning signs during its execution, and the remaining lotus was untouchable, making it impossible to interrupt her escape. Back on the city walls, Qingshu Daoran, filled with shame, thanked Li Qingzhao. Yifeng Daoran comforted him. Qingshu Daoyu, victory and defeat are unpredictable. Don't be too disheartened. Qingshu Daoran explained with a bitter smile that the formation was too powerful, summoning a Vajra avatar that even disrupted his escape technique. Li Qingzhao laughed upon hearing this. You should have told me to break the formation earlier. My Blue Lotus technique is the most miraculous escape skill in the 3 realms. I refuse to believe any formation can trap me. Meanwhile, after dozens of exchanges with Moonlight Bodhisattva, Ishan Daoran, seeing that Qingshu Daoran had been rescued, deliberately left an opening and transformed into a breeze, returning to Linen City. Moonlight Bodhisattva, unperturbed, smiled and returned to the Jin camp. The next day, Wanyan Wushu came to the gates of Linen City again, inviting Li Qingzhao to break the formation. Wanyan Wushu stood atop the city wall, pointing at the city below and laughing loudly. That little girl, didn't you say you would break my formation? Why are you hiding in the city, afraid to come out? Before he finished speaking, the city gates slowly opened. Li Qingzhao rode out on a snow-white steed, her gaze icy and a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. She stared directly at Wanyan Wushu. Isn't it just a small formation? Watch how I break it. With that, she spurred her horse forward, and the white horse neighed loudly as it charged straight towards the Vajra demon subduing formation. Seeing Li Qingzhao enter the formation, a glint of joy flashed in Wanyan Wushu's eyes. His lips moved slightly, as if conversing quietly with someone. As soon as Li Qingzhao stepped into the formation, the monk Shishan, who was in charge of the formation, immediately activated it. In an instant, a phantom of a 3-headed, 6-armed Vajra appeared before Li Qingzhao, its eyes glaring fiercely. Ha! The Vajra roared, swinging its 6 arms simultaneously, and the demon subduing staff in its hands whistled through the air towards Li Qingzhao. Li Qingzhao wanted to test the Vajra's strength and met the attack with her spear. However, the moment her silver spear collided with the demon's subduing staff, a tremendous force traveled through the spear. Li Qingzhao felt a sharp pain in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her white horse let out a pained scream and was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp by the immense force. Xiaobai! Li Qingzhao cried out, sorrow flashing in her eyes as she saw her beloved horse's tragic death. But she had no time to grieve, as the Vajra's second strike was already coming. This time, Li Qingzhao didn't dare to take it hidden. Her figure blurred, leaving behind a green lotus as she swiftly disappeared. The green lotus was shattered by the Vajra's staff, scattering into a myriad of green sword lights. A scream echoed as some of the sword lights pierced through the formation, injuring Monk Shishan. He hurriedly manipulated the Vajra to avoid touching the green lotuses. Li Qingzhao keenly noticed the Vajra's deliberate avoidance of the green lotuses and had an idea. She moved through the formation, leaving a green lotus with each step. Soon, the entire formation was filled with green lotuses, leaving the Vajra, wielding its demon-subduing staff, unable to find a target and standing helplessly at a distance. Ha ha ha, this is the so-called Vajra demon-subduing formation? It's nothing special. Li Qingzhao laughed loudly, seeing the Vajra trapped. Monk Shishan sneered and began rhythmically striking a wooden fish. Instantly, the formation echoed with the sound of chanting. Umitba, lay down your weapons and become a Buddha. Lay down your weapons and become a Buddha. The Buddhist chant filled her mind, making Li Qingzhao feel dizzy. Shaking her head, she suddenly saw countless Buddhas emitting holy light, their expressions kind and persuasive, recounting her various sins. I am guilty. I am willing to repent, Li Qingzhao muttered, but quickly regained her clarity. No, I am not guilty. I am Li Qingzhao, disciple of the great general of the Song dynasty. At that moment, a monkey suddenly appeared before her, looking peaceful and serene, just like her master, Sun Wukong. Master, I miss you so much. Li Qingzhao's eyes became unfocused, and with a clank, her silver spear fell to the ground. Li Qingzhao put down her silver spear, her eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on her chest, and a silver-haired monkey materialized in front of her. Humph! The monkey snorted angrily, snapping Li Qingzhao out of her daze. Master! Li Qingzhao looked at the monkey's back, her eyes welling up with tears. It had been 10 years since she last saw Sun Wukong, and now he appeared before her in a transformed state. A staff materialized in the monkey's hand. He struck it against the ground, causing the entire Vajra demon suppressing formation to tremble and the chanting to cease abruptly. 500 monk soldiers who formed the array simultaneously suffered backlash, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. An incarnation of a Tai golden immortal. Fire Tuwa suddenly flickered and quietly entered the formation. The monkey's incarnation swung the staff, smashing a Vajra into a pile of golden dust. A flaming palm suddenly struck towards the monkey. A defiant glint flashed in the monkey's eyes as he gripped the staff with both hands and met the flaming palm hidden. Meanwhile, in the northern continent, Sun Wukong, who was refining the Dinghai Pearl, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that the monkey hair he had left on Li Qingzhao had been activated, and his heart tightened. Could the little girl be in danger? Sun Wukong glanced at the half-refined Dinghai Pearl, hesitation flashing across his face. With Yifeng Laodao around, there shouldn't be any problems, right? He thought, closing his eyes and preparing to continue refining. However, it wasn't long before Sun Wukong sensed that his incarnation had been destroyed. No longer able to remain calm, he waved his hand to collect the half-refined Dinghai Pearl and left the northern continent in a somersault cloud, heading straight for the eastern continent. Within the Vajra demon-suppressing formation, Fire Tuo looked at the incarnation that had turned back into a strand of monkey hair, curiosity evident on his face. He pondered silently, wondering who the master of this incarnation could be, capable of withstanding his full-powered strike with just an incarnation. Li Qingzhao reached out to catch the monkey hair, which suddenly vibrated in her hand before turning to ash and dispersing. Fire Tuo sneered, "Little girl, will you surrender obediently? Or do I have to take matters into my own hands?" As the former ghost king of Yinshan, even after being converted by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, his nature remained unchanged. Seeing her master's incarnation destroyed, anger flared in Li Qingzhao's eyes. She picked up her silver spear, transforming into a green lotus, and disappeared. Fire Tuo smirked, a ghostly flame gathering in his palm. A green lotus bloomed behind Fire Tuo, and Li Qingzhao reappeared, her silver spear aimed straight at Fire Tuo's back. "Oomph!" Fire Tuo snorted coldly, turning his hand and striking with a ghostly flame that hit Li Qingzhao's chest. Ugh! Li Qingzhao was sent flying, her chest scorched black by the ghostly flame. Her face paled, fear shining in her eyes. Another strand of monkey hair floated out, transforming once again into an incarnation of Sun Wukong. The monkey roared and swung his staff at Fire Tuo. "Monkeys, always so annoying." Fire Tuo pointed at the monkey's incarnation, which instantly froze and then disintegrated into ash. Another strand of monkey hair began to burn in the air. Li Qingzhao clutched the last strand of monkey hair at her chest, unwilling to let her master's final gift disappear. Fire Tuo said, "Little girl, that monkey behind you is quite capable. Even his incarnation has the strength of a latest-stage Tai Golden Immortal. But it's a pity he's facing me, and I'm best at dealing with incarnations." Li Qingzhao's eyes reddened, and she stubbornly replied, "Ugly monster. If my master finds out you bullied me, he'll kill you for sure." "Kill me? Ha ha ha. No one has ever dared to claim they could kill me." Fire Tuo laughed heartily. As one of the 10 kings of the Underworld, even if he was the weakest among them, he far surpassed ordinary Tai Golden Immortals. Li Qingzhao said no more, tightly guarding the pouch, unwilling to let her master's incarnation be activated again. Fire Tuo slowly floated towards Li Qingzhao, reaching out to capture her. At this critical moment, a thunderous voice roared, "How dare you? Who dares to bully my disciple?" A colossal pillar descended from the sky, smashing into the Vajra demon-suppressing formation. The formation disintegrated under the powerful impact. Fire Tuo raised his hand to block the aftershock. As the dust settled, he saw a silver-haired monkey standing proudly with its back to him, protecting Li Qingzhao. Li Qingzhao looked at her master, Sun Wukong, her eyes welling up with tears. Her voice choked with emotion and longing. She asked, "Master, why haven't you come to see me for so long? I thought you didn't want me anymore." Sun Wukong gazed at the injured Li Qingzhao, his eyes filled with compassion. He reached out with his rough hand and gently touched her forehead. A cool energy flowed from his palm, quickly permeating her body. Li Qingzhao immediately felt a soothing sensation in her chest, and the wounds inflicted by the nether fire healed instantly, leaving no scars. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "So, you are the Tai Golden Immortal behind this girl? Impressive, to unleash such an attack. You must be quite a formidable master." Huatua's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. He could clearly sense the explosive energy within Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong slowly turned to face Huatua, his tone indifferent but firm. "I don't care who you are. You've hurt my disciple, and for that, you must die." Hearing this, Huatua laughed heartily, as if hearing the most absurd joke. "Ha ha ha, how arrogant of you, demon monkey." Sun Wukong said no more. He turned to Li Qingzhao and whispered, "Girl, wait here. Your master will avenge you." Before he finished speaking, he vanished like a phantom. Huatua's eyes narrowed as he instinctively looked up. In the next moment, Sun Wukong, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, descended from the sky, aiming a devastating strike at Huatua. Boom! With a loud crash, Huatua barely dodged the lethal blow. He quickly counterattacked, firing a ball of nether fire. However, Sun Wukong, facing the fierce nether fire, showed a disdainful expression. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fire whole. "Using the powers of the netherworld in front of me? How foolish," Sun Wukong sneered. Since mastering the Nether Sutra, he could manipulate all netherworld forces at will, rendering the nether fire harmless to him. For the first time, Huatua faced such a formidable opponent, and his eyes revealed a hint of fear. Sun Wukong lightly tapped the air with his Rui Jingu Bang, and a chaotic vortex appeared out of nowhere. A mysterious energy surged from the vortex, causing Huotua's expression to change dramatically. Despite being converted by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and becoming a Buddhist follower, he was still a ghost, nearly powerless against the force of reincarnation. No! Huotua cried out in despair as his body was uncontrollably drawn towards the vortex. Just as Huotua was about to be swallowed, a blazing sun appeared, blocking the vortex's pull. Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva had appeared in front of Huotua, their expressions solemn. Clearly, Sun Wukong's sudden appearance had disrupted their plans. Sunlight Bodhisattva, Moonlight Bodhisattva, you two bald monks are still alive? Sun Wukong sneered as his plan was thwarted. Concerned for Li Qingzhao's safety, he flashed back to her side in an instant, warily eyeing the two bodhisattvas. Sun Wukong stood protectively in front of Li Qingzhao, facing off against the bodhisattvas of Sunlight and Moonlight, along with the fire monk. The tension in the air was palpable, and neither side dared to make a rash move. Their eyes were sharp and wary, like blades ready to strike. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the figure of Taoist Yifeng appeared beside Sun Wukong. Following closely behind, Taoists Yishan and Yichen also materialized. Their arrival acted as an invisible shield, adding an extra layer of protection for Sun Wukong and Li Qingzhao. Seeing this, the Bodhisattva of Sunlight frowned, clearly realizing the situation was no longer in their favor. He exchanged a glance with the Bodhisattva of Moonlight, and with no other option, they silently retreated with the fire monk. Sun Wukong watched them leave, a hint of disdain in his eyes, but he knew better than to pursue them recklessly, aware that these bodhisattvas were no ordinary foes. He then turned and escorted Li Qingzhao back to Linen City, listening to her recount the changes of the past decade along the way. Li Qingzhao spoke at length, describing how the Song and Jin dynasties continued their relentless struggle over orthodox doctrines. The influence of Buddhism had grown significantly, not only in the Song dynasty but also in the Han and Ming dynasties, making it hard for them to resist its encroachment. However, all factions had agreed to a rule forbidding the use of Deluo Jingxian level power, making Tai Jingxian the strongest combatants in this conflict. Sun Wukong realized that the physical combat prowess of Buddhist monks often put Taoist practitioners at a disadvantage. But he also understood that once Taoist practitioners broke through to the Deluo realm, they would surpass their Buddhist counterparts in divine abilities. Being well-versed in both Buddhist and Taoist practices, and having studied the Book of the Underworld, he had a unique perspective on their respective strengths and weaknesses. During their conversation, Li Qingzhao excitedly demonstrated her newly mastered Qinglian art. In a flash, she transformed into a blue lotus, so intricate that even Sun Wukong couldn't decipher its mysteries. He praised her sincerely, making Li Qingzhao's eyes curve into crescent moons with joy. As night fell, Sun Wukong stood alone on the rooftop of the palace, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, his eyes growing deeper. Taoist Yifeng appeared silently behind him, expressing his gratitude. Sun Daoyu, thanks to your timely return, our Song dynasty was spared from disaster. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He questioned harshly, Old man, I told you to take good care of my disciple before I left. Yet, you let her risk her life. If I hadn't arrived in time, the little girl would have fallen into the hands of the Buddhists. You owe me an explanation. Taoist Yifeng looked ashamed and explained bitterly, Sun Daoyu, it was indeed my oversight. I didn't expect the Buddhists to hide a Tai Jingxian in the formation to ambush Qingzhao. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen, or I would have had to atone with my life. Sun Wukong snorted in displeasure, expressing his desire to stay out of this conflict and take Li Qingzhao away. Taoist Yifeng was alarmed and hastily tried to dissuade him. Sun Daoyu, are you willing to watch the Buddhists take over Dongxing Shenzhou? Seeing Sun Wukong remain unmoved, Taoist Yifeng resorted to mentioning Li Qingzhao's family as a last resort. Sun Wukong was silent for a moment before he snorted coldly and leaped away, disappearing from sight. A meaningful smile appeared on Taoist Yifeng's face as he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Meanwhile, the Jin army continued their menacing presence outside the city but dared not launch an attack. The bodhisattvas of Sunlight and Moonlight, along with the fire monk, gathered to plot their next move. Sunlight Bodhisattva furrowed his brow and said, the Liao kingdom has already invaded the capital of the Han kingdom. With the assistance of Kalen Bodhisattva, the 18 Arhats are on the verge of defeating the Han kingdom. If we can't conquer the Song kingdom, won't it seem that our future Buddha lineage is inferior to the present Buddhas? Moonlight Bodhisattva nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. Senior brother, you're right. However, that mysterious monkey is incredibly powerful. With it around, it's challenging for us to gain the upper hand against Taoist Yifeng. Fire Tuwa, recalling the immense power of Sun Wukong's reincarnation magic, shivered and spoke with a trembling voice. That monkey is too formidable. I believe it must have some connection with the underworld. Perhaps the underworld is secretly assisting the Taoists. Hearing this, Sunlight Bodhisattva's eyes grew solemn, and he said gravely, the underworld is nominally under the Taoist heavenly court's jurisdiction, so their interference is understandable. It seems we must also seek reinforcements. He paused, a hint of regret in his tone. It's a pity that we have an agreement with the heavenly court, preventing us from sending more powerful beings. Otherwise, with a few more bodhisattvas from Mount Sumeru, we could easily handle any number of monkeys. Moonlight Bodhisattva sighed, recalling the agreement between the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Both sides feared that this conflict over orthodoxy might become as protracted as the War of the Gods, so they agreed not to deploy any great Luo immortals and to limit reinforcements to those initially sent. However, perhaps intentionally or not, neither side mentioned the underworld. This explains why Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could send the newly converted Fire Tuo to assist the Jin Kingdom, while Sun Wukong was seen as a powerful ally summoned by the Taoists from the underworld. At this moment, Sunlight Bodhisattva's disciple, Daxalu, had a sudden idea and suggested, Master, while the agreement prevents us from inviting more experts from our own sect, there are many unaffiliated cultivators in the Eastern continent. Why not enlist their help? That region originally belonged to the Taoists, and although the cultivators there have varying levels of skill, there must be some exceptional talents among them. Hearing this, Sunlight Bodhisattva squinted slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Well said. Our Buddhist sect has always been open to all. If there are cultivators in the Eastern continent willing to join us, we certainly won't turn them away. Thus, the Buddhist sect began recruiting unaffiliated cultivators from the Eastern continent. Soon, many reclusive practitioners, tempted by the conditions offered by the Buddhist sect, emerged from their seclusion to join. Among these unaffiliated cultivators were Taoists who had inherited their master's teachings by chance, heretical practitioners shunned by the Taoists for their dark arts, and even some mountain spirits and monsters. Attracted by Sunlight Bodhisattva's promises and lacking strong allegiance to the Taoist heavenly court, they gathered under his banner, becoming the Jin Kingdom's protectors. In just a few months, Sunlight Bodhisattva had attracted dozens of rogue cultivators. The most notable among them was an evil cultivator at the Tai Golden Immortal stage Gu Zhenren. This practitioner, known for raising venomous insects, had once used an entire city's population as fodder, earning the ire of the Taoist sects and forcing him into seclusion in the deep mountains. Harboring a deep hatred for the Taoist sects, Gu Zhenren immediately joined the Jin Kingdom's camp upon hearing that the Buddhist sect was recruiting rogue cultivators. When Sunlight Bodhisattva saw Gu Zhenren, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The addition of a Tai Golden Immortal was undoubtedly a significant boost, crucial for defeating the Song Kingdom. Besides Gu Zhenren, there were other formidable true immortals and heavenly immortals among the rogue cultivators. One particularly striking figure was a 3-foot-tall cultivator who resembled a child. This evil cultivator, named Shashin Tungzi, specialized in curses and harbored a hatred for all tall people due to his own short stature. Whenever he encountered someone taller than himself, he would secretly cast a curse to extract their heart for alchemical purposes. Another noteworthy figure was Yu Zhenren, a koi fish that had attained enlightenment. Despite being a non-human entity and not recognized by the Taoist sects, he had reached the true immortal stage. When the Buddhist sects widely recruited rogue cultivators, he did not hesitate to join. Sunlight Bodhisattva surveyed the gathered rogue cultivators and said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, you are willing to convert to Buddhism and serve our cause. Once we unify the Eastern continent, you will be handsomely rewarded. Shashin Tungzi responded with a sinister laugh. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Just give the order, and I, Shashin Tungzi, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Yu Zhenren nodded. Though I am but a humble practitioner, I am willing to be the vanguard and achieve great merits. The other rogue cultivators also stepped forward, eager to be the first to fight. Pleased with their enthusiasm, Sunlight Bodhisattva assigned Yu Zhenren to lead 10 newly recruited rogue cultivators to challenge the enemy at the front lines. Inside Linen City, Taoist Master Yifeng was alarmed to hear that a true immortal-level cultivator was challenging them outside the city. Due to the agreement that Tai Golden Immortals would not fight lower-level cultivators, he had no choice but to send his disciple, Qingyun Taoist, who was at the true immortal stage, to accept the challenge. Taoist Master Yifeng and Sun Wukong stood atop the city walls, watching the scene unfold. Sun Wukong scanned the area outside the city with his sharp eyes and sneered. It seems the Buddhist sect has once again gathered a bunch of cannon fodder. These folks are all from the demon clan and evil cultivators. Taoist Master Yifeng wore a grave expression, fully aware that the rogue cultivators of the Eastern continent included many powerful figures. If they all sided with the Buddhist sect, it would pose a significant threat to the Song Kingdom. Qingyun Taoist, mounted on his green ox and wielding a Qingfeng sword, rode out of Linen City. Yu Zhenren was about to engage him when a purple-haired cultivator stepped in his way. The cultivator laughed eerily, There's no need for you Zhenren to waste his effort on such a minor practitioner. Watch my skills instead. This purple-haired cultivator was named Purple Heavenly King, a pheasant demon who had attained the heavenly immortal stage and was quite renowned among rogue cultivators. Yu Zhenren nodded. Since Purple Heavenly King wishes to fight, go ahead. Remember, do not disgrace our army. Purple Heavenly King laughed heartily and charged forward with his spear, heading straight for Qingyun Daoist. Seeing that his opponent was merely a heavenly immortal level demon, Qingyun Daoist couldn't help but feel contemptuous. He scoffed. Where did this wild pheasant come from? Surrender at once before this true immortal. Purple Heavenly King sneered back. Let it be known. I am Purple Heavenly King, the Lord of Yusong Mountain. Today, I fight the Song Kingdom at the invitation of Sunlight Bodhisattva. Qingyun Daoist retorted angrily. A mere demon dares to call himself a king? You deserve death. With that, he brandished his Qingfeng sword and slashed at Purple Heavenly King from midair. The Violet Heavenly King brandished his long spear, engaging in fierce combat with Daoist Qingyun. Despite Qingyun's superior cultivation, he was at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat. After a few exchanges, Daoist Qingyun realized he couldn't win and was about to cast a spell when a strange light flashed in the Violet Heavenly King's eyes. Suddenly, a feather fan appeared in the Violet Heavenly King's hand, which he waved gently. Instantly, a bizarre whirlwind materialized from thin air, rushing toward Daoist Qingyun. Caught off guard, Qingyun's body froze momentarily. In the next instant, the whirlwind tore through his flesh, and his spirit attempted to escape. The Violet Heavenly King gave his opponent no chance, waving the fan again. Daoist Qingyun's spirit was instantly reduced to dust, scattering into the wind. On the city tower, Daoist Yifeng, witnessing the tragic death of his beloved disciple, was furious. He was about to rush to the battlefield when a gentle voice suddenly interrupted. Friend, wait, do not forget the pact between Tao and Buddha. Moonlight Bodhisattva had appeared before Yifeng, a meaningful smile on his face. A flash of unwillingness crossed Yifeng's eyes, but he reluctantly returned to the tower. The Violet Heavenly King, feeling triumphant, continued to challenge, while the people in the city exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to respond. At that moment, a tall, imposing middle-aged general stepped forward. It's just some sorcery. What's there to fear? Master, I, Zhong Sherwen, am willing to fight. This was none other than Zhong Sherwen, a renowned general of the Song dynasty, known for his exceptional martial skills and hardened physique, having fought in countless battles. Daoist Yifeng shook his head. General Zhong, your courage is commendable, but the opponent is no ordinary person. He practices dark arts. If you go, your life may be in danger. Zhong Sherwen laughed heartily. I have a righteous spirit within me. Why should I fear his dark arts? Master, no need to say more. I guarantee I'll bring back the enemy's head. Yifeng found himself in a dilemma. He knew Zhong Sherwen's high standing in the Song army. If he were to fall, it would deal a severe blow to the troops' morale. But if he refused Zhong Sherwen's request, it might also affect their morale. Just as Yifeng hesitated, Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled mischievously. Very well, General, you may go, but you must promise me one thing. Zhong Sherwen was overjoyed. Great General, just say the word and I will obey. Sun Wukong quietly handed something to Zhong Sherwen, whispering a few instructions. After hearing them, Zhong Sherwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Great General, I shall go now. Zhong Sherwen then mounted his horse and led several hundred elite soldiers out of the city to face the enemy. Seeing this, the Violet Heavenly King looked on with disdain, thinking to himself, a mere mortal general dares to challenge me. I'll turn him to ashes with a wave of my fan. Zhong Sherwen rode his green steed to the front lines. His gaze fell upon Zi Tianwang, whose fierce appearance immediately marked him as a villain. Zhong Sherwen, recalling the magical artifact given to him by Sun Wukong, decided to strike first. Seeing this, Zi Tianwang brandished his long spear and charged at Zhong Sherwen. Simultaneously, he discreetly summoned a fan, planning to strike Zhong Sherwen down when he least expected it. As Zi Tianwang approached, Zhong Sherwen shouted without hesitation, "Reveal your power, my treasure." Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted from behind him. Zi Tianwang was blinded by the intense light and could only vaguely sense something coming at him. He thought, this mortal can only use some metal weapon to ambush me. I'll take the hit and then destroy him once I can see. However, before Zi Tianwang could think further, a luminous pearl struck him. In an instant, Zi Tianwang disintegrated into dust and scattered on the ground. Behind you, Daoran, a red-faced giant witnessed this scene and flew into a rage. He was Mulu Wang, a dear spirit and longtime friend of Zi Tianwang. How dare that scoundrel harm my brother? Mulu Wang roared as he flew towards Zhong Sherwen, aiming his staff at Zhong Sherwen's head. Still stunned by the power of the artifact, Zhong Sherwen saw another enemy approaching and instinctively shouted again, "Reveal your power, my treasure." Another flash of light, and Mulu Wang was also reduced to ashes. The cultivators behind Yu Daoren were immediately filled with fear, and even Yu Daoren himself showed a hint of dread. He looked around and asked, "Who will capture that Song general?" The cultivators shook their heads repeatedly, none daring to step forward. Seeing this, Zhong Sherwen burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Which one of you dares to fight me?" He brandished his spear and led his soldiers directly into the Jin army's camp. Yu Daoren, terrified by Zhong Sherwen's ferocity, turned pale and fled as a cloud of mist. The other cultivators also scattered. The Jin soldiers, seeing their leaders flee, were momentarily stunned, allowing Zhong Sherwen to break through their ranks. The Song soldiers in the city seized the opportunity to attack, leading to a crushing defeat for the Jin army, who retreated dozens of miles to regroup. Zhong Sherwen returned to the city in triumph and excitedly reported to Sun Wukong, "General, the treasure you gave me is incredibly powerful. Those heretical cultivators stood no chance." Sun Wukong smiled slightly, thinking, "An innate treasure against some true immortals and celestial immortals is naturally overwhelming." Sun Wukong had given Zhong Sherwen a refined Dinghai Shinju. Each time an enemy approached, Sun Wukong would secretly activate the pearl. As an innate treasure, even a Tai golden immortal would struggle against it, let alone true and celestial immortals. Sun Wukong knew that this tactic would eventually be discovered by Riguang Pusa, but he didn't mind. If it came to a battle of Tai golden immortals, Sun Wukong was confident he could defeat both Riguang Pusa and Yueguang Pusa. As for Huatua, he trusted that Yi Feng Daoren and others could handle him. In the Jin army camp, Yu Daoren was full of shame. He had hoped to impress Riguang Pusa but ended up losing soldiers and cultivators, making a fool of himself. Riguang Pusa listened to Yu Daoren's account with a frown and, after a moment of thought, said, "It appears that Song General possesses a powerful artifact. This is not your fault. However, we need to identify what artifact he has." Yu Daoren lowered his head in shame. "I beg your forgiveness, Pusa." Riguang Pusa shook his head. "Do not dwell on it, Yu Daoyu. Tomorrow, I will personally see what methods that Song General employs." The next day, Riguang Pusa ordered Yu Daoren to engage in battle again, secretly placing his own solar wheel on Yu Daoren. Yu Daoren rode to the front lines to challenge Zhong Sherwen, who, buoyed by his victory the previous day, immediately rode out to meet him. Zhong Sherwen saw Yu Daoren, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his voice and said, "And who might this be?" "Ah, it's that ugly Taoist from yesterday. You ran pretty fast then. What makes you dare to come courting death today?" A glint of coldness flashed in Yu Daoren's eyes as he responded with a sneer, "Ignorant mortal. You only rely on the power of your magical artifact. Today, I have found a way to counter it. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." Hearing this, Zhong Sherwen's heart tightened, but he quickly remembered the might of Sun Wukong's magical treasure and calmed down. Without further ado, he shouted, "Show yourself, my precious." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dazzling light erupted behind Zhong Sherwen. Yu Daoren saw a brilliant flash and his heart filled with alarm. Just as he was about to flee, a pearl shot towards him like a falling star. A golden wheel of sunlight appeared in front of Yu Daoren, blocking the pearl's attack. He had just begun to look pleased when suddenly, with a crisp crack, the wheel shattered, erupting into a burst of flames. "No!" Yu Daoren's scream was cut short as the sea-calming pearl struck his body. He stiffened instantly, then disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. The Jin soldiers were thrown into chaos upon witnessing their leader's death. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Sherwen led his troops into the Jin army's ranks. In no time, the Jin soldiers were routed, and the battlefield was strewn with corpses. Returning victoriously, Zhong Sherwen saw Sun Wukong from afar and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Great general, your treasure is amazing. With it, no matter how fierce the enemy, they are no match for our army." However, Sun Wukong frowned. He thought to himself, "The sun wheel that appeared on Yu Daoren today is clearly a treasure of the solar bodhisattva. It seems they have taken notice. Although the sea-calming pearl is a powerful innate treasure, it is not invincible. The Buddhist sects are strong and have many magical artifacts. If they find a way to counter it, the upcoming battles won't be so easy." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Jin camp was heavy. The solar bodhisattva held the sun essence wheel, now covered in cracks, and said gravely, "What a domineering treasure. My sun essence wheel, a postnatal treasure with 12 layers of prohibitions, was shattered in a single strike." Hearing this, the Moonlight Bodhisattva and Fire Arhat's faces turned grim, clearly realizing the power of Zhong Sherwen's artifact. At that moment, a burst of wild laughter broke the tense silence. A dwarf-like figure stepped forward, laughing heartily. "It was Killing Heart Child," he said arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. Why fear a mere song general? Let me use a little trick, and he'll take care of him. Just as Sunlight Bodhisattva and the others were at a loss on how to deal with Zhong Sherwin, Sha Xian Tengzi stepped forward with a sinister smile, claiming he had a way to handle him. At that moment, on the city wall of Linen, Sun Wukong, Feng Daoren, and others were urgently discussing their strategy. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panting, and reported, "There are enemy troops challenging us outside the city." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, "This is not a good sign. It seems the enemy has figured out a way to counter my magic treasures." Feng Daoren nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Leing Xiao asked worriedly, "What should we do next?" Sun Wukong fell into deep thought and did not answer immediately. He was secretly calculating. The 50-year period agreed with Master Subhoodie was approaching. He wanted to refine the Dinghai Pearl and break through to the Deluo Jingxian realm before the deadline, rather than fighting for the Taoist sect here. Just as everyone was hesitating, another soldier rushed in and reported, "General Zhong Sherwin has led his troops out to battle." It turned out that after days of victories, Zhong Sherwin did not wait for Feng Daoren's order and took his troops out of the city to confront the enemy. Upon reaching the front line, he saw that the opponent had sent a dwarf and couldn't help but mock. "It seems the Jin Kingdom has no one left if they have to send a clown like you to the battlefield." Sha Xian Tengzi's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "Ignorant mortal. You don't even realize that death is at your doorstep?" Zhong Sherwin laughed heartily, a little dwarf with a big mouth. "I have treasures in hand. Who can kill me?" Sha Xian Tengzi replied expressionlessly, "You will die in 7 days." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a black wind and disappeared from the battlefield. Zhong Sherwin was puzzled, and seeing the Jin army retreat to their camp, he had no choice but to lead his troops back to the city. After that, the Jin army hung up the no battle sign and did not come out to fight again. Zhong Sherwin's repeated challenges went unanswered, and he had to give up. In the Jin camp, Sha Xian Tengzi made a straw doll with Zhong Sherwin's name on it and worshipped it day and night. A few days later, Zhong Sherwin suddenly fell ill. At first, Feng Daoren and Sun Wukong did not pay much attention, thinking it was normal for mortals to get sick. However, Zhong Sherwin's condition rapidly worsened, and he soon became bedridden. Sun Wukong stood by Zhong Sherwin's sickbed, looking at the once robust general now reduced to skin and bones, his eyes lifelessly staring at him, as if wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. Feng Daoren said in a deep voice, "This is not an ordinary illness. It is the work of dark arts." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "It seems we were careless. We didn't expect those guys would use such evil techniques on a mortal." Leing Xiao, looking at Zhong Sherwin's miserable state, felt heartbroken and pleaded, "Master, please save him." A flicker of chaos flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he saw that Zhong Sherwin's 2 souls and 6 spirits had already scattered, leaving only his life soul. Faced with this situation, even Sun Wukong was powerless. He shook his head and sighed. "It's too late. If we had discovered it earlier, there might have been a way to break the curse." Zhong Sherwin eventually passed away, his body curled up in a tragic manner. After the Song soldiers bid farewell to Zhong Sherwin, they were filled with rage and demanded to fight the Jin army to the death. Sun Wukong looked at the Dinghai Pearl in his hand, understanding that Zhong Sherwin's death was partly due to him leaving the treasure with him. Although it wasn't entirely his fault, Sun Wukong decided to avenge Zhong Sherwin. He stared at the karmic thread in his hand, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He then summoned an altar and began to cast a spell. "The way of karma, even I, the great sage, can use it," Sun Wukong said, as he took out the Book of the Underworld and began to perform the karma spell. Meanwhile, Sha Xian Tengzi was reveling in the joy of cursing Zhong Sherwin to death, boasting about his achievements in front of everyone, completely unaware that danger was imminent. Sunlight Bodhisattva, overjoyed, immediately appointed Sha Xian Tengzi as the vanguard to lead the attack on Linen. Soon, tens of thousands of Jin soldiers were at the city gates. Although this mortal army was not as powerful as heavenly soldiers, their killing intent was no less fierce. At this moment, inside Linen, Sun Wukong gently tugged the karmic thread. Sha Xian Tengzi, who was riding his horse, suddenly felt a chill in his heart and instinctively looked up at the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, splitting the flagpole of Sha Xian Tengzi in half. The Jin soldiers immediately turned pale, whispering nervously among themselves. A Jin general rode up to Sha Xian Tengzi, his voice trembling, "My lord, the lightning in a drought has broken the flagpole. This is an ominous sign. Perhaps we should retreat for now?" Sha Xian Tengzi, eager to make a name for himself despite his own unease, forced himself to remain calm. "What is there to fear? It's just a lightning bolt. It's probably some trick from the Taoist sections. Such minor sorcery is nothing to be afraid of. I can handle it myself." No sooner had he spoken than the Jin army embarked on a harrowing journey. The mere 50-mile route felt like traversing the legendary 81 trials. Floods, landslides, gale force winds, disasters struck one after another. What was even more unsettling was the complete absence of any trace of supernatural intervention in these calamities. Sha Xian Tongzi finally started to panic. What he didn't know was that all this was due to his own malevolent curse, which had caused immense harm and accumulated countless karmic consequences. Sun Wukong had intertwined all his karmic threads, causing all his bad luck to erupt simultaneously. Because it was his just deserts, Sha Xian Tongzi couldn't detect anyone's manipulation behind the scenes. By the time Sha Xian Tongzi realized what was happening, nearly half of the Jin army had perished. At that point, returning to the Jin camp was no longer an option. Returning empty-handed with such heavy losses was something Sha Xian Tongzi could not face. Just then, a child riding a white crane descended from the sky, eyes blazing with intense fury. This white crane boy was yet another link in Sha Xian Tongzi's karmic chain. His master had been treacherously killed by Sha Xian Tongzi, and ever since, White Crane Boy had been searching for his enemy. By chance, he had stumbled upon the area, drawn by the unusual lightning and thunder, only to find Sha Xian Tongzi. Sha Xian Tongzi, today you won't escape. White Crane Boy shouted in fury, swinging his sword to unleash dozens of sword chi aimed directly at Sha Xian Tongzi. Sha Xian Tongzi, still on horseback, looked up abruptly, feeling his scalp tingle with fear. He quickly leapt off his horse, narrowly avoiding the sword chi. Unfortunately, his horse wasn't so lucky. It was struck and instantly reduced to a bloody mess. White Crane Boy, what are you doing here? Sha Xian Tongzi recognized his opponent, his face turning ashen. He knew well that White Crane Boy was a master of swordsmanship, a true sword immortal, and he was no match for him. The White Crane Boy transformed himself into a sword, streaking through the sky like a meteor, and pierced straight at the unsuspecting Sha Xian Tongzi. The sword flashed, and before Sha Xian Tongzi could even react, it had already penetrated his chest. Life quickly drained from his body, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his defeat. After exacting his revenge, the White Crane Boy cast a cold, disdainful glance at the Jin army before transforming into a beam of sword light and vanishing into the horizon. At the altar, Sun Wukong witnessed the entire scene. Watching the severed karmic line of Sha Xian Tongzi, he couldn't help but smile. Zhong Sherwin's revenge had finally been fulfilled. Sun Wukong stowed away the altar and gazed at the gray karmic lines entangled around him. He understood the profound nature of karma, knowing that every use left a mark on him. But this no longer concerned him. With a flick of his reincarnation brush, the karmic lines instantly severed and dissipated. This was the special ability of the reincarnation brush-cutting karma. Although severing karma each time meant forming new karma with the heavenly way, Sun Wukong, having already transcended it, was no longer worried. He could sever all karma at will, remaining untouched by any ties. Leing Xiao, seeing Sun Wukong finish his spell, excitedly asked, "Master, is the villain who killed General Zhong dead?" Sun Wukong nodded in confirmation and then thoughtfully remarked, "The Tao of Karma is indeed profound. It's said that a sage in the Buddhist sect achieved sainthood through it. I wonder how terrifying his power must be." "What is a sage?" Leing Xiao asked in confusion. The term was unfamiliar to her. Sun Wukong chuckled and changed the subject. "Don't worry about that. Tomorrow, I'll personally drive away the Jin army, and then take you to meet my master." He decided not to delay any longer, and prepared to directly confront the Sunlight Bodhisattva, so that he could peacefully take Leing Xiao to Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain. The next morning, Sun Wukong, along with Taoist Yifeng, Yikong, Yichun, and Yishan, appeared outside the Jin army camp. The powerful aura of 5 Tai golden immortals immediately caught the attention of Sunlight Bodhisattva and his companions, signaling the imminent battle. Sunlight Bodhisattva, Moonlight Bodhisattva, Fire Arhat, and the rogue cultivator Gu Zhenren flew out from the Jin army's ranks. Sunlight Bodhisattva gave Sun Wukong a deep look and asked gravely, "Sun Taoist, it seems you really intend to involve yourself in the conflict between us and the Taoists?" Sun Wukong made no effort to conceal his stance, smiling as he replied, "Anyone who opposes the Buddhist sect is a friend of mine." His words surprised Sunlight and Moonlight Bodhisattvas. They had thought Sun Wukong was merely a helper invited by Taoist Yifeng, not realizing he was a mortal enemy of the Buddhist sect. Without further words, Sun Wukong swung his mixed Yuan Tuai Ching staff at Sunlight Bodhisattva. Both vanished from their spots, their battle spreading into the void. Moonlight Bodhisattva was about to assist his brother, but was intercepted by Taoist Yifeng. Yifeng formed a hand seal, instantly setting up a grand formation that trapped Moonlight Bodhisattva within. "Moonlight, your opponent is me," Yifeng said solemnly. He knew Sun Wukong would eventually leave with Leing Xiao, so he had to seize this opportunity to completely crush the Buddhist sect's forces in Dongxing Shenzhou. Meanwhile, Taoist Yikong and Yichon teamed up against Fire Arhat, and Taoist Yishan engaged in a fierce battle with Gu Zhenren. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Sun Wukong and Sunlight Bodhisattva clashed in the void for dozens of rounds. As a veteran of the Buddhist sect, Sunlight Bodhisattva had never broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, but his strength was top tier among Tai Golden Immortals. His divine powers and spells far surpassed those of ordinary Tai Golden Immortals. Unfortunately for him, he faced Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who had learned both Buddhist and Taoist divine powers from Patriarch Subhuti, not only mastered the indestructible 8-9 mysteries, but also the divine powers recorded in the Underworld's treasure, the Underworld book. In terms of divine powers, few could rival him except Deluo Golden Immortals. Sun Wukong's mixed Yuan Tuai Ching staff struck hard against Sunlight Bodhisattva's golden body. Sunlight Bodhisattva's expression turned grave as fine cracks appeared on his golden body. It seems my staff alone won't break your golden body, Sun Wukong grinned, retracting his staff. Let's try this instead. He then summoned 6 Dinghai divine pearls, which radiated an intense light. The brilliance was so overwhelming that even Sunlight Bodhisattva had to close his eyes. With a resounding crash, the Dinghai pearl struck fiercely against the radiant golden body of the Sunlight Bodhisattva. The golden body instantly shattered into fine dust, scattering in all directions. Instinctively, the Sunlight Bodhisattva activated the Sun Essence Wheel for protection, but even this powerful artifact could not withstand the immense force of the Dinghai pearl. The Sun Essence Wheel shattered on impact, transforming into a brilliant burst of flames that swiftly returned to the Sunlight Bodhisattva's body. Before the Sunlight Bodhisattva could catch his breath, 3 more Dinghai pearls simultaneously struck his body with a series of thudding sounds. The Bodhisattva didn't even have time to cry out before his physical form was torn apart by the tremendous impact. Only his primordial spirit remained, shielded by the dim light of the fragmented Sun Essence Wheel, escaping as a faint beam of Buddhist light towards the distance. Seeing victory within reach, Sun Wukong was determined not to let his opponent escape easily. With a swift movement, he followed the fleeing Buddhist light, intent on completely annihilating the Sunlight Bodhisattva's primordial spirit. At the exact moment the Sunlight Bodhisattva's physical form was destroyed, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, far away in Een Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. Quickly calculating with his fingers, he realized that the Sunlight Bodhisattva was in grave danger. Puzzled, he thought to himself, who in the eastern continent could possibly harm the Sunlight Bodhisattva? After a moment of contemplation, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva made a decision. Mount Samuru is currently unable to send reinforcements to the eastern continent. I cannot sit idly by. Ting, you must go to the eastern continent and save the Sunlight Bodhisattva. Upon hearing the summons, Ting immediately opened his eyes. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gently touched his forehead and then waved his hand, opening a spatial portal. Ting transformed into a shadowy light and disappeared into the portal in an instant. Meanwhile, the Sunlight Bodhisattva's primordial spirit, as a faint beam of Buddhist light, was desperately fleeing through the void. Sun Wukong was hot on his trail, almost catching up when suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, grasping the Sunlight Bodhisattva's primordial spirit and blocking Sun Wukong's path. Sun Wukong looked closely and saw a bizarre figure. Dog ears, a human head, 4 arms, and a snake tail. Despite the strange appearance, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong pointed at the strange figure with murderous intent in his eyes. What kind of demon are you? How dare you obstruct me? The figure remained calm, chanting, Umitba. I am Ting, a disciple of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You, demon monkey, how dare you pursue a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order? What punishment do you deserve? Sun Wukong was taken aback and incredulously scrutinized the menacing figure before him. What? You are Ting? Impossible. He couldn't reconcile the powerful being before him with the timid Ting he remembered. A strange light flickered in Ting's eyes, and he spoke with a hint of curiosity. I have not appeared in the 3 realms for a long time. How is it that you, demon monkey, recognize me? Once again, Sun Wukong felt his understanding turned upside down. The timid Ting he remembered was now revealed to be a formidable Tai Golden Immortal. For a moment, he was at a loss on how to handle this unexpected turn of events. Sun Wukong was in hot pursuit of the essence of the Sunlight Bodhisattva when he unexpectedly encountered the mythical beast, Ting. Sent by Ksitigarbha to rescue the Sunlight Bodhisattva, Ting was curious about Sun Wukong's origins, but was more eager for a thrilling battle. With a flick of his wrist, a golden hammer appeared in Ting's hand, causing the entire void to tremble. Sun Wukong, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly, regarded his opponent warily. Despite both being at the Tai Golden Immortal level, the ancient and mysterious aura emanating from Ting made Sun Wukong uneasy. Suddenly, Ting struck. The golden hammer cleaved through the air, tearing the void apart. Sun Wukong met the blow with his staff, but the sheer force knocked him back dozens of steps, leaving his face pale. Ha ha ha, impressive. Di Ting laughed. Now taste the blood prison pagoda. Before he finished speaking, a pagoda exuding a strong scent of blood materialized, engulfing Sun Wukong. Inside, the blood-red hell was filled with countless Azura demons rushing at Sun Wukong, trying to drag him into the depths of the tower. In the nick of time, Sun Wukong's body radiated golden light as he invoked the Buddha's golden body. Under the Buddha's light, the Azura demons shrieked and dissipated into wisps of smoke. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Di Ting's face, but he remained unperturbed. Buddhist magic? I didn't expect you to be skilled in the ways of the Buddha, but do you think my blood prison pagoda is that easy to overcome? The pagoda began to emit a ghostly light, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped Sun Wukong. He shivered involuntarily, and in the next moment, countless frost warriors appeared out of thin air. Attack! The frost warriors shouted in unison, launching a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. Each warrior possessed strength comparable to that of a celestial being, and their overwhelming numbers made Sun Wukong's scalp tingle. 3 heads and 6 arms. Sun Wukong invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, and his staff split into 3, meeting the frost warriors' heaton. Crack! One by one, the frost warriors shattered into pieces, scattering ice shards on the ground. However, with each warrior defeated, the surrounding temperature dropped further. By the time the last frost warrior fell, Sun Wukong was covered in a thin layer of frost. Di Ting approached slowly, clapping in admiration. Impressive, very impressive. My pagoda has 9 levels, each housing a different type of warrior. You've passed the first level of Azura demons and the second level of frost warriors. I wonder if you can handle the third? Sun Wukong shook off the frost and sneered. Bring it on. If I so much as frown, I'll consider it a loss. Fine, let's see how you fare against my cyclopes. Di Ting said with a cold snort, clearly displeased with Sun Wukong's arrogance. In an instant, 9 towering cyclopes appeared around Sun Wukong, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Di Ting looked at them with a hint of melancholy in his voice. These cyclopes were once revered as divine guardians of human tribes in ancient times. But as human cultivators emerged, they no longer needed their protection. Tragically, those same cultivators hunted the cyclopes for their powerful eyes, nearly driving them to extinction. These 9 may be the last of their kind in the 3 realms. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Di Ting's lament. Despite the cyclopes being at the true immortal level, he sensed a peculiar danger emanating from them. Suddenly, crackling sounds filled the air as 9 bolts of lightning shot from the cyclopes' single eyes. Sun Wukong managed to evade 8 of them, but the 9th bolt was too fast, striking him directly. Instantly, he felt a numbing sensation throughout his body, and his Rui Jingu Bang slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a crisp clang. Sun Wukong reverted from his 3-headed, 6-armed form back to his original state. The power of that lightning strike was not to be underestimated. It had caused a blockage in the flow of his celestial energy. Just as he caught his breath, 9 towering one-eyed giants roared in unison, their deafening howls assaulting his eardrums like a tangible force. Instinctively, he clutched his ears, but the dizziness and confusion persisted. Damn giants, they're really tough to deal with. Sun Wukong cursed under his breath. Looks like I'll have to use the Dinghai Shenju. Suppressing his discomfort, he summoned the Dinghai Shenju. In an instant, brilliant beams of light shot out, and the 6 pearls transformed into 6 streaks of radiant energy, hurtling toward the 9 one-eyed giants like meteors. With a puff, one of the giants was struck directly by a pearl, its body stiffening before disintegrating into dust that scattered in the wind. Another giant met the same fate shortly after, and in the blink of an eye, all 9 were gone without a trace. Overjoyed, Sun Wukong immediately directed the Dinghai Shenju towards Di Ting, hoping to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, though Di Ting was temporarily blinded by the dazzling light, he instinctively sensed the danger. He quickly raised the pagoda of Buddha to shield himself. With a crack, the Dinghai Shenju was deflected. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. The pagoda of Buddha was also a primordial treasure, capable of withstanding the attack of the Dinghai Shenju. Di Ting glanced at the pagoda of Buddha, heartbroken to see fine cracks on its surface. He looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and stared intently at Sun Wukong. What a powerful artifact, Di Ting said coldly. Who exactly are you? Demon monkey? Di Ting pondered silently. Primordial treasures always had owners. His pagoda of Buddha was a gift from the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. For this monkey to possess such a formidable artifact, he must also have a powerful backer. Sun Wukong did not answer Di Ting's question. Since acquiring the Dinghai Shenju, this was the first time he had encountered an artifact that could withstand its power. His gaze involuntarily fell on the pagoda of Buddha in front of Di Ting, a flicker of desire in his eyes. However, Sun Wukong quickly calmed down and began to formulate a strategy. Clearly, Di Ting's strength was on par with his own, and the pagoda of Buddha was no less powerful than the Dinghai Shanju. He had only broken through 3 of the pagoda's 9 layers. 6 more remained unused. If Di Ting unleashed them all, he might not stand a chance. Realizing this, Sun Wukong felt a growing urge to retreat. Di Ting, perceptive as ever, noticed the flicker in Sun Wukong's eyes and seemed to read his thoughts. He sneered, "Demon monkey, no one escapes from Di Ting. Come forth, wrathful heavenly wolf." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wolf with blood-red eyes materialized before Sun Wukong. The beast's fur was entirely crimson, and its eyes radiated an aura of pure malevolence. Sun Wukong's heart tightened. He recognized the creaturite was the ancient ferocious beast, the wrathful heavenly wolf. The zealous celestial wolf, one of the ancient ferocious beasts, may not be as renowned as Chongqi or Taowu among the 4 fiends, but it is still a formidable creature. This Tai golden immortal level beast made Sun Wukong's eyes narrow with seriousness. He pondered silently, encountering such a formidable opponent on just the 4th level of the pagoda. What kind of beings would await him on the 5th and 6th levels? Before Sun Wukong could think further, the zealous celestial wolf had already launched its attack. It opened its bloody maw and spewed a wave of murderous aura. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. The murderous aura hit the ground, instantly corroding it into a large, charred pit. The zealous celestial wolf, having missed its target, roared in frustration, its howl shaking the surroundings. It leaped on its 4 limbs, kicking up clouds of dust as it lunged at Sun Wukong. "Humph! Get out of my way!" Sun Wukong shouted angrily, swinging his Rui Jingu bang to meet the attack. With a resounding bang, the staff struck the wolf's head heavily. However, the result was not as Sun Wukong had hoped. The zealous celestial wolf was sent flying, rolling on the ground and leaving deep gouges with its claws, but it quickly got back up, seemingly unscathed. "What a hard head," Sun Wukong muttered in astonishment. The strike had left his hands throbbing with pain, yet the wolf remained uninjured, its formidable physical strength shocking him. The zealous celestial wolf howled towards the sky, and a dark aura enveloped the land, with a blood moon faintly visible in the darkness. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable weakness, stumbling in shock. In that critical moment, the zealous celestial wolf attacked again, darting towards Sun Wukong with arrow-like speed. Unable to dodge, Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground. The wolf opened its bloody maw, bearing sharp fangs as it aimed for Sun Wukong's head. In the nick of time, Sun Wukong used his Rui Jingu bang to block the fatal bite. The wolf's strength was immense, and Sun Wukong had to exert all his power to prevent being bitten, losing the ability to counterattack. At this perilous juncture, the zealous celestial wolf suddenly spat out a foul-smelling liquid, hitting Sun Wukong's face. "Ah!" Sun Wukong cried out in pain, summoning a surge of strength from somewhere, and kicked the wolf into the air. "One strike to the sky!" Sun Wukong roared, thrusting his Rui Jingu bang towards the wolf's belly. The attack hit its mark, causing the wolf to howl in agony. Seizing the momentum, Sun Wukong pushed the wolf towards the sky with his staff. They flew until they reached the barrier between the mortal world and the heavens. The zealous celestial wolf found an opportunity to retaliate, breaking free from the staff's suppression and spewing another wave of murderous aura. Sun Wukong quickly dodged, evading left and right while finding moments to counterattack with his staff. At that moment, there was a commotion in the heavenly court. "Your Majesty, 2 Tai golden immortal auras are detected outside the southern gate, one of which belongs to the ancient ferocious beast." The zealous celestial wolf, clairvoyant and clairaudient, reported to the Jade Emperor after respectfully saluting in the Leing Xiao hall. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly and looked around at the assembled deities. "What do you all think?" he asked. Leibu Zhang Shan Wenzhong immediately stepped forward and said sternly, "Ferocious beasts are a hidden threat to the 3 realms. The zealous celestial wolf committed many atrocities in ancient times. I am willing to lead the Leibu to subdue this beast." "We concur," the celestial deities echoed in unison. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "A mere ferocious beast does not require the personal attention of the 9 heavens thunder deity. Li Tianwang, I command you to lead Neza, the 3rd Lotus Prince, and giant spirit god with 50,000 celestial soldiers to suppress the beast without fail." A man holding a pagoda, with a resolute face, immediately stepped forward and responded firmly, "As you command." This man was Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Neza's father, and the Grand Marshal of the heavenly army. As Sun Wukong and the zealous celestial wolf were locked in fierce combat, a squad of celestial soldiers clad in starry armor suddenly appeared, surrounding them. Sun Wukong immediately became wary, his distrust of the heavenly court undiminished. The zealous celestial wolf, eyes gleaming with malice, stared at the intruders, drooling as it seemingly plotted to annihilate the celestial soldiers and generals. Li Jing appeared out of thin air in the void, accompanied by Neza and the giant spirit god. His sharp gaze swept over Sun Wukong as a flash of golden light revealed a decree in his hand. His powerful voice echoed through the void. By the order of the Supreme Jade Emperor, ruler of the Heavenly Palace and the ultimate Tao, I command the subjugation of the malevolent Sky Wolf. As the decree was read, it transformed into a brilliant golden net, sealing the entire void. Neza's eyes burned with determination as he scrutinized Sun Wukong, then hurled his universe ring toward the Sky Wolf with a fierce whistle. The ferocious beast roared in pain, enduring the relentless assault from the universe ring. Meanwhile, the heavenly soldiers launched a concentrated attack, quickly covering the Sky Wolf in wounds. Sun Wukong squinted, cautiously observing the battle, distrustful of both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Suddenly, the Sky Wolf spewed a blood-red mist, instantly dissolving a squad of heavenly soldiers into nothingness. The giant spirit god, enraged, bellowed, "You vile creature! How dare you!" and swung his enormous axe at the beast. The axe struck the Sky Wolf's forehead, causing it to stagger. Before the beast could regain its balance, Neza's red armillary sash coiled around it like a serpent, binding it tightly. The Sky Wolf struggled desperately, howling in agony, but could not break free from the sash's grip. At this critical moment, a Buddhist chant rang out. "Umitba, please hold your hand." Dizong appeared just in time, using the pagoda to tear open the golden net and stand before Neza and the others. Li Jing, with a cold gaze, asked knowingly, "Oh, who are you to interfere with the affairs of the heavenly court?" Dizong remained calm and replied sternly, "I am Dizong Bodhisattva's attendant, Xitigarbha. Li Tianwang, you may not know, but this beast is the Bodhisattva's mount, which escaped today. I am here to take it back by order." Li Jing's face broke into a mysterious smile. "Haha, I see. However, I am under the Jade Emperor's command to capture this beast. If you wish to reclaim it, you must come with me to meet the Jade Emperor." Dizong glanced at Sun Wukong and said solemnly, "Very well, let's go see the great heavenly venerate." Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he seized the opportunity to escape through the gap Dizong had created. He planned to use the time to deal with Moonlight Bodhisattva and others, knowing that one day in heaven equates to a year on earth. Dizong noticed Sun Wukong's intention and was about to pursue him when Neza blocked his path. The third prince smiled but firmly said, "Xitigarbha, please, the great heavenly venerate is waiting for you." Inside the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the Jade Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Di Ting, a subtle, meaningful smile playing at the corner of his lips. Di Ting respectfully bowed and spoke clearly, "Di Ting, under the seat of Bodhisattva Xitigarbha, greets the great celestial emperor." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly and asked, "Di Ting, what brings you here?" Before Di Ting could respond, Neza stepped forward and spoke first, "Your Majesty, we have returned from capturing the ancient ferocious beast, the wrathful heavenly wolf, as per your orders. We await your command." Upon hearing this, Di Ting's expression changed dramatically, and he was about to speak when he noticed a Taoist in purple robes discreetly making a hand gesture. Instantly, Di Ting felt his body stiffen, unable to move. Several immortals noticed this, but exchanged knowing smiles without saying a word. The Jade Emperor seemed unaware of the anomaly. Hearing that Neza and his companions had captured the wrathful heavenly wolf, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since the beast has been apprehended, take it to the demon execution platform for immediate execution." "Yes, Your Majesty," Neza replied, escorting the wrathful heavenly wolf towards the execution platform. After roughly the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the Jade Emperor seemed to remember Di Ting and asked, "Oh, Di Ting, what brings you to the heavenly court?" With the Jade Emperor's question, Di Ting felt his body regain its freedom and quickly spoke, "Your Majesty, the wrathful heavenly wolf is actually the mount of Bodhisattva Xitigarbha. It had escaped to the mortal realm, but fortunately, it did not wreak any havoc. I request that you return it to me so I can take it back to the Underworld." The Jade Emperor feigned surprise. "What? The wrathful heavenly wolf has converted to Buddhism? In that case, it must not be wrongfully executed. Who among you will deliver this decree to Neza to bring the beast back?" The immortals remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Seeing this, Di Ting became anxious and hastily volunteered, "There's no need to trouble the other immortals. I will go to the demon execution platform myself." The Jade Emperor nodded in approval, "Very well. You may go and retrieve the beast." At the demon execution platform, the divine soldiers had already securely bound the wrathful heavenly wolf, with a suppression barrier nullifying its powers. Sensing imminent danger, the beast showed a look of terror. The platform could suppress all powers, even those of a great celestial immortal, let alone a mere Tai golden immortal level beast. Neza looked around and loudly proclaimed, "By the order of the Jade Emperor, execute the demon." He then shouted, "Execute!" A ghostly light flashed across the demon execution platform, and in an instant, the wrathful heavenly wolf was cut into two. When Ting arrived, he witnessed the head of the wrathful heavenly wolf fall to the ground, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. He pointed at Neza, wanting to speak, but ultimately unable to find the words. Neza snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to the battlefield, only to find that Yifeng Taoist and others were being suppressed by Moonlight Bodhisattva and his companions, much to his surprise. On the battlefield, Yifeng Taoist and Moonlight Bodhisattva were evenly matched. Fire Monk had trapped Yichin Taoist with nether fire, while Yikong Taoist was entangled with a swarm of dark insects. To Sun Wukong's shock, Yishan Taoist had already fallen, the honest midstage Tai Golden Immortal, having perished at the hands of the Gu Master. As it turned out, after Sun Wukong had left to pursue Sunlight Bodhisattva, the Gu Master displayed astonishing power. This rogue cultivator had stumbled upon the inheritance of an ancient witch, creating a batch of powerful Gu insects. Though the witch clan could not practice spells, the earliest forms of curses and Gu techniques originated from them. The Gu Master had obtained the secret teachings of the ancient witch's insects, crafting Gu insects that could not only possess immense power but also devour immortal energy and primordial spirits. Ishan Taoist, overconfident in his protective chi, was unprepared when the Gu insects devoured his shield, consuming both him and his primordial spirit entirely. After killing Ishan Taoist, the Gu Master then directed the insects towards Yikong Taoist. Master Yikong had just witnessed the tragic fate of Master Ishan and dared not be careless in the face of Gu Zhanren's venomous insects. Nevertheless, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The insects were as hard as iron, and his sword energy and Taoist spells had no effect on them. Instead, whenever one of the insects landed on him, his protective aura was instantly gnawed through, forcing him into a hasty retreat. Originally, Master Yifeng's plan was for Sun Wukong to hold off the Sunlight Bodhisattva while he faced the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Masters Yikong and Yichin would team up against Huatua, and Master Ishan would support them after defeating the rogue cultivator Gu Zhanren. However, they never anticipated Gu Zhanren to be so formidable. Not only did Master Ishan fail to defeat him, but he also perished at his hands, reversing the situation in an instant. Master Yichin could barely hold off Huatua, even with Master Yikong's help. Now that Master Yikong was being restrained by Gu Zhanren, Yichin faced Huatua alone and quickly fell behind. He summoned a dust-avoiding pearl to barely protect himself, but he was in a precarious situation. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Seeing the dire situation, Master Yifeng's mind wavered, and the Moonlight Bodhisattva seized the opening. A powerful beam of moonlight struck his chest, causing blood to spurt out as his energy waned dramatically. "Ha ha ha, Master Yifeng, you're dead this time." The Moonlight Bodhisattva laughed triumphantly, his lunar wheel emitting a cold light as beams of moonlight slashed toward Yifeng. Master Yifeng steadied his mind with great effort, hastily summoning talismans to intercept the Moonlight Bodhisattva's attacks. However, his increasingly pale face showed he was on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, the return of Sun Wukong startled both sides. Master Yifeng's group rejoiced while the heart of the Moonlight Bodhisattva sank. Wasting no time, knowing Diding could return at any moment, Sun Wukong summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl and hurled it at the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Recognizing the threat, the Moonlight Bodhisattva dared not confront it heeded and immediately transformed into a beam of Buddha light to escape. Even so, he was still injured by the residual power of the sea-stabilizing pearl, leaving a trail of golden blood. As the Moonlight Bodhisattva fled, Huatua, who was about to kill Master Yichin, was struck with terror. Without hesitation, he too transformed into a blaze and fled. Seeing the Buddhist monks retreat, Gu Zhanren did not dare linger either, transforming into a black dot and disappearing into the swarm of insects, rapidly flying away. The defeat of the Moonlight Bodhisattva gave Taoist Yifeng the opportunity to order a massive assault by the Song army. The Jin forces were thrown into disarray, fleeing in panic until they barely managed to set up a makeshift camp in the mountainous region known as Golden Rooster Ridge, where they gathered their scattered, defeated soldiers. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly palace, Ting appeared, seething with anger, ready to return to the underworld. He was tasked with delivering the primordial spirit of the Sunlight Bodhisattva to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to facilitate the reconstruction of his physical body. Just as Ting was about to set off, the Ghost King of Mount Mang suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion. Holding a secret report in his hand, he smirked subtly. "Yu-ji," he said in a deep voice, "gather all our forces. We're going to intercept Ting." Despite his injuries, the Ghost King of Mount Mang decided to act. This decision stemmed from the information provided by Sun Wukong. who realized it was the perfect moment to draw Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva out. After repelling the Moonlight Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong had anticipated that Di Ting would return to the Underworld, and thus orchestrated an ambush to lure Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva away from Yamas Mountain. Though risky, Sun Wukong was not without confidence. His assurance came from the Nether Book, with additional covert support from Meng Po in the Underworld. If they could delay Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for even a moment, it would be enough for Sun Wukong and the Ghost King of Mount Mang to infiltrate Yamas Mountain and rescue the imprisoned monkey clan. In addition to notifying the Ghost King of Mount Mang, Sun Wukong secretly contacted the Rock Demon King, Feipeng, planning to set the ambush at the entrance to the Yellow Springs. At that moment, Di Ting suddenly halted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Who dares block my path? Show yourself at once. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong emerged from the void, carrying his Rui Jengu Bang. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Di Ting's eyes flared with anger. Monkey King, it's you again. It seems you have a death wish. The grudge over the destruction of the celestial wolf was still fresh in Di Ting's memory. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Di Ting, had you remained hidden in the Underworld, I would have left you be. But this isn't the Underworld, and today, you won't be leaving. The old score from the incident of the true and false Monkey King, where Di Ting had plotted against him, was something Sun Wukong had never forgotten. Di Ting sneered. Monkey King, you rely on a powerful artifact and dare to boast? My pagoda of floating might be inferior in rank, but not by much. Losing the celestial wolf means little. Within my pagoda lies an even greater ancient beast. Are you sure you can stop me? Sun Wukong smiled. Indeed, I admit that if you were determined to escape, it would be difficult for me to stop you. But what if I am not alone? What? Di Ting's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, the air grew thick with a sinister aura as two Tai Golden Immortal-level ghost warriors, Long Ju and Zhongli Mo, appeared behind Di Ting. Additionally, a masked ghost warrior, also a Tai Golden Immortal, wielding a long spear and exuding an even stronger presence than Long Ju, joined them. Brother Sun, Long Ju has arrived late. Long Ju waved to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong laughed. Not at all, you're just in time. Di Ting glanced at the three Tai Golden Immortal Ghost Warriors with disdain. So, it's the remnants of Mount Mang. Perfect. I lost the Celestial Wolf, but capturing you to present to the Bodhisattva will more than make up for it. Long Ju sneered. Di Ting, you and your master have forcibly converted countless ghost warriors at Yamas Mountain. Today, it's time to settle the score. Enough talk. Let's capture him first, the masked ghost warrior said coldly, his tone as icy as his demeanor. All right, attack. Sun Wukong roared and launched himself at Di Ting. Long Ju, Zhongli Mo, and the masked ghost warrior followed closely, launching a fierce assault. Seeing this, Di Ting shouted, Fools, come forth, great king of beasts Yayu. Di Ting faced the onslaught of four formidable adversaries with a calm and composed demeanor. The fourth level of his pagoda tower imprisoned the ancient beast, Xingyi Tianlang, while the fifth level housed an even more terrifying entity, the true king of ancient beasts, Yayu. At Di Ting's command, a bizarre-looking creature slowly emerged from the pagoda tower. It had the body of an ox, the tail of a fox, hooves like a horse, and a dragon's head with glaring red eyes that emitted an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This aura was so tangible that it instantly engulfed the surroundings. Sun Wukong felt a pressure on his chest and instinctively retreated several dozen steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even with his formidable cultivation, he found it difficult to withstand this menacing presence. Long Xie and Zhongli Mo, witnessing this, also retreated hastily, their eyes flickering with deep apprehension. Though Iron Masked Ghost's expression was hidden by his mask, the violent fluctuations in his aura betrayed his inner shock. Yayu, a creature second only to the four great ferocious beasts, had become the king of beasts after the disappearance of Taowu, Hundun, Taodai, and Xiongqi. Since being subdued by King Dizong in ancient times, it had rarely left the pagoda tower. Today, as it re-emerged, it unleashed its ferocity freely, and its aura of a Deluo golden immortal sent chills down the spines of all cultivators in Dongxing Shenzhou. Di Ting laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Yayu, kill them for me. This beast was his ultimate trump card, a protective talisman bestowed by King Dizong, which he dared not use lightly. However, when Yayu turned and glanced at Di Ting, he immediately felt suffocated. He realized that, although this king of beasts had submitted to King Dizong, it was not something he could command at will. Spare me, Di Ting managed to utter, fearing that the beast might devour him as well. Fortunately, Yayu merely glanced at him before turning its attention to Sun Wukong. Despite its limited intelligence, it instinctively sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from Sun Wukong. As Yayu fixed its gaze on him, Sun Wukong felt an intense unease, surpassing even the oppressive feeling he had when facing the Five Elements mountain. At that moment, the king of ghosts from Mount Mang appeared, clad in a black robe and exuding the aura of a Deluo golden immortal. An ancient beast like Yu Hao unexpected that the vanished king of beasts was secretly subdued by the Buddhist sect. Yayu instantly shifted its focus to the king of ghosts. Following closely, Faping appeared before Sun Wukong. As the inheritor of the Northern Sea, he was naturally familiar with Yayu's notorious reputation. Indeed, surprising the once dominant king of ferocious beasts, imprisoned by the Buddhist sect. Die! Yayu's voice rumbled like thunder. With just that one word, the auras of the king of ghosts and Faping fluctuated violently. Despite both being newly ascended Deluo golden immortals, their power seemed insignificant before Yayu. So strong. Faping's stern face showed a hint of gravity, but instead of fear, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. The appearance of the ancient beast Yayu sent the Ghost King of Mount Mang and Faping into high alert. Although Yayu's intelligence was low, making its cultivation slow, its power far surpassed that of newly ascended golden immortals. The Ghost King quickly signaled Sun Wukong and the other Tai golden immortals, including Long Ju, to retreat, knowing they would be of little help. Understanding the gesture, Long Ju and the ghost generals withdrew, focusing on preventing the escape of Ting. Sun Wukong looked at Faping with concern. Third brother, be careful. Faping gave a confident smile. Don't worry, seventh brother. This ancient beast is outdated and no match for us without magic. Sun Wukong nodded and stepped back, his desire to break through to the golden immortal stage growing stronger. With a flick of its tail, Yayu caused pale flames to rise from the ground. Faping warned, be careful, this is the extinguishing pale flame. It's even more dangerous than the Samadhi true fire. The Ghost King of Mount Mang nodded gravely, drawing his demonic sword, which exuded a sinister aura, growing stronger by the moment. The two golden immortals launched a fierce attack, combining sword chi and spells, but Yayu seemed unfazed. It merely swirled its tail to stir the extinguishing pale flame, forcing the two to dodge frantically. Sensing the dire situation, the Ghost King sought Faping's help. Pung Demon King, do you have a way to bind it even for a moment? I'll use my demonic sword to strike it down. Faping agreed, transforming into a towering black-feathered rock and exhaling a chilling breath. Ice crystals quickly enveloped Yayu, freezing its movements. Now, Mount Mang, the rock urgently shouted. Seizing the moment, the Ghost King gripped his sword with both hands, demonic energy swirling around him. Yellow Spring Slash, he roared, aiming a powerful strike at Yayu's head. However, the ice on Yayu shattered instantly, and it spewed a stream of black gas. The Ghost King couldn't dodge in time, his body half corroded, but he was saved from destruction by the protective power of his ghostly essence. He flew aside to recover quickly, eyes filled with fear. Yayu spewed black gas again, this time targeting the black-feathered rock. The rock, too large to evade, hastily transformed back into human form, narrowly avoiding the attack. Faping panted as he dodged. Mount Mang, this isn't working. My ice path can't seal it. The two golden immortals were forced to retreat under Yayu's relentless assault, barely managing to defend themselves, let alone counterattack. Seeing this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said to Long Ju, Brother Long Ju, protect me. I have a secret technique that might subdue Yayu, but I need to concentrate fully. Long Ju was startled, but relented after Sun Wukong's serious explanation. He signaled to Zhong Limo and the iron-faced ghost, and the three ghost warriors formed a protective circle around Sun Wukong, guarding against any surprise attacks from Ting. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and summoned the Underworld book. A mysterious altar materialized out of thin air. Sun Wukong focused intensely, extracting a wisp of Yayu's essence from the void. He carefully placed this barely perceptible wisp on the altar and began to manipulate the threads of fate. As his magic flowed, countless lines of causality intertwined like a dense spider web, making one's skin crawl. Yayu, being an ancient fierce beast, had an intricacy of fate far beyond Sun Wukong's expectations. He couldn't help but gasp, then forced himself to calm down and conceal the finer threads of causality. Eventually, 3 threads emitting a powerful aura became distinct. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before choosing the thread with the slightly weaker aura. However, as soon as he touched the thread, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed in his mind. His soul trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, in the endless void, a massive beast drifted aimlessly, its eyes closed as if lifeless. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, exuding an aura of death and malevolence that triggered primal fear. Yayu! The beast growled with deep resentment, then tore through the void. Yayu, who was fiercely battling the Ghost King of Mongshan and Faping, suddenly tensed, his muscles tight as if facing a formidable enemy. This unusual behavior left Faping and the Ghost King of Mongshan bewildered. Despite his weakness, Sun Wukong urgently said to Long Che, "Brother Long Che, quickly, tell the Ghost King of Mongshan and my third brother to retreat. Yayu's nemesis is coming." Long Che didn't dare delay and immediately shouted, "King, Lord Peng Demon King, Yayu's nemesis is coming. Retreat quickly." Faping and the Ghost King of Mongshan flew to Sun Wukong's side without hesitation. Before they could ask what was happening, a terrifying aura, no less menacing than Yayu's, descended upon them. A beast radiating death and evil tore through space, appearing in Dongxing Shenzhou. The moment it appeared, all plant life within hundreds of miles withered and died. "Tao Wu!" Yayu roared, his anger tinged with an almost imperceptible fear. Tao Wu, the legendary king of northern beasts, had mysteriously vanished in ancient times. Sun Wukong's manipulation of fate had unexpectedly summoned this mythical creature. Tao Wu's arrival in the Three Realms was a development that even the heavenly court couldn't ignore. The Jade Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he instructed Taibai Jinxing, "Taibai, summon the gods of the Thunder Department and set up a net of heaven and earth. Once Tao Wu and Yayu are both weakened, capture them alive for me." The Jade Emperor chuckled and added, "Ha ha ha, the legendary king of fierce beasts, appearing simultaneously. If I can subdue them, the heavenly court will gain 2 more formidable warriors." At the summit of Ling Mountain, the atmosphere inside the great Buddha Hall was tense. The Buddha was in seclusion, and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit had gathered the various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain to discuss the crisis triggered by the appearance of the ancient beast Tao Wu in the Three Realms. With a piercing gaze, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit scanned the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and spoke in a solemn tone. "The ancient beast Tao Wu has appeared in Dongxing Shenzhou. Esteemed ones, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Bodhisattva Guanyin, with a compassionate expression, was the first to speak. "The beast is an enemy of all beings in the Three Realms. Its havoc is our responsibility to quell. We must immediately send skilled practitioners to subdue it." An elderly monk with a weathered face voiced his concern. "But what about our agreement with the Heavenly Court?" Ling Mountain and the Heavenly Court agreed not to interfere in the doctrinal disputes of Dongxing Shenzhou. Bodhisattva Guanyin shook her head and explained, "The chaos caused by the beast is beyond doctrinal disputes. It is a catastrophe for all of Dongxing Shenzhou. Our intervention is solely to subdue the beast, and has nothing to do with doctrinal conflicts." "Indeed, indeed, Bodhisattva Guanyin speaks wisely," praised Buddha Kitagarbha, a look of approval on his face. As the Buddhas were discussing, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed through the hall. Buddha Maitreya strode in, not even pausing to bow, and said, "Ha ha ha, in that case, why not have Bodhisattva Guanyin go to Dongxing Shenzhou herself?" Buddha Maitreya's sudden appearance caused the Buddhas to frown, their eyes showing undisguised disdain. Despite their displeasure, they had to tolerate him due to his power and status. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit frowned and asked, "Uncle Maitreya, why are you here?" Buddha Maitreya, unconcerned, laughed, "Jin Shanzi, I heard Guanyin say the beast is an enemy of all beings. What do you think?" The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit furrowed his brows. "What do you mean by that, uncle?" Buddha Maitreya shrugged. "Oh, nothing much. Just heard that you, Jin Shanzi, are also from the lineage of ancient beasts, so I thought I'd ask." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit suppressed his anger and responded in a low voice, "I have shed my Jin Shanzi form and severed all ties with the ancient beasts." "Your words are out of line, uncle." Buddha Maitreya, relentless, changed the topic. "Sever ties, good, sever ties. By the way, when will Elder Duobao come out of seclusion? Since Ananda turned demonic and fled to Shinyo Hajo, we should capture him quickly to avoid future troubles." Seeing Buddha Maitreya's disruption, Bodhisattva Guanyin finally intervened. "Buddha Maitreya, we are discussing how to deal with Tao Wu, not Ananda. If you have nothing else, return to your temple and meditate on your joyous Zen." Buddha Maitreya laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Guanyin. Is a mere Tao Wu worth such alarm from all of you? Even if you're not that capable, subduing Tao Wu shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Bodhisattva Guanyin replied seriously, "Subduing Tao Wu is not difficult for me, but the heavenly court." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, unwilling to let Buddha Maitreya continue disrupting, decisively ordered, "Since Uncle Maitreya has spoken, Bodhisattva Guanyin, please go to Dongxing Shenzhou and ensure that the beast Tao Wu is brought back to Ling Mountain." Just as Bodhisattva Guanyin was about to agree, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall, "Umitba, the beast Tao Wu is powerful. I am willing to assist Bodhisattva Guanyin." A monk dressed in a blue robe, holding a lotus flower, walked into the great Buddha hall. The sight of this monk made all the Buddhas frown. "Umitba," whispered the Buddha of Sandalwood Merits, a barely perceptible trace of worry crossing his face. He glanced at the newly arrived Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, contemplating silently. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, one of the 8 great bodhisattvas under the medicine Buddha, holds a status comparable to that of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Although not a Buddha, his power is formidable, having long achieved the rank of a golden immortal. His arrival undoubtedly adds a layer of complexity to the current situation. The medicine Buddha, also known as Baisajayaguru or the medicine master, is the elder brother of Maitreya Buddha, the future Buddha, and a direct disciple of Amitabha Buddha, one of the 2 saints of Buddhism. As one of the earliest enlightened beings in Buddhism, his profound cultivation commands great respect. With a smile, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva spoke, "By the decree of the medicine Buddha, I, Mahastamaprapta, will join Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva in traveling to the eastern continent to subdue the ferocious beast Tawu." These words elicited various reactions from those present. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merits furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the impact of this development on the situation. Meanwhile, deep in the northern sea, the Kuanpung's profound eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. Though not a ferocious beast himself, having been born during the same primordial era, he understood the terror of such creatures, especially Tawu's father, a being who had dominated the ancient wilds during Kuanpung's youth. On Lingtai Mountain, the ancient master Subhuti slowly plucked a hair from his beard, his brows knitted in concern. The emergence of Tawu, triggered by Sun Wukong, left this ancient sage somewhat speechless. While Tawu itself did not pose a significant threat to Master Subhuti, the entity behind Tawu warranted serious consideration. Across the 3 realms, many powerful beings who were not in seclusion turned their attention to the eastern continent. Seeing Tawu appear, numerous beings recalled the dark era when ancient ferocious beasts roamed freely, and their faces instinctively showed signs of vigilance. If Tawu is still alive, could it be that Xiongqi and Taodai also remain? This question arose in the minds of many powerful beings, casting a shadow over their thoughts. The older in existence, the more they understood the deep and unfathomable nature of the 3 realms, and the more they recognized their own insignificance. In the depths of the eastern sea, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open in a dark place. In an instant, all darkness was dispelled by light, and all creatures in the eastern sea seemed to see 2 eyes like fiery orbs. However, this vision vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea sat on his throne, holding an ancient tome that recorded the secret history of his clan, his face showing a conflicted expression. "Tao Wu," he murmured softly, ultimately letting out a deep sigh as he slumped back into his throne, lost in thought. In the skies above Dongxing Shenzhou, 2 ancient fierce beasts engaged in a cataclysmic battle. The figures of Taowu and Yayu clashed in midair, each collision reverberating with thunderous roars. The ferocious aura swept across the land like a hurricane, enveloping all of Dongxing Shenzhou in a shroud of despair. Sun Wukong watched the intense fight with wide-eyed astonishment. He had always prided himself on being unmatched in combat across the 3 realms, but witnessing the clash of these 2 ancient beasts, he truly understood what real battle meant. The blood-pumping scene made Sun Wukong's veins surge with excitement, and he longed to grab his golden cudgel and join the fray. Besides Sun Wukong, Feiping was also deeply shaken by the epic battle. Recalling the words of his ancestors, he sighed and said, "I once heard the ancestors speak of how the fierce beasts dominated the primordial world. Innate gods and fierce beasts fought countless battles, barely managing to defeat them. Seeing these 2 ancient beast kings today, I now understand their true power." The ghost king of Mount Mang remained silent, but his rapid breathing revealed that his inner turmoil was no less than Feiping's. Meanwhile, in the distant Inshan, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was gazing into the void. Through his mystical connection with the pagoda, he could clearly sense the battle between Yayu and Taowu. Having once personally subdued Yayu in ancient times, Ksitigarbha knew well the potential of this fierce beast. If given the chance to shed its beastly form, it could even aspire to become a quasi-sage. This realization left Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva restless. He was concerned that Yayu might fall to Taowu, yet also worried that both beasts would be severely wounded, leaving them vulnerable to others. After much deliberation, Ksitigarbha decided to intervene. With a slight tremor of his body, a fierce-looking monk emerged from within him. "Please, help us," Ksitigarbha addressed the monk, evidently his evil corpse incarnation. The evil corpse grinned and replied, "We are one. No need for formalities." With that, he tore open the void and stepped in. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred by the banks of the forgetting river. A mysterious figure wearing a conical hat cast a fishing line, the transparent thread silently piercing the void and trapping Ksitigarbha's evil corpse. Sensing his evil corpse being trapped but unaware of the perpetrator, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was furious. He realized he had to act personally, but was torn had vowed not to achieve Buddhahood until all hells were empty, and the evil spirits of Inshan were key to his path, making him reluctant to leave. Yet, both Yayu and his evil corpse were too important to lose. Finally, Ksitigarbha made a decision. He divided his body, creating a benevolent corpsey monk in white robes identical to himself. Friend, I need to leave Yinshan. Please guard this place diligently, Xitigarbha solemnly instructed. The white-robed Xitigarbha smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, with me here, Yinshan will be safe. Blessed be, Xitigarbha chanted, taking one last deep look at Yinshan before tearing open the void and departing. He planned to capture Taowu first and then rescue his trapped evil corpse. At that moment, Meng Po at the head of the Bridge of Helplessness revealed a mysterious smile. As she stirred the large cauldron, she softly muttered, "That little monkey sure knows how to cause trouble, but this old woman likes it." She then created several avatars to continue brewing Meng Po soup, while her true form quietly slipped into the void. As Xitigarbha Bodhisattva traversed the void, intending to descend upon Dongxing Shenzhou, he suddenly realized the void was being confined, preventing even his quasi-sage power from tearing through. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he gripped his nine-ringed staff and shouted, "Who dares to confine me? Show yourself!" No sooner had he spoken than an elderly woman in green appeared behind him, a chessboard laid out before her. It was Meng Po. She spoke calmly, "Xitigarbha, I wish to invite you for a game of chess." Xitigarbha's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he said in a deep voice, "Meng Po, are you determined to oppose me?" Unfazed, Meng Po gently stroked the chessboard and replied leisurely, "The world is like a chessboard, and we are all merely pieces. Xitigarbha, we've been neighbors for ages. How about a game today?" Xitigarbha squinted, his tone cold. "What if I refuse?" The smile on Meng Po's face gradually faded, and an icy aura began to emanate from her. She slowly stood up, her voice low, "Then I will have to teach you a lesson." "What?" Xitigarbha's face showed a look of surprise. Meng Po suddenly overturned the chessboard, scattering the pieces. As she stood up, her old face rapidly turned youthful, and sharp bone spikes began to sprout all over her body. In an instant, the kind and gentle Meng Po was replaced by a terrifying creature covered in bone spikes, exuding an endless chill, standing before Xitigarbha. "Xianming." Xitigarbha's lips curled into a bitter smile. "I never imagined that Meng Po of the Underworld is actually the ancestral witch Xianming." Even as a quasi-saint, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Xianming coldly stared at Xitigarbha, completely different from the previously gentle Meng Po. Her face was as cold as a mountain, like a merciless killing machine. "I told you, I would teach you a lesson." Xianming spread her arms, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped Xitigarbha. The might of the ancient ancestral which Xianming forced the quasi-saint to focus all his attention on her. Boom! The two mighty beings clashed fiercely, causing the entire void to tremble violently. As one of the 12 ancestral witches and the only one still alive, Xuanming's power had long reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. Although Xitigarbha was a supreme figure in Buddhism, he inevitably fell into a disadvantage against Xianming. Meanwhile, in the skies above Dongxing Shenzhou, a massive net of heavenly soldiers and generals was set up, with 360 thunder generals from the Thunder Department, each taking their positions to prevent two ancient fierce beasts from escaping. When Zhong watched the fierce battle between Taowu and Yayu, and said to the Thunder General Xian Huan beside him, "Xian Huan, these ancient fierce beasts are even more bloodthirsty and belligerent than the legendary witches. If not for their low intelligence, we cultivators would have long become their food." Xian Huan laughed. "Master Puhua, you jest. These two fierce beasts are formidable, but they are merely at the Deluo Jingxian level." When Zhong shook his head and was about to explain, "Taowu and Yayu are called the kings of ancient fierce beasts, but the true king of fierce beasts is not them, it is." Before he could finish, when Zhong suddenly sensed the approach of a powerful being and immediately fell silent. Amitabha, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva appeared. Looking at the heavenly net before them with displeasure, ancient fierce beasts wreak havoc in the three realms. We have come to subdue them. When Guanyin Bodhisattva and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva descended upon Dongxing Divine Continent, the sight of the sky filled with heavenly soldiers and generals made the two bodhisattvas frown. Zhong stepped forward and directly asked why they had left the West to come here. With a righteous expression, Guanyin declared that the Buddhist sect had come to subdue an ancient beast causing chaos across the three realms. Understanding the Buddhist sect's intentions, Zhong laughed and said the beast was nothing to fear, inviting the bodhisattvas to watch the battle. Guanyin insisted on the Buddhist mission to save all beings, prompting Zhong to order the gods to assist the bodhisattvas. The thunder gods escorted the two bodhisattvas into the formation, and Guanyin immediately sensed a subtle pressure. Mahastamaprapta, however, didn't perceive Zhong's intentions and still thought the heavenly court was yielding. Guanyin shook her head silently, deciding to subdue the Taowu first before finding a way to escape. The Taowu, locked in fierce combat with the Yayu, sensed the danger and emitted divine light to push back its opponent, warily scanning the void. The Yayu also became aware of the threat. Seeing this, Di Ting's unease grew stronger. Sun Wukong gazed at the powerful formation in the void, reflecting on his past arrogance. Faping explained the origins and strength of the Thunder Gods, and Sun Wukong recognized Wang Lingguan. The King of Ghosts of Mount Mang suggested they take advantage of the chaos to leave. Sun Wukong displayed the Netherworld token, indicating it could open a path for their departure. Everyone agreed happily and quickly entered the chaotic vortex to escape. Noticing Sun Wukong and the others leaving, Wanzhong was slightly surprised but did not intervene, keeping his focus on the Taowu and Yayu. The air was thick with a dreadful aura. Taowu's mouth issued a bizarre tone, speaking in an ancient divine language. Its voice was like the grating of metal, creating ominous ripples in the atmosphere. In an instant, 100 golden lotuses appeared behind Mahasthammaprapta Bodhisattva, each radiating a dazzling light, forming an impenetrable shield. His eyes narrowed as he focused intently on Taowu, ready to strike and subdue the ancient beast at any moment. As for the nearby Yayu, Mahasthammaprapta knew that it had already been subdued by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, so he paid it no further mind. Standing to the side, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva shook his head silently. Though he didn't belong to the lineage of the future Buddha, nor was he a direct disciple of the Tathagata, his gaze swept across the battlefield. Memories of his own origins came to mind. Once a golden immortal of Chan sect, he had followed the ancient Buddha Ranning into Buddhism, abandoning Taoism for the Buddhist path. He should have attained Buddhahood, but due to Laozi's machinations, Randing lost the position of the Buddhist leader. Consequently, Avalokitesvara only achieved the rank of Bodhisattva. This history created an unresolvable tension between Avalokitesvara and the Tathagata. Now, to confront the lineage of the future Buddha, they had reluctantly allied, and Avalokitesvara had to serve the Tathagata. However, Avalokitesvara, known for his shrewdness, understood well that both the Tathagata and Maitreya had sages backing them. Only Randing was weak and isolated. To gain power, Avalokitesvara had to align with one of the two. Initially, Avalokitesvara thought that since both he and the Tathagata had converted from Taoism to Buddhism, aligning with the Tathagata would earn him more favor. However, it turned out that the Tathagata merely treated him as a tool, giving him all the hard and thankless tasks while withholding any real benefits. Realizing this, Avalokitesvara began to reconsider his position. Umitba, Avalokitesvara murmured softly, his gaze falling on the back of Mahasthammaprapta, a flicker of unfathomable intent in his eyes. At that moment, Mahasthammaprapta spoke sternly, "Vile beast, you have wreaked havoc across the 3 realms. Now that I am here, will you not swiftly surrender?" His voice was filled with authority, and the golden lotus in his hand emitted a blinding light. Taowu sneered in response, "Ignorant fool." Once the king of ancient fierce beasts, ruling the entire north, Taowu saw no reason to fear Mahasthammaprapta, despite his status as a great golden immortal. Infuriated, Mahasthammaprapta swung his golden lotus, sending a brilliant beam of Buddha's light shooting towards Taowu. This seemingly simple light contained a powerful divine technique known as Buddha's radiance. As the Buddha's light struck Taowu, it seemed capable of incinerating everything. Wisps of blue smoke rose from Taowu's massive body, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Roar! Taowu howled to the sky, its roar shaking the heavens and causing the very space to tremble. In the next instant, Taowu's form moved like lightning, hurtling towards Mahasthammaprapta with blinding speed. Mahasthammaprapta remained unafraid, the golden lotuses around him igniting to form a blazing barrier of flames. Just as the situation became critical, Taowu suddenly spewed a breath of blood-red miasma. Die! With Taowu's roar, the blood-red miasma, like a sharp blade, tore through Mahasthammaprapta's fiery barrier in an instant. Mahasthammaprapta was taken aback, quickly transforming into a beam of Buddha's light to evade the attack. He narrowly avoided the blood-red miasma, but the powerful impact still made him stagger back. Gazing at the destroyed lotus platform, Mahasthammaprapta swallowed hard. He had assumed that, as both he and Taowu were great golden immortals, their powers would be comparable. He hadn't expected Taowu to be so overwhelmingly strong. If not for his timely evasion, he might have faced severe injury. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived in the Underworld, coincidentally landing right in front of the Ghost Gate. The gatekeepers, Shuntu and Yulei, sensed the presence of powerful beings and hurried to close the gate. Quick on his feet, Sun Wukong brandished Meng Po's token. Upon seeing the token, Shuntu exchanged a glance with Yulei, their eyes briefly scanning the deliberately concealed aura of the Ghost King of Mongshan, and ultimately decided to open the gate. Sun Wukong bowed in gratitude and led Faping and the others through the gate in single file. Yulei, watching the Ghost King of Mongshan's retreating figure, hesitated and said, "Brother, those figures are clearly spirits, yet they lack the aura of Underworld envoys. Are we just going to let them in?" A sly smile appeared on Shintu's face. Why should we meddle? That monkey has the token of that esteemed one. Even if something goes wrong, it's that esteemed one's responsibility, not ours. Yulei pondered for a moment, and then understood. Brother, you're wise. He thought to himself that as a mere gatekeeper deity, there was no need to invite trouble. The group reached the head of the Naiha Bridge, where Meng Po's avatar stood, stirring the pot of soup with a serene smile, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Sun Wukong bowed to her, but receiving no response, he took a deep breath and said to Faping, Third brother, let's head to Yinshan. At that moment, on Yinshan Mountain, the white-robed Xidigarbha was sitting on a meditation mat, chanting scriptures. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his voice gentle yet tinged with caution. Amitabha, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? The void trembled, and a tall man stepped out. He cupped his hands and said, Xidigarbha Bodhisattva, I've long admired you. His tone was calm, devoid of any worldly air. Curiosity flickered in Xidigarbha's eyes. Amitabha, your cultivation is profound, yet I find you quite unfamiliar. The man laughed heartily. Xidigarbha Bodhisattva, though you attained enlightenment in ancient times, I did so even before you. Xidigarbha was astonished. Enlightened before ancient times? What brings you here? The man smiled. I've heard of Xidigarbha Bodhisattva's great wisdom and came specifically to seek your counsel. Xidigarbha gladly agreed. Excellent, excellent. I would be honored to discuss the way with you. The man waved his hand, and an ancient stone door, exuding a dense aura of chaos, appeared in the void. He gestured invitingly. Xidigarbha Bodhisattva, shall we step inside for a chat? Xidigarbha hesitated briefly, but his curiosity got the better of him. After setting up the 10 burial Buddha formation on Yinshan, he stepped through the door. Seeing this, the man's face showed an inscrutable smile as he murmured, Xianming, the task you've assigned is complete. Now, let's see how you drive Xidigarbha out of the underworld. Before the words had fully left his mouth, both the man and the stone door vanished without a trace. Soon after, Sun Wukong and his group arrived at Yinshan. The Ghost King of Mongshan suddenly blocked their path, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Xidigarbha's 10 burial Buddha formation, I almost fell for it. As a soul who had once escaped from Yinshan, the Ghost King of Mongshan was intimately familiar with Xidigarbha's formations. Sun Wukong, knowing little about the formation, quickly asked, 10 burial Buddha formation. What kind of formation is that? The Ghost King of Mang Mountain coldly revealed a shocking secret. In ancient times, Xidigarbha was also known as the Earth Burial Buddha. It is said that his true form was a ferocious beast from antiquity, subdued by a sage of the Buddhist sect, who then transformed him into Xidigarbha. The 10 burial Buddha formation is said to be created using his beast form as its foundation, making it extremely deadly. Any living being who enters will die, and any wandering soul that touches it will perish. This revelation made everyone present look grave. Faping furrowed his brows, deep in thought. As a disciple of the Kuanping ancestor, he was well versed in the art of formations and understood the terror of a powerful one. Even though they had 2 great golden immortals and 4 Tai golden immortals in their group, falling into such a deadly formation could spell doom for even the mightiest of them. As the group pondered over the situation, the Ghost King of Mang Mountain suddenly displayed a confident smile and said, if it were anywhere else, even I would have no solution against the 10 burial Buddha formation. But here in the Yin Mountain, I am the master. Sun Wukong and Faping exchanged surprised glances, clearly not expecting such confidence from the Ghost King. The Ghost King gestured for everyone to step back and then raised an ancient demonic sword, chanting an obscure incantation. In an instant, a mystical aura emanated from the sword, and simultaneously, the yellow springs of the underworld began to churn violently. The Ghost King felt his power surge rapidly from the early stage of Great Golden Immortal to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and finally stabilizing at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal realm. Faping was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. The Ghost King had initially been at the same level as him, just entering the Great Golden Immortal stage, but within moments, he had ascended to its pinnacle. This leap was as vast as the chasm between a Tai Golden Immortal and a Great Golden Immortal, truly astonishing. The Ghost King gazed at the Yin Mountain and declared loudly, I, the Ghost King of Mang Mountain, fulfill my ancient promise today. I will release you from the underworld prison. Ghosts of Yin Mountain, heed my command and prepare to escape this sea of suffering with me. Inside the Yin Mountain, powerful Ghost Kings like the Ghost King of Slaughter were taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. The Monkey King looked at the Ghost King of Slaughter in confusion, who shook his head, indicating he had no idea. When did we ever make an agreement with the Ghost King of Mang Mountain? The unparalleled Ghost King, however, was indifferent. Who cares about any agreement? If the Ghost King of Mang Mountain wants to release us, that's all the better. I've had enough of this wretched place. The other Ghost Kings echoed his sentiment, clearly eager to leave the Yin Mountain. Just as the Ghost King of Slaughter was about to speak, the entire Een Mountain shook violently. 9 powerful streams of ghostly energy erupted from the ground. The sheer strength of this force alarmed all the Ghost Kings present. These 9 streams gradually coalesced into 9 formidable ghostly figures, each with a single horn protruding from their foreheads. These 9 ghostly figures slowly opened their blood-red eyes, and the single horn on their foreheads emitted an aura of dread. In unison they said, "King, you have finally returned." This sudden turn of events made the already complex situation even more bewildering. The true identity of the Ghost King of Mang Mountain, the appearance of these 9 mysterious figures, and their reference to King brought more questions than answers. Meanwhile, the threat of the 10 burial Buddha formation still loomed over everyone, making its resolution the most urgent matter at hand. The Demon King of Slaughter stared in horror at the sudden appearance of 9 powerful Ghost Clan warriors, each at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Even with his formidable strength, it was the first time he realized such powerful beings existed within Een Mountain. A Ghost Clan member with a single horn merely glanced at him, and the Demon King of Slaughter, known for his ruthlessness, nearly stepped back. "We are the 9 Ghost Lords of the Underworld," the single-horned Ghost Clan member said indifferently. "You young ones, in our presence, why are you not paying your respects?" The title of Ghost Lord held even more reverence than that of a Ghost King. The Monkey King suddenly spoke. "Ghost Lords? The legendary 9 ancient fiends of the Underworld. I never thought you would be imprisoned in Een Mountain." He seemed to have some knowledge about the Ghost Lords. Before the Demon King of Slaughter could inquire further, one of the Ghost Lords extended his hands and began drawing runes in the air. As the runes manifested, a crown exuding a dark aura appeared above Een Mountain. "Prepare yourselves." The 9 Ghost Lords exchanged glances, and each channeled their inner power to activate the crown. Outside Een Mountain, the Mongshan Ghost King had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, holding an ancient demonic sword, waiting silently for a response from within Een Mountain. Sun Wukong curiously observed the Mongshan Ghost King, who was floating with his eyes closed, wanting to ask Long Chia, but Long Chia, Zhongliamo, and the Iron-Masked Ghost General all shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Mongshan Ghost King opened his eyes. At that moment, the restriction set by Fengdu Emperor inside Een Mountain was activated, combining 10 restrictions in a mysterious way to form the apparition of Fengdu Emperor. The crown floated out of Een Mountain and settled on the apparition's head. A sigh, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed. Sun Wukong's eyes glowed with golden light, attempting to discern the apparition's face, but found it shrouded in a thin mist, impenetrable despite his immense power. The apparition gave the Mongshan Ghost King a deep look before stepping into the 10 burying Buddha formation left by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. There was no fierce battle. Both the formation and the apparition vanished silently, leaving only the ancient crown on the ground. The Mongshan Ghost King waved his hand to summon the crown and, as if inspired, put it on. 9 powerful auras emerged from Een Mountain, looking excitedly at the Mongshan Ghost King wearing the crown. Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence. A fierce-looking monk in black robes appeared from the void, none other than the evil corpse of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, black-robed Ksitigarbha. He glared at the Mongshan Ghost King and the escaping evil ghosts, emanating a dense killing intent. "You vile ghosts are courting death," black-robed Ksitigarbha said coldly. "This is bad. It's an avatar of a Kwasa saint. The king hasn't awakened yet. We can't let this Kwasa saint's avatar ruin things," the single-horned Ghost Lord, leader of the 9, quickly decided. "Li, protect the king and leave. The 8 of us will hold off this Kwasa saint's avatar." The 9th Ghost Lord, Li, nodded in agreement, approached the Mongshan Ghost King, and tore open the void to leave. "Foolishness," black-robed Ksitigarbha sneered, summoning a blood-dripping longsword and slashing towards the void. Enormous power instantly tore several black vortices in the void, signs of complete spatial destruction. "Stop him!" The 8 Ghost Lords simultaneously formed a seal, merging into a single, towering 100 hang tall, ferocious one-horned demon, with an aura nearly reaching the Kwasa Saint realm. The one-horned evil ghost of the 8 ghosts devouring soul curse opened its blood-red mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood exuding black mist. This eerie blood twisted and contorted in the air, eventually forming an ancient symbol. As soon as the symbol appeared, the black-robed Ksitigarbha became alert, his entire body tensed. Seizing the moment, the one-horned evil ghost activated the symbol and aimed it at the black-robed Ksitigarbha. The black-robed Ksitigarbha swiftly raised his sword, its light like a rainbow, slashing directly at the symbol. In an instant, the two forces collided and fell into a stalemate. "Everyone, run!" A shout pierced the silence. The ghosts of Een Mountain, seeing this, didn't hesitate and scattered like ghostly mist in all directions. Having been trapped in Een Mountain for so long, they finally saw a chance for escape and couldn't afford to think about anything else. Sun Wukong, seeing the dire situation, knew that a battle of quasi-saint level was not something they, as Tai Golden Immortals, could intervene in. He turned to Fei Peng and urgently said, "Third brother, we need to leave now. That one-horned evil ghost won't be able to hold off the Xidagarba king for long. If we don't go now, we won't get another chance." Fei Peng nodded in agreement, and the two of them, along with the group of ghosts, fled into the distance. Amid the chaos, Sun Wukong and Fei Peng didn't notice the presence of Yu Ruanwang, and Yu Ruanwang didn't see them either, causing the three brothers to miss each other by chance. At the center of the battlefield, the black-robed Xidagarba displayed the power of a quasi-saint. With a single sword strike, he shattered the one-horned evil ghost symbol. The sword in his hand was formed from the tooth of the ancient fierce beast Zong, ranking as a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure. The sword's light flashed and heavily struck the one-horned evil ghost. The one-horned evil ghost was split into 8 parts by the strike, transforming into 8 ghost lords. The 8 ghosts exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement, and simultaneously chanted, "Today, we sacrifice our true spirits to summon our master's power to slay the enemy." As soon as the words fell, eerie green flames ignited on the 8 ghosts, quickly incinerating them into 8 pure energy streams that eventually coalesced into a peculiar rune. The black-robed Xidagarba frowned, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What is this? He vaguely sensed an impending crisis. Suddenly, the rune fluctuated violently, and a giant finger, as if traversing the river of time, descended abruptly, pointing directly at the black-robed Xidagarba's head. The black-robed Xidagarba was shocked and hastily mobilized all his powers to resist. Boom! The black-robed Xidagarba barely managed to fend off this earth-shattering strike, but the cost was severe. His entire body was covered in cracks like porcelain, teetering on the brink of collapse. To be severely injured across time, this is the power of reincarnation. Who could possess such ability? The black-robed Xidagarba muttered in disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, his body emitted cracking sounds and eventually shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the void. King Yama sat solemnly in the dimly lit hall. A panicked ghost messenger burst in, breathlessly reporting, "Your Majesty, the ghosts of Een Mountain have revolted and broken through the blockade." King Yama nodded slightly, his expression calm as if he had anticipated this. He spoke in a deep voice, "Notify all departments, let everyone do their duty, and do not act rashly." The ghost messenger was momentarily stunned, but then hurriedly left to relay the orders across the underworld. King Yama stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the dark night sky of the netherworld. With a sigh, he murmured, "I hope, after tomorrow, we will still be brothers." The news spread like wildfire through the underworld. Qing Guangwang, Song Diwang, and the other 10 kings of the underworld quickly received the reports of the Een Mountain uprising. Surprisingly, they all independently made the same decision to maintain their duties and refrain from any rash actions. A middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow robe, ranked 3rd among the 10 kings of the underworld, Song Diwang, had a peculiar smile on his face. The judge beside him, filled with worry, asked, "Your Majesty, should we not send troops to suppress the evil spirits? The ghosts of Een Mountain are malevolent spirits condemned to eternal damnation. If they are allowed to wreak havoc in the underworld or escape to the human world, it will be difficult to explain to the heavenly court." Song Diwang responded with a serene smile. Why should the underworld need to explain anything to the heavenly court? The judge was momentarily speechless, puzzled by the usually low-profile underworld's sudden change in attitude. Meanwhile, a mysterious man, clad in imperial robes with his face shrouded in black mist, arrived at a dark, eerie sea. For ominous ghostly auras emerged from the sea, transforming into 4 terrifying heads that cackled. "You finally came to see us. Are you here to set us free?" These 4 heads were Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang, the 4 primordial ghost gods who had existed since the birth of the netherworld. Violent and voracious, they were eventually defeated and imprisoned by the Emperor of Fengdu. The man spoke coldly, "Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang, the netherworld is in turmoil. This is your only chance to escape. I will break the seal set by the Emperor of Fengdu, but whether you can break out of the netherworld depends on your abilities." The 4 ghost gods clamored wildly, eager for the man to release them. He approached a stone stele exuding a sinister aura, inscribed with the ancient characters, "Soul-suppressing steel." Gathering his strength, he struck the stele with a powerful punch. The stele trembled, and a phantom emerged, angrily rebuking, "How dare you? You dare to break the seal set by me." This phantom was none other than the legendary Emperor of Fengdu. The man respectfully bowed before drawing a menacing sword, coldly stating, "Your Majesty, you are already dead. The rules you set should change." The phantom unleashed a massive wave with a single palm strike. The man swung his sword, dispersing the wave and causing the phantom to vanish. With a furious shout, He slashed at the soul-suppressing steel, shattering it into pieces without the Emperor of Fengdu's power to reinforce it. For powerful ghostly auras surged from the Sea of Hell, greedily absorbing the energy of the Netherworld to replenish their long-depleted bodies. Qi, Mei Wang, and Liang laughed maniacally, asserting their dominance. They knew that with the fall of the Emperor of Fengdu, there were no older ghost gods in the Netherworld than themselves. They had deceived the man in imperial robes. Their goal was not merely to escape the Sea of Hell, but to seize control of the entire Netherworld. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged from the Sea of Hell, causing ripples of dark energy that shook the entire underworld. By the banks of the Forgetting River, a mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat immediately sensed the disturbance. He was about to investigate when he suddenly groaned in pain, looking down to see blood seeping from a wound on his chest, a remnant from an earlier encounter with the black-clad Xidagarba. The man with the bamboo hat hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to ignore it. Forget it. Let it be. Those 4 ancient demons can't stir up much trouble after all this time, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with fatigue. Meanwhile, deep within the underworld, King Qingguang, dressed in his black imperial robes, abruptly lifted his head. His gaze pierced through layers of mist, directly towards the Sea of Hell. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. By the time King Qingguang appeared at the edge of the Sea of Hell, the other 9 Yama Kings had already gathered. Their eyes were all fixed on the 4 bizarre figures frantically absorbing power, each with a look of grave concern. Those are the 4 ancient demons Qimei, Wang Liang, and their kin whom his majesty had suppressed in the Sea of Hell, King Yanluo murmured, his eyes scanning his 9 peers, as if trying to deduce who might be involved in this. King Qingguang interrupted King Yanluo's speculation with a cold snort. Yanluo, let's deal with these 4 demons first, he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. King Zhuanluan nodded in agreement, instantly conjuring a ghostly spear. Without a word, he launched a fierce attack on the Qimei and Wang Liang. However, the 4 demons paid no heed to the Yama Kings. They had now regained their unique forms. Qimei was a grotesquely obese creature with a gigantic mouth that took up most of its head. Mei had transformed into a seductive woman, but her hair, made of baby skulls, was horrifying. Wang appeared to be an ordinary ghost but had 2 sharp bone spikes sprouting from its shoulders like devil's horns. Liang was a 2-headed demon, with a male and a female face eerily sharing the same body. You insolent whelps, the 4 demons sneered in unison. When we ruled the underworld, you were nothing. And now you think you can take us down? Despite their arrogant words, the 4 demons knew their strength had waned. After being suppressed for countless ages, their power was no longer what it once was. Though they still held the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, their actual combat prowess had diminished to less than 70% of their peak. King Zhuanluan remained unprovoked by their taunts. He calmly replied, this is no longer the ancient era. It's not your time anymore. If you had stayed quietly in the Sea of Hell, you might have kept your lives. But since you've chosen this path, you have only yourselves to blame. With that, King Zhuanluan's ghostly spear transformed into a swarm of giant serpents, which surged toward Wang. Even Wang's expression changed at the overwhelming assault. An epoch had passed, and the once invincible 4 great demons of the underworld were no longer the unstoppable forces they used to be. Under King Zhuanluan's relentless attack, Wang's body trembled violently, and with a muffled explosion, blood splattered. Ugh. The 10 kings of the underworld were once obscure figures in the realm overrun by malevolent spirits, but now they have ascended to the status of great Luo Golden Immortals. Faced with these 10 formidable opponents, the malevolent spirits quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Qi opened its massive, blood-red maw, unleashing a powerful suction force, attempting to devour King Bianqing. However, King Bianqing swiftly formed a hand seal, delivering a precise strike to Qi's eye, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. King Yanluo formed hand seals with both hands and summoned the Yanluo seal, striking one of Liang's heads with great force. Liang let out a hideous scream of agony, and the other head was not spared either. King Zhuanluan followed closely, and his Zhuanluan seal whistled through the air. Liang, caught between the 2 kings, could only defend itself clumsily. Mei attempted to confuse King Taishan with an illusion, its eyes emitting a sinister glow. King Taishan sneered and revealed a peachwood staff in his hand, a primal treasure born from the heavens and earth, containing mysterious powers to dispel illusions. As the illusion shattered, Mei panicked and tried to flee. King Taishan swung the peachwood staff, and a pink light flashed. Mei let out a scream and turned into ghostly vapor, only to collide with King Qingguang. As the leader of the 10 kings of the underworld, King Qingguang had reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, his power unfathomable. With a slight tremor of his long sword, he instantly reduced Mei to ashes with a sharp burst of sword energy. After Mei's demise, Qi, Wang, and Liang also fell one after another under King Qingguang's sword. These 4 ancient malevolent spirits, who had once dominated an era, were annihilated on the very day they were freed. The 10 kings exchanged glances and, with a mutual nod, departed from the Sea of Hell. As they left, King Yinluo cast a deep look at King Qingguang, a look filled with an emotion he himself could not fully comprehend. Meanwhile, countless evil spirits who had escaped from Yinfeng Mountain were battling the Underworld soldiers, plunging the entire Underworld into chaos. But under the orders of the 10 kings, the soldiers quickly adapted to the battle, recapturing most of the escapees while those who resisted were obliterated. Sun Wukong gathered all the monkey spirits along the way, collecting them all without discrimination, amassing a force of 100,000 in no time. The unmatched Ghost King fled to the Ghost Gate, on the brink of regaining his freedom. Suddenly, a familiar aura approached, causing him to halt. Emerging from the Ghost Gate was the Underworld General Zhang Fei, riding a ghostly steed and wielding his signature 8-foot spear. A servant to 3 masters, I didn't expect you haven't reincarnated yet, Zhang Fei remarked in surprise. The unmatched Ghost King's eyes burned with fury as his Fangtian halberd ignited with ghostly flames. The two clashed like mortal generals, each move and strike honed to lethal perfection. Zhang Fei unleashed his Huanho's 1,000 army break, his 8-foot spear spinning wildly, a black dragon's shadow rising and merging into the weapon. Unmatched in the world, the unmatched Ghost King roared, his ghostly halberd bursting from the ground. As their mortal techniques reached a stalemate, they began to employ their ghostly powers. In the end, Zhang Fei's chest was pierced, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The Ghost King of Wushuang gazed at Zhang Fei, silent and unmoving. If Zhang Fei were still mortal, such injuries would have been fatal. However, for a ghost, these wounds were merely a minor drain on energy that could be easily restored. Zhang Fei did not bother to heal his wounds. Instead, he glanced at Lu Bu before turning to leave. His voice echoed in the ears of the Ghost King of Wushuang. Lu Bu, I can't stop you from breaking through the Ghost Gate, but there are 2 ghost gods, Shintu and Yulei, guarding it. Their strength is on par with mine. Proceed with caution. The Ghost King of Wushuang's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of surprise. But now was not the time for contemplation. He knew that the Underworld would never allow a malevolent spirit from Yin Mountain to escape into the mortal realm and would certainly mobilize all forces to hunt him down. Staying in the Underworld would inevitably lead to his demise. His only chance was to force his way through the Ghost Gate. It's just a gate. When have I ever feared a fight? Roared the Ghost King of Wushuang, his figure moving like lightning as he charged towards the Ghost Gate. Along the way, he slaughtered every ghost guard in his path, his intense killing aura striking fear into the hearts of all defenders. The Monkey King of Yurong descended from the sky, brandishing his banner. A mass of black smoke surged towards the Ghost Gate. Concealed within the black smoke was his true form, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. Suddenly, 7 blood-red characters for kill slashed through the air, radiating boundless murderous intent. The Ghost King of Killing had also arrived. Kill. Shintu and Yulei led the Ghost Guards into battle against the 3 Ghost Kings. The Ghost Gate resounded with the deafening clash of combat, the fighting fierce and brutal. Meanwhile, the battle in Dongxing Divine Continent remained deadlocked. The ferocious beast Tao Dai continuously used his innate abilities to attack Mahasthamarprapta Bodhisattva, despite the Bodhisattva wielding the demon-subduing sword with sword energy sweeping across the battlefield. He struggled to inflict significant damage on Tao Tai. Seeing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva could no longer afford to guard against the heavenly court. She immediately formed a hand seal, summoning divine lightning to strike Tao Tai. When Zhong observed the scene with displeasure flashing in his eyes. While Guanyin's use of lightning was a wise tactic, executing thunder magic in front of the gods of the Thunder Department was tantamount to a provocation. Many of the Thunder Department gods looked visibly annoyed, clearly upset. Imph, Xian Huan, used the Thunder Gathering banner to collect all the thunder within 1,000 miles into the banner. When Zhong commanded with a cold smile, Xian Huan's face lit up with a knowing smile, evidently understanding when Zhong's intentions. Guanyin Bodhisattva originally hailed from the Taoist sect, and her dual cultivation of both Buddhism and Taoism made her far more powerful than an average golden immortal. She comprehended the true essence of water and used it to amplify her thunder techniques, greatly increasing their potency. With her joining the battle, the situation for the ferocious Tao Wu became increasingly perilous. Behold the power of my Kuei water divine thunder. Guanyin swiftly formed hand seals, blue and white lightning flickering at her fingertips, preparing to unleash a devastating thunder attack on Tao Wu. Sensing the imminent danger, Tao Wu bared his fangs slightly, a blood-red aura beginning to coalesce in his mouth as he prepared to counterattack. At this critical moment, something unexpected occurred. Before Guanyin could release her Kuei water divine thunder, it was entirely absorbed by Xian Huan's thunder gathering banner. Guanyin looked down at the faint spark remaining in her palm, her face contorted with anger. Wenzhong, Guanyin managed to shout in fury before she had to quickly activate her Buddhist golden body technique, as Tao Wu's attack was already upon her. Tao Wu unleashed a torrent of powerful blood-red energy, surging like a monstrous wave. If Guanyin's Kuei Water Divine Thunder had been available, she might have been able to repel this force. But now, she had no choice but to endure the ferocious onslaught. The Buddhist golden body was a divine technique created by Zhuanti Buddha Mother, the leader of the Western sect. Due to the lack of spiritual treasures in the West, Zhuanti devised this alternative technique, condensing a golden body using one's own merit. This golden body could serve as an avatar or a treasure, and even if destroyed, it could be reformed using merit. Its power increased with the amount of merit infused, and with sufficient merit, one could form a golden body as powerful as a saint. However, if one possessed that much merit, it was unlikely any Buddhist practitioner would choose to use it solely for the golden body. Crackle! Tao Wu's blood-red energy struck Guanyin's golden body hard, instantly contaminating half of it. Heartbroken, Guanyin retracted her golden body and glanced at the sky before summoning an immortal sword. Mahastamaprapta, let's go. Guanyin wielded the immortal sword, forcing Tao Wu back, and spoke to Mahastamaprapta, who was preparing to attack Tao Wu. Mahastamaprapta was puzzled and asked, Guanyin, with our combined strength, we can surely subdue Tao Wu. Why are we leaving? Guanyin looked at Mahastamaprapta with a hint of helplessness, thinking to herself, though Mahastamaprapta is not the brightest, he is highly talented and greatly valued by the medicine Buddha. If I wish to align with Maitreya Buddha, I must maintain a good relationship with him. Guanyin wanted to explain the current crisis, but at that moment, Tao Wu's attack came again. This time, Tao Wu unleashed a pair of incredibly sharp claws, which tore through the air, enveloping the entire void in their terrifying presence. Thud! Both Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta formed hand seals to cast spells against Tao Wu. However, Tao Wu's attack was so powerful that their spells shattered upon contact, unable to stop his fierce assault. Mahastamaprapta was struck by Tao Wu's tail, sending him crashing into the ground. Though he quickly resurfaced, his disheveled appearance showed he had taken a significant hit. Guanyin fared slightly better, but still looked disheveled under Tao Wu's relentless attacks. Watching the fierce battle between the Buddhist bodhisattvas and Tao Wu, Xian Huan's eyes flashed with a killing intent. He turned to Wenzhong and whispered, Master, should we intervene and eliminate them? Although the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect still maintained a superficial harmony, it was clear to everyone that a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism was inevitable. Wenzhong stroked his beard, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. The Buddhist sect was powerful, on par with the Taoist sect. The Tathagata Buddha was a quasi-saint of immense power, and in the current Heavenly Court, only the reclusive master of the Doshui Palace could confidently face the Tathagata without defeat. Most other deities and immortals were no match for the Tathagata, not to mention that the Buddhist sect had more than one quasi-saint. Being a military man, Wenzhong quickly made a decision. He ordered Xian Huan, return to the Heavenly Court and request the 12 zodiac deities to assist us. We must capture these two Buddhist bodhisattvas. To ensure success, he decided to call for additional reinforcements. Xian Huan nodded, spread his wings, and disappeared in an instant. As Guanyin Bodhisattva was battling the ferocious Tao Wu, she sensed something amiss and immediately grew alarmed. Glancing around, she saw that the entire void was tightly encased by the celestial net and the nine heavens thunder formation, resembling a colossal cage. Guanyin knew all too well that if the Heavenly Court dispatched more experts, she might truly be trapped in Dongxing Shenzhou this time. Not daring to delay any further, Guanyin whispered urgently to the nearby Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Mahastamaprapta, Wenzhong has ill intentions. We must find a way to leave immediately. Mahastamaprapta's face showed disbelief as he questioned, Guanyin, what do you mean by this? Do you think the Heavenly Court would strike against us? Guanyin nodded solemnly and explained, indeed. Wenzhong has included us within the formation, which reveals his nefarious intentions. If we continue to entangle with Tao Wu, we might fall into Wenzhong's trap. She paused and added, do they intend to wage an all-out war against the Buddhist sect? How dare they? Mahastamaprapta remained skeptical. In his view, the Buddhist sect was at its zenith, while the Heavenly Court had long been a paper tiger. He found it hard to believe that the Heavenly Court would provoke Buddhism at this time. Seeing his doubt, Guanyin sighed inwardly. Tao Wu's relentless assaults left her struggling to cope. If Mahastamaprapta insisted on staying, she might have no choice but to abandon her companion and escape alone. In this critical moment, Guanyin secretly transmitted a message to Diding, instructing him to deploy the ferocious Yayu to disrupt the battle and create an opportunity for their escape. Diding hesitated upon receiving the message. After all, his loyalty lay with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was not in the same faction as Guanyin. Diding glanced at Mahastamaprapta. Compared to Guanyin, He trusted this direct disciple of the medicine master lapis lazuli light, King Buddha, more. Though still doubtful of the heavenly court's intentions, Mahasthamarprapta couldn't help but waver as Guanyin repeatedly emphasized the danger. Do as Guanyin says, Mahasthamarprapta transmitted to Diding, and then enter my Buddha land. I'll take you with me. With Mahasthamarprapta's approval, Diding no longer hesitated. He immediately activated the pagoda, releasing Yayu. The moment Yayu appeared, it launched a ferocious attack on Taowu. Simultaneously, Guanyin unleashed her magic treasure, the Jade Pure Bottle, sending a brilliant blue beam straight at Taowu. Sensing the danger, Taowu quickly swatted Yayu away and dodged the white light from the Jade Pure Bottle. Guanyin had anticipated this, and the white beam, after being evaded by Taowu, shot directly at a weak point in the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation. Boom! With a loud explosion, a crack appeared in the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation. Guanyin shouted, "Go!" and flew towards the fissure. Mahasthamarprapta swiftly absorbed Diding into his Buddha land and followed closely behind. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, "Humph, trying to escape? Too late. Nine Heavens Thunder, strike!" As the words fell, a massive dragon-shaped lightning bolt descended from the sky. Guanyin quickly summoned her golden body to block it, but her body was still inevitably driven towards the ground. Seeing this, Mahasthamarprapta immediately reached out to catch Guanyin. However, in that brief moment of delay, the crack they had created had already closed. Staring at the reactivated Nine Heavens Thunder Formation, Guanyin was furious and shouted into the void, "Wenzhong, are you trying to provoke a war between the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court?" Sun Wukong and his companions, including Feipeng, arrived at the Gate of Ghosts, only to be shocked by the scene before them. The gate had been destroyed, and the two ghost gods, Shintu and Yulei, lay on the ground, barely alive and motionless. Sun Wukong, recalling the kindness of Meng Po, felt a stir in his heart and decisively summoned the Netherworld book. Streams of eerie blue ghostly energy flowed from the book, enveloping the two ghost gods like a thin mist. Shintu, feeling the influx of power within him, barely opened his eyes and gratefully looked at Sun Wukong. "Thank you, my friend." Before he could finish his sentence, both his and Yulei's auras began to rapidly recover. The power of the Netherworld book was indeed extraordinary. Within moments, the two ghost gods had regained most of their strength. They repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Sun Wukong. Just as Sun Wukong was about to take his leave, he suddenly heard Meng Po's familiar voice in his ear, "Wukong, come to the Bridge of Helplessness." Sun Wukong turned to Feipeng beside him and said, "Third brother, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to in the Netherworld." Feipeng's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, but quickly realized that Sun Wukong seemed to have deep ties with the Underworld. He nodded, took Long Chia and the other ghost generals, bid farewell to Sun Wukong, and headed towards the ghost realm of Mang Mountain. Sun Wukong arrived alone at the Bridge of Helplessness, where he saw Meng Po distributing her soup to rows of ghosts. Not wanting to disturb her, he stood quietly aside, waiting. After all the ghosts had crossed the bridge, Meng Po finally turned to Sun Wukong, her eyes filled with deep meaning. "Hurry up and release them." Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly realized what she meant. He immediately released the monkey spirits he had gathered. As soon as these spirits appeared, they attempted to scatter. Meng Po shook her head and tapped a large cauldron with her spoon. With a resonant clang, all the monkey spirits froze in place, the ferocity in their eyes gradually dissipating until they were all expressionless. "Granny," Sun Wukong began, worried. Meng Po shot him a glance. "They've stayed in the Een Mountain for too long. If we don't send them to reincarnation soon, they might forever remain as ghosts. Do you want them to all become malevolent spirits?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I don't want that." He knew well the many restrictions of the ghost clan. If they all turned into malevolent spirits, unless they stayed in the Netherworld forever, returning to the mortal realm would easily attract the attention of the Heavenly Court. "Then why aren't you purifying them?" Meng Po urged. Sun Wukong immediately summoned the Netherworld book and activated its power. Pure ghostly energy flowed like a clear spring, washing over the monkey spirits. They closed their eyes, the red glow on their bodies gradually fading until they became semi-transparent. "Children, go now. Go to reincarnation." Sun Wukong's eyes showed a hint of sadness, but he smiled and waved at the spirits. The monkey spirits orderly lined up to drink Meng Po's soup, and then stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. When everything was done, Meng Po gestured for Sun Wukong to come closer. She spoke sternly, "Wukong, this time you've thoroughly angered King Ksitigarbha. His evil form is severely damaged, and it will take him centuries to recover. But once he does, he will surely seek revenge against you. Be cautious." Sun Wukong asked, "Granny, now that there are no more malevolent spirits in Een Mountain, will King Ksitigarbha still stay in the Netherworld?" "Humph, of course, he won't leave so easily." Meng Po's face showed disdain. He won't rest until hell is empty. He aims to convert not just Een Mountain, but the entire netherworld. Sun Wukong suddenly understood. It turned out that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stayed in the netherworld not just to convert the malevolent spirits of Een Mountain, but to take over the entire netherworld. The Buddhist sects have grand ambitions. They actually want to completely control the netherworld? Will the heavenly court allow them to do that? Sun Wukong was shocked by the Buddhist sect's ambition. The heavenly court, Meng Po mentioned this term, her eyes suddenly showing a hint of reproach. Wukong, do you know you just ruined my plans? Huh, what did I do? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking innocent, not understanding what he had done wrong. Lady Ming gazed at Sun Wukong and slowly began to speak. Do you know the origins of Shinto and Yulei? Sun Wukong slightly shook his head, furrowing his brows. Although he had a favorable impression of those two deities, he didn't understand why Lady Ming suddenly brought them up. Lady Ming sighed softly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. They are deities listed on the Fengshen Bang, spirits under its control. Do you understand? They belong to the heavenly court. A look of realization dawned on Sun Wukong's face. He finally understood why Lady Ming said he had ruined her plans. It was because he had saved Shinto and Yulei. Lady Ming continued, back then, to resist the Buddhist sect, the underworld had to pledge allegiance to the heavenly court. The heavenly court sent thousands of spirits to the underworld, and Shinto and Yulei were among them. These spirits' true essences are tied to the Fengshen Bang. If killed, they can resurrect through it, though it takes time. By saving Shinto and Yulei, who were supposed to return to the Fengshen Bang for revival, you disrupted my plans. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately said, then I'll go and kill them for you. Lady Ming shook her head to stop him. No, the Lord of the Heavenly Court is not easily fooled. If you kill them now, once they revive, the Heavenly Court will easily suspect us. Forget it, it doesn't affect the bigger picture. You go back to your own matters. Sun Wukong bid farewell to Lady Ming and returned to the gates of hell. Shinto and Yulei personally greeted and saw him off. After Sun Wukong left, Zhang Fei appeared behind Shinto and Yulei. General Huanho, what do you think of this matter? Shinto turned and asked. Zhang Fei's expression was grave. I must return to the heavenly court personally. Several ghost kings escaping the underworld is no small matter. It could lead to a major disaster. Shinto and Yulei nodded in agreement. Rest assured, General Huanho, we will guard the gates of hell and watch over the underworld. Good, then I shall go. Zhang Fei transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and flew towards the heavenly court. When Sun Wukong returned to the northern continent, he was immediately met with shocking news. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva had been severely injured by Taowu in the eastern continent, and their fates were uncertain. Taowu had fled to the northern continent, and the heavenly court was deploying troops around the area, ready to enter at any moment. The heavenly court also issued a bounty. Anyone who could capture Taowu would receive a Jiuzhuan golden elixir. This elixir, capable of helping a Tai golden immortal break through to a Deluo golden immortal, was a treasure of the three realms. As soon as the news spread, the powerful beings of the northern continent could not sit still. Though many were already at the Deluo level, they had disciples and descendants who had yet to reach that stage. Obtaining a Jiuzhuan golden elixir meant gaining another Deluo golden immortal to their ranks. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. In the depths of a secluded pool in Beiju Luzhou, Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta sat cross-legged, regulating their breaths. Their energies fluctuated, clearly indicating they were seriously injured. A hint of exhaustion and vigilance lingered on their faces as their eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, as if on guard against something. Not long ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted in Dongxing Shenzhou, when Zhong, leading the heavenly army, launched a surprise attack with the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation on the unsuspecting Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta. Trapped within the formation and nearly obliterated by the relentless thunder, Mahastamaprapta had to sacrifice his spiritual treasure, the Golden Lotus, to create a small breach. The two bodhisattvas, along with the fierce beast Yayu, made a hasty escape but ended up in Beiju Luzhou due to a navigational error, instead of returning to Lingshan. Meanwhile, another fearsome beast, Taowu, also seized the chaos to follow the bodhisattvas through the breach and escaped to Beiju Luzhou. Its whereabouts were unknown, posing a potential threat. Mahastamaprapta suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky, anger flashing across his face. He muttered, damn the heavens. They've set up a skylocking formation over Beiju Luzhou, intending to exterminate us. Guanyin, however, remained unusually calm. She softly said, Beiju Luzhou has always been a forbidden zone for both Buddhist and Taoist sections. Many ancient entities reside here, harboring no fondness for the heavens. If the heavenly forces invade Beiju Luzhou en masse and provoke these ancient beings, even the one in the heavens might find it hard to remain at peace. Hearing this, Mahastamaprapta coughed up a mouthful of pale golden blood. His self-sacrifice had severely damaged his essence, leaving him in worse condition than Guanyin. Struggling, he asked, Guanyin, have you managed to contact Lingshan? Guanyin shook her head, her expression grave. The skylocking formation has completely sealed off Beiju Luzhou. My spiritual senses can't penetrate it, making it impossible to inform Lingshan of our situation. Meanwhile, in the skies above Beiju Luzhou, Wen Zhong, holding his male and female whips, gazed coldly downward. This surprise attack on the Buddhist sect was a risky move. The heavens were not prepared to completely break ties with the Buddhists. Success in killing the two bodhisattvas would be advantageous, but if they escaped back to Lingshan, the thought unsettled Wen Zhong. Behind Wen Zhong stood 12 deities with varied appearances, the 12 Yuanshan, 12 powerful Deluo Jingxian. Wen Zhong turned and his gaze fell on Zi Shu Xingjuan, the leader of the group. This Star Lord, originally the ancient divine beast, the devouring heaven rat, was not only powerful but also the most enigmatic among the 12 Yuanshan. Zi Shu Xingjuan, do you have a plan to enter Beiju Luzhou? Wen Zhong asked. Zi Shu Xingjuan stroked his beard and smiled. Pu Huatianzuan, the two bodhisattvas are trapped in Beiju Luzhou. We should naturally rescue them, shouldn't we? Wen Zhong's eyes flickered with a strange light. Zi Shu Xingjuan's words cleverly provided a plausible reason for the heavenly force's presence. Even if the outside world didn't believe it, it gave the heavens an excuse to present to the Buddhist sect. There are many ancient beings in Beiju Luzhou. Sending too many from the heavens would be unwise. This task must fall to you, Star Lords. Wen Zhong bowed to the 12 Yuanshan. They had significant ties to Beiju Luzhou and would not easily provoke the local powers. Zi Shu Xingjuan nodded. It's a good opportunity to visit old friends. Before his words faded, the 12 Yuanshan transformed into 12 beams of starlight and entered Beiju Luzhou. In the abyss of 10,000 caves, a forbidden area in Beiju Luzhou, no one dared to approach due to a powerful yet eccentric being residing there. On this day, a man in a starry robe walked boldly into the abyss, showing no fear. Abyss of 10,000 caves, I have returned, the man whispered. He was none other than Zi Shu Xingjuan. Swallowing heaven, you traitor, how dare you return? A cold, mocking voice echoed. In an instant, Zi Shu Xingjuan found himself in a magnificent palace. Inside the palace, a man with an indistinct appearance stood with his back to Zi Shu Xingjuan. Though not large in stature, the man exuded a palpable sense of authority. Zi Shu Xingjuan bowed deeply to the man. Brother, long time no see. How have you been? It turned out the mysterious man was Zi Shu Xingjuan's elder brother. Speak. What brings you here? The man ignored Zi Shu Xingjuan's greeting, his tone hostile. Zi Shu Xingjuan smiled slightly and replied with respect, Brother, I seek two individuals and hope for your assistance. The rat star god wasn't surprised by his elder brother's cold demeanor. Ever since he became one of the 12 celestial generals, his brother had always treated him this way. Looking for someone? Leave now and never come back. His brother's voice was icy and piercing. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. The man's tone suddenly turned to anger. The recent upheaval in the northern continent, where two bodhisattvas from the Buddhist sect were injured and fled, hadn't escaped his notice. As a powerful figure in the region, he was well aware of the situation. However, he never imagined that his own younger brother would try to involve the rat clan in this turmoil. With a serious expression, the rat star god said, Brother, I don't need you to take action. I just want you to mobilize the rat clan to find those two. As for the actual confrontation, the 12 celestial generals of heaven will handle it. There's no chance of failure. 12 celestial generals, what a grand title. The man sneered. Do you think the Western Buddhist sect is so easy to provoke? You have heaven backing you, so you fear nothing. But the rat clan is different. We can't afford to offend the Buddhist sect. So leave. The man suddenly lost interest. As a Kwasa saint with immense power, he was among the strongest in the three realms. But he knew well that if the Buddhist sect were truly angered, his Kwasa saint status would mean nothing. He would be but an ant in their eyes. Brother, the rat star god tried to say more. Get out. With a thunderous roar, the rat star god was struck as if by lightning, his body unsteady, and the force of the shout sent him flying out of the abyss of 10,000 caves. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on the rat star god's face as he turned to leave. Just then, his ears twitched slightly, and a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. Thank you, brother, the rat star god thought silently. Suddenly, 11 figures appeared behind the rat star god, the other 11 celestial generals. Let's go capture the Taodai and rescue the two bodhisattvas, the rat star god said. With that, the 12 celestial generals flew towards the direction where Guanyin Bodhisattva and her group were hiding. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of 10,000 caves, four elders with white beards stood respectfully before their ancestor, puzzled as to why they had been summoned back. From tomorrow onwards, the rat clan will split. The man's cold voice rang out. You four will lead your clansmen away from the northern continent and find places to cultivate separately. In the future, if any branch encounters a powerful enemy, even if it faces annihilation, there will be no mutual aid. This is the way for the rat clan to survive. From that day on, the once dominant rat clan in the northern continent vanished completely. Even the mysterious master of the abyss of 10,000 caves was never seen again. Not good. An enemy is approaching, said Diting, his ears suddenly perking up as a look of panic filled his eyes. Guanin's gaze sharpened, and she exchanged a meaningful glance with Mahasthamaprapta. Both deities wore bitter smiles. Umitba, it seems when Zhong is determined to take our lives this time. Guanin sighed softly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. In that case, I won't hold back. Although her golden body was destroyed and her spirit was damaged, it didn't mean she had lost her ability to fight back. Mahasthamaprapta, though more severely injured, still had his golden body intact and retained considerable combat strength. He asked gravely, Guanin, what do you plan to do? A cold smile curved at the corner of Guanin's mouth. I have some techniques I haven't used in a long time, but I haven't forgotten them. Meanwhile, Zishu Xingjuan led the 12 original stars to the edge of the deep pool. He raised his hand to signal the stars to halt and said solemnly, I sense a faint danger. Qianlong Xingjuan, you are the best at formations. What do you see? Qianlong Xingjuan, with a stern expression, stared at the deep pool for a long time before slowly speaking. It's the Kisu Tian gang formation from the Chan sect. It seems Guanin hasn't abandoned her skills from the Chan sect even after joining Buddhism. Shenho Xingjuan, a small-framed monkey, sneered. Sihong was always best at the Kisu Tian gang formation when she was in the Chan sect. It looks like she's improved over the years. Let me test her. Ignoring Qianlong Xingjuan's attempts to stop him, he leaped towards the deep pool. Inside the pool, a gleam flashed in Guanin's eyes as she quickly formed a hand seal. In an instant, wind and thunder roared, and Shenho Xingjuan found himself trapped in a formation filled with lightning. Though trapped, he showed no fear, pulling out 2 golden hammers and striking a flagpole. With a crack, the flagpole broke. However, instead of joy, an uneasy expression crossed Shenho Xingjuan's face. Not good, it's a trap. He glanced around warily, quickly gathering his celestial power. Suddenly, a black divine thunderbolt descended. Shenho Xingjuan narrowly dodged it, only to see dozens more thunderbolts striking towards him simultaneously. He roared, channeling his celestial power to resist the Kisu divine thunder. With a thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, his body charred and motionless. Outside the formation, the faces of the other stars changed dramatically. Inhu Xingjuan, who was closest to Shenho Xingjuan, was about to rush in to rescue him but was stopped by Zishu Xingjuan. Wait, Zishu Xingjuan said firmly. Shenho Xingjuan isn't defeated that easily. Seeing Shenho Xingjuan remain motionless, Guanin ordered Di Ting to release the fierce beast Yayu and opened a small gap in the formation. Yayu approached Shenho Xingjuan slowly, a ball of blood-red energy forming in its mouth, eyes brimming with killing intent. Just as Yayu was about to unleash a fatal attack, Shenho Xingjuan suddenly vanished. Yayu was momentarily stunned, then felt a powerful pressure from above. Looking up, he saw Shenho Xingjuan descending with his hammers raised high. Yayu spat out a pale flame, its innate divine power, the flame of annihilation. Shenho Xingjuan moved like lightning, easily dodging and swinging a hammer down hard on Yayu. With a thunderous crash, Yayu was sent flying, carving deep furrows into the ground. Shenho Xingjuan sneered, ancient beasts, even in ancient times, you were no match for us. Now, you're even less of a challenge. The monstrous Yayu let out a low growl, its eyes glowing a fierce red, and an even more terrifying aura emanated from its body. Its transformation made Guanin Bodhisattva secretly furious, realizing Shenho Xingjuan's cunning plan. Guanin continued to manipulate the Kuei Water Tiangang formation, but Shenho Xingjuan moved as swiftly as lightning, making it difficult for the formation to hit him. Instead, Yayu was accidentally struck by several Kuei Water Divine Thunders, causing it to spew blood. Guanin Bodhisattva fixed her gaze on Shenho Xingjuan, who was darting through the formation, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She turned to Diting and said, Diting, your pagoda should contain an incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Release him to kill that monkey. Diting looked troubled and replied, I can't. My master's incarnation can only exist for the duration of 1 incense stick outside the pagoda. Without it to suppress Yayu, the beast may go out of control. Guanin frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, let the incarnation deal with the 11 Yuanshan outside the formation. But what about Yayu? Diting still had concerns. Guanin decisively responded, do as I say. With me and Mahasthamaprapta here, Yayu won't cause any major trouble. Diting hesitated and glanced at Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva. Mahasthamaprapta nodded in agreement, follow Guanin's instructions, and release Ksitigarbha's incarnation. Reluctantly, Diding summoned the pagoda and chanted a spell. I call upon my master's incarnation. The pagoda trembled slightly, and a monk in white robes stepped out slowly. Guanyin and Mahasthamaprapta immediately bowed. Greetings, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Although they were also bodhisattvas, they dared not show any disrespect to the incarnation of a quasi-sage. Ksitigarbha's incarnation nodded slightly and cast his gaze towards the 11 Yuanshan outside the formation. Outside the formation, Zishu Xingjuan and the others' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Shenlong Xingjuan asked gravely, Zishu Xingjuan, how should we respond? Zishu Xingjuan replied in a deep voice, enter the formation and deploy the 12 Yuanshan formation. We'll break the formation with our own. Each of the 12 Yuanshan were Daluo golden immortals, and once they joined forces to set up their formation, their combined power would approach that of a quasi-sage. Rat Star Sovereign sensed that Di Ting had summoned the incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he decided to enter the Kuei Water Celestial Array to join forces with Monkey Star Sovereign, forming the 12 Zodiac Array to oppose the Bodhisattva's incarnation. Guanyin Bodhisattva, as wise as ever, instantly saw through the intentions of Rat Star Sovereign and his companions. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he swiftly activated the array. A barrier of light rose instantly, blocking the 11 Star Sovereigns outside. Though the barrier was shattered almost immediately, the attack from the incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had already descended. In the void, a gigantic character burial appeared, causing the faces of the 11 Zodiac Star Sovereigns to turn pale. This was the ultimate divine power of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's origin attack of the burial path. We have no choice. Rat Star Sovereign's expression was resolute as he took out a bell from his pocket. With a gentle shake, the bell transformed into an ancient bronze bell, his acquired spiritual treasure, the soul reverberating bell. Dong, the melodious chime, echoed through the void, causing the burial character to pause momentarily before continuing its advance towards the 11 Zodiac Star Sovereigns. Leave it to me. Ox Star Sovereign roared, transforming into a towering silver-horned white ox and charging at the burial character. However, he was crushed almost instantly, spewing blood as he was flung backward. Old Ox. Tiger Star Sovereign roared in fury, transforming into a winged white tiger. It spat out a gale of innate metal energy, but even that couldn't halt the burial character. Snake Star Sovereign followed closely, transforming into a giant python to summon a fierce wind as a barrier, but was soon overpowered by the burial character. As the burial character drew nearer, Dragon Star Sovereign let out a long howl, revealing his true form, a golden-scaled divine dragon. Shaking his head, he spat out a star-glowing dragon pearl, which collided heavily with the burial character. With a crack, the dragon pearl shattered, and Dragon Star Sovereign groaned in pain, clearly injured. But the burial character's movement was momentarily halted. Form the array. Rat Star Sovereign gritted his teeth and shouted. But Monkey Star Sovereign is... Pig Star Sovereign hesitated. We can't worry about that now. Leave the monkey position empty. We need to block Ksitigarbha's attack first. Rat Star Sovereign's voice was urgent. Dragon Star's pearl is already damaged. He can't hold on much longer. All right, form the array. The 11 Zodiac Star Sovereigns each transformed into their true forms, channeling the power of the celestial stars, ultimately coalescing into a giant with a blurred face. Power of the Zodiac. Stabilize the universe. The giant uttered ancient divine words, instantly neutralizing the invincible origin of the burial path, dispersing it into the void. The incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva showed a look of curiosity. The 12 Zodiac Array was a renowned killing array in the celestial court, capable of binding quasi-saint-level beings when formed by 12 great Luo golden immortals. Even with the Monkey Star Sovereign trapped, the 11 Zodiac Array's power was still formidable. The shadow of the ancient Zodiac Emperor. The incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva recognized the giant, his eyes glinting with interest. The ancient Zodiac Emperor once mastered the Tao of Time, an ancient supreme power. After the ancient Great War, he vanished completely. Some said he had comprehended the essence of time and merged into the river of time, while others said he perished in the chaos. Nonetheless, the Zodiac Emperor's reputation was never underestimated, even by a quasi-saint like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. I've long wanted to experience the power of time. Let's see if my burial path can bury time itself, the incarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva declared, as a 9-ringed staff appeared in his hand. Burial of heaven. Devastation of all life. An ancient, decaying aura descended, as if the Tao of heaven had fallen into ruin, heralding the end of days. A mere trick. The shadow of the Zodiac Emperor scoffed. Time reversal. With a gentle point, the decaying aura vanished without a trace. Burial of earth. Decay of all land. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's staff struck the ground heavily, spreading an aura of death and decay, causing plants and trees to rot instantly. Time reversal. The Zodiac Emperor's shadow acted again, causing time to flow backward. With just a single gesture, the power of time surged like a tidal wave, instantly erasing the withering aura of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation. The divine power of the burial of the Tao. The way of heaven's demise was shattered, and a force of desolation descended. Emperor Yuanqing finally put away his disdain, his expression turning serious as he conjured an ancient mirror. Rewind, he muttered, casting the time reversal spell once more. However, this time, the power of the burial was not completely dispelled, and a lingering decay stealthily invaded Emperor Yuanqing's body. The path of burial indeed has its intricacies, Emperor Yuanqing remarked, slightly surprised. He then shuddered, expelling the trace of decay. Reflecting on the situation, he murmured to himself, I see. Your control over time is incomplete. Though formidable, it is not without flaws. Though Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation's divine power was broken, he did not appear disheartened. Instead, he seemed excited. He had keenly identified Emperor Yuanqing's weakness. Holding a nine-ringed staff, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation swiftly pointed it at Emperor Yuanqing's shoulder, the position corresponding to the hour of Shun, where Emperor Yuanqing's vulnerability lay. Emperor Yuanqing's form instantly became ethereal as he raised the ancient mirror's shadow to reflect Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation. The nine-ringed staff struck Emperor Yuanqing precisely, causing his figure to waver violently, nearly disintegrating. In a critical moment, Emperor Yuanqing uttered four chilling words. Time acceleration. Before the words fully left his mouth, Emperor Yuanqing's form had vanished, leaving behind 11 fallen celestial beings, their breaths weak and clearly injured. As Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation moved to finish them off, he realized his own body was beginning to turn transparent. It turned out that Emperor Yuanqing's final move had accelerated the flow of time around Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and the incense stick's time limit had been reached. At the moment Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's incarnation vanished, Yayu, who was in fierce combat with the Monkey Star Lord, suddenly trembled. Abandoning its attack on the Monkey Star Lord, it charged straight towards the corner of the Kuei Water Heavenly Gang formation. No! Guanyin Bodhisattva instinctively cried out. She realized that Yayu was targeting the very spot where it had been let into the formation, the sole weak point of the Kuei Water Heavenly Gang formation. With a resounding crack, the formation's weak point shattered. Yayu tore open the void and disappeared in an instant, leaving the Monkey Star Lord standing there in bewilderment. The manifestation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva dissipated, and the ferocious beast Yayu broke free from control, tearing through the void to escape. Among the 12 celestial generals, only the Monkey Star Lord retained the strength to fight. The other 11 were severely injured and incapacitated. With a flicker, the Monkey Star Lord utilized the rift created by Yayu to escape the Kuei Shui Tiangang formation. He glanced at his wounded comrades, a grave look crossing his face, and then waved his hand to lead the 11 generals in a temporary retreat. Diding sensed Yayu's escape, feeling an immediate surge of unease. Even Avalokiteshvara and Mahasthamarprapta did not expect the beast to flee so decisively, evading pursuit. Fortunately, only the Monkey Star Lord remained among the 12 celestial generals. The two bodhisattvas exchanged a glance, disregarded their own injuries, and flew out of the formation to launch an attack on the Monkey Star Lord. Mahasthamarprapta struck first, sending a sharp sword energy from the precept-breaking sword directly at the Monkey Star Lord. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the latter quickly formed hand seals to summon the power of the stars. A phantom of a divine monkey flickered in the void as the Monkey Star Lord called upon his celestial power. With a swift backhand strike, he effortlessly shattered Mahasthamarprapta's sword energy. However, just as the Monkey Star Lord repelled this wave of attack, Avalokiteshvara's onslaught arrived. Transforming into a 1,000-armed form, each hand forming different seals, thousands of spells surged towards the Monkey Star Lord like a tidal wave. What? The Monkey Star Lord was shocked. As an ancient renowned warrior, it was his first time encountering such a technique. Realizing he was outmatched, he decisively chose to flee. With a flicker, he vanished from Avalokiteshvara's sight using his extraordinary speed. Suddenly, Avalokiteshvara spat blood. It turned out he had been bluffing. He was in no condition to cast thousands of spells simultaneously. Most of the 1,000 hands and spells were illusions, with only a dozen being real. Fortunately, the Monkey Star Lord did not discern this in time, or the outcome would have been uncertain. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was heading to Beiju Luzhou to meet with Fei Ping and others in the Mang Mountain Ghost Realm. Sensing a powerful battle wave, he immediately rode his somersault cloud towards the source. Yayu had just emerged from the torn void when it unexpectedly collided with a rapidly flying object. With a resounding crash, both collided and slammed into a mountainside. Sun Wukong hadn't anticipated encountering a fierce beast in the void and was sent flying hundreds of meters by the impact. Shaking his head to steady himself, he wore a bitter smile. Yayu. Sun Wukong looked at the beast glaring at him with blood-red eyes, feeling an indescribable bitterness. He never imagined he would run into the king of fierce beasts. Yayu exhaled 2 streams of black gas from its nostrils, its eyes gleaming with a red glow, exuding sheer ferocity. Sun Wukong drew out his Rui Jingu Bang. Despite the disparity in strength, surrendering was not his style. Even knowing he was outmatched, Sun Wukong resolved to fight to the end. With a roar, Yayu's form flickered, appearing instantly before Sun Wukong. With a swift tail swipe, Sun Wukong was sent crashing into the mountainside, creating a massive cave. Cough, such speed. Sun Wukong struggled to crawl out of the cave, licking his lips, eyes burning with intense battle spirit rather than fear. So what if you're a Deluo Golden Immortal? I, the Monkey King, fear nothing, kill. Sun Wukong roared, raising his Rui Jingu Bang and smashing it towards Yayu. The beast opened its maw, spewing a desolate flame, forcing Sun Wukong to dodge hurriedly before swinging his staff at Yayu's head. Yayu nimbly evaded and lashed its tail at Sun Wukong again. This time, Sun Wukong wasn't sent flying. At the critical moment, he firmly grasped Yayu's tail. Yayu was infuriated beyond measure. As the formidable king of ancient ferocious beasts, being grabbed by the tail by a mere tiny golden immortal monkey was an insult beyond endurance. This sense of humiliation erupted like a volcano, fueling its boundless rage. Yayu let out a deafening roar, the piercing sound waves slicing through Sun Wukong's eardrums, forcing him to release Yayu's tail and cover his ears tightly. In that split second, Yayu seized the opportunity, sweeping out with a mighty claw. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong was slapped to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The force of the blow nearly shattered his internal organs. If not for his body being a primordial stone, he would have been annihilated. Just as Yayu was about to press its advantage, it suddenly realized there was nothing in front of it. It growled in confusion, searching around for any sign of Sun Wukong. In the nick of time, Sun Wukong had used his transformation magic to turn into an inconspicuous pebble, blending in with the scattered stones on the ground. He suppressed his entire aura, not daring to release even a hint of spiritual energy. Yayu's strength far exceeded his expectations. The chasm between the peak of Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal was insurmountable. As an ancient beast, Yayu, like most others except for the nine-tailed fox, was not skilled in transformation arts and found it difficult to see through others' transformations. It could only rely on its keen sense of smell to try and track any lingering traces of Sun Wukong's presence. Come out! Yayu's thunderous roar echoed in all directions, but Sun Wukong remained utterly still, even holding his breath. This harrowing encounter made Sun Wukong resolve. Once he survived this ordeal, he would immediately go into seclusion to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage and would not come out until he succeeded. He realized deeply that in an era where Great Luo Golden Immortals were emerging, the power of a Tai Golden Immortal was far from sufficient. Often, he was reduced to a mere spectator, and this sense of helplessness was excruciating. Although Yayu vaguely sensed that Sun Wukong was nearby, it could never pinpoint his exact location. Ultimately, it resorted to a fit of destructive rage before reluctantly disappearing into the void. Once he was sure Yayu had left, Sun Wukong finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his original form. Cough, cough. He wiped away the faint golden blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the skirmish had been brief, it had inflicted severe internal injuries. He needed to leave this perilous place as quickly as possible. Just as Sun Wukong was about to make his escape, a familiar aura caught his attention. The presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Damn it, I need to transform quickly. Realizing he had been discovered, Sun Wukong knew it was too late to run. He transformed once again into a pebble, hiding among the rocks. Almost immediately after Sun Wukong finished his transformation, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Mahasthamarprapta Bodhisattva, and Diting arrived swiftly from the distance. Guanyin Bodhisattva keenly sensed the auras around them. Yayu's presence, and that of the silver-haired monkey, he remarked, his gaze locking precisely onto Sun Wukong's location. A subtle, knowing smile appeared on Guanyin Bodhisattva's lips. Your transformation skills are indeed exceptional, but I have a way to counter them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a circle emitting a strange glow appeared in his hand. Guanyin Bodhisattva gazed at the ring in his hand, a gleam of pride in his eyes. He gently stroked the ring and spoke with a hint of smugness. This ring is modeled after the golden hoop of Ma Sui. Ma Sui's golden hoop can subdue a Deluo Jinxian, and although mine isn't quite as powerful, it can easily handle a Tai Jinxian. The golden hoop? Sun Wukong's heart sank as he heard Guanyin mention it, recalling the unbearable constriction of the tightening spell during his journey to the west. The memory of that inescapable binding surged back, reigniting his deep-seated resentment towards Guanyin. Unaware of Sun Wukong's thoughts, Guanyin flicked his wrist, sending the ring flying towards a pile of rubble. Though he couldn't directly locate Sun Wukong, he intended to envelop all the stones within its range. Just as the ring was about to cover the rubble, an unexpected event occurred. From within the stones, a dazzling light burst forth, and several bright pearls shot towards the ring like arrows. In an instant, Guanyin's prized ring shattered into pieces. The sea-stabilizing pearls didn't stop there. They continued their momentum, flying towards Guanyin, Mahasthamarprapta, and Diding. Mahasthamarprapta's pupils contracted as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the pearls, setting off alarm bells in his mind. What is this? Mahasthamarprapta exclaimed, quickly summoning his golden body to defend himself. However, he underestimated the power of the sea-stabilizing pearls. With a loud crack, a deep fissure appeared in the golden body he had painstakingly cultivated over countless years. Seeing the dire situation, Guanyin had already been on high alert since the ring was destroyed. He transformed into a beam of Buddha light, narrowly evading the pearl's attack. Unfortunately, Diding was not as quick to react and was enveloped by one of the pearls. In the nick of time, Diding summoned the pagoda of floating light, which trembled slightly but managed to withstand the deadly blow. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong revealed himself, 6 sea-stabilizing pearls floating behind him. He glanced at Guanyin and Mahasthamarprapta, understanding that even with the aid of the pearls, his Tai Jingxian level couldn't defeat these two De Luo Jingxian. Moreover, they were now on guard, making any further attempts even more difficult. Weighing his options, Sun Wukong didn't hesitate. With a swift somersault, he turned and fled. Mahasthamarprapta was about to give chase, but was stopped by Guanyin. Why are you stopping me, Guanyin? Mahasthamarprapta asked, puzzled. That monkey is only at the Tai Jingxian level. His only threat to us are those pearls. As long as we stay vigilant, he can't possibly be our match. Guanyin furrowed his brow, hesitating. Those pearls in the monkey's hand. They seem familiar to me. Familiar? Mahasthamarprapta's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Guanyin nodded in confirmation. The pearls he used just now are very similar to the sea-stabilizing pearls. Mahasthamarprapta's expression changed upon hearing this. Are you saying those are the sea-stabilizing pearls of the ancient Buddha ranting? Exactly, Guanyin affirmed. Those are the sea-stabilizing pearls that ranting Buddha transformed into the 24 heavens. How is that possible? Mahasthamarprapta found it hard to believe. The sea-stabilizing pearls had been transformed into the 24 heavens by ranting Buddha, forming the foundation of his enlightenment. This powerful innate treasure was supposed to have vanished completely, yet it had reappeared in the 3 realms, which was truly astonishing. Guanyin recalled, during the War of Gods, when I was still the Zhihang Taoist, I once fought against Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect. At that time, Zhao Gongming summoned 24 sea-stabilizing pearls, rendering the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect powerless. The immense power of those pearls is something I will never forget. If it weren't for ranting Buddha later using the falling treasure coin to bring down the sea-stabilizing pearls, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Zhao Gongming at all. Mahasthamarprapta still had doubts. But, weren't there only 24 sea-stabilizing pearls? Why did the monkey have 6 just now? Innate treasures are rare wonders of the 3 realms, and it is impossible for 2 identical ones to exist. However, what they encountered just now were clearly identical to the sea-stabilizing pearls. This mystery left the 2 bodhisattvas deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had already fled far away. Seeing no one pursuing him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, descended from the clouds, and found a cave to hide in. Good thing I summoned the sea-stabilizing pearls in time, Sun Wukong thought with relief. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble this time. Sun Wukong lay silently in the cave, completely still as he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to heal his injuries. At the same time, he didn't forget to seize the moment to refine the 6 unrefined Dinghai pearls. Just then, Shenhou Xingjuan arrived at the Heavenly Lock formation with 11 other equally battered Star Lords in tow. When Wanzhong saw all 12 Yuanshan returning injured, he was shocked. He urgently asked, Shenhou Xingjuan, did you provoke some ancient monster from Beiju Luzhou? How did you all get so badly hurt? Shenhou Xingjuan offered a bitter smile and explained, I miscalculated. I didn't expect their treasure to conceal an incarnation of Dizong Wang. I got trapped in the formation, causing the 12 Yuanshan formation to be incomplete, and as a result, my fellow Taoists were injured by that incarnation. Upon hearing this, Wanzhong sighed lightly, you are not to blame, Xingjuan. Since you are all injured, Xinhua, escort the Star Lords back to the Heavenly Court to recover. We'll handle the rest with the Thunder Division. Feeling guilty, Shenhou Xingjuan said in a low voice, Wanzhong Shizhi, sigh, farewell. With that, he left with Xinhua. After the 12 Yuanshan departed, Wanzhong sighed again. As a disciple of Jinling Shengmu, He held a significant position in the Jejiao sect, and many second-generation disciples respected him. This incident, which resulted in the 12 Yuanshan getting injured, left Wanzhong feeling deeply guilty. Wang Lingguan approached Wanzhong and asked, Tianzuan, what should we do next? Wanzhong narrowed his eyes and, after pondering for a moment, said, spread the word that Guanyin Bodhisattva and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect have subdued the ancient ferocious beasts Yayu and Taowu. These beasts hold the secret to the disappearance of ancient ferocious beasts, and this secret is related to the path to sainthood. Sainthood? Wang Lingguan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wanzhong's plan was quite simple: spread rumors in Beiju Luzhou to force Guanyin Bodhisattva and others to leave. Although many powerful beings might see through the ruse, the allure of sainthood was too great. Even with the slightest possibility, those ancient beings who had existed for countless ages would likely not sit still. After all, what if they really could find the secret to sainthood from Taowu? It was known that Taowu's father possessed power comparable to that of a saint. Under Wanzhong's deliberate promotion, northern Julu continent was in an uproar. The news of Guanyin Bodhisattva capturing the ancient ferocious beast Taowu spread like wildfire. What was even more shocking was that Taowu harbored the secret to becoming a saint. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge commotion in northern Julu continent. Inside the witch god temple, the atmosphere was tense. Jiufeng, Fengbo, and Yushi, the three remaining grand witches after the great war between the witches and demons, sat facing each other. They now served as the three high priests of the witch god temple. Since Qi Yu's death, Jiufeng had become the chief high priest, leading the entire temple, with Fengbo and Yushi as her right and left hands. Fengbo, what do you think? Jiufeng broke the silence, her eyes burning as she looked at this rare wise man of the witch tribe. Fengbo gently stroked his beard, his brows furrowed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, Yushi frowned and urgently said, Jiufeng, our witch tribe is weak now, and Lord Shiming alone cannot support us. If we could obtain the method to become saints, it might help our tribe rise again. I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity. Jiufeng nodded thoughtfully. Yushi makes a good point. Since the fall of the 13 ancestors, our witch tribe has been dormant for too long. Compared to the demon tribe, we have indeed declined. The ancient ferocious beasts are quite similar to our tribe. If we can truly obtain the method to become saints from them, perhaps our tribe could dominate the 3 realms once again. Mentioning the 13 ancestors, Jiufeng couldn't help but think of Qi Yu. He was a powerful warrior cultivated by Xianming, the ancestor witch, using her own blood and the blood of the grand witches from the other 11 tribes. Xianming had high hopes for him, seeing him as the hope of the witch tribe. However, Qi Yu was ultimately defeated in his battle against the Yellow Emperor, and since then, Xianming had seldom intervened in the affairs of the witch tribe. Seeing Jiufeng and Yushi's interest, Fengbo grew anxious. No, Jiufeng, Yushi, this will bring disaster to our tribe. Whether the method to become saints is real or not, even if it is, with our current strength, how can we keep Taowu if we snatch it from Guanyin? And what about Taowu's mysterious father? He might not be truly dead. Fengbo's words made Jiufeng fall into deep thought. Indeed, the witch tribe's strength was limited now. The most powerful was Xianming, the only surviving member of the ancient 12 ancestor witches, whose power was among the greatest in the 3 realms, second only to the saints. But besides Xianming, there were very few strong warriors left in the tribe, making it impossible to protect Taowu and the secret to becoming saints. Yushi, however, was unconcerned and laughed. What's the difficulty? We can act in secret. As long as our identities aren't discovered, who would know it was us? Fengbo's tone grew more urgent. Yushi, have you forgotten how the 13 ancestors and brother Xingtian fell? If you hadn't incited the 13 ancestors to battle the Yellow Emperor, they wouldn't have been dismembered and suppressed under the 5 mountains. Brother Xingtian wouldn't have died tragically in the heavenly court, his soul lost in Changyang Mountain. Yushi's face changed drastically, pointing at Fengbo in anger. Fengbo, everything I did was for the good of our tribe. The deaths of the 13 ancestors and brother Xingtian were accidents. But this time, we truly have a chance. This is northern Julu continent. External forces can't reach us. If we succeed, our tribe will produce a saint, and we can stand proudly at the peak of the 3 realms again. Neither the heavenly court nor the Buddhist sects will be our match. If we do nothing and keep hiding in the witch god temple, in another epoch, our tribe might truly vanish from the 3 realms. We are the descendants of Pangu, the true masters of this world. How can we face our ancestors and the fallen ancestor witches if our tribe remains in such a state? Seeing the two at an impasse, Jiufeng decisively intervened. Enough, stop arguing. This time, Fengbo, you stay and guard the witch god temple. Yushi, let's first find Guanyin's whereabouts. As for whether we take action, we'll decide based on the situation. After Jiufeng and Yushi departed, Feng Bo gazed at the statues of the great god Pangu and the fallen ancestral witches with deep sorrow in his eyes. He wrestled with his emotions before finally making a resolution. No, I cannot stand by and watch the Wu clan face disaster. I must seek out Lord Xianming. After much contemplation, Feng Bo decided to seek Xuanming's help, hoping to prevent the reckless actions of Jiufeng and Yushi. In the Yaoshi Palace of the North Sea, 3 ancient demon gods sat solemnly. Bei's eyes were half closed, as if he were already asleep. Bifang's eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something, and Zhen occasionally glanced outside the hall, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the silence. A fierce-looking man with wings on his back strode into the hall, greeting the 3 demon gods. Ha ha ha, my brothers, it's been a long time. Beis opened his eyes and said calmly, Ing Xiao, you're here? The man was none other than Ing Xiao, an ancient demon god and a favored general of Emperor Dijun. He had once been in charge of guarding the Heavenly Garden. After the fall of the ancient Heavenly Court, he had retreated to the North Julu continent with Kuanpeng, making him one of the most powerful ancient demon gods. After paying his respects to Beis, Ing Xiao sat down beside him and began chatting with Bifang and Zhen. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in the hall. The 4 demon gods quickly rose and respectfully said, Greetings, Yaoshi. Kuanpeng waved his hand and got straight to the point. I've called you here today to discuss the matter of Taowu. What are your thoughts? Bifang's gaze instinctively turned to Beis. He knew that Kuanpeng's question wasn't directed at him or Zhen, who was less wise than himself. The real targets of Kuanpeng's inquiry were Beis and Ing Xiao, and between the two, Beis's wisdom was clearly more reliable. Beis's lips curved into a slight smile, and he shook his head, saying, It's a fake. A glint of approval flashed in Kuanpeng's eyes as he nodded. That aligns with my thoughts. There are only 3 ways to achieve sainthood: through strength, severing the 3 corpses, or through merit. Although I don't know how it possesses the power of a saint, it is clear that it is not a true saint. Otherwise, the ancient ferocious beast clan would not have ended up in their current state. Therefore, Taowu can't possibly possess the method to achieve sainthood. Ing Xiao frowned and asked, Lord Yaoshi, in your opinion, should we not get involved in this matter? Kuanpeng replied indifferently, You must not interfere, but the Yaoshi Palace must make a statement. However, Taowu must not end up in our hands. Wise words, Yaoshi. The 4 demon gods responded in unison. Clearly, Kuanpeng had a well-thought-out plan. Meanwhile, in the ghost realm of Mang Mountain, Feipeng, who was waiting for Sun Wukong, suddenly changed his expression. He rose to bid farewell to the ghosts of Mang Mountain and then left the ghost realm. Damn it! Who on earth said that the Taowu was in our possession? Guanyin leaned wearily against a massive boulder in Beiju Luzhou, her voice laced with frustration. She had only sought a quiet place to heal, but instead, they were continuously ambushed by the powerful beings of Beiju Luzhou. After repelling a peak-level Tai Golden Immortal Demon, Guanyin learned a disturbing piece of news from her defeated foe. Someone had spread the rumor that the Taowu had fallen into their hands, and that the Taowu supposedly held the secret to becoming a saint. This rumor had clearly aroused the greed of many powerful beings in Beiju Luzhou. Standing beside her, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva wore a similarly bitter expression. As someone who had long guarded Mount Mang, he had always believed that the Buddhist sect was the supreme power of the 3 realms, untouchable by anyone. However, this journey to Beiju Luzhou had completely shattered his illusion. The powerful beings here not only showed no fear of the Buddhist sect, but were also willing to risk death for enough temptation. Guanyin glanced at the loyal Di Ting beside her and sighed. If it weren't for Di Ting, they would have suffered countless ambushes by now. Even so, despite Di Ting's ability to detect enemies in time, they sometimes had no place to escape. Beiju Luzhou was simply too vast, with hidden powerful beings as numerous as the stars. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal could not ensure their safety here. Meanwhile, in a remote cave in Beiju Luzhou, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with divine light, and 12 sea-calming beads circled his head like stars around the moon. After long and arduous effort, he had finally succeeded in refining these beads. Through the refining process, Sun Wukong not only grasped a new set of divine powers, but, more importantly, understood the true purpose of the sea-calming beads. Each bead contained an unformed small world. Ancient Buddha Ranting had once used 24 sea-calming beads to create 24 heavens, making him the preeminent among many Quasi saints. This alone proved the immense power of the sea-calming beads. However, Sun Wukong did not intend to follow in Ranting's footsteps. He knew that relying solely on the power of 12 small worlds might allow him to surpass many peers once he became a Deluo Golden Immortal, but it would still leave him far from the Quasi-saint level. More importantly, turning the sea-calming beads into heavens would surely attract the attention of Ranting. Even with the protection of his master, Subhuti, Sun Wukong could not ensure his safety. After careful consideration, Sun Wukong decided to take a different approach. He believed that Ranting's method of turning the sea-calming beads into heavens was seemingly clever, but fundamentally flawed. The greatest strength of the sea-calming beads lay in their ability to nurture worlds, not merely in creating multiple small worlds. Sun Wukong's goal was to fuse these beads and create a powerful world independent of the three realms. With this ambitious goal in mind, Sun Wukong began attempting to merge the 12 sea-calming beads. The beads shone with intense light, seemingly resisting the fusion instinctively. But under Sun Wukong's unwavering will, they could not halt the process. After an unknown amount of time, the 12 sea-calming beads finally disappeared. In their place was a single, drop-like, transparent bead, floating quietly before Sun Wukong. He reached out, and the bead gently fell into his palm. Through his spiritual sense, Sun Wukong could clearly feel the immense energy contained within the bead and even vaguely saw the nascent form of a world being nurtured inside. A vortex spun endlessly, and with each rotation, the world inside the Dinghai Pearl expanded a bit more. Sun Wukong gazed at this marvelous sight, thinking to himself that given enough time, this divine pearl would eventually evolve into a complete world. At that moment, Wukong felt his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. His understanding of the paths of samsara and karma had touched upon a sliver of true meaning, and he had grasped a portion of the essence of the Tao of metal. It's time to break through to the realm of the great Luo Immortal, he mused. However, Sun Wukong did not act rashly. He vividly remembered the harrowing experience when Faping had broken through, fully aware of the peril of this step. After careful consideration, he decided to return to Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain to seek the protection of his master, Patriarch Subhoodie. Just as he stepped out of the cave, Wukong sensed intense battle fluctuations in the distance. With a thought, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the source. The scene before him was astonishing. Guanyin Bodhisattva was engaged in a fierce battle with a great Luo Immortal with curved horns atop his head. The great Luo Immortal wielded a steel trident that exuded an oppressive aura. Guanyin, hand over the Taowu, and I will let you go, the great Luo Immortal demanded harshly. Guanyin Bodhisattva, holding a celestial sword, appeared slightly pale but remained composed. City, though you are an ancient demon god and attained the Tao before me, you still fall short of defeating me. It turned out that this great demon was named City, an ancient war god of the heavenly court. His true form was a black water buffalo, known as the City Divine Bull, who loved to devour metals to enhance his physical body. In terms of physical prowess, he was on par with the powerful Wu clan. City laughed heartily. Guanyin, I admit you had the strength to fight me at your peak. But now, how much of your power remains? At this moment, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva interjected with a cold snort. You monster, have you forgotten about me? City glanced at Mahastamaprapta dismissively. You? Not worthy of a fight with me. This ancient demon was inherently arrogant. Even after the collapse of the ancient heavenly court, he chose to establish his own faction rather than serve under the demon master Kuanpeng. Naturally, he looked down on Mahastamaprapta, who was relatively unknown in the northern continent. Enraged, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva brandished his celestial sword and struck at City. A murderous glint flashed in City's eyes as he swung his steel trident, clashing with the celestial sword. Mahastamaprapta felt a jolt in his palm, nearly losing his grip on the sword, and thought, this brute's strength is astonishing. Seeing this, Guanyin, worried about her companion, immediately joined the fray with her sword. The three great Luo immortals clashed with all their might, causing the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius to become chaotic. Sun Wukong quietly approached and was startled to sense dozens of presences watching the battle. Most were tiny golden immortals, but a few radiated the intimidating aura of great Luo immortals. Clearly, this battle had drawn the attention of many powerful beings. The battle between City and the two bodhisattvas of Buddhism was intense. With his formidable physique, City wielded a steel trident, forcing Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta to retreat step by step. In a moment of carelessness, Mahastamaprapta's celestial sword was shattered by City's trident, leaving him weaponless. Ha 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 ha. City laughed triumphantly. Hand over the Taowu, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Although City's trident was not a divine weapon, it was forged from rare materials of the three realms, making it incredibly powerful. Mahastamaprapta clutched his chest, looking troubled, and exchanged a glance with Guanyin. Despite their skills matching City's, the two bodhisattvas had been seriously injured in the Nine Heavens Thunder formation, their golden bodies damaged, greatly reducing their combat abilities. With a calm expression, Guanyin said, City, you must have sensed that there are many hidden experts nearby. If the two of us fight to the death, can you be sure you won't be severely injured? And if you are, can you still leave here unscathed? City laughed loudly upon hearing this. This is Beiju Luzhou. I, City, fear no one. Very well, then I'll tell you about the Taowu. Guanyin suddenly said, causing Mahastamaprapta to look puzzled and the hidden experts to perk up their ears. Sun Wukong was utterly confused. He had been focused on refining the Dinghai Pearl and was unaware of the rumors circulating outside, not understanding why so many great celestial beings were attacking Guanyin and the others. The Taowu was right. Before Guanyin could finish, a beast's roar suddenly echoed. The Taowu, covered in scars, was fiercely battling two mysterious figures with blurred faces, struggling against them despite being outnumbered. The appearance of the Taowu changed the situation drastically. Siddhi immediately redirected his divine power, initially aimed at Guanyin, towards the two mysterious figures, intending to seize the Taowu. The hidden experts could no longer hold back and reveal themselves, each displaying their abilities in a bid to capture the Taowu. The Taowu, worthy of being the ancient fierce beast and king of the north, managed to navigate skillfully among the dozen or so great celestial beings attacking it. These experts were wary of each other, unable to use their full strength, allowing the Taowu to maneuver more freely. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to the Taowu, Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta exchanged a look, planning to take this opportunity to leave the troubled area with Diding. At that moment, Sun Wukong quietly approached Diding and suddenly swung his staff to attack. Despite being a Tai golden immortal, Diding was caught off guard and took a heavy blow to his hind legs. In shock, Diding transformed into his true form and rushed towards Guanyin, the only one who could save him. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and his Rui Jingu Bang radiated a fierce killing intent. He knew he had to kill Diding before he could reach Guanyin, or it would be too difficult. Sensing Diding's peril, Guanyin was about to intervene when a stern-faced man suddenly descended from the sky, wielding a Fangtian halberd aimed at Guanyin's head. It was Peng Demon King Faping, joining the fray. With Faping blocking Guanyin, Sun Wukong rejoiced. He raised his Rui Jingu Bang and brought it down towards Diding's head. Bodhisattva, help me! Dizong's desperate cry pierced through the battlefield's chaos. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, hearing the call, moved swiftly despite the pain, using his damaged golden body to shield Dizong. The Hunyuan Tui staff struck with unstoppable force, landing heavily on Mahastamaprapta's golden form. Unable to withstand the impact, the golden body shattered with a piercing sound, turning into a cloud of golden dust. Mahastamaprapta coughed up golden blood, his primordial spirit's injury worsening instantly. Despite this, the intervention bought Dizong precious time. He quickly fled to Mahastamaprapta's side, finding sanctuary under the protection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even though Sun Wukong was confident, he had to abandon his plan to kill Dizong in the face of such defense. The battlefield was in utter disarray. The strongest were the two mysterious figures hiding their identities, followed by the ancient demon god city. Though the other great Luo Golden Immortals were formidable, most were early to mid-stage demons, incapable of posing a real threat to Taowu. Taowu demonstrated the terrifying power of an ancient fiend. With a single swipe, he sent a great Luo Golden Immortal flying, followed by a roar that injured another attempting a sneak attack. Suddenly, droplets of black water began to fall from the sky. Though seemingly ordinary, these droplets contained the essence of the Tao of water. The great Luo Golden Immortals hastily used their divine powers to evade the lethal attack. Siddhi, however, was indifferent, allowing the black water to fall on him. His physical body was comparable to a spiritual treasure, even stronger than the golden bodies of Buddhism. Despite the immense power of the Tao of water, it was not easy to harm him. Ha ha ha, Siddhi laughed heartily. Someone so proficient in the Tao of water must be the grand sorcerer Rainmaster of the Wu tribe. Since when did the Wu tribe start hiding in the shadows? I don't know what you're talking about, the mysterious figure replied coldly, an ancient longbow appearing in his hand. He drew the bowstring, and an arrow formed from black water materialized, its tip aimed directly at Siddhi. Seeing this, Siddhi did not dare to be careless. Ordinary black water he could ignore, but this arrow, enhanced by the mysterious figure's divine power, was enough to make any great Luo Golden Immortal wary. Sun Wukong, unfortunately, was hit on the shoulder by a drop of black water, causing his skin to split and a layer of fur to corrode instantly. He was shocked and quickly used his divine powers to try to remove the essence of the black water, but his weak understanding of the Tao of metal was insufficient to counteract the damage. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Sun Wukong, placing a hand on his wound. Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of black blood, but his complexion began to return to normal. Thank you, third brother. Sun Wukong gratefully looked at his savior, who turned out to be Peng Demon King, Faping, arriving just in time to help. The sudden appearance of Taowu plunged the already chaotic battlefield into further disarray. The battles between the Luo Golden Immortals were already earth-shattering, with terrifying energy waves sweeping across the area. The Tai Golden Immortals caught in the crossfire couldn't withstand the residual impact and fell one after another. In an instant, blood rained from the sky, and the sound of wailing echoed through the clouds. Amidst this chaos, Fei Peng managed to save Sun Wukong just in time. The two demon brothers found a safe spot and began to observe the cataclysmic battle. Sun Wukong curiously asked, "Third brother, what brings you here?" Fei Peng smirked and explained, "There are rumors in Beiju Luzhou that the fierce beast Taowu, captured by Guanyin, is related to the secret of becoming a saint. Our old ancestor sent me here to join the fun." Sun Wukong burst into laughter upon hearing this. "This must be a trick of the heavenly court. But seeing Guanyin in trouble makes me very happy." Fei Peng laughed as well. He was well aware of the Buddhist sect schemes against Sun Wukong. If not for his lack of strength, he would have sought justice for Sun Wukong long ago. At the center of the battlefield, two mysterious figures held the absolute upper hand. Their bodies were incredibly strong, withstanding countless energy blasts without a scratch. In contrast, their attacks using the powers of water and fire were wide-ranging spells that left the battling Deluo Golden Immortals in a sorry state each time they were cast. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes, staring at the invincible mysterious figures, and asked, "Third brother, who do you think those two are?" Fei Peng sneered. "Who else could they be? With such pure water and fire powers, they must be old members of the Wu tribe." The Wu tribe? Sun Wukong recalled the time he and his brothers went to the Gonggong tribe of the Wu clan to retrieve the Dinghai Shunju, and his heart stirred slightly. Meanwhile, on the sacred mountain in the western land, an old monk opened his eyes. He gazed northward, his eyes filled with wisdom. He murmured to himself, "For countless ages, I felt that my path to extinction was incomplete. It turns out it's because the Dinghai Shunju is missing. Now I sense that the opportunity lies in the north. It seems it's time to head to Beiju Luzhou." Just as the old monk was about to rise, a chubby monk appeared before him, exclaiming, "Ancient Buddha, Guanyin is in trouble." This old monk was none other than the former Randing Taoist, now one of the three patriarchs of the Buddhist sect, the past Buddha, Randing Ancient Buddha. Randing Ancient Buddha calculated with his fingers and calmly said, "I already know. I will personally go to Beiju Luzhou. Julu's son Buddha, you may accompany me." By Buddha's decree, the chubby monk Julu's son Buddha chanted Umitba, and without informing anyone else, the two Buddhas sped towards Beiju Luzhou on their Buddha light. On the battlefield, Taowu was pierced by a celestial sword wielded by a Deluo Golden Immortal and pinned to a mountain wall. Seeing this, the other Deluo Golden Immortals rushed forward to seize Taowu. At this critical moment, the void was suddenly torn open, and Yayu appeared in front of Taowu. It spewed a blast of annihilating azure flames, forcing back the Deluo Golden Immortals. "Yayu, why is it helping Taowu?" Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with confusion. Taowu was supposed to be Yayu's nemesis, drawn here by the threads of karma. By all rights, they should be enemies. Yet now, Yayu was protecting Taowu, leaving Sun Wukong baffled. Fei Peng frowned as well. He recalled, in ancient times, Taowu was known as the King of the North, the ruler of the northern fierce beasts. Yayu was known as the King of the East, ruling the East. They had a great battle, after which Taowu disappeared, and Yayu became the king of ancient fierce beasts. He shook his head. Given this, they should indeed be enemies. But the current situation is beyond my understanding. Yayu stood protectively in front of Taowu, its fierce gaze and the aura of bloodshed around it, making the Deluo Golden Immortals wary. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva leaned against each other, with Listen already taken into Mahastamaprapta's own Buddha realm. It was his personal small world, ensuring that as long as Mahastamaprapta did not fall, Listen would be safe. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at the appearing Yayu and sighed, "Umitba, it seems there are many secrets within the ancient fierce beast clan." Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva frowned deeply and whispered, "This Yayu disappeared after escaping the control of the pagoda. Its appearance now gives me an ominous feeling." Great strength Bodhisattva's expression was grave, a flicker of unease in his eyes. As a Bodhisattva of the Deluo realm, his connection with the heavenly Tao was profound, and such unease was never without reason. He spoke slowly. "I sensed the heavenly Tao warning me." Hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's pupils contracted slightly. She knew well that the intuition of a Deluo Jingxian was never wrong. If you have such a feeling, it means a crisis might be imminent. Meanwhile, beyond the endless void at the north gate of the heavenly court, an intense battle had just concluded. Li Bai, covered in blood, his white robes now a deep brown, had reached the realm of Tai Jingxian. Disgusted, he looked at the grotesque corpse at his feet and asked, "Seven Killing Star Lord, what exactly are these damned extraterrestrial demons?" The Seven Killing Star Lord glanced at the corpse on the ground and explained, "Extraterrestrial demons are practitioners from another world. Only we in the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect are aware of this secret within the three realms." Li Bai's excitement was palpable. "Another world? Are you saying there's a world as vast as the three realms?" The Seven Killing Star Lord nodded. "Yes, but this matter is of great importance. Even if I tell you now, once you leave the North Gate, your memory of this will be erased. Why? Li Bai asked in astonishment. At this moment, Lu Dongbin stepped forward and explained, for the peace of the three realms. If the major forces knew that the heavenly court's strength is constantly being challenged by extraterrestrial demons, it could cause numerous conflicts. Li Bai quickly bowed to Lu Dongbin. The seven-killing Star Lord concurred. Precisely. This is why those who leave the North Gate speak nothing of what transpires here. Li Bai asked again, does the Buddhist sect know? Nowadays, Buddhism and Taoism are the strongest in the three realms. If the heavenly court is being restrained, it would be advantageous for the Buddhist sect. The seven-killing Star Lord explained. The Buddhist sect knows. There are two passages to the outer realms, one at the North Gate and one at the great Mount Sumeru in the west. The rise of the Buddhist sect is due to their defense against the extraterrestrial demons, earning them the Tao ancestors' reward. Otherwise, they would never have been able to spread their teachings in Dongxing Divine Continent. At that moment, in the void outside the realms, a figure shrouded in mist coldly watched the prehistoric world. He uttered two words, Tao Tai. A grotesque, spherical man appeared immediately. My lord, Tao Tai is here. The mysterious figure said, I will send you into the prehistoric world. Bring back Tao Wu and Yayu. With that, he opened a stone door etched with ancient patterns, faintly revealing the characters Pangu. Above the northern continent, Wen Zhong stared at the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp without a trace of fear in his eyes. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp smiled serenely and said, Ba, this old monk intends to enter, and none of you can stop me. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. The gods behind Wen Zhong looked on with hostility. They were well aware that the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp had schemed against the disciples of the Jie sect multiple times, causing many to be listed on the Fengshen Bang. Moreover, the treasure for his enlightenment, the Dinghai Pearl, was taken from Zhao Gongming, a celestial of the Jie sect. This karma was indeed immense. Wen Zhong sighed inwardly, knowing that today's events could not continue. The involvement of a Deluo Golden Immortal had already violated the agreement between Buddhism and Taoism, and now even a Kwasa saint had appeared, making the situation irretrievable. He cast a deep look at the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp and the Buddha Julu Sun and said in a deep voice, Ancient Buddha, take care of yourself. We'll leave the ferocious beast Tao Wu to you. Let's go. With that, he retracted the heaven-locking formation and led the gods of the heavenly court away. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp smiled slightly and reached out toward the northern continent. A giant Buddhist palm descended from the sky, aiming directly at the Bodhisattvas Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta. The two Bodhisattvas were about to resist but quickly calmed down upon sensing the ancient Buddha's aura. The Deluo Golden Immortals on the scene grew wary, instantly recognizing the involvement of a Kwasa saint. Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta clasped their hands in gratitude toward the ancient Buddha, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then made another move, this time targeting Tao Wu and Yayu. At that moment, an even larger hand came from another direction, shattering the ancient Buddha's palm. The ancient Buddha's expression changed as he muttered, Kuanpeng. It turned out that the one who intervened was the demon master Kuanpeng, who resided in the northern sea. The ancient Buddha took a deep breath, understanding this was a warning from Kuanpeng. Rescuing Guanyin and Mahastamaprapta was one thing, but trying to capture Tao Wu and Yayu was an infringement on the northern continent's territory. The ancient Buddha's face shifted through various expressions before he finally decided to cease his actions. Kuanpeng was one of the earliest and strongest Kwasa saints, and the ancient Buddha was not confident in defeating him. He turned to the Buddha Julu Sun beside him and said, Julu Sun, please go and bring Tao Wu and Yayu here. The ancient Buddha had come prepared. Although he couldn't act himself, Julu Sun, as a Deluo Golden Immortal, could act without provoking interference from the northern continent's Kwasa saints. Julu Sun nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Buddha. His presence exerted immense pressure on the Deluo Golden Immortals of the northern continent. Julu Sun was formidable, immediately using the immortal binding rope to subdue one Deluo Golden Immortal and repelling another with a seal, demonstrating a prowess comparable to the mysterious figures and ancient demon god Songjia. Julu Sun smiled and said, Ba, ancient ferocious beasts are a scourge to the three realms. Out of compassion, we Buddhists wish to eliminate this menace. Fellow Taoists, please grant this humble monk a favor. The underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. A cold glint flashed in Songjia's eyes, and the two mysterious figures frowned. After thousands of years of development, Buddhism had grown immensely powerful. Now, with the arrival of a Kwasa saint and Julu Sun, their hope of seizing Tao Wu seemed slim. Seeing that none of the Deluo Golden Immortals seemed to object, Julu Sun's smile deepened. He walked lightly toward Tao Wu and Yayu, ready to take them away. Sun Wukong frowned as he observed the situation, and Faping shook his head, saying, It's not that simple. The Deluo Golden Immortals have lived for countless ages. They won't abandon the Taodai just because of a word from Julu Sunday. Before he finished speaking, an elder in a green robe couldn't hold back any longer and made his move. This mysterious Deluo golden immortal, known as the Green Robe Ancestor, instantly conjured a handful of green poison in his hand and hurled it at Julu Sun. Julu Sun's expression turned cold. With a quick gesture, a golden Buddha figure appeared out of thin air. The Buddha's radiance was so intense that the poison evaporated before it could get close. The Green Robe Ancestor was shocked and started to retreat, but Julu Sun had already summoned the binding immortal rope. The rope, like a long snake, instantly entangled the Green Robe Ancestor. However, the ancestor was no ordinary being. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mist and escaped. Julu Sun, worried about losing his treasure, had no choice but to recall the binding immortal rope. The failure of the Green Robe Ancestor awakened the other Deluo Golden Immortals. They realized that even though Julu Sun was incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly kill so many of his peers in front of everyone. Thus, all the Deluo Golden Immortals united and launched a fierce attack on Julu Sun. Countless spells rained down like a storm, and Julu Sun could no longer maintain his composure. His face changed, and he instantly vanished. The spells missed their target, leaving a massive crater on the ground. Where did he go? The immortals were puzzled until Zetian suddenly realized and shouted, "Earth traversing technique! Taodai!" Everyone turned their gaze to the Taodai, and sure enough, Julu Sun appeared behind it. He quickly used the binding immortal rope to tie up the Yayu and reached out to grab the injured Taodai. Just as the Taodai was about to fall into Julu Sun's hands, a massive shadow suddenly appeared above the immortals. They looked up to see a creature floating in midair, resembling a giant ball. Its eyes were like large red lanterns. It had two horn-like protrusions on its head, tiger-like teeth, human hands, and eyes under its armpits. Its bizarre appearance was rare even in Beiju Luzhou, a land teeming with strange creatures. Taodai, a Quasi-Saint-level Taodai. Julu Sun swallowed hard. The Taodai, an ancient ferocious beast known for its insatiable appetite, had devoured countless beings in ancient times before mysteriously disappearing. The Taodai now before them had reached the Quasi-Saint level. This is a big problem. This was the shared thought of all the Deluo Golden Immortals at that moment. What is a Taodai? The question had just surfaced in Sun Wukong's mind when he saw Faping's face change dramatically. Before he could ask, Faping grabbed him and flew away at high speed. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the sky, opening its bloody maw and releasing an irresistible suction force. "No, ancestor! Save us, no!" The cries of the Deluo Jinxian echoed as they were uncontrollably drawn toward the giant mouth. Sun Wukong and Faping were no exception, and they were on the verge of being sucked in. At the critical moment, a gigantic hand broke through the void, grabbing both Sun Wukong and Faping. The hand hesitated for a moment, then also rescued Cixi and several other Deluo Jinxian of the Demon Clan. Meanwhile, the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp had already sensed something was wrong. He quickly acted to save Julu Sun Buddha from being sucked in. Another mysterious hand appeared, rescuing two other mysterious figures. However, the remaining Deluo Jinxian were not so fortunate. Except for a few who managed to escape using their divine powers, the rest were swallowed by the giant mouth, including Taowu and Yayu. "Taodai, you're still alive." The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp stood before the colossal creature, his expression grave. Taodai grinned, revealing two fangs stained with the blood of Deluo Jinxian, and responded in an ancient language, "Young one, I remember you." The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp smiled slightly and said, "Umitba, I am the humble monk, Burning Lamp. Taodai, it's surprising to see you again in the Quasi-Saint realm after your sudden disappearance in ancient times." "Congratulations." Taodai laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Burning Lamp. No wonder you look so gloomy. So you're formed from the innate spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. Spiritual treasures are hard to cultivate, but unfortunately, they don't taste good. You may go. I won't eat you." The face of the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp stiffened, and the others behind him, including Julu's Sun Buddha and Guanyin, pretended not to hear. After all, it's best for Deluo Jinxian not to interfere in conversations between Quasi-Saints. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp hesitated. Although he had the power to fight, this was Beiju Luzhou, not the territory of Buddhism. Many hidden Quasi-Saint powers were present, and he feared that fighting Taodai would benefit others. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor was restless. "How did Taowu and Taodai appear?" he asked in a deep voice. "Tai Bai Jinxing, go investigate immediately." In ancient times, their clan of ferocious beasts could rival the ancient demon and witch clans. If their strong members hadn't disappeared overnight, the demons and witches wouldn't have dominated the Great Desolation. Tai Bai Jinxing received his orders and left. At that moment, a lavishly dressed woman approached. She was the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal of the heavenly court. Great heavenly sovereign, should we intervene to capture Tao Dai? She asked. The Jade Emperor shook his head. Queen Mother, you don't understand Tao Ye's power. Its strength far exceeds that of an ordinary quasi-saint. Even if we both act personally, it would be hard to capture it. The Queen Mother replied, we've hidden our strength for too long. With the ongoing conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, we should make a move, or else the Buddhist realm might mock us for having no one capable in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor snorted. If it weren't for the extraterrestrial demons outside the northern heaven gate, the army under the Big Dipper Star Lord alone could sweep across the three realms. Figures like Mingi and Zenuanzi would all bow at my feet. Alas, how is it with Tathagata? The Queen Mother sighed and asked. Tathagata? The Jade Emperor's tone became complex. I sense his aura growing stronger, but he is still far from becoming a saint. The Buddha secretly plotted to forcibly become a saint. Although it was done in secrecy, the Jade Emperor, who presides over the three realms, saw through it clearly. Especially after Sun Wukong reappeared in the three realms, the Jade Emperor immediately recognized his true form and knew that his essence was suppressed on Mount Mang. This level of insight far exceeded ordinary expectations, prompting one to wonder. How deep are the schemes of this seemingly puppet-like ruler of the three realms? In the end, the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp did not attack the Tao Tai, and the Tao Tai seemed apprehensive, disappearing into the void. Just then, a shadow of a monkey descended from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong climbed out of the pit with a disgruntled expression, a piece of dry grass in his mouth, muttering something unintelligible. He quickly determined his direction and, with a somersault cloud, flew towards Dongxing Shenzhou. The sudden appearance of the Tao Dai abruptly ended the chaotic battle triggered by the Tao Wu. This conflict benefited no one. Ksitigarbha lost the fierce beast Yayu. Ting was severely injured, and both Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta returned to their respective abodes to heal. Aside from a few Deluo Jingxian who were devoured by the Tao Dai, the battle concluded in a bizarre manner. Strangely, both the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect remained silent on the matter. The struggle for orthodoxy in Dongxing Shenzhou continued fiercely, and the Heavenly Court even hosted a Peaches of Immortality banquet, inviting immortals and Buddhas from the three realms. The Buddhist sect showed their respect by sending Bodhisattvas Manjusri and Samantabhadra, along with their disciples, to attend. Sun Wukong arrived at Linen Prefecture and happened to encounter Taoist Yifeng, who was preparing to attend the banquet. He stopped the Taoist and inquired about his destination. Taoist Yifeng smiled and said, "The Queen Mother is hosting the Peaches of Immortality banquet, and I have been invited to attend." Peaches of Immortality banquet? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he recalled his past experiences in the Peach Garden. His heart stirred. He asked, "Who all have been invited to this banquet?" Taoist Yifeng explained, "I heard that the Queen Mother is hosting this banquet to ease tensions between the Taoist and Buddhist sections. Many high-ranking figures from both sects are attending, including several Deluo Jingxian." Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled, and he urged, "I see. Taoist friend, you should hurry along so as not to be delayed." With that, he cupped his hands in farewell. Taoist Yifeng thought nothing of it, waved goodbye, and rode his cloud away. Sun Wukong watched him leave, a contemplative expression on his face. 1,000 years ago, Sun Wukong disrupted the peach banquet, recklessly drinking the celestial wine and tasting the divine peaches. Now, he's decided to return to the heavenly palace to attend the latest peach festival. Despite a vague suspicion that there might have been more to that ancient banquet, his longing for the delicious peaches prevails. Sun Wukong approached Leing Xiao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Little girl, do you want to taste the peaches?" His words made Leing Xiao's eyes widen in surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Over the years, under the tutelage of Yifeng Taoist, Leing Xiao had learned much about the three realms. She knew how precious the celestial peaches were, capable of granting mortals ascension and extending the lives of immortals. Recalling Yifeng Taoist's boast about being invited to the peach banquet, Leing Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Master, didn't Yifeng Taoist say that disciples couldn't attend the peach banquet?" Leing Xiao asked cautiously, remembering her failed attempts to persuade Yifeng Taoist to take her to the heavens. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "Nonsense. If old Yifeng can't take his disciple, does that mean I can't either? Haha, my dear disciple, I'll take you to the heavenly palace right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong took Leing Xiao with a somersault to the gates of the southern heaven. He quickly reverted to his original form and donned a monk's robe, inspecting his attire with satisfaction. Leing Xiao watched her master's transformation curiously, not understanding why he chose such a disguise. Sun Wukong chuckled and explained, "My dear disciple, let me change your appearance too." With a wave of his hand, he transformed Leing Xiao into the likeness of the Dragon Maiden of Luojia Mountain. "Let's go, we're off to the peach banquet." At the southern heaven gate, Today's guard was Hong, one of the four heavenly kings. Hong's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Sun Wukong, but he forced a smile and asked, "Great sage, long time no see. What brings you to the heavens?" Sun Wukong clasped his hands in a formal gesture and replied solemnly, "Ba, I am the victorious fighting Buddha, here by invitation of the Queen Mother to attend the banquet. This is the Dragon Maiden of Luojia Mountain, whom I met on the way, and we came together." After verifying their identities, Hong allowed Sun Wukong and Leing Xiao to pass. Inside the southern heaven gate, Sun Wukong greeted all the passing deities and immortals with familiarity, as if he knew everyone. This scene left Leing Xiao in awe, her admiration for her master growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the heavenly palace, Shan's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong moving through the crowd, his brow furrowing slightly as if sensing something amiss. 1,000 years had passed, and Shan's power had grown immensely. 400 years ago, he had ascended to become a Deluo Golden Immortal, earning his place as one of the most formidable beings in the three realms. If not for his discord with the Jade Emperor, Shan would likely have been renowned throughout the heavens by now. Beside him, Neza remarked with a smirk, "He's the victorious fighting Buddha now," his tone dripping with sarcasm. Shan smiled thoughtfully and said, "It's not that simple. This monkey is quite interesting." Clearly, he had noticed details that Neza had missed. At that moment, Shankai Tongzi from Luojia Mountain arrived at the southern heaven gate with his junior sister, Zixia. 1,000 years had passed, and Shankai Tongzi had grown into a youth of about 15 or 16. Zixia, also appearing to be around 15 or 16, wore a purple monk's robe and exuded a holy aura that instantly endeared her to anyone who saw her. Hong verified their identities and allowed them entry into the southern heaven gate. Outside the Heavenly King's residence, a celestial general asked with a puzzled expression, "Heavenly King, why have the people from Luojia Mountain arrived in two groups?" He recalled the dragon girl who had previously accompanied the fighting Buddha and felt something was amiss. Hong stroked his beard and chuckled dismissively, "Who can really understand the intrigues of the Buddhist sect? No need to worry. With so many experts gathered at this peach banquet, no one would dare cause trouble." As the immortals and Buddhas arrived one after another, the once solemn and imposing heavenly court gradually became lively. At this moment, Sun Wukong, avoiding the crowd, took Leing Xiao to a serene and picturesque valley. Gazing at the beautiful scenery, Sun Wukong suddenly sighed and pointed to a grand building in the distance, saying, "Little girl, see that? That's my residence, the great sage equal to heaven's mansion." Leing Xiao looked puzzled and asked, "But isn't the great sage a member of the Buddhist sect? Why is master helping the Taoist sect?" A trace of bitterness crossed Sun Wukong's face as he replied earnestly, "It's a long story. Just remember, in the future, stay far away from Buddhist monks." Leing Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding but knowing it's not her place to ask more. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the southern heavenly gate. A burly pig-headed monk was seen greeting Hong. "Ha ha ha, Heavenly King Duowen, long time no see." A slight unease flashed across Hong's face before he laughed and responded, "Ahem. It's the clean altar messenger. Indeed, it's been a while. How have you been?" Zhu Beiji patted his round belly and laughed. "Living well with good food and wine every day, but often missing old friends. Unfortunately, as a monk now, I can't mingle much with you all. I hope you understand." Hong patted Zhu Beiji on the shoulder and comforted, "Clean altar messenger, there's always time for a reunion. By the way, the great sage is here too. You brothers can have a good drink today." "Brother Monkey? Isn't he?" Zhu Beiji was surprised. He had recently returned from Mount Mang and knew that the fighting Buddha was in seclusion, striving to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Before leaving, he had tried to visit, but couldn't meet the Buddha at his critical breakthrough moment. Though puzzled, Zhu Beiji kept his thoughts to himself, casually chatting with Hong and the celestial soldiers before entering the southern heavenly gate. As soon as he stepped into the heavenly court, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears, "Tianpeng, come see me at once." In the blink of an eye, he found himself in front of a palace. Zhu Beiji was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. His eyes welling up as he knelt down, "Master, Tianpeng has returned." The palace doors slowly opened, and a middle-aged Taoist in a yin-yang robe emerged. He bent down and gently touched Zhu Beiji's bald head. His voice filled with affection, "You've been through a lot." Do Shui Palace is one of the most mysterious palaces in the celestial realm, housing the incarnation of the supreme Taishang sage from the Taoist tradition Taishang Laojun. Surrounded by mist and faintly glowing with golden light, the palace exudes an extraordinary aura. After the natural sages secluded themselves from the world, quasi-sages became the most powerful beings in the three realms, with Taishang Laojun being the closest among them to achieving true sagehood. It is precisely because of Taishang Laojun's intimidating presence that, Despite the celestial realm's decline over the years, no formidable beings have dared to covet its authority. At this moment, inside the palace, a middle-aged Taoist was looking helplessly at the chubby, simple-minded Zhu Beiji. The Taoist took out a golden, glowing pill from his sleeve and handed it to Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, and he almost drooled with excitement as he asked, "Master, what is this? A 9-turn golden pill?" The middle-aged Taoist shook his head, a hint of reproach in his tone. "You fool, can't you even recognize the life creation pill from your own master?" Hearing this, Zhu Beiji's eyes suddenly filled with a glimmer of recollection, and his eyes reddened. Memories surged like a tide, taking him back to the distant ancient times. At the end of the ancient era, the fierce beast clan mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only some weak descendants. During the Great War between the witches and demons, these beasts became the best cannon fodder. Without powerful guardians, the beast clan suffered massive casualties, teetering on the brink of extinction. In this tumultuous era, a small beast named Zhu Polong was born. It was the offspring of a divine dragon and an ancient fierce beast called Ao Zhu, bearing the bloodlines of both clans. However, the dragon clan was known for not caring for their offspring, and Ao Zhu was conscripted to fight in the war, eventually dying on the battlefield. Thus, little Zhu Polong struggled to survive alone in the chaotic wilderness, narrowly escaping death countless times, gradually becoming muddled and aimless. A turning point came on an ordinary day. A young Taoist leading a green ox appeared before Zhu Polong, with a white-beard elder sitting on the ox's back. The starving little Zhu Polong collapsed at the ox's feet, weak and exhausted. The young Taoist looked at Zhu Polong with pity and said to the elder, "Master, this fierce beast has pure eyes and hasn't been corrupted by evil energy. Can we save it?" The white-beard elder pondered for a moment and then nodded gently. "Very well. You can take it with you." The young Taoist was overjoyed and carefully cradled Zhu Polong in his arms. Along the way, he tended to it with great care, and soon, Zhu Polong's strength began to return. However, along with its recovery, its innate ferocity also resurfaced. Not long after, Zhu Polong killed an immortal crane. This infuriated the young Taoist, who scolded Zhu Polong severely. Feeling wronged, Zhu Polong did not think it had done anything wrong and chose to leave the young Taoist, venturing into the wilderness alone. At that time, the wilderness was fraught with danger, with battles between powerful beings occurring frequently. Using its innate talents, Zhu Polong quickly made a name for itself. Perhaps due to its dragon bloodline, Zhu Polong, despite having the blood of a fierce beast, possessed intelligence surpassing that of other beasts, akin to the demons. This led to its acceptance by the demon clan, and it eventually joined the ancient celestial court. In the celestial court, Zhu Polong fully utilized its combat abilities as an ancient fierce beast, rapidly rising to become one of the 360 demon gods. Its prestige was unmatched, and it was titled Tianpeng Demon God, commanding the Tianpeng star. Thanks to its dragon bloodline, Tianpeng Demon God was naturally adept at controlling water, capable of rivaling ordinary dragons in aquatic prowess. However, this ability also made him a prime target for the Witch Clan. As the war between the witches and demons erupted, countless great demons fell, their blood staining the sky. The celestial court collapsed in the flames of war, and demon gods perished one after another. Even the celestial Emperor Dijun and the invincible Eastern Emperor Tai met their demise. Tianpeng Demon God also could not escape his fate, his soul scattered in that earth-shattering battle. However, a trace of Tianpeng Demon God's true spirit miraculously survived, attaching itself to an ancient human body. Though he preserved his life, he lost his former cultivation. After the war between the witches and demons ended, the human race gradually rose to prominence, becoming the dominant beings in the world. One day, a Taoist came to a human tribe to teach the Tao. The human possessed by Tianpeng mingled among the listeners. There, he once again encountered the young Taoist from the past, who had now transformed into the chief disciple of the human sect, respectfully addressed by all as Xuandu Grandmaster. Xuandu looked at Tianpeng, who, feeling ashamed, avoided eye contact. The once glorious demon god of the heavenly court now appeared as nothing more than a dejected mortal. Without saying much, Xuandu handed Tianpeng a gleaming golden pill, the Shengsheng Zawadan. Tianpeng swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately, radiant light enveloped him as his primordial spirit was restored and his powers began to return. However, Tianpeng chose to disperse his regained powers voluntarily and decided to follow Xuandu to learn the true teachings of the Tao. The former demon god Tianpeng disappeared, replaced by Xuandu's sole disciple Taoist Tianp. Later, when the new heavenly court was established, Taoist Tianpeng, as the only Tai Golden Immortal among the third-generation disciples of the Renjiao, was sent to the heavenly court and appointed as Marshal Tianpeng, one of the 4 saints of the north, once again commanding the heavenly river navy. Zhu Beiji reminisced about the past, feeling a pang of sorrow. He knew that as the first disciple of the third generation of Leing Xiao, there were some responsibilities he could not shirk, yet he still harbored some resentment towards the Taoist sect. Xuandu gently said, "Take this. Your Taoist injuries have lingered too long. This pill will help you break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm again." With that, he led Zhu Beiji into the Doshui Palace, indicating for him to sit on a special cushion. This cushion, a treasure of the Supreme Lord Laozi, could manipulate the flow of time, making 1 year of meditation on it equivalent to 100 years of practice outside. Following instructions, Zhu Beiji sat down, swallowed the pill, and began to meditate in peace. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong led Li Qingzhao into the great sage mansion. Ever since Sun Wukong was suppressed, the mansion had been abandoned. Yet, strangely, the Jade Emperor had not ordered its demolition, nor had the plaques and banners been changed. The annual stipend was still issued, though the place looked somewhat dilapidated due to long-term neglect. Li Qingzhao's eyes widened in amazement. "Master, is this really your mansion? This is more magnificent than the palace of the Emperor of the Song dynasty." Sun Wukong chuckled with pride. "Huh, how can a mere mortal emperor compare to me, the great sage? Back then, I was a prominent figure in the heavenly court. At most, I'd bow slightly to the Jade Emperor, but with other immortals, regardless of their rank, I addressed them as brothers." Just as Sun Wukong was about to continue boasting about his illustrious past, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "What a boastful monkey you are." In the great sage's residence, Sun Wukong was enthusiastically boasting about his past exploits to his disciple, Li Qingzhao. He animatedly described his chaotic antics in the heavenly court, leaving Li Qingzhao utterly amazed. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his tale. Sun Wukong turned to see the third Prince Neza standing at the doorway, wearing a half-smiling expression. "Ha ha ha, Neza. Long time no see. How have you been?" Sun Wukong's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing his old friend. Although they had crossed paths not long ago, Sun Wukong had concealed his identity at that time and hadn't revealed himself to Neza. Neza waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Sun Wukong, it's been 1,000 years since you completed your journey to the west, and you haven't visited any of us old friends. 300 years ago, I passed by Mount Mang and wanted to have a drink with you, but you deliberately avoided me. Today, you owe me an explanation. What's the deal?" Sun Wukong hesitated upon hearing this. He wasn't sure whether to tell Neza about being manipulated by the Buddha. After all, the Buddha was a supreme power in the three realms, and such an embarrassing matter was not something he wanted widely known. Revealing this to Neza would only increase his risk without any benefit. With this in mind, Sun Wukong decided to keep the secret and instead offered a sincere apology. Neza wasn't truly angry. Their bond forged through countless battles was stronger than some blood ties. Sun Wukong introduced his disciple, Li Qingzhao, to Neza. Neza scrutinized Li Qingzhao, his eyebrows furrowing as he recognized her as the former celestial lotus fairy, the protector of Li by whom he once apprehended in the mortal realm. Neza pulled Sun Wukong aside, lowering his voice. "Monkey, how did you come to take her as your disciple?" Sun Wukong smiled slightly and explained. "I found this little girl adorable and took her under my wing. This time, I brought her to the heavens to get some peaches of immortality and elixirs to help her establish her foundation." Neza hesitated for a moment, his expression turning serious. "Monkey, this girl is no ordinary mortal. She was once the celestial lotus fairy and was sent to the mortal world to undergo trials for offending the Queen Mother. By taking her as your disciple, you've entangled yourself with the Queen Mother's karma. Even though you're now a Buddha, angering the Queen Mother could have serious consequences." Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned before he laughed and said, "Oh, it's just the Queen Mother. Didn't she fail to deal with me when I disrupted her peach banquet back then?" Neza's face showed signs of anxiety. "Monkey, you, sigh. There are things I can't say outright. Now that you're a Buddha, you should be aware of some secrets. How can you still be so reckless?" The longer Neza stayed in the heavenly court, the deeper his fear of it grew. He knew well how powerful the real heavenly court was. Despite his grand title of the Third Prince, General of the Sea and Demon-Suppressing God, he was essentially just a frontline officer handling the court's errands. The true might of the heavenly court was something even he knew only a fraction of, yet it was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Seeing Neza's distress, Sun Wukong patted his shoulder and softly said, "Good brother. No need to say more. I know what I'm doing. By the way, did you bring any wine? Let's have a drink and talk about other things." "Sure, let's drink." Neza took out a jug of fine wine, and the two began drinking together. Seeing this, Li Qingzhao also clamored for a drink, so Sun Wukong poured her a small bowl to taste. After a few rounds, for some reason, Neza was already drunk and muttering, "Monkey, it's been 1,000 years. Why didn't you come to see me? Sometimes I'm really afraid you've changed, become like my eldest and second brothers, Just another clay idol in a temple. Li Qingzhao had long since passed out to the side. Sun Wukong finished the last drop of his wine, looked at the mumbling Neza, and a gentle light flashed across his face. He softly said, "Good brother, there are some things I can't explain now, but you will understand in time. I hope we never become enemies." With a sigh, Sun Wukong gently touched Li Qingzhao's forehead, and she let out a soft moan as she opened her eyes. "Master." Li Qingzhao looked at Sun Wukong with a bewildered expression, the effects of the alcohol not yet fully worn off, leaving her mind a bit foggy. She had only taken a sip of wine before passing out earlier, and now she was still not completely sober. Sun Wukong gently shook his head at her, signaling not to ask too many questions. He cast a meaningful glance at Neza, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, before quietly leading Li Qingzhao out of the great sage mansion. Shortly after Sun Wukong left, Neza, who had seemed to be in a drunken stupor, suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of drunkenness in them. Instead, they shone with alertness and clarity. He held a small black insect in his hand and sneered, "A sleep bug? You think this little trick can outsmart me?" The insect wasn't a real bug, but a product of a secret spell. Though its power was minimal, it was extremely stealthy and often caught people off guard. Neza pinched it lightly, and the sleep bug turned to dust. He stood up, his figure as elusive as smoke, and vanished from the great sage mansion in an instant. Following Sun Wukong out of the mansion, Li Qingzhao asked curiously, "Master, where are we going now? Are we heading to the Jade Pool?" Sun Wukong shook his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "The Queen Mother is quite stingy. At the peach banquet, each person only gets 3 to 5 peaches, which is hardly enough. If we want to eat, we should eat to our heart's content. I'm taking you to the peach garden to taste the real celestial fruit." As they approached the peach garden, Sun Wukong couldn't help but swallow at the familiar sight, as if he could already taste the juicy peaches. He cast an invisibility spell on them, easily bypassing the celestial guards and sneaking into the garden without a sound. "Wow, so many peaches!" Li Qingzhao exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. She saw rows of lush peach trees, their branches heavy with plump, fragrant peaches. Sun Wukong blinked and said, "Girl, these are just the peaches that ripen every 100 years. They're good for you. But for me, they're just a snack. Our goal is the peaches that ripen every 1,000 years. Eating one of those will save you a century of cultivation." With that, Sun Wukong took Li Qingzhao's hand and led her deeper into the garden. Soon, they arrived at 9 ancient peach trees. These were the trees that bore the 1,000-year peaches, the most prized in the entire garden, with only 9 fruits on each tree. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, excitement showing on his face. Back when he guarded the peach garden, these 1,000-year peaches hadn't ripened yet, and he had only tasted the 100-year ones. He had longed for these 1,000-year peaches ever since. Now, finally having the chance to taste them, Sun Wukong's heart was filled with anticipation. Sun Wukong stood before the peach tree, his gaze fixed on the 1,000-year-old peaches emitting a tantalizing fragrance. He took a deep breath and reached out to pluck one. Suddenly, a series of barriers rose around the tree like ripples on water. As soon as his fingertips touched the barrier, a bolt of divine lightning struck him. With a poof, he spat out a wisp of black smoke, his face instantly darkening. At the same time, the heavenly soldiers and generals in the peach orchard sensed the disturbance and rushed in. Sun Wukong, quick as lightning, grabbed Li Qingzhao and used his invisibility technique to hide behind a large boulder. A celestial general of the Tai Golden Immortal rank arrived at the tree, looking around in confusion. "Strange, there's no one here. How did the barrier get triggered?" He signaled the soldiers to search carefully. After a thorough inspection revealed nothing, the general concluded that it might have been a malfunction and led the troops out of the garden. Once the heavenly soldiers and generals left, Sun Wukong and Li Qingzhao reappeared. Li Qingzhao looked at the nearby peaches, and her stomach growled. "Master, what do we do now?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. Though he wasn't an expert in breaking barriers, he wasn't entirely helpless. He took out the reincarnation pin and channeled the Tao of causality. Moments later, his eyes lit up as he found the weakest point in the barrier. With a gentle stroke of the pin, the barrier's glow dimmed and then returned to normal. The guards outside remained unaware. Sun Wukong led Li Qingzhao to the base of the peach tree and carefully picked a 1,000-year-old peach. The rich aroma was so tempting that he couldn't help but feel his appetite stir. Knowing that the peach was hard to digest, he stored it away and picked a second one. Just as he was about to pick a third, the Queen Mother of the West, who was conversing with the Jade Emperor in the Jade Pool, suddenly vanished. Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he broke off a branch with ripe peaches and placed it into the sea-calming pearl, then grabbed Li Qingzhao and fled. "How dare you!" A massive hand descended from the sky, reaching for Sun Wukong. The overwhelming pressure was on par with the 5 elements mountain of the Buddha in the past. "This is bad. That old lady is really angry, Sun Wukong thought. Despite using his full speed, he found himself unable to move. The Queen Mother controlled the essence of time, making it seem like he was running but actually standing still. Just as the massive hand was about to strike him, it suddenly dissipated, and the peach orchard returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Sun Wukong looked around in confusion, unsure of what had transpired, but he didn't waste the opportunity. He quickly escaped the orchard with Leing Xiao. The Queen Mother snorted coldly. Qinglian, teaming up with that monkey. Perhaps. No, it's just that damned monkey who stole 3 of my 1,000-year-old peaches and damaged the tree's roots. This debt will be settled with Subhoodie sooner or later. She flicked her sleeve and returned to the jade pool. Sun Wukong and Leing Xiao fled until they unknowingly arrived at the residence of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. An idea struck him, and he transformed into Neza, hiding Leing Xiao in the sea-calming pearl. He then swaggered towards the heavenly king's residence. Greetings, third prince. The guards at the gate saluted respectfully upon seeing Neza. Sun Wukong imitated Neza's usual demeanor, nodding coldly as he walked into the residence. Shortly after entering, he encountered Li Jing, who was about to leave. Li Jing cast a cold glance at Neza, his eyes showing no trace of fatherly love, but instead filled with disdain and detachment. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, having heard of the discord between father and son, but never expecting their relationship to have deteriorated to this extent. Neza, you are supposed to be patrolling the Peach Festival. Why are you not at Jade Pool but instead here at my Tianlong Palace? Li Jing snorted, his grip tightening unconsciously on the Linglong Pagoda in his hand. This subtle action did not escape Sun Wukong's keen eyes. I'll head to Jade Pool in a bit, Sun Wukong responded calmly. Li Jing said no more and turned to leave. Watching Li Jing's departing figure, Sun Wukong fell into deep thought. He had never noticed Li Jing's odd behavior before, but today he realized just how poorly he treated Neza. Sun Wukong made a round of the Tianwang Palace, finding that the servants there did not treat him disrespectfully. This only deepened his suspicion the father and son pretended to be harmonious in front of others, but were actually at odds in private. It was truly bizarre. He decided to inquire about it with Neza later on, originally intending to lay low at Tianwang Palace for a few days and leave heaven quietly when the Peach Festival began. Sun Wukong now felt uneasy due to Li Jing's unusual behavior. He left Tianwang Palace, pondered for a moment, and then transformed back into his true form, striding boldly towards Jade Pool to check the guest list for the Peach Festival. To protect Li Xiao, Sun Wukong had her consume a peach inside the Dinghai Pearl to cultivate in seclusion. By his estimation, it would take Li Xiao a year to refine the peach, which would be enough time for him to leave heaven. As soon as he entered Jade Pool, a tall, ragged old man approached. Great sage, long time no see. Sun Wukong focused his gaze and recognized his old friend, Barefoot Immortal. Ha ha ha, Barefoot Immortal, you old fellow, still as unkempt as ever. Though Barefoot Immortal had no official celestial rank, he was a highly skilled wandering immortal. 1,000 years ago, he was already a latest-stage Tai Golden Immortal, and his abilities had only improved since. Sun Wukong stepped into the Jade Pool, warmly greeting the familiar immortals. His arrival caught the attention of Shankai Tongzi, whose eyes flashed with a cold glint. Shankai Tongzi, the only son of the great sage equaling heaven, bold demon king, possessed extraordinary bloodline. Over millennia, his cultivation had advanced from the early to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, greatly increasing his power. However, compared to his lost freedom, this cultivation seemed worthless to him. Xiaoxingnu, sitting beside Shankai Tongzi, noticed his hostility towards Sun Wukong and curiously asked, "Senior brother, who is that monkey?" Realizing his lapse, Shankai Tongzi softly chanted, "Umitba," and replied, "Junior sister Xia, that monkey is none other than the fighting Buddha of the Western Paradise." "Oh, since he is the fighting Buddha of Buddhism, we should go and pay our respects," Xia said as she stood up and walked towards Sun Wukong. Though reluctant, Shankai Tongzi had no choice but to follow. Xia approached Sun Wukong and respectfully greeted him, "Umitba. I am Xia, a disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva from Mount Luojia in the South Sea. Greetings, venerable fighting Buddha." Shankai Tongzi reluctantly cupped his hands and said, "Shankai Tongzi, disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva from the South Sea, greets the fighting Buddha." Sun Wukong's gaze bypassed Shankai Tongzi and fell upon Xia. His thoughts drifted back to Xinyo Hajo, recalling the girl who sheltered him from the rain. Gradually, the image of that girl merged with the sacred aura of Xia before him. Shankai Tongzi noticed Sun Wukong ignoring him and felt a flash of shame and anger on his face. Xia, feeling uneasy under Sun Wukong's direct gaze, furrowed her brows slightly. At that moment, Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas entered the Jade Pool. Seeing Sun Wukong, they smiled and said, "Fighting Buddha, we didn't expect you to attend the Peach Banquet. If we had known,
we would have come together.
Sun Wukong snapped back to reality and glanced at the two bodhisattvas. Although Manjusri and Samantabhadra, as great Luo Golden Immortals, were far more powerful than him, Sun Wukong's title as the Fighting Buddha placed him on an equal footing with them. So it's Manjusri and Samantabhadra bodhisattvas. I'm here because I can't resist the peaches. I'm just here to grab a couple to eat, Sun Wukong responded casually, without offering a formal greeting. A hint of doubt flashed in Manjusri's eyes. Since being conferred the title of Fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong had always been courteous and exuded the demeanor of a Buddha. However, today he seemed to have reverted to his old carefree self, which puzzled Manjusri. Samantabhadra also sensed something unusual but, mindful of the heavenly court's dignity, the two bodhisattvas merely exchanged a few pleasantries before heading deeper into the Jade Pool. Sun Wukong entered the Jade Pool with the barefoot immortal and others. As the Fighting Buddha of Buddhism, his seat was arranged in the Great Luo Golden Immortal area near the Queen Mother, while the Tai Golden Immortals like the Barefoot Immortal had to sit on the outskirts. Sun Wukong had to bid them farewell. Xiao watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure and thoughtfully remarked, "This Fighting Buddha seems quite interesting." Shankai Tongzi snorted coldly, offering no reply. Sun Wukong arrived at the Great Luo Golden Immortal area and noticed that only Manjusri and Samantabhadra bodhisattvas from Buddhism were present. On the heavenly court side, only Erlang Shan was there. When Sun Wukong's eyes met Erlang Shan's, he sensed a hint of disappointment in the latter's gaze. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, understanding Erlang Shan's thoughts. Erlang Shan had already broken through to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Sun Wukong remained at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Despite being just one step away from forming his Dao fruit, he still couldn't compare to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Just then, a voice rang out, from the Azura sect, "Shiva has come to attend the banquet." A charming woman, leaning on a snake staff, slowly walked into the Jade Pool. Her arrival caused a subtle stir, for she was not of the human race, but rather a Luo Golden Immortal from the Azura clan Shiva. Manjushri and Samantabhadra's faces immediately darkened. This was not without reason. The Azura sect had long been a formidable adversary of Buddhism in the underworld. The memories were still vivid. Years ago, the Buddha Mother Zhuanti had converted several disciples of the Mingi sect, angering Mingi. After the saints ceased to intervene, Mingi established the Azura sect in the underworld specifically to oppose Buddhism, causing significant trouble. And Shiva was one of Mingi's three most powerful disciples. Shiva unceremoniously sat next to Sun Wukong, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes as she coldly remarked, "With your mere Tai cultivation, you dare to sit here? It seems Buddhism has truly fallen." Manjushri, hearing this, retorted with a cold laugh, "Shiva, whether Buddhism has fallen or not, would you dare to follow this humble monk to Lingshan and see for yourself?" Before he could finish speaking, a vertical eye suddenly opened on Shiva's forehead, emitting a faint aura of destruction. Manjushri was slightly taken aback and instinctively summoned his protective golden lotus. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Taibai Jinxing appeared in time. His gaze swept between Shiva and the two Buddhist bodhisattvas, and he said in an indifferent tone, "Everyone, today is the Queen Mother of the West's birthday, and this peach banquet is held in her honor. Do not spoil her mood." Manjushri, well aware of Taibai Jinxing's prowess, went along with it and said, "Since Star-Lord Changgung has spoken, naturally, Manjushri has no objections." As time passed, more and more rarely seen Luo Golden Immortals began to appear. In no time, the entire Jade Pool was filled with over a dozen Luo Golden Immortals, creating a grand spectacle. Suddenly, a melodious voice announced, "The Queen Mother of the West has arrived." Accompanied by a flash of azure light, the Queen Mother appeared at the main seat of the Jade Pool. Following closely behind, the Jade Emperor also appeared beside her. "Welcome, great heavenly venerable, welcome, Queen Mother of the West." The assembled immortals hurriedly stood up to greet them. Even Manjushri and Samantabhadra had to rise and perform a Buddhist salutation towards the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother gently waved her hand, signaling the immortals to take their seats. Her gaze passed over Sun Wukong, recalling the stolen peaches and feeling a twinge of anger. However, she quickly suppressed this emotion, realizing that now was not the time to confront him. Once everyone was seated, the Queen Mother began, "Today, I have invited you all to this peach banquet mainly because of the ongoing conflicts between Buddhism and Taoism in Dongsheng Shenzhou. Matters of the mortal realm should not be interfered with by cultivators. Therefore, I propose that we revise the alliance agreement." The Queen Mother of the West, citing the conflicts in Dongsheng Shenzhou, decided to renegotiate the oath. In the Golden Hall of the Jade Pool, the atmosphere was tense as numerous deities gathered. Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged a worried glance before voicing their opposition in unison. With hands clasped in prayer, Manjushri spoke solemnly, "Amitabha, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, the struggle between the Taoist and Buddhist traditions is a matter for the two paths to resolve. The heavenly court had promised that the great Luo immortals would not intervene. However, during the battle in the northern Jambu continent, the 12 zodiac generals of the heavenly court ambushed our Avalokiteshvara and Mahasthamaprapta bodhisattvas. We request an explanation from the Queen Mother. Otherwise, the Buddhist sects may suspect the heavenly court of breaking its promise. Allowing the great Luo immortals to act could lead to devastation across the three realms. We implore the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother to make a wise decision. Samantabhadra nodded with a smile. Well said, Manjushri. I fully agree with your sentiments. The Jade Emperor remained silent, gently stroking the jade ring in his hand. The jade pool was under the Queen Mother's jurisdiction, and he preferred not to interfere. The Queen Mother, however, did not respond directly. Instead, she turned to Sun Wukong with a hint of sarcasm. Victorious fighting Buddha. Now that you are a Buddha too, have you mended your mischievous ways? Sun Wukong, who was savoring a pastry, paused and gave an awkward smile. Well, Queen Mother, I no longer engage in such behavior. Across from him, Erlang Shan's mouth twitched slightly, clearly skeptical of the monkey's words. The Queen Mother shot Sun Wukong a glare, thinking that if not for the larger picture, she would have already punished the monkey who recently stole her peaches. At that moment, a burst of Buddha light suddenly illuminated the entire jade pool. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother frowned as an elderly monk approached, golden lotuses blooming beneath his feet with each step. Burning lamp, ancient Buddha. Manjushri and Samantabhadra immediately rose to greet this ancient Buddha, who had retired before even officially taking his position. The Jade Emperor burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it is the burning lamp, ancient Buddha. Your presence truly graces the heavenly court. With his laughter, the overwhelming Buddha light receded like a tide. Burning lamp, ancient Buddha remained composed. Amitabha, great heavenly venerate, your power has grown even deeper. Congratulations. A discordant voice interrupted. Burning lamp, ancient Buddha. What brings you to the heavenly court instead of staying in the West? The deities exchanged glances, anticipating a spectacle. Turning to the authoritative man who had spoken, Burning lamp, ancient Buddha replied, Amitabha, so it is the great emperor of the blue deeps. It seems your cultivation has not advanced much over the years. The great emperor of the blue deeps, also known as Tai to save the distressed heavenly venerate, was once one of the 12 golden immortals. After Burning Lamp led several golden immortals to defect from the Chan school, the primeval Lord of Heaven dissolved the 12 golden immortals and appointed Tai Junren to oversee the heavenly court. Despite the Jade Emperor's dissatisfaction, the Chan school now held significant influence in the heavenly court. To counter this, the Jade Emperor subtly incited conflicts between the disciples of the Chan and Jie schools, leading the gods of the Jie school to suppress the Chan school. Within the heavenly court, the great emperor of the South Pole, though stationed in the South Pole, had few soldiers and generals. The great emperor of the curved array, despite leading the myriad demons of the three realms, struggled to gain the approval of the demon clans due to his half-human, half-demon heritage, rendering his title largely nominal. The great Emperor Ziwei, who oversees the celestial deities, is facing an awkward situation. Most of the star deities hail from the Jie sect, making it difficult for Bo Yikao to manage them. However, Bo Yikao is not a dull person. He understands that he is merely a pawn in balancing the Jie sect and the Chan sect, so he rarely intervenes in celestial affairs. Only during the change of dynasties in the mortal realm does he release the energy of the Ziwei Emperor to assist in selecting a new emperor. Apart from this, the great Emperor Ziwei has a minimal presence in the heavenly court. In stark contrast is the great Emperor of the East, also known as Taijuku Tianzuan. He has consolidated all the power of the Chan sect in the heavenly court, forming a formidable army. The heavenly soldiers and generals under his command are highly capable, making his status second only to the Jade Emperor among the 6 emperors of the heavenly court. The great Emperor Hutu is the most mysterious among the 6 emperors. The immortals only know that she is the ruler of the Underworld, personally appointed by Daozu Hongjun, but they have never seen her true form. Apart from a few powerful beings who speculate about this enigmatic emperor, most immortals and deities regard her as a reclusive sage who does not meddle in worldly affairs. They respect her but do not fear her much. At this moment, Taijuku Tianzuan's gaze falls on the ancient Buddha Randang. Before the War of Investiture, when Randang was still a Taoist, Tai had often sought his guidance on cultivation and privately called him teacher. However, now, Tai's eyes are filled with coldness and contempt. In the hearts of all Chan sect disciples, Randang has become the greatest traitor, no longer worthy of respect, similar to Cihong, Wanshu, and Puxian. I heard that the Buddha Randang was injured by the Taodai in Beiju Luzhou. How are your injuries? Taijuku Tianzuan asked, his tone laced with obvious sarcasm. Not to be outdone, the ancient Buddha Randang retorted, Tai, your progress in cultivation is slow. You probably need to work harder. Taijuku Tianzuan sneered. It's still better than some who lost face when confronting the Taodai. Sensing the tension between them, the Queen Mother of the West timely interjected to ease the atmosphere. Buddha Randang, since you are here, please take a seat. We can discuss the matters of Dongxing Shinzhou. The ancient Buddha Randang clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, I have come on the orders of the Tathagata Buddha to discuss the doctrinal disputes in Dongxing Shinzhou with the great Heavenly Lord and the Queen Mother of the West. Everything remains the same, but the Tathagata Buddha has sent me with the great array of universal illumination. As he spoke, a formation symbol appeared in his palm. I asked the Taoist sects to help set up this array in Dongxing Shinzhou. Once the array is complete, any great golden immortal who enters it will trigger the formation, risking their downfall. This will prevent any more great golden immortals from interfering in the doctrinal disputes. A slight smile appeared on the ancient Buddha Randang's face. Over the years, the Buddhist sect has produced numerous disciples, but in terms of heritage, it still cannot compare to the Taoist sections. In the number of great golden immortals, they have always been inferior to the Taoist sections. However, when it comes to Tai golden immortals, the Buddhist sect is not inferior to the Taoist sects. Although the Peach Banquet was not a venue for discussing major affairs, the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp still engaged in a brief conversation. Soon, celestial maidens arrived with juicy peaches, placing them before the gathered immortals. For those of advanced cultivation, these 100-year-old peaches no longer enhanced their powers, but were still a delightful treat. However, for a neophyte in the art of cultivation, these peaches could provide a significant boost, laying a solid foundation for their path. Sun Wukong glanced at the 5 peaches in his hand with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He inwardly scoffed at the Queen Mother's stinginess, while feeling smug about the 3 millennia-old peaches he had secretly picked. He even fantasized about using the Dinghai divine beads to cultivate peach trees and hosting a grander peach banquet than the Queen Mother's. This thought brought a proud smile to his face. Zixia observed Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression. As a follower of Guanyin, she felt that this so-called victorious fighting Buddha was vastly different from the lofty image of a Buddha she had in mind. Noticing Zixia's gaze, Sun Wukong returned a meaningful smile. Although Zixia did not recognize him, Sun Wukong would never forget the girl who had sheltered him with an umbrella. That paper umbrella was his only solace during his 500 years of solitude, and he still cherished it to this day. As the peach banquet concluded, Sun Wukong was about to leave when he suddenly felt his body stiffen. He turned to see the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp smiling at him, though his eyes concealed a murderous intent. Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat, realizing that his true identity might have been exposed. He knew he was powerless against a Kwasa saint. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp invited, victorious fighting Buddha, why not accompany me to Dongxing Divine Continent to set up an array? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Sun Wukong found himself involuntarily floating behind the ancient Buddha. Although the Jade Emperor sensed something amiss, he did not interfere in this internal Buddhist matter. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp led the Buddhist assembly and Taibai jinxing from the heavenly court to the skies above Dongxing Divine Continent. With a wave of his hand, he cast down talismans that formed a golden barrier over the entire continent. Simultaneously, Taibai jinxing activated the Grand Unification Array, overlaying it with the Buddha Light Illuminating Array. 2 decrees then echoed throughout Dongxing Divine Continent. No golden immortal of the 3 realms may enter this place. Yifeng Daoist, who had just attended the peach banquet, looked grave. This decree had mixed consequences for the Taoist sections. While the Golden Kingdom had only 3 Tai golden immortals left, Moonlight Bodhisattva, Fire Tua, and Gu Zenrinth Buddhist sect might still send other Tai golden immortals as reinforcements, given that the previous agreement only restricted the top experts from the Heavenly Court and Ling Mountain. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp instructed Manjusri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas to return to their respective temples and remain vigilant of the 3 realms' turmoil. After they departed, he turned to Sun Wukong and bluntly demanded, hand over the Dinghai divine beads. Sun Wukong was shocked, realizing that the ancient Buddha had come specifically for his Dinghai divine beads. Sun Wukong forced himself to remain calm and said, Buddha Randang, what are you talking about? What is this Dinghai Shinju? A cold smile crossed Buddha Randang's face, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice booming like thunder. Monkey, do you really think you can deceive me? I have been refining the Dinghai Shinju for thousands of years. Ever since our last encounter in the northern continent, I have sensed its aura on you. Buddha Randang's tone suddenly turned severe. Hand it over. For the sake of your master, I won't fight you. Otherwise, I might have to use my superior strength against you. Sun Wukong's face changed instantly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he was confident that his power was close to that of a great celestial, just short of achieving the Tao fruit, he had no assurance of escaping from a near saint. The Monkey King took a deep breath, looked Buddha Randang straight in the eyes, and tried to maintain his composure as he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Regardless, I am the victorious fighting Buddha. If you bully me, won't you become a laughingstock across the three realms? Upon hearing this, Buddha Randing laughed mockingly. Monkey, you should know that you are not the true victorious fighting Buddha. I only need to accuse you of impersonation, and I can justifiably suppress you. Sun Wukong felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He abandoned his pretense and sneered, a fierce glint in his eyes. You old bald donkey, you think it's impressive to bully a tiny golden immortal when you're a near saint? Do you really think I'm that easy to push around? Buddha Randing shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes. Monkey, you know nothing of true power. With that, he raised his right hand and aimed a palm strike at Sun Wukong. The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the area, rendering Sun Wukong immobile. In that critical moment, with a whoosh, a whisk struck Buddha Randing's arm. A white-haired old man in a white robe appeared out of thin air in front of Sun Wukong, blocking Buddha Randing's attack. This man was none other than Master Subhoodie. Master Subhoodie gazed calmly at Buddha Randing, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Randing, do you really think you can bully my disciple without consequences? Master. Sun Wukong looked at Master Subhoodie's back and finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. Buddha Randing frowned, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Master Subhoodie had once been one of the 3,000 listeners in the Purple Cloud Palace, where Buddha Randing ranked low among the 3,000 great powers, while Master Subhoodie was second only to the 6 saints. Buddha Randing took a deep breath and put his hands together. Amitabha, friend Subhoodie, I did not intend to act rashly. Your disciple has stolen the Dinghai Shinju, a treasure of my sect. Please have him return it to us, and we can avoid conflict. Despite his apprehension, as a near saint, Buddha Randing would not back down immediately upon seeing Master Subhoodie. Master Subhoodie chuckled coldly. Randing, we both know the truth of the matter. There's no need for further words. How about we settle this here and now? If you win, you can take the Dinghai Shinju. But if you lose, you may have to leave something behind. Before he finished speaking, the space around them distorted. In the blink of an eye, Master Subhoodie, Buddha Randing, and Sun Wukong found themselves beneath a vast starry sky, surrounded by countless twinkling stars in utter silence. Under the vast expanse of the starry sky, 2 quasi-saintly beings stood in a tense standoff. A hint of worry flickered in the eyes of Master Subhoodie, concerned that the aftermath of the battle might harm Sun Wukong. With a gentle wave of his hand, a translucent shield instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, behind the ancient Buddha Ranting, 24 massive whirlpools suddenly appeared, each containing the power of a small world. These were the 24 heavens formed by the 24 sea-calming beads. At the moment the 24 heavens manifested, Sun Wukong felt a violent tremor from the sea-calming beads within him, as if they were resonating with their counterparts. Quickly, he circulated his internal energy, attempting to suppress the agitation of the beads. Perhaps due to Master Subhoodie's protective shield, the beads gradually calmed down after a few tremors under Sun Wukong's control. The ancient Buddha Ranting keenly sensed that his 24 heavens were being drawn to something within Sun Wukong. His eyes narrowed as he resolved to obtain the 12 sea-calming beads within Sun Wukong. However, Ranting was unaware that the 12 beads had long since merged into a single bead, containing the essence of a true world. If Ranting knew this, he might discover the reason for his own incompleteness. Master Subhoodie glanced at the 24 heavens behind Ranting, a slight smile playing on his lips. Behind him, the shadow of a giant Bodhi tree appeared, its leaves gently swaying and emitting a faint glow. Friend, pleased. Before Subhoodie could finish his sentence, he had already struck out with a palm. In an instant, mysterious lights flashed, and countless ancient runes shot towards Ranting like meteors. This seemingly simple attack caused Ranting's expression to change dramatically. Humph, watch my move. Ranting snorted coldly, activating the 24 heavens. The power of the 24 small worlds instantly surged into him as he countered Subhoodie's attack with a palm strike of his own. The battle between the 2 quasi-saintly beings captivated Sun Wukong, his eyes shining with excitement. Concepts of the Tao that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear. He began to emit a divine light as he naturally initiated his breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. This monkey is quite perceptive. In the midst of combat, Master Subhoodie noticed Sun Wukong's breakthrough and couldn't help but smile fondly. He tossed a yin-yang mirror into the air, which hovered above Sun Wukong, providing protection for his breakthrough. Ranting also noticed Sun Wukong's progress, but was too preoccupied with Subhoodie's relentless attacks to divert his attention. He merely frowned before refocusing on the battle at hand. Master Subhoodie, adept in both Taoist and Buddhist practices, was known for his mastery of various esoteric arts, making him one of the most versatile beings in the 3 realms. With a slight shake of his body, 3 streams of clear energy emerged, instantly transforming into 3 identical figures. One chi transforms into three purities. Rantang's face paled, and his body trembled as if he was about to flee. This technique was the exclusive divine power of the sage Laozi, and no one else was known to have mastered it. However, Rantang soon discerned the truth. While Zaputi was indeed formidable, mastering a sage's divine power was no easy feat. He had merely mimicked the technique during a Dao discussion with Taishang Laojun. Though its power couldn't match the true one chi transforms into three purities, the three clones still possessed 50% of Zaputi's strength each. The three clones each formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of divine powers towards Rantang. Hastily, Rantang recited incantations, invoking the golden body of Buddhism. A grotesque figure with 1,000 hands and arms, and 8 heads, appeared before him, engaging Zaputi's three clones. The sky filled with spells as the battle raged on, neither side gaining the upper hand. As Sun Wukong observed the battle, he continued to comprehend his own Tao of dry gold. Suddenly, a phantom three-colored vine sprouted from his forehead, extending into the starry sky. The Tao of dry gold, the Tao of reincarnation, and the Tao of karma. Sun Wukong's three Taos were frantically absorbing the energy of the void, yet they seemed far from forming the Tao flower. Seeing this, Master Zaputi was about to bring out his prepared innate treasure to assist Sun Wukong. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly took out a millennium-old peach and swallowed it without hesitation. The monkey! Master Su Bodhi shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He had long seen through the dubious origin of the peach in his disciple's hand, but chose not to expose it. Su Bodhi thought to himself, since the disciple has the chance to witness a battle of quasi-saints, why not use this opportunity to teach him some real skills? Thus, he deliberately slowed down his moves and restrained the power of his divine abilities. The ancient Buddha of burning lamp keenly sensed his opponent's actions and was instantly filled with rage. He gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted. Umitba, Su Bodhi, you've gone too far, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp shouted angrily. Behold the power of my spirit coffin lamp. Before the words had even finished, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp had already summoned his life-bound treasure, the innate spirit coffin lamp. This lamp was one of the 4 great innate spirit lamps, possessing boundless power. Su Bodhi knew well that these 4 great lamps were the 8 scenery palace lamp of Taishang Laojun, the jade void glass lamp of Yuan Shi Tianzun, the spirit coffin lamp of the ancient Buddha of burning lamp, and the lotus lamp of Nuwa. The 8 scenery palace lamp and jade void glass lamp were each hung in the Doshui Palace and Jade Void Palace, respectively, while Nuwa's lotus lamp was bestowed upon her disciple Yang Chan, also known as the Third Holy Mother, the Jade Emperor's niece. Facing such a formidable opponent, Su Bodhi dared not be careless and immediately summoned an innate treasure to counter. It was an ancient spear, faint traces of dried blood visible on its shaft, exuding an eerie aura. Upon seeing this spear, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, the God-slaying spear. The innate treasure God-slaying spear. He was stunned, knowing this spear originally belonged to the primordial demon Rahu. After Rahu was slain by Tao ancestor Hongjun, the God-slaying spear had disappeared. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Su Bodhi's hands. Su Bodhi looked at the spear in his hand, a nostalgic look flashing in his eyes. He began to recount how he acquired the God-slaying spear. During the ancient war between the sorcerers and demons, he noticed that the blood of the fallen seemed to flow in a particular direction. Driven by curiosity, Su Bodhi followed this barely perceptible force and found the buried God-slaying spear in the depths of the 9 hells. He then spent an entire era refining it. Burning lamp, since you know the name of the God-slaying spear, you must also be aware of its power, Su Bodhi sneered. This spear is a supreme weapon of slaughter. Even a quasi-saint cannot escape death. The ancient Buddha of burning lamp's eyes narrowed as he solemnly replied, Umitba, the God-slaying spear's reputation is known throughout the 3 realms. But if you think you can kill me with it, you are gravely mistaken. With that, he clasped his hands together, chanting loudly, 24 heavens, lend me your divine power, chant of the heavenly Buddhas. Under the boundless radiance of Buddha's light, the ancient Buddha Randang gathered the power of the 24 heavens to launch a fierce attack on Master Subhuti. Wielding the God-slaying spear, Master Subhuti's murderous aura instantly turned the Buddha's light blood red. He thrust his spear forward, a black lightning-like spear beam shooting straight towards Randang. Randang clasped his hands together, and from the spirit coffin lamp, countless flaming lotus flowers emerged to counter the attack. The lotus flowers were annihilated one after another under the spear beam's force, causing Randang to tremble slightly inside. Ultimately, the spear beam halted several meters away from Randang. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, only to be vaporized by his immense Buddha power. The spirit coffin lamp shone brightly, surrounded by flaming lotus flowers, highlighting Randang's majesty. In contrast, Master Subhoodie remained calm and composed. Clad in a simple Taoist robe and holding a blood-stained spear, a Bodhi tree appeared behind him, exuding simplicity yet commanding respect. At this moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and focused, as a Tao flower slowly bloomed in the void. The sound of the golden path resonated, and golden lotuses continuously blossomed and merged into the Tao flower. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor looked up at the void, coldly saying, "The god-slaying spear, the treasure I have sought for so long, is in his hands." A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. As the ruler of the three realms, he possessed powerful innate treasures like the Haotian mirror, the investiture of the gods, and the demon-slaying sword. Yet he still yearned for a true supreme treasure. The god-slaying spear was the closest thing to such a treasure, an ultimate weapon of slaughter. Standing behind the Jade Emperor, Tai Jinxing silently observed. This seemingly kind old man was once known as the god of slaughter in ancient times, with the saying, "When the Tai star moves, rivers of blood flow," describing his ferocity. The Jade Emperor suddenly asked, "Tai, do you think I am truly the ruler of the three realms?" This question filled Tai Jinxing with a sense of foreboding. He quickly replied, "Your Majesty is naturally the ruler of the three realms, appointed by the Tao ancestor and recognized by the heavenly Tao." The Jade Emperor sighed. The Tao ancestor has not appeared for an entire epoch, and the saints have not shown themselves for a long time. The incarnations in the Three Pure Ones palace are just avatars. Their true forms might have long left the prehistoric world. Tai Jinxing was utterly shocked. Such news would be catastrophic if it spread. The Jade Emperor continued, "I sense that the saints may never return to the three realms. So I have been waiting for the Buddha to attain sainthood. If he can become a saint, then so can I. Only then can I truly become the master of the three realms." Tai Jinxing voiced his concern. "If the Buddha becomes a saint, will he give your Majesty the time?" The Buddha's ambition was no less than that of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor smiled silently, gently stroking the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Meanwhile, the battle between Master Subhoodie and Randang continued, and Sun Wukong's breakthrough reached a critical moment. In the void, numerous anomalies appeared, and the tribulation of the heavenly Tao descended. Strange fire burned towards Sun Wukong, but a droplet-like pearl emerged on his body, absorbing all the flames. Golden lightning struck, yet Sun Wukong remained unmoved, the calm sea pearl absorbing all the energy like a bottomless pit. The tribulation finally passed, and Sun Wukong felt a stir in his heart. A unique force surged from the calm sea pearl, pouring entirely into the blooming Tao flower. The void suddenly split open, and a giant hand reached straight for Sun Wukong's Tao flower, intending to snatch this hard-earned achievement. In the midst of a fierce battle with the ancient Buddha, Randang, Master Subhoodie instantly noticed and roared, "How dare you!" His god-slaying spear flashed like lightning toward the uninvited intruder. With a puff, the giant hand vanished without a trace. In the void, a few drops of blood exuding immense power slowly fell, quickly absorbed by Sun Wukong's Tao flower. Master Subhoodie was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected to draw out a quasi-saint-level demon. Clearly, his disciple's Tao fruit was extraordinary. It turned out that when cultivators broke through to the great golden immortal stage, the heavenly Tao would open a crack, giving them a chance to grasp the true Tao. This was precisely when outer realm demons would take advantage. However, due to the limited nature of the crack, the descending demons were usually not too powerful. This time, Sun Wukong had condensed his Tao fruit with three great paths, attracting a quasi-saint-level outer realm demon. If it weren't for Master Subhoodie's protection, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After absorbing the demon's blood, Sun Wukong's Tao flower became even more perfect. Soon, the Tao flower began to wither. Replaced by a golden, shimmering fruit. This was Sun Wukong's Tao fruit of the golden path. Beneath the Tao fruit, two small Tao flowers glowed faintly. The Tao fruit slowly descended towards Sun Wukong's forehead. As long as it successfully returned to his brow, Sun Wukong would break through and become a true great golden immortal. Witnessing this, the ancient Buddha Randang couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Sun Wukong's extraordinary talent was bad news for him. Due to the Dinghai Pearl, Sun Wukong's existence had already affected Randang's Tao. To achieve his complete Tao, Randang needed the Dinghai Pearl, which Sun Wukong clearly wouldn't give up easily. The conflict between them seemed irreconcilable. Just as the Tao fruit was about to merge with Sun Wukong's forehead, Master Subhoodie's expression changed abruptly. He shouted, "Who's there?" Another crack appeared in the void, and a woman with a blurred face stepped out slowly. Master Subhoodie frowned, as he couldn't see through this woman. As a quasi-saint at the peak, anyone he couldn't see through must be a saint, he thought. But he quickly dismissed this idea. There were only 7 saints, and their auras were unmistakable to Hyman indescribable power. Although this woman was unfathomable, Master Subhoodie, didn't feel the same sense of powerlessness that came with facing a saint. The woman sighed softly and summoned a large cauldron. Instantly, a stream of seven-colored light shot out from the cauldron, heading straight for Sun Wukong. Master Subhoodie's heart tightened as he thought, that's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.